The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 3462 to Chapter 3630. Mu Yan looks at Luo Yunxiao with a burning gaze. How do I open it? Luo Yunxiao was a little hesitant. This was because when the yin-yang egg closed, it would form a barrier on the outside. This barrier was not only an energy barrier, but also a complicated small-scale array formation. The only way to open the barrier was to undo the formation. However, the yin-yang egg was named yin and yang, and it required one to inject energy into it at the same time and use divine sense to dismantle the formation. He and Mu Yan were both good at formations, so it was not difficult for them to dismantle the yin-yang egg. But with their spiritual power and divine sense entangled in the yin and yang egg, would Mayan recognize him? Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, Mu Yan said disappointedly, "You don't know how to open it?" She had just tried to use her spiritual power and divine sense to open it, but she soon failed. Luo Yunxiao lowered her long eyelashes and clenched her fists. Inject your spirit energy into the yin-yang egg and control the left half with your divine sense. Mu Yan stares blankly, thinking that she had tried this method before, but it didn't work. However, he still did as he was told. The outer layer of the yin-yang egg is covered with a sealing formation. Try to use your divine sense to find the location of the formation eye. At the same time, Luo Yunxiao also injected her spiritual power into the yin-yang egg, and her divine sense instantly found the position of the formation eye. The moment the eyes of the two arrays were activated, a pure energy surged out from the boundary between yin and yang. Mu Yan suddenly widens her eyes. It's not just because the Tianmo Qin finally feels a part of the energy that should belong to it. More importantly, when the yin and yang formations fused together, she seemed to feel a familiar energy fluctuation. However, without waiting for Mu Yan to confirm what that energy fluctuation is, the yin-yang egg was completely opened. Luo Yunxiao withdrew the divine sense and spiritual power she had injected into the yin-yang egg. Mu Yan wasn't in the mood to think about that strange moment. All of her attention was attracted by the thing that jumped out of the yin-yang egg. Zither strings, a zither string that was emitting a pale green light was gently beating in front of her. The Tianmo Qin makes a humming sound, as if it's extremely eager and excited. In the next moment, the zither strings are pulled to fly over, submerging into the Tianmo Qin. Clang! There's no one playing the Tianmo Qin, but it makes an impassioned sound, like a sigh of satisfaction, and also like an excited howl. As the owner of the Tianmo Qin, Mayan also feels the powerful sword intent from her natal sword at that moment. Even the Dragon Abyss sword that Luo Yunxiao had deposited with her resonated with it, emitting bursts of buzzing and trembling. Luo Yunxiao clenched her fists. At this moment, he was extremely glad that he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, he would not be exposed by the Dragon Void sword. After a long time, Mayan opens her eyes and recalls the Tianmo Qin. At this time, the Qin is no longer as old and broken as it was when he first saw it in the Yanwu continent. Although the body of the zither was translucent, it was glossy and bright, as if the most skillful hand in the world had meticulously carved it out of ancient jade. Tianmo Qin 7 strings. Now that the 7th string, Little Shang, had been repaired, it looked no different from the other strings. But as long as spiritual energy was injected into it and plucked, the Little Shang string would emit a lustrous glow. The 6th string, Xiao Gong, and the 7th string, Little Shang, the main god musician skill, Wu. With the perfect, Little Shang, string, from now on, Mayan's zither sound blade could really achieve an instant group attack, beheading 1,000 people. Her graceful feather could increase the strength of thousands of men and horses by several times in a short period of time. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Her heavenly net of clouds could control hundreds of people at the same time, making them attack wherever she pointed. A bright smile appeared on Mu Yan's face. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, only absolute power could allow her to stand on the top step by step. Only by protecting the people she wanted to protect could she stay with the person she loved forever and not be a burden to him. Then, she turned her gaze to the remaining treasures in that yin-yang egg. Luo Yunxiao had been focusing all his attention on Mu Yan, who was leveling up. At this moment, he also followed her gaze. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank. There were still 10 things left in the yin-yang egg. Every one of them was something he had been searching for decades. Yin-yang twin heart, 12 evils of Dutian, 36 stars. 7 of them belonged to the 12 evils of Dutian. If he could get these 7, he would have all the 12 evils of Dutian. And the remaining 3 were the hardest to find among the 36 stars. If he could get these 10 treasures, he would be able to find all the things he had been searching for so many years in this lifetime. Only Yin-yang twin heart was left. Even with Luo Yunxiao's calmness and indifference, he couldn't help but pant heavily at this moment. He could almost hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. He had always thought that he would never be able to collect these 50 rare treasures in this lifetime. How was that possible? It was already extremely difficult for others to obtain 1 or 2 of the 36 stars. He wanted to collect all 50 items. Wasn't that just a pipe dream? His master had told him about this method to change his fate as a form of consolation, to give him a little hope in his despair. But his master had also said, ever since the birth of this fate-changing art, no one had ever been able to collect all 50 rare treasures. So, he couldn't be sure whether this method would work or not. And these years, the results of his search just happened to confirm this fact. Luo Yunxiao had been running around the 3 realms for hundreds of years, but in the end, he could only collect most of the treasures that matched the 36 stars of Dutian. Even with the 10 ultimate formation, and the blacktail wood that Mu Yan had given him, there were only 5 of the 12 evils of Dutian. As for Yin-yang twin heart, he couldn't even find a trace of it. In fact, Luo Yunxiao had already lost all hope in these 2 years. Perhaps he was destined by the heavens to have such a fate. No matter how hard he struggled, the outcome would not change. However, at this very moment, the sudden appearance of the 12 evils treasures made him feel dizzy even in his soul. It was like a flame that was suddenly lit in the midst of despair. It swayed, but no one knew if it would extinguish after bringing a glimmer of hope, or if it would eventually start a prairie fire. Luo Yunxiao subconsciously reached out to take the 7 treasures. Just then, Mayan's excited voice reaches his ears. Heavenly Cycle Star Formation. Is this the Heavenly Cycle Star Formation's disc? She picked up an inconspicuous array disc and looked at it from left to right, unable to put it down. Shifting his gaze, he caught sight of another item, and a look of astonishment and excitement appeared on his face. Beckoning to the young man behind him, he said, "Little Guang, help me take a look. Is this the feather of the 9th heaven blackbird?" Light came over to take a look and nodded. Yes. Furthermore, it's the feather of a 9th heaven bird with a bone age of 10,000 years. Great! Mayan was simply wild with joy. Thinking of the rest of the things, she promptly asked Light to identify them. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. Little Light obediently pointed at the items on the ground and recited, "This is the mysterious sea ice soul, this is the hardest 3-star stone, between heaven and earth, this is the dark flower amethyst." As Little Light recited a name, Mayan's eyes brightened a bit. When he finished, Mayan wanted nothing more than to hug his cute little artifact spirit and give it a fierce kiss. At first, she had disregarded everything to slaughter the slaughter list and enter Floating Light Island just to save Little Light. She hadn't expected that there would be such a big surprise waiting for her on Floating Light Island, apart from the materials to repair the Tian Emochin. Little Light blushed under Mayan's grateful and joyful gaze, and lowered his head awkwardly. But he couldn't help curling the corners of his mouth. Mayan carefully put the treasures back into the yin-yang egg. Just as she was about to put them away, she saw that the man was staring at her in a daze, one hand raised slightly, as if he wanted to take something. Mayan was startled, and couldn't help asking, "Do you want these treasures too?" After asking, she couldn't help but hesitate. Each of the treasures in the yin-yang egg was very important to her. If the Lord of the Heavenly Light Ruins really asked for a few of them, should she give them or not? Luo Yunxiao saw the reluctance and hesitation in the girl's eyes, and her chaotic heartbeat slowly calmed. That bit of urgent hope and desire also gradually dissipated. Even if he gathered the 12 evils of Dutian, it didn't mean that he could really defy the heavens and change his fate. If these things could make Mayan happy and help her, that would be enough. Mayan waited for a long time before she heard the man's low, indifferent voice, not interested. Mayan sighed in relief and became happy again. Little Light couldn't help asking, "First host, are you very happy? Are these things very valuable?" Mayan smiled, "I don't know if they're valuable or not. But every treasure here is something my junior master has searched for many years. I heard eldest senior brother say that finding these things is very, very important to junior master. Now that I can find 10 of them for junior master, perhaps I can fulfill his wish. Do you think I'm happy?" Little Light didn't really understand what she meant by junior master, but seeing the first host so happy, he couldn't help but grin. Neither of them noticed the man behind them, who was shrouded in mist and could not be seen clearly. In an instant, his mind shook violently, and he could no longer maintain the mist that was concealing his figure, revealing his tall and slender figure. His hands, which were hanging by his side, clenched into fists and unconsciously pressed against his chest. Because if he didn't do this, he was afraid that his heartbeat would be heard by the girl in front of him, and he would no longer be able to hide it. The energy ripples on Floating Light Island rippled due to his uncontrollable emotions. The whole island seemed to be shaking gently. Mu Yan and Xiao Guang turned their heads. However, there was nothing behind him. Only a golden key was left on the ground. Mu Yan was surprised. "Xiao Guang, where's your master?" Light blinked. "Let's go." "Why did you leave without a word?" "What's the key?" Little Light fixed his eyes on it, his face revealing an ecstatic smile. He raised his hand and summoned the golden key, handing it to Mu Yan. "First host, this is the heart key. Only those who obtain it have the right to truly control Tianguang ruins. Master, the previous master, he left the heart key to you. This means that from now on, you are the master of Floating Light Island. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect." Mayan is dumbfounded. "He gave me this Tianguang ruins? Why? The two of them are unrelated, and she doesn't even know his name. Why would this person give her such an important Tianguang ruins?" Little Light says. "In fact, the original master hasn't been to Little Light ruins for hundreds of years. Perhaps the original master didn't want it." Mayan is puzzled, but finally accepts Little Light's explanation. Because she can't think of any other reason. She clenches the key in her hand and infuses it with spiritual power. The key slowly enters her sea of consciousness. Seeing Little Light's bright and shiny expression full of excitement and joy, Mayan can't help but reach out and rub his head. "Little Light, please guide me in the future." "Master." Little Light pounces into her arms, hugging her and rubbing her happily. "Master, please guide me." At this point, Mayan's goal in Tianguang ruins has been completed, and there are additional huge gains. Because Tianguang ruins is going to be upgraded, Mayan still doesn't understand what upgrade means. Mayan returns to Carefree City after bidding farewell to Little Light. Hearing that Mayan has obtained 10 rare treasures that Luo Yunxiao is looking for in Tianguang ruins, the Carefree School is in a jubilant mood. But soon, the atmosphere slowly becomes gloomy. Little Master suddenly disappeared at that time. It seems that he encountered a lot of trouble. I don't know if he is fine now. If Little Master returns to the Xiozhen continent to find us, only to find that the 7 of us are gone, and only Master's tombstone is left in the Carefree School's encampment, I don't know how he will feel. At the mention of Shiqing's death, the smiles on their faces disappear completely. There are faint tears in Luo Yu's eyes. Now that the 6 of us are reunited, only Big Brother is missing. I don't know how he is now. In fact, Master and Big Brother didn't let me reveal Bai Zai's soul bead. It was I who couldn't hold back and brought disaster to Big Brother, and let Master. Tears fall from her eyes. However, he didn't even have time to lament for a while before a hand pressed onto his forehead and slapped him heavily. "Idiot Xiaoqi, are you doubting eldest senior brother's strength? We're all alive and well on the floating island, so how could something have happened to eldest senior brother?" Chumoli leisurely took a sip of tea. "If we really want to look into the main culprit, it would be Junior Martial's sister. Who told the Xiaoyao sect to never be able to keep a low profile? Mu Yan. She has no words to refute. But," Chumoli continued, "are you all really willing to stay in a remote corner of the heavenly Jade Mountain range and remain unknown for the rest of your lives? Does Master really want us to run away forever and drag out an ignoble existence? There was a moment of silence. Ling Yuxing said hoarsely, absolutely not. If Junior Sister hadn't appeared, I wouldn't have been able to untie the knot in my heart for the rest of my life. This is definitely not Master's wish. Otherwise, he would not have let us study at Starry School. Little Junior Sister, good. That would be great. If it wasn't for Junior Sister, Mayan puts her hand on her forehead and puts on a stop posture. Alright, that's enough with the bootlicking. I've always been well aware that this miss is number one in the world. Everyone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Luo Yu's sorrowful frown disappeared. Mu Yan, however, stopped laughing and said seriously, Little Seven, do you remember when I said that I would tell you everything I know? The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby Black-Bellied Dad will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar, Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby Black-Bellied Dad. Please bookmark, Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby Black-Bellied Dad. Please bookmark. Luo Yu was startled. He remembered that Mu Yan had said that she would go to Tianguang ruins to slaughter a list, and that she would tell him the truth when she came out. However, the successive appearances of Chu Moli, Li Weiran, and Di Mingju had disrupted the plan. Now that she mentioned it again, Luo Yu couldn't help but sit upright, a faint guess forming in his heart. When eldest senior brother was on the verge of death, I used the realm of stars, and entered his dream, or rather, his memory, in order to lure him into madness. There, I saw eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi when they were young. Mu Yan narrated the scene she saw in Yun Ruhan's dream. Luo Yu listened in a daze. When Mu Yan finished, he raised his head blankly. Sixth senior sister, I don't remember anything you've said. So eldest senior brother really is my brother, blood-related. The others were amused by his reaction. Luo Yu was conflicted, so eldest senior brother treats me so well because I'm not me. If I were Lan Luoyu and not his younger brother, would he still treat me so well? What are you chanting? Mu Yan knocked him on the head. Is this the point you should be conflicted about? Isn't the point that you have a blood feud on this floating island, and that you're in a very dangerous situation? Luo Yu rubbed his aching head, meeting everyone's gazes of looking at an idiot. He curled his lips, but sixth senior sister mentioned Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and that Grand Preceptor who wants to kill me. I don't remember any of him. Without love, without hatred, how can I focus on revenge? In his memory, there was only Master, eldest senior brother, and the Xiaoyao Seven. To him, the Lan family empire wasn't his, the floating island wasn't his, and revenge wasn't his wish. He only had two greatest wishes. One was to become stronger, and the second was to protect the people he valued after becoming stronger. Mu Yan laughed softly, her expression full of pampering. Alright, our Xiaoqi said that he's not interested in revenge, then we won't. Let the grudges of the previous generation vanish into thin air in the previous generation. Luo Yu gritted his teeth, but I can't forget Master's revenge. Slythorn is that Grand Preceptor Yi Qingfeng's lackey, right? I'll make him pay for Master's blood. Mu Yan said, speaking of Master, there's one more thing. She summoned the guards outside. Go, invite Ruan Yang and the little monkey. Ruan Yang and the little monkey were quickly led into the room. The little monkey rushed excitedly at Mu Yan. Grasping the edge of the arms of her chair with both hands, he jumped up and down like a real monkey. Miss, did you summon me here because you have a secret mission for our cadet regiment? Don't worry, our cadet regiment will definitely complete the mission and not embarrass you and boss. He Luo, Xiaotian, and Mu Shan, Yan, and Sect. Over the past few months, the little monkey had been eating and drinking well, its body was comfortable, and with the medicinal pills provided by Mu Yan to recuperate its body, it had long since become very different from its previous shriveled and small appearance. Xiao, Xiao, Shan, Xiao Luo Xiao, that said, A, and Xiao, he, Xiao Luo Du. A, was a mu, long, I, lin, lint, mo, and li lin mu ming. How could such an outstanding, mature, and responsible teenager look like the rascal he was in Gravel Hill? Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. only in front of people close to him would the little monkey show such childish behavior. Xianxia was the little monkey's mother, Ruanyang. Back then, she, Butcher Defender, and the others were thrown into the gravel mound. Because she was a woman, she was the only one who only crippled her cultivation and didn't sever the tendons of her arms and legs. For the sake of Wei Guan and the others' survival in Gravel Hill. She was once a high and mighty female soul master, but she didn't hesitate to sell her body to earn food and medicinal ingredients. With her weak body, she raised a few big men, and actually helped Wei Mian and the others survive the most difficult 10 years. When he first met Xianxia, she was already terminally ill. Their bodies were infected with all kinds of diseases, and some were even contagious venereal diseases. On the rocky hill, many men and women would look at her with disdain and spit on her. But Xianxia had persevered with such a strong will. When Carefree City was established, the Carefree Army was established. Wei Mian, Butcher, and Xianxia all regained their cultivation. To Wei Mian and the others, Xianxia, who had contributed the most, seemed to have completely forgotten about her contributions and kept her mouth shut about everything that happened in the past. There was no resentment or self-pity. She just continued to restore her strength step by step and educate her son. Since she didn't say anything, Wei Mian and the others didn't mention it either. But occasionally, there would be some bastards who would point at Xianxia and insult her for being a slut. Some even wanted to sleep with her for a few more crystals. In the words of these people, since she had already been sold, her body was no longer clean. Why should she still be a chaste lady? However, these people usually did not live to see the sun rise the next day. Moreover, the process of each person's death would be incomparably miserable. Gradually, no one dared to speak rudely to Xianxia and the little monkey anymore. At this moment, Xianxia was completely different from when she was in front of the gravel hill. Her complexion was rosy, her skin smooth and exquisite, and her temperament was elegant, composed, and valiant. This made her already beautiful facial features even more attractive and peerless elegance. A few days ago, the butcher shyly ran in front of Mu Yan and said with a red face that he liked a woman and hoped that Mu Yan could be a matchmaker for him. At that time, Mu Yan almost sprayed out a mouthful of tea. She herself had not been able to get married. Now, someone was asking her to be a matchmaker? Does she look like a matchmaker? So Mu Yan didn't wait for Butcher to speak again, and directly asked someone to summon Xianxia. If you have anything to say it in front of him. You're a man, why are you being so wishy-washy? If you agree, then get married immediately. If you don't, then don't pester me in the future. It's that simple. After she finished speaking, Mayan consciously withdrew from the room, leaving the place to the two people. 2 hours later, the butcher came out of the house happily. His originally fierce and cold face immediately turned into a silly pig's head from smiling. Mu Yan can't help but be curious, how did you get Ruanyang to agree? The butcher's face reddened suspiciously. He shut his mouth tightly and refused to speak. Instead, he eagerly asks Mayan when they can hold the wedding. In the end, Mu Yan said lightly, how can our Xiaoyao school marry so casually? Ruanyang will have whatever the other newly married women have, and whatever the other newly married women don't have, Ruanyang will have. The butcher happily went back to prepare 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts. He didn't hear that Mayan said Xiaoyao school instead of Xiaoyao city. The Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. The Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect it. The little monkey is twisting around Mayan, acting like a spoiled child. He hears a crisp and tender voice, Xiaoyi. The little monkey's figure stiffens, and he immediately keeps quiet out of fear. He respectfully calls out to Xiao Bao, eldest brother, do you have any instructions? Is there really a secret mission to perform? As he speaks, his voice is full of excitement and expectation. Xiao Bao faintly glances at him. He remembers that his mother told him about the little monkey's identity, which is equivalent to his junior brother. He feels quite disgusted. Why are his mother's disciples becoming more and more unreliable? There was Lu Beiyu before, and now there's this little monkey. As the 3rd-generation senior of the Xiaoyao school, Xiao Bao's heart is simply broken. Mayan touches Xiao Bao's head in amusement. She turns to look at Xianxia. Ruanyang, there's something I want to ask you. Do you know? Sure Yuanqing? Sure Xinrui is startled. She suddenly widens her eyes, and her voice trembles a bit. Miss, do you know my father? When she said this, she had already confirmed this guess in her heart. When the miss came out of the gravel hill, she originally didn't intend to take this group of burdens. Until she saw the purple apex fire dagger that her father left for her. She then asked for her and the little monkey's names, and changed her mind. At that time, Sure Xinrui guessed that the miss might know her father. It's just that for such a long time, she was busy, and she was afraid of hearing bad news, so she didn't dare to ask. Mayan stands up and bows deeply to her. Qingjiu, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, and Luo Yu also stand up and solemnly salute. Greetings, senior sister. Sure Xinrui stares at them in a daze, unable to come back to herself for a long time. Mayan seems to see her doubts, and softly says, Sure Yuanqing is the master of the seven of us, and also the master of the Xiaoyao school. Sure Xinrui excitedly says, so, my father is still alive? He really didn't die that year, and he escaped to the Xiozhen continent with the two highnesses? The room was plunged into silence. Mayan and the others show a sad expression, unable to answer her question. After a long time, Luo Yu hoarsely says, I'm sorry, master passed away to save me. The hope that Sure Xinrui had just raised dissipated bit by bit. Her heart sank to the bottom, and a heart-wrenching pain and disappointment spread in her heart, causing her body to sway. Mother? The little monkey also noticed that something was wrong with her and held her hand nervously. Mom, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? Sure Xinrui forced a smile and reached out to gently rub the little monkey's head. I'm fine. I'm just sad to hear the news of Grandpa's death. Grandpa? The little monkey tilted its head. He grew up in Gravel Hill and did not even have the concept of a father, let alone a grandfather. Mother is not sad. You still have me, Uncle Butcher, and Liberty City. We will always be with you. The little monkey hugged Sure Xinrui and shook her gently, acting like a spoiled child. I don't want to see Mother sad, and Uncle Butcher definitely doesn't want to either. Mother said that the dead will go to heaven. Maybe Grandpa is happily drinking and eating meat in heaven. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Sure Xinrui slapped the little monkey's head. Is Grandpa someone you can talk irresponsibly about? The little monkey shrunk its neck and shows a fawning smile. The Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. The Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, Popular Bar. Thanks to the little guy's jokes, the sad atmosphere in the room was mostly gone. Especially when the little monkey learned that all the big shots in the room were his senior uncles, he was so excited that he almost jumped into the sky. So, Miss is my senior uncle, and Boss is my senior brother? Ha ha ha, then, can I do whatever I want in Liberty City in the future? Then, can I fight for some benefits for our juvenile regiment? Everyone in the Carefree Army has a complete set of armor and powerful weapons. They also carry healing pills that Miss refined for them. But we don't have anything. It's not fair. We demand to be treated equally. After that, he winked at Xiaobao. Boss, no, little senior brother. When our juvenile regiment is fully armed, we can go on a secret mission with you. I promise I won't embarrass you. Xiaobao turned his head. What a stupid monkey. He refused to admit that he was his junior brother. Half a month later, Sure Xinrui and Butcher's wedding was held. It was the first grand event in Liberty City. When they heard that the bride was Sure Xinrui, some people secretly despised her. She was a withered woman with a ruined reputation in Gravel Hill. She even had a burden behind her. Even if she was going to get married, she should keep a low profile so that people wouldn't gossip about her. Who knew that the wedding would be known by everyone in Liberty City? The leaders of the Carefree Army, including General Wei Mian, even added to the dowry and gave out wedding cakes personally. Many female cultivators in the city were so jealous that their hearts were bubbling. Most of them had only joined Liberty City later. They only knew that Sure Xinrui used to be a prostitute. Butcher, on the other hand, had the highest cultivation and the brightest future among the leaders of the Carefree Army. Many female cultivators had flirted with Butcher, only to be rejected coldly. They had thought that he was just a rock who didn't know how to flirt at all. Who knew that they would hear the news that he was going to marry Xianxia, the filthy old woman, but they were still comforting themselves. Haha, I heard that Xianxia and the general of the carefree army were comrades. General Butcher must have married her because he pitied her. But right now, Liberty City is a famous force far and wide. If the first grand event is such a hilarious wedding, won't we become a laughingstock? This is the selfishness of General Wei and the others. I'm guessing that the city lord will definitely not agree. That's right. Just wait and see. Very soon, the city lord will harshly admonish them. How can a broken woman be worthy of such a grand wedding? This group of people is waiting for Mu Yan to slap Xianxia's face. However, what awaited him was a slap to his face. Because Mu Yan didn't just support this wedding. She even invited all the sect masters, patriarchs, and elders of the surrounding major forces to come over. She introduced Xianxia as her sister in front of all the heroes of the world. Whether it was inside or outside Xiaoyao City, anyone who insulted Xianxia was tantamount to insulting Jun Mayan and the entire Xiaoyao school. This time, apart from the Darkeem Palace and Clear Sky sect, which were on friendly terms with Liberty City, came to observe the ceremony. The Luoyun Alliance, the Yin clan of Spirit Gathering City, the Beitang clan of Fantasy Sea City, and even the Weiyue Pavilion, which almost became his enemy, all sent people with generous gifts. This also showed the sincerity of these great forces to befriend Liberty City. This was especially true for the leader of the Luoyun Alliance, Yi Shuesong. He actually came in person. As the leader of one of the three alliances of the floating island, he was so powerful that even Mu Yan couldn't investigate him. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Logically speaking, he should be high and mighty, arrogant, and look down on everyone. But Mayan always felt that Yi Shuesong's attitude towards her was extremely kind, even with a bit of flattery. With the end of the wedding, the two newlyweds were sent to the bridal chamber. Mayan and the others also breathed a long sigh of relief. The stiff welcoming smile on their faces finally turned into a relieved joy. Luoyu murmured, if eldest senior brother knows that master has a daughter and a grandson, and that our eldest senior sister is married, he must be very happy, right? He pursed his lips into a straight line, gently kicked the table beside him, and said unhappily, where on earth has eldest senior brother gone? Why hasn't he found us yet? We have clearly issued a reward, and Liberty City's reputation is getting bigger and bigger. 6 of the Xiaoyao 7 had gathered, but there was no news of Yun Ruhan so far. Luoyu's words also made Mayan's heart sink. For some reason, she had a bad feeling about this. Eldest senior brother usually didn't show himself, but his strength was actually very strong among the Xiaoyao 7. Especially after his body was transformed into a demon body. Although the cultivation of the people on the floating island was high, and although there were many dangers, the rest of them could come here safe and sound. How could eldest senior brother, who was careful, steady, and not bad, not hear the news of Liberty City, unless he was in a secluded place? Unless he heard it and couldn't come here. City Lord Jun, are you looking for someone? Yi Shuesong's voice interrupted Mayan's thoughts. If so, maybe the Luoyun Alliance can help. Seeing Mu Yan look over, Yi Shuesong proudly stroked his beard and chuckled. If we are talking about the intelligence network that we have spread throughout the entire floating island, there is no force that can compare to our Luoyun Alliance except for the Night Owl of the Lan family empire. His words made the eyes of the people of the Xiaoyao sect brighten. Yi Shuesong said, I wonder if Lord Jun has a portrait of your eldest senior brother. The more vivid the better. Maybe I can give you some feedback immediately. Without saying anything, Mayan asked someone to set out the brush and ink and started to draw. Chu Moli's painting skills were more exquisite than hers. But all the people and things drawn by this third senior brother, except for the beauties, were always covered with a strange distortion. Mayan was afraid that the people of Luoyun League wouldn't be able to recognize it, so she simply did it herself. Taking the scroll that Mayan hands over, Yi Shuesong smiles faintly and raises his hand to release a paper crane. City Lord Jun, you don't have to worry. Our Luoyun Alliance will send us news in 4 hours at most. Mu Yan solemnly cupped her hands. Thank you, Alliance Master Yi. Liberty City would never forget the kindness of the Luoyun Alliance in helping them find their eldest senior brother. Is there anything I can do for Alliance Master Yi? Please let me know. Yi Shuasong was stunned. He didn't think that Mu Yan would actually go straight to the point without even the slightest bit of pleasantries. Hee, youngsters will always be youngsters, he was always so impatient. Yi Shuasong's heart was filled with disdain, but he didn't show it on his face. He sighed lightly and said, City Lord Jun, to tell you the truth, our Luoyun Union has been suffering from many illnesses since a few years ago. These patients have different symptoms, but every one of them is a terminal illness. Once they contract it, they will die within 3 to 5 months. Mayan stares blankly. Incurable diseases with different symptoms? Is it the same cause? Yi Shuasong bitterly smiles and shakes his head. On the surface, it doesn't seem to be the same disease. We've been investigating for so many years. But we still don't know the specific cause. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please bookmark. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please bookmark it. At first, it was only the outer sect disciples with low cultivation who got sick. In these 2 years, they became the inner sect elites. Some time ago, even the most important elder of my Luoyun alliance got a terminal illness and his life is in danger. Mu Yan frowned slightly, deep in thought. Yi Shuasong bowed deeply to her. City Lord Jun, I heard that you cured Alliance Master Xiang's strange illness. Your medical skills are even better than the National Master Wen Jian and the immortal Dr. He Kaizu. Dr. Jun, please lend a helping hand and save the lives of my Luoyun Alliance brothers. Mu Yan thought for a while and said, I haven't seen a patient before, so I'm not sure if I can cure him. If Alliance Mastery doesn't mind, you can send these patients to Liberty City and let me diagnose them. I won't mind. This old man can't wait to be happy, how can I mind? Yi Shuasong said with some embarrassment, in fact, they have already been brought and are being arranged in an inn in Liberty City. This old man will send someone to carry them here. Already brought here, he must have planned it long ago. First, he would show his kindness, and then he would demand repayment, right? Mu Yan took a deep look at Yi Shuasong, not annoyed. After all, his brothers in the sect were suffering from terminal illnesses. It was normal for Yi Shuasong to be worried and make all kinds of plans. 3 stretchers were quickly carried into the city lord's mansion. 2 men and a woman were lying on them. The man on the left had a swollen head like a pig's, his limbs and body were all shriveled, and he was moaning in pain. The man on the far right had ulceration all over his body and was covered with abscesses. Even his face could not be seen clearly. As for the woman in the middle, she was holding a huge wicker basket with food in it. The woman was chewing and swallowing it in big mouthfuls. Even if her stomach was already swollen, she refused to stop. Yi Shuasong looked at the 3 brothers and sisters who had gone through life and death together in such a state, his eyes slightly reddened. My 2 senior brothers' illness acted up 2 months ago. My junior sister's illness acted up a month ago. During this time, I looked for all the famous doctors to prove that they were poisoned by some kind of witchcraft or poison, but every doctor told me that they only had a rare terminal illness. They only have a rare terminal illness. Doctors can't cure their illnesses, not their lives. They can't cure such illnesses. Mu Yan steps forward and grabs the wrist of the first man. The more she felt the pulse, the tighter her brows furrowed, and the stranger her expression became. City Lord Jun, how is senior brother Lin? His symptoms are so strange, is he really not poisoned? Mu Yan shook her head and didn't speak. Instead, she checked the pulse of the other 2 people. After a quarter of an hour, she slowly stood up and looked at Yi Shuasong. They are indeed sick. They are not poisoned, and there are no parasites in their bodies. Although these diseases are rare, I have indeed seen them in ancient medical books. As she spoke, she pointed out the illnesses of the 3 people one by one. The hope and brilliance in Yi Shuasong's eyes slowly faded away, replaced by anxiety and worry, but most of all, fear. This kind of fear did not seem to be the fear of a loved one leaving them. Instead, he was afraid that such an illness would befall him one day. Mu Yan said doubtfully, but this kind of illness is usually passed down from generation to generation, or it's due to a mutation in the body. It's reasonable to say that it wouldn't happen for no reason. It was rare to see so many difficult and complicated diseases break out at the same time in such a short time. Does Alliance Head really not know the reason? Yi Shuasong perfunctorily shook his head, but he was already scared out of his wits. He didn't want to pay any more attention to her questions. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Mu Yan had no choice but to say, in that case, I will treat the 3 elders first. But without finding the cause, even if they are cured, there is a certain chance that they will relapse. Yi Shuasong couldn't hear the rest of her words. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Mu Yan in disbelief. Lord Jun, you're saying that you can cure these terminal illnesses? Mu Yan smiled and nodded, but the process of my treatment cannot be seen by outsiders. Alliance Master Yi and fellow Taoists of Luoyun League, please wait in the side hall for a while. After Yi Shuasong left, Mu Yan immediately hypnotized the 3 elders of Luoyun League with the Tian Mo Qin. Then she turned to look at Chu Moli, 3rd senior brother. What do you think is strange about their illnesses? Chu Moli gently fiddled with the thumb ring on his hand and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, Junior sister wants to ask me if their illnesses are related to the curse? That's right. When Mu Yan heard Yi Shuasong's description of the 3 people's illnesses, the first thing she thought of was this mysterious curse. They got sick for no reason, and the cause couldn't be found out. It wasn't poison, nor was it a goo. Mysterious, strange, and frightening. When all of this was put together, this word immediately emerged in her mind. Curse? What, curse? Luo Yu asked curiously. Chu Moli slightly raised his eyes to look at Mayan. His pitch-black pupils were deep and serene, as if they were connected to the bottomless abyss of hell. Little junior sister, the curse is still not something that you should touch right now. Don't mention it, don't explore it, don't touch it. Otherwise, you will regret it. The remaining 5 people in the room kept quiet out of fear. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. It was the first time they felt such an oppressive pressure from Chu Moli. Being stared at by those dark eyes, it was as if even their souls would be swallowed. Chu Moli warmly said, do you remember? The 5 people nodded. Even Mu Yan was unreasonably well behaved. Chu Moli revealed a faint smile, and the oppressive feeling in the room instantly disappeared. He slightly raised his chin and pointed to the 3 people lying on the ground. They aren't curse, or rather, they aren't curse in the true sense. But it's also something very interesting. But its aura is too weak, so I can't be sure. Mu Yan slowly exhales, inwardly surprised. Whether it's Di Mingju, 9th Master, or Chu Moli, as long as the curse is mentioned, they will become incomparably serious. He even warned her again and again not to touch it. What exactly was curse? Why is even Di Mingju so afraid? What did 3rd brother's illness and his inability to stand have to do with the curse? 2 hours later, Yi Shuasong, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, was summoned by the guards of Liberty City. When he rushed to the front hall and saw that he was still alive and well, he couldn't believe his eyes. These terminal illnesses that even He Kaizu, the immortal doctor, could do nothing about, were actually cured by this little girl. Yi Shuasong is shedding tears of gratitude as he deeply bows towards Mayan. Lord Jun's medical skills are truly miraculous. Somebody, deliver the gifts that I prepared for Liberty City. Mu Yan smiles and accepts Yi Shuasong's gift, without the slightest bit of embarrassment. Because she knows that if what Yi Shuasong said was true, this kind of strange illness would be prevalent in Luoyun League every year. Then the number of times that this Alliance Master Yi would trouble her to treat him in the future might be even more. The Enchantress of Beauty Doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. The Enchantress of Beauty Doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. If the Luoyun Alliance could find the eldest brother for him, it would be tantamount to owing them a favor. Therefore, he had to treat their illness, but he also had to collect the consultation fee. Just at this moment, a paper crane flew in from the window. Yi Shuasong said excitedly, there must be news about your eldest brother, Lord Jun. Mu Yan and the others were all shocked and quickly gathered around. However, after reading the information in the paper crane, Yi Shuasong's expression became a little strange and subtle. Luo Yu said anxiously, have you found the whereabouts of my eldest brother? Where is he? Yi Shuasong looked up at Mu Yan and said after a while, I don't know if you have heard of the legendary heaven-mixing cave of the floating island? Mu Yan and the others looked at each other, all at a loss. This time it was Yi Shuasong's turn to be surprised. Haven't you heard of the heaven-mixing cave? After a pause, he tentatively said, is it possible that Lord Jun and your fellow apprentices were not born on the floating island? Mu Yan smiled, Leader Yi, I think it doesn't matter where we come from. Of course, of course. Yi Shuasong laughed awkwardly, with Lord Jun's medical skills and strength, no matter where you come from, you will be a famous figure and the benefactor of our Luoyun alliance. To tell you the truth, the heaven-mixing cave is also a little famous on our floating island. Because every year, some people will disappear from this place and disappear, as if there is no such person in the world. Mu Yan was shocked and hurriedly asked, where is the chaotic heaven cave mansion? Is my eldest brother there? The location of the heaven-mixing cave changes every year. But as long as the heaven-mixing cave appears, there will be mountains of nine-tailed dragon sunflower. And this year, the nine-tailed dragon sunflower is blooming here. Yi Shuasong took out a map and pointed to a location. It was located at the border of the Lan Empire, at the border of the infamily spirit-gathering city. My subordinates sent back news that a month ago, someone saw young Master Yun walking through the nine-tailed dragon sunflower field, but then there was no trace of him. Yi Shuasong stroked his beard and said, according to this old man's guess, young Master Yun must have accidentally been drawn into the heaven-mixing abode. Luo Yu asked anxiously, is that cave very dangerous? What will happen to my eldest senior brother? This old man cannot be sure either. Yi Shuasong sighed and said, the reason why the chaotic heaven cave mansion is called a legend is that no one has really seen its full appearance. And those who entered it, some came out safely, their strength greatly increased, and they also obtained a lot of treasures. However, there are also some people who have disappeared without a trace. Not even their bones were left. However, even those who managed to escape safely did not know how they managed to escape, nor did they know what kind of place the chaotic heaven abode was. Moreover, Yi Shuasong paused. There are very, very few people who can come out of the chaotic heaven cave alive. So over time, people would deliberately avoid the nine-tailed dragon sunflower when they saw it. After all, no matter how good the treasure is, it's not as important as your own life. Mayan's brows were tightly knitted and her eyes were heavy. It was very likely that the eldest senior brother had really entered the chaotic heaven cave mansion, so there had been no news of him. Mayan looked at her fellow apprentices and saw the worry and determination in their eyes. She smiled slightly and asked Yi Shuasong, Alliance Master Yi, if I want to go to the chaotic heaven cave mansion, how can I ensure that I can enter? Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby and black-bellied father, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby and black-bellied father, please collect. Yi Shuasong's eyes widened slightly, revealing a surprised expression. Have you really thought it through? Are you going to the heaven-mixing cave? That's a place where there's a high chance that you won't be able to come out alive. Of course. Mu Yan said slowly, we're going to take eldest brother home in person. At the border of the Lan Empire. There was an official road connecting the spirit-gathering city and the border station of the Lan Empire. On weekdays, there were always people coming and going, and it was very lively. However, at this moment, there were very few people walking on this official road. Even if someone passed by, they would be careful and take a detour with a vigilant face. Because at the interruption of the official road, there were several nine-tailed dragon sunflowers. On both sides of the official road, more nine-tailed dragon sunflowers had gathered into a flower field. These flowers were golden yellow, swaying gently in the wind. From a distance, it was as if the official road was covered with a layer of golden light, which was beautiful. However, such a beautiful field of flowers was like the bloody mouth of a wild beast. It would swallow up the passers-by at any time. At this time, several cultivators in the family's clothes were carefully bypassing the flower field and heading for the border station of the Lan Empire. How long will these nine-tailed dragon sunflowers bloom here? During this period of time, several people of our family have been accidentally swallowed into the heaven-mixing cave. It's been several days and they haven't come out yet. I'm afraid they will never come out again. The speaker looked sad, and his eyes were full of fear and hatred as he looked at the nine-tailed dragon sunflowers. Alas, there's nothing we can do about it. When the nine-tailed dragon sunflowers first appeared, no one expected it. Senior brother Zhang and all the people on the official road were caught off guard. They were directly dragged into the chaotic heaven cave. Where did this heaven-mixing cave abode come from? Why hasn't it disappeared after so many years, and the frequency of its appearance is getting higher and higher? Is there really no way for senior brother Zhang and the others to come out alive? The one who answered was a calm and prudent middle-aged man. He couldn't help sighing softly. In the early years, there were still many people who could come out of the heaven-mixing cave alive, and they gained a lot. But slowly, the danger level in the chaotic heaven cave abode became higher and higher. It was as if the cultivators who died inside had provided it with enough nourishment, allowing it to thrive. Over the years, there were very few people who could come out of the chaotic heaven cave alive. Especially since most of the people who went in this time were unprepared and weak. I'm afraid. Before the middle-aged man could finish his words, suddenly, he saw a young man in white with a red scarf over his eyes. He was walking slowly toward the center of the flower field, where the most splendid nine-tailed black sunflower was in full bloom. "Hey, little brother, it's dangerous over there. Come back quickly," the middle-aged man instinctively shouted. The young man in white seemed to have heard his voice as well. He turned around and curled his thin lips into a shy smile. Then, he picked the most blooming nine-tailed dragon sunflower and sniffed it with a satisfied expression on his face. Sigh, why doesn't this person listen to advice? The middle-aged man anxiously tried to pull him back. Was that kid an idiot? He had told him it was dangerous, but he still foolishly stayed there to pick the flowers. Now he even sat down in the sea of flowers with a comfortable look. Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. What was the difference between this and courting death? Uncle Ching, don't worry about him. This kid is courting death. Why should we care about him? Come on, let's go to the courier station. I always feel uneasy next to this field of nine-tailed dragon sunflower. It's so scary. The middle-aged man called Uncle Ching could only sigh regretfully and pity when he heard this, and quickened his pace. Although this field of nine-tailed dragon sunflower grew on the ground, but if you walked carefully and didn't use any spiritual power, you might not be noticed. But if you flew in the air, you would most likely be sucked into the cave. They had just walked a few meters when the ground under their feet suddenly shook. Then, the entire field of nine-tailed dragon sunflower began to roll like waves. Uncle Ching and the others turned around and all showed expressions of disbelief. Even the blindfolded young man, who was slowly sniffing the nine-tailed dragon sunflower, showed a somewhat surprised expression and raised his head. The next moment, a crack appeared in the middle of the flower field. Dazzling light flashed, and the spiritual power in the air fluctuated. All the flowers and leaves seemed to be blown by the wind, swaying and making rustling sounds. This process lasted for a full quarter of an hour before the wind began to subside. The golden light gradually dimmed, revealing a man standing in the middle of the flower field. The man looked about 27 or 28 years old. He had clear eyebrows, a handsome face, and a slender and tall figure. In fact, he was still very young. It was just that his entire demeanor and every movement of his seemed to be mature and steady, which made people think that he was already in his 30s. The young man held a sword in his hand. The tip of the sword drooped down slightly and fell on a nine-tailed dragon sunflower. The nine-tailed dragon sunflower was immediately infected by frost, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice flower. Uncle Ching and the others stared blankly at the young man who had just appeared, and it took them a long time to come to their senses. He came out of the chaotic heaven cave. Someone came out of the chaotic heaven cave. The people of the Yin family didn't even care about the horror of the flower field. They hurriedly took 2 steps forward and shouted from afar, "May I ask your name? Did you come out of the chaotic heaven cave?" At first glance, this young man's cultivation base was only at the early stage of the profound life realm. Compared to Uncle Chang's mountain opening realm, it was an entire realm lower. However, for some reason, Uncle Ching felt that this person was not simple. When the sword had casually frozen the nine-tailed dragon sunflower, he had even felt a trace of fear. Yes, this man was likely to have come out of the chaotic heaven cave alive. How could it be simple? Therefore, Uncle Ching spoke to him in a very polite tone. When the young man heard this, he didn't show any indifference or arrogance. Instead, he smiled and cupped his hands at him. I'm Yunruhan. I just came out of the Heaven Mixing Cave Mansion. How did you get out of the chaotic Heaven Cave alive? Have you seen any of my brothers from the Yin clan? Yunruhan smiled bitterly. To be honest, I don't know how I got out of the chaotic Heaven abode. He had gone through a lot of trouble to get the news of Liberty City, and he suspected that it might be related to his junior sister. He was about to ride his sword to take a look. When he passed by this official road, he found that there was a large field of nine-tailed dragon sunflower flowers underground. Yunruhan remembered that this thing was very useful for his junior sister to refine medicine, so he wanted to collect some. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect it. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect it. As a result, as soon as he flew over the flower field, he heard a noisy shout coming from below. Yunruhan vaguely heard someone below telling him, "Don't go over and it's dangerous." But before he could react, he felt a huge suction coming over. When he woke up, he had already entered the chaotic Heaven Cave. And what was even more unfortunate was, in the chaotic Heaven Cave, he met an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance who could kill him. Because of a habitual action, he was recognized by the other party, which led to the other party chasing him all the way. Yunruhan used a little trick to make him fall into the herd of beasts. But whether this person really died in the chaotic Heaven Cave, he was not sure. The top priority was to hide his whereabouts and leave as soon as possible. Yunruhan briefly told him what she had seen and heard in the Heaven Mixing Cave abode. Then he cupped his hands and said goodbye. He didn't notice that the blindfolded youth in white in the flower field was looking at him with a faint smile on his lips. On his slender white fingers, there was a blooming nine-tailed black sunflower. Black gas lingered on his fingertips, and the beautiful flower withered in an instant. He murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "This person seems to be the senior brother Muyen is looking for. It doesn't look good. But what does it have to do with me?" The youth was talking to himself. Yunruhan had already stepped onto the ice soul sword and was about to leave. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he suddenly fell down from the sword. The ice soul sword fell into the sea of flowers with its master. And at the place where he originally stood, the air slowly rippled like water. Then a giant blue beast appeared, gently waving its claws as if it was playing. If Yunruhan was still in this position just now, he would have been directly torn in half by these sharp claws. However, there was not the slightest joy on Yunruhan's face. His face was deathly pale, his eyes staring at the giant blue beast in the air, his hands trembling and clenching into fists. And there were not a few people with the same expression as Yunruhan. Uncle Qing and the others of the Yin family were also dumbstruck, their legs trembling. After a long while, someone whispered, Is that the divine beast Water Qilin? The legendary summoned beast closest to the sovereign level. In this world, the only one who can summon the divine beast Water Qilin is the Lan Empire's imperial preceptor. The last three words were forcefully swallowed by the person who spoke. Because he saw that beside the Water Qilin, a man dressed in light blue clothes, with long hair fluttering in the wind, a face so pale that it was almost abnormal, and his eyes were dark red, appeared slowly. Uncle Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. The Lan Empire's state preceptor, Yi Qingfeng, it really was Yi Qingfeng. Didn't they say that he hadn't left the palace for many, many years? What was he doing here? Recalling the rumors about this person, Uncle Qing felt a chill run down his spine. His hands were trembling as he protected the juniors of the Yin family behind him before he forced himself to calm down and bowed. I am a disciple of the Yin family of Spirit Gathering City. Greetings, Imperial Advisor. However, Yi Qingfeng didn't even look at him. His gaze landed on Yunruhan. That pair of dark red phoenix eyes curled up slightly. Her captivating red lips curled into a devilish smile. I was wondering who it was. So it was an old acquaintance. Your First Highness, how have you been? The first prince, Uncle Qing and the others were stunned. Which first prince? Was there still a first prince in the Lan Empire's royal family? Wasn't there only His Ninth Highness who was still a child, alluring witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please bookmark, alluring witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please bookmark. Yun Ruhan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He straightened his back and stared straight into Yi Qingfeng's eyes. Advisor, long time no see. Yi Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and landed on the ground. He looked at him with interest. After so many years, Your Highness seems to have changed a lot. I almost didn't recognize you. Yun Ruhan said coldly, Advisor, you haven't changed at all. Disgusting as always. Uncle Cheng and the others were scared out of their wits. Who was this Yun Ruhan? Didn't he know Yi Qingfeng's identity and strength? He dared to call him disgusting? Did he not want to live? Yi Qingfeng caressed the water qilin calmly. He was not angry or annoyed. He said lightly, if Your Highness is still alive, then the Crown Prince must be alive too, right? This is really good news. Yun Ruhan's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The spirit energy in his body surged. The Ice Soul Sword radiated coldness and turned into ice blades that attacked Yi Qingfeng. The water qilin opened its bloody mouth and roared. Those ice blades immediately changed their trajectory and fell into its mouth. Following that, the huge beast soared into the sky and spat blue liquid at Yun Ruhan. Yi Qingfeng looked at Yun Ruhan dodging the water qilin's attack with difficulty and smiled. Don't struggle. You can't escape anyway. More than 10 years ago, you managed to escape from my hands once. Do you think you can escape again this time? Yun Ruhan turned a deaf ear to his words. The Ice Soul Sword in his hand suddenly stabbed the water ball. The water ball immediately shattered into ice shards. However, the water qilin spat out water balls faster and faster. The pressure of the divine beast became more and more unbearable. Finally, a water ball brushed past Yun Ruhan's shoulder. He immediately groaned. His hand holding the Ice Soul Sword lost its strength. The sword almost fell out of his hand. Yun Ruhan quickly moved the sword to his left hand. But at this time, his vision blurred. A shadow covered him. Intense pain came from his abdomen. With a bone-chilling coldness, it invaded every inch of his flesh and bones. Yun Ruhan's pale lips moved, and her gaze shifted downwards. He saw a pale, slender hand holding a blue icicle that pierced through his abdomen. The veins on the back of his hand were slightly bulging in a sickly manner. Yun Ruhan's gaze moved upwards, landing on Yi Qingfeng's smiling face. His low and slightly hoarse voice sounded beside her ear, First Highness, from the bottom of my heart, I admire your character, but unfortunately, who asked you to be a member of the Lan family? So long as it's a member of the Lan imperial family, they must all go to hell. It's the same for you, and it's the same for the little crown prince. Regardless of whether Xiao Taizi is on the floating island or on the cultivation continent, I will definitely find him. Yun Ruhan's heart trembled as she glared at Yi Qingfeng. You dare hurt Xiao Qi? Haha. You want to use the nightmare ghost spirit to perish together with me? Yi Qingfeng's hand had unknowingly grabbed Yun Ruhan's neck. You don't have the qualifications right now. And I won't let you die so easily. You can go to that luxurious and cold imperial palace and accompany your beloved father and mother. Woo. His expression changed, and he was about to retreat. But Yun Ruhan's movements were faster than him. Yun Ruhan moved faster than him. Their bodies were tightly pressed together. The Ice Soul Sword had become the size of a palm and stabbed into Yi Qingfeng's chest. In Yun Ruhan's abdomen, the blue icicle stabbed deeper and came out from his back. Yi Qingfeng's face finally showed some shock. You can still use spiritual power? No, this isn't spiritual power, it's demonic energy. Not only did you change your body to be reborn, but you also turned your soul and body into demonic energy. How interesting. Yi Qingfeng seemed like he didn't feel the sword in his chest at all. Instead, he chuckled with great interest. Yun Ruhan's face changed. She suddenly felt something and looked at her chest in disbelief. There was not a single drop of blood. There was a terrifying and rich power surging there, which had the same fluctuation as the energy in her body. Yun Ruhan suddenly looked up at Yi Qingfeng. You are also, the last word demonic was not spoken. Her neck was broken with a crack. Ah! Uncle Cheng and the others screamed, their faces pale and trembling. The imperial advisor killed the person who came out of the heaven mixing cave. He killed Yun Ruhan so easily. The whole place was dead silent. Only the youth sitting in the flowers laughed in a low voice. His eyes were covered with red silk, but he seemed to have seen something interesting. Yi Qingfeng looked down at him, his eyes darkening. The water Kylan beside him seemed to feel uneasy. It kept kicking with its front feet and growling from time to time. It seemed to feel Yi Qingfeng's gaze. The youth in the flowers raised his head, curled the corner of his mouth and said gently, "Don't mind me. I hate meddling in other people's business. I'm just waiting for someone here." Yi Qingfeng looked at him for a while and then smiled faintly. The obscure cold light in his eyes was faintly discernible. "Greetings, Imperial Advisor." A middle-aged man with long and thin limbs and an ugly sarcoma on his head appeared beside Yi Qingfeng. He had long and thin eyes and a nose like an eagle's hook. When he looked down with a gloomy gaze, Uncle Qing and the others felt their scalps go numb and their legs tremble. "What can I do for you, Imperial Tutor?" Yi Qingfeng stroked the water Qilan's head and said indifferently, "Other than that blind man in the bushes, kill everyone else. After a person comes out of the chaotic heaven cave, there will be a short period of 15 minutes. Do you understand?" "Understood." The middle-aged man bowed and nodded. Then, he revealed a mocking smile, "Killing these trash doesn't need 15 minutes. Don't worry, Imperial Tutor. I will definitely complete the task." The hearts of everyone from the Yin clan sank to the bottom when they heard this, and the blood drained from their faces. In fact, Uncle Qing had been worried about this matter since the beginning. During these 10-plus years, the Lan clan empire's imperial preceptor had single-handedly controlled the court affairs and was high and mighty, and no one was able to go against him. However, he rarely left the palace. Occasionally, he would appear outside, but that place would always be plunged into misery and suffering, leaving not a single survivor. Uncle Qing gritted his teeth, and the soul orb behind him flickered. A huge brown lion appeared in front of everyone. "You guys run. I'll block them." "But Uncle Qing, I told you to run, did you hear me?" The faces of everyone from the Yin clan were full of tears. Finally, under Uncle Qing's urging, they turned around and stepped onto their flying swords, flying in different directions. Yi Qingfeng didn't even look at them. With a wave of his hand, the water Kirin disappeared along with Yun Ruhan on its back. The middle-aged man stood up. He looked down at Uncle Qing and the lion he had summoned, and the look of mockery on his face became even more pronounced. "I really don't understand. You know it's futile and you'll die. Why do you have to put up such pointless resistance?" Uncle Qing clenched his teeth and didn't answer. Activating his divine sense, the brown lion roared and pounced toward the middle-aged man. "Do you think that by using your life and your summoned beast to stall me, you can fight for a chance for your juniors? Hee, stupid." The middle-aged man shook his head with pity in his eyes. "In my eyes, you're just ants. No matter how far an ant crawls, I can easily crush it with a stomp." The next moment, the man in the sky suddenly disappeared. The lion pounced on empty air. Uncle Qing's eyes widened as a look of horror appeared on his face. Bang, a corpse covered in blood was thrown in front of him. It was a little girl in her 20s with a good talent in talisman drawing. She was cute and delicate with a lively personality. She always smiled sweetly and called him Uncle Qing. At this moment, the lively little girl had turned into an ice-cold corpse. There was a bowl-sized hole in her abdomen. Inside were burned organs. Her fair little face was covered in blood. Her eyes were wide open as if she couldn't believe she died just like that. Uncle Qing's hand holding the sword began to tremble. The lion that returned to his side also roared angrily. However, it wasn't over yet. Bang bang bang, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, all the Yin clan's disciples who escaped, those young and energetic cultivators who should have a bright future. Now, they all turned into cold corpses. Tears blurred Uncle Qing's vision. He trembled violently, staring at the middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with hatred as if he wanted to perish together with him. "Don't look at me like that." The middle-aged man chuckled, "The tears and roars of the weak are just a joke." Uncle Qing asked in a hoarse voice, "Why? Our Yin clan has no enmity with your Lan clan empire. We don't even know what the imperial preceptor has done. Why is there a need to silence us?" "How would I know?" The person in front of him grinned, revealing ugly yellow and black teeth. The tumor on his forehead trembled slightly. The Imperial Preceptor wanted me to kill him, and I'm just a sword in his hand. If the Imperial Preceptor wants you to die, you must die. Well, I've said enough. There's not much time before the chaotic Heaven Cave mansion reopens. I can't take the risk of destroying the nation Preceptor. So, are you going to kill yourself, or do you want me to dig out your intestines? Uncle Qing roared and charged forward with his sword. Even if I die, I'll make you pay the price. The lion also roared angrily and bared its sharp fangs. The middle-aged man sneered and stretched out his hands. Black nails slowly grew on his slender fingers. Suddenly, like a cat, he quickly grabbed at the air. Roar! The lion let out a painful howl and fell to the ground. Uncle Qing felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. He screamed and fell to the ground. But he doesn't have the time to pay attention to his body. He rolled and crawled towards his summoned beast, shouting something in a hoarse voice. He can't stop his tears from flowing. There's a huge wound on the lion's abdomen. Black flames are spreading from the wound, burning his internal organs, making a sizzling sound. Soon, the lion's internal organs will be completely burned by the black flames, turning into a corpse. Just like his martial nephews. The connection between his sea of consciousness and the summoned beast is getting weaker and weaker. Uncle Qing can't hold it in anymore, crying silently. Although this lion is only his summoned beast, it's been with him for so many years. At this moment, it seems to have a premonition of parting. It sticks out its tongue and licks Uncle Qing. A huge shadow, accompanied by a pressure that he can't resist, appears above his head. Uncle Qing raises his teary eyes, glaring at the ugly man in front of him with hatred. Then he closes his eyes in despair. Kill me. The middle-aged man smiles softly, raising his hand, his black nails slowly grabbing towards Uncle Qing's face. However, at this moment, a melodious sound of a zither comes from afar. There seems to be starlight falling from the sky, drilling into the lion's body. The black flames that were spreading gradually extinguish. The wound on the lion's abdomen is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Uncle Qing's eyes widen, his heart is in turmoil. The contract between him and the summoned beast that had almost disappeared has reappeared. The lion has come back to life. Uncle Qing turns to look in the direction of the sound. Soon, he sees 5 figures flying towards him. The one in the lead is a beautiful girl with snow-white skin and picturesque features. She's holding a zither in her hands, and the melodious sound is from her. Who is that? Is it a fairy sent by heaven to save me? Hey, I clearly sensed eldest brother's spiritual power fluctuations. Why isn't he here? Luo Yu looks around, but she doesn't see any familiar figures. She immediately shows a disappointed expression. Mu Yan focuses her senses. That's right, eldest brother has indeed appeared here, and he seems to have experienced a battle. Her expression is slightly solemn. It seems that it's not just spiritual power fluctuations. There's also demonic energy. It's the demonic energy on eldest brother's body. What exactly happened here? His gaze swept across the ugly man with sarcomas and Uncle Qing, and he said slowly, have you seen someone? She described Yun Ruhan's appearance. Uncle Qing's eyes widened slightly. Are you looking for young Master Yun Ruhan who came out of the chaotic Heaven Cave? You've seen my eldest senior brother? Luo Yu cried out in surprise. Tell us, where is he? Uncle Qing looked at the middle-aged man, his lips trembling. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, he was killed. What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Yu's eyes instantly turned red. Like an enraged beast, he clenched his fist and was about to swing it at Uncle Qing. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll kill you. How could eldest senior brother die? It's true. Uncle Qing shouted. The person who killed him was the Lan family empire's state preceptor, Yi Qingfeng. I saw Yi Qingfeng break his neck with my own eyes. This person. He pointed at the middle-aged man. He was left behind by Yi Qingfeng to silence us. The light in Luo Yu's eyes faded bit by bit. Her face was deathly pale without a trace of blood. Luo Yu's body was on the verge of collapse, almost unable to stand. How is that possible? I don't believe it, I definitely won't. A hand suddenly pressed on Luo Yu's shoulder, and a soft and slow voice rang in his ears, pulling his almost collapsed spirit back. Xiaoqi, calm down. Have you forgotten eldest senior's current condition? He won't die if his neck is only broken. Luo Yu suddenly turned to look at Mayan, his eyes filled with hope, as if he was grasping at the last life-saving straw in despair. Sixth senior sister, will eldest senior really be alright? Mayan patted his head, and took out Yunruhan's soul lamp from the space. The green flame on it swayed gently, seeming to be much smaller than usual, but it was definitely not extinguished. Do you believe it now? Luo Yu let out a long sigh of relief, and smiled through his tears. It really scared me to death. Ling Yuma and the other two also patted their chests with trepidation. Damn, I was almost scared out of my wits as well. Since eldest senior was taken away by that nuisance of the state preceptor, shall we go and rescue him now? Hee, aren't you overestimating yourselves if you want to break into the palace and rescue someone from the hands of the state preceptor? Mayan looked at the middle-aged man who spoke. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man's pair of slender eyes falls on Mayan with a gloomy glint, and the tumor on his forehead gently trembles. His whole face looked extremely ugly and terrifying, but his tone was refined and courteous. I am the beast slave Xianxia, under the state preceptor of the Lan family. Mayan said lightly, to put it bluntly, you're Yi Qingfeng's lackey. That's true. Xianxia wasn't angry at all, and instead grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. There are 4 beast slaves under the state preceptor, namely Xianxia, and Xianxia. Since they're slaves, it's also appropriate to call them dogs. Asian, who came up with these names? Mayan's mouth twitched, and Luo Yu and Ling Yuma behind her laughed out loud without restraint. Xianxia also laughed good-naturedly. This name was given to us by a good friend of the state preceptor. People always laugh when they hear it, but I think it's good. Because, anyone who laughs will die by my hands. On the surface, Mayan and the others seemed to be joking with Xianxia. However, every nerve in his body was stretched taut, and he was on full alert. When Xianxia's last voice fell, his figure had already disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, black fingernails with a strong fishy smell appeared in front of Mu Yan, ruthlessly clawing at her face. The long, sharp claws pierced through the girl's beautiful eyes. However, in the next moment, the person in front of him was like the moon in the water, rippling and dissipating. Xianxia raised an eyebrow. Huh? Interesting. There's something even more interesting coming up. Boom. Blazing flame soared into the sky and turned into a red lotus, which gathered on the blade and slashed down at Xianxia. A surprised look appeared on Xianxia's face. This was because he felt as if his soul was being burned wherever the blade touched. The sarcomas on his head had been ruptured by the flames and were oozing out disgusting pus. Xianxia rolled away to avoid Ling Yuma's fatal blow. In the next moment, an earthen thorn protruded from the ground and pierced through his clothes. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, it would have been his abdomen that would have been pierced. 1 second. Remember, LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. But before he could dodge, he felt that his hands and feet were bound by something and couldn't move. Not far away, a young man's figure slowly appeared like the wind, controlling the silk thread in his hand to imprison his movements. Bang! A fist hit Xianxia's forehead. He was struck until he saw stars. But it wasn't over yet. At some point in time, the crisp cry of a bird came from the sky. Huge red wings spread out, covering the sky. Xianxia didn't show much surprise or fear when he was so embarrassed before. Now that he heard the bird cry, he raised his head and suddenly opened his eyes wide, saying incredulously, "Is this the divine bird Defying? Who on the floating continent can summon such a divine beast?" Defying, like the water Qilin, was a divine beast infinitely close to the sovereign level. Chirp! Defying screamed, spewed out a ball of flame, and flapped its huge wings. The air seemed to roll up a storm, and the spreading fire directly hit Xianxia's face and body. His body was bound by Ling Yuxing's cloud silk, and he couldn't break free. He could only bear this attack. In an instant, most of his clothes and hair were burned, and even most of his sarcoma was burnt. It was a horrible sight. Xianxia laughed softly. You little guys are really interesting. What other attacks do you want to show? I really want to continue to see. Before his voice fell, he saw that a crystal-clear long sword had appeared in the hands of the girl playing the zither. Okay. Then I'll show you. You have to stand still and don't move. The girl's voice was clear and sweet, and the smile on her lips was brighter than the spring sunshine. With her voice, the transparent longsword trembled slightly, and turned into a stream of light flying toward Xianxia. Xianxia's face changed greatly, and his whole body's momentum suddenly broke out. The cloud silk that bound him was broken. Xianxia rolled and crawled several meters to the side, narrowly avoiding the 7 supreme swords that were flying at him. Seeing that the transparent long sword returned to Muyan's hand, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He was still in shock, and there was a lingering fear on his face. Muyan curls her lips in regret. I said I wouldn't hide. Miss, the power of your sword far surpasses that of a heavenly divine tool. If I didn't dodge, I would have lost half of my life. Xianxia laughed. After he finished speaking, the smile on his face gradually became sinister and perverse. He raised his voice and said, It seems that you will not obediently follow me back to see the Grand Tutor? Muyan coldly said, Yi Chingfeng, we will naturally meet him. Bring your head with us. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. How many years has it been since I've heard such boasting? Xianxia threw his head back and laughed. As he laughed, his body began to undergo tremendous changes. Except for his hands that had turned into sharp claws. A pair of huge black bone wings extended from his back. His entire face kept stretching and twisting, and his yellowish teeth protruded out, turning into sharp teeth like those of a ferocious beast. The half-burnt sarcoma on his forehead seemed to have something bursting out of his flesh and turned into a black horn. At this moment, the person in front of him could not be called a human at all. On the contrary, he was more like a monster that was neither human nor beast. Uncle Chang's whole body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. His eyes stared blankly, and he could not even tremble. The blood in his body had frozen. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. 1 second. Remember LoveNet, providing you with wonderful reading. Only now did he realize that when Xianxia killed the Yin family, he didn't even use 1,000th of his strength. Uncle Chung thought that his strength was at most at the peak of the mountain opening stage, slightly higher than his own, and that his magical abilities were far superior to his own. But now, the pressure that this monster exudes, and the spiritual power fluctuations that pervade the air. This was clearly a peak sea-splitting stage expert. Even if the Yin family's patriarch came out, he might not necessarily be her opponent. How could this be? How could Yi Chingfeng have such a terrifying expert under his command? And according to Xianxia, there were 4 such experts, including him. 4 peak sea-splitting stage experts, plus Yi Chingfeng, whose strength was unfathomable. If he wanted to make things difficult for the major sects and families, Uncle Chang's face was full of horror, almost not daring to think further. Yi Chingfeng secretly cultivated such a force. And then ruthlessly killed everyone who saw it. What was he planning? After Xianxia transformed, the expressions of Mayan and the others became incomparably solemn. Xiaoqi, what state is he in? Luo Yu hesitated. He seems to have fused with his summoned beast. After a pause, his brows tightly wrinkled. Perhaps his strength has already surpassed the peak of the sea-splitting stage. There was one more sentence that he didn't say. As a summoner, Luo Yu had also studied a lot of books related to this. He had also inadvertently seen this kind of secret method of fusing the body with the summoned beast. Using this kind of secret method, one's strength could indeed increase several times in a short period of time. But the price to pay was also enormous. Luo Yu couldn't figure it out. Would there really be people who would not hesitate to suffer the consequences of eternal damnation in order to pursue temporary strength? But he quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. Why Xianxia chose this path had nothing to do with him. But now it was obvious that Xianxia was too powerful after fusing with the summoned beast. It was already far beyond the scope of what they could contend against. This little guy really knows a lot. Xianxia's tone was the same as usual, but his voice was rumbling. And when he opened and closed his mouth, there was still bloody saliva stuck between his teeth. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. After so many years on the floating island, this is the first time I've seen a cultivator who gave me such a good impression. Unfortunately, all of you will soon die in my hands. Xianxia slowly raised his sharp claws and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry. In your next life, don't ever set foot on the floating island again. The next moment, the huge monster disappeared. Mu Yan has long been completely engrossed. Seeing Xianxia move, divine hands weave the heavens instantly activated. There was a loud bang in his ear. Mu Yan's internal organs shook violently as if they were overturning rivers and seas, and she almost vomited blood. The few people who were protected by the sound wall were pushed back dozens of meters by the strong wind. Sixth senior sister, are you all right? Mayan doesn't have time to respond to her fellow apprentice's concern, her fingers quickly strum the Tian Mo Chin. Because Xianxia had attacked again. The inescapable net fell from the sky. This was a derivative skill of musical blade. With Mu Yan's current cultivation, and the repaired, little shang, string of the Tian Mo Chin, the inescapable net, transformed into could cut an ordinary divine tool into pieces. But Xianxia stretched out his black claws and grabbed the air a few times, and directly crushed the inescapable net into pieces. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xia. Behind Mayan, Ling Yuma and the other three have already used their unique skills. However, the moves that could make Xianxia battered and exhausted before the transformation are all easily resolved by him now. Even the Defying divine beast was sent flying by a single punch and fell unconscious. Xianxia says lightly, in the face of absolute strength, all moves and tricks are just a deathbed struggle. Luo Yu grits her teeth and gets up, a looming white light flashing behind her. Mayan presses his shoulder and says in a deep voice, I'll do it. She knows that Luo Yu is going to use the Defying divine beast. But it's not yet. The big brother is in Yi Qingfeng's hands. Di Mingju is not around. They can't even beat a beast slave under Yi Qingfeng, let alone the terrible state preceptor himself. If Luo Yu's identity and the existence of the Defying divine beast are exposed now, it is likely to bring disaster to Luo Yu and Liberty City. Mayan raises her hand, and the 7 absolute swords appear in her hand. At the same time, 7 subordinate swords appear behind her. No one is playing, but the sound of the zither is melodious. Then, the second and third Mayan appear. Heavy Phantom, the 3 shadow doppelgangers are launched. One of Mayan's fingers continues to strum on the Tian Mo Chin, displaying the next skill. She shouted, set up the Big Dipper formation. 7 white lights fly out from the Tian Mo Chin and submerge into the bodies of the 7 people. If the big brother and the third brother are here, the Big Dipper formation can exert its greatest power. Now, using the shadow doppelgangers to fill the missing positions is a great consumption for Mayan. But she has no other way. Luo Yu's Baizhe can't be exposed. Her power of law is blocked by Di Mingju and can't be used. Now, she can only fight to the death. Xianxia looks at them with great interest, and finally his eyes fall on Mayan. Your zither and musician skills are not simple. They shouldn't be something from the floating island, right? As he speaks, his fingers tremble slightly. The fingernails fall off and converge into a strangely shaped hook sword. If you can receive my sword, I'll spare your life. As soon as the voice falls, the monster's huge figure has disappeared. Then, an attack with the weight of Mount Tai, mixed with a fishy stench, swept down from the sky. Be careful, junior sister. Out of the way. Mayan's eyes sink, and her grip on the 7 absolute sword tightens. The 7 subordinate swords behind him buzzed and vibrated. There was not the slightest trace of fear in those rippling peach blossom eyes. Instead, a raging battle intent was ignited within them. However, before that terrifying attack could land, a white light flashed across the sky. Then, Xianxia's huge body flew hundreds of meters away and heavily hit the 9-tailed dragon sunflower. Mayan's eyes widen as she stares at the white-clothed youth in front of her. As if he felt her gaze, the young man came back to his senses and revealed a face that was covered with a red scarf, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. Her light pink lips slightly hooked up, her expression bashful and happy. Mayan, I've finally waited for you. Mu Yan was stunned for a long time before she found her voice. Li Weiran? Why are you here? Li Weiran's smile is warm and soft. I said, I've been waiting for you here. Waiting for me for what? Mayan says lightly, you want me to get something from Tianguang ruins for you? Can you tell me, and I'll go get it for you? Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. 1 second to remember, LoveNet, providing you with interesting reading. Li Weiran frowned and said bitterly, it's been a long time since we last met. Why do we have to talk about these boring topics? In fact, I'm homeless now. I came to seek refuge with you. Mu Yan, can you take me in? I'm good at literature and martial arts. I can cook and work in the hall. I can do anything. With that, he looked at Yi Asian with a smile that wasn't a smile. For example, this beast slave. If you want his life, I can give it to you right now. Yi Asian's expression was solemn. He remembered Yi Qingfeng's words, except for that blind man. Even the Grand Tutor was afraid of him. He couldn't possibly be his opponent. Yi Asian didn't even think about it. He returned to his original form and fled. Aya. Li Weiran looked at Yi Asian's receding figure with interest and chuckled, it's all Mu Yan's fault that you didn't say anything. What if he ran away? Mu Yan's mouth twitched. She really couldn't do anything to this pervert. Li Weiran said, I'm homeless now. Mu Yan, how about you take me in? I can protect you and Xiao Bao. Even if you want to go to the palace and take back your senior, I can help. Mu Yan looks at him coldly, you watched helplessly as my eldest brother was taken away. She didn't say it as a question, but as an affirmation. Li Weiran chuckled and said faintly, that's natural. Even if I want to show off, I have to do it in front of Mu Yan. Otherwise, wouldn't it be useless? Then, his face changed again. As long as Mu Yan makes a request, no matter how dangerous the palace is, I will help you save him. But, if you want my help, you have to pay a price. For example. Dream on. A small dumpling suddenly appeared between the two of them and pushed Li Weiran. Xiaobao grabbed Mu Yan's hand tightly and glared at Li Weiran. The Bixia sword at his waist buzzed. Mother belongs to Daddy and me. You don't have a share. Stop dreaming. Li Weiran chuckled. Little guy, do you know who your biological father is? That man called Di Mingju doesn't seem to be your biological father, right? Little Treasure was taken aback, and the light in his eyes dimmed for a moment. Li Weiran. Mu Yan stared at him coldly. I dare you to say that again. Li Weiran coughed lightly and touched his nose. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Mu Yan, don't be angry, I was just talking nonsense. Mu Yan. Damn it, it's like she's punched cotton. She's so sullen that she wants to die. She can't wait to directly trample this guy into meat paste. Li Weiran saw that her face was still dark. He glanced at Xiaobao and said reluctantly, alright, you're sorry too. No need. I don't care. Ling Yuma moved closer to Mu Yan's side. I say, junior sister, where did this pervert who has the same temperament as third senior brother come from? Why does it sound like Instructor Mo's love rival? Her voice was strangely excited. TSK, if Teacher Mo saw this scene, wouldn't he go crazy? Wouldn't he directly destroy the entire floating island? Luo Yu pinched her nose and said, this person isn't just a pervert, he's simply a lunatic. Now that she saw this Li Weiran, Luo Yu felt a chill on her neck. Back then, because she stopped him from disturbing Mu Yan's treatment of third senior brother, this guy almost killed her. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Li Weiran's strength is clearly not on the same level as theirs. But so what if he's powerful? He still can't compare to Instructor Mo. Every time Instructor Mo appears, this guy is like a mouse seeing a cat, running away faster than a ghost. Mu Yan slightly squints at Li Weiran. How do you know Di Mingju? How do you know if he's Xiaobao's biological father? Li Weiran, who are you? Li Weiran slowly walks a few steps closer, his eyes behind the red silk stare straight at Mu Yan, who wouldn't know the polar domain's emperor. As for who I am, how do I know if he's Xiaobao's biological father? He pauses, I also want to tell you now, but I'm afraid the situation doesn't allow it. As soon as his voice falls, Mu Yan feels a huge suction force attacking. Immediately after, a large crack appears on the ground below. Bastard! We actually forgot that this is the entrance to the chaotic heaven cave. Mu Yan's group of 5, including Xiao Bao and Li Weiran, all fall down. Only Uncle Qing, who escaped further away, escapes this disaster. Uncle Qing looks at the empty flower field in shock. His hands and feet go soft, unable to stand for a long time. Those young boys and girls who can contend against Xianxia, they are all swallowed into the chaotic heaven cave. Can they still come out alive? Uncle Qing shakily stands up with great difficulty. He collects the family's corpses and is about to leave. Suddenly, a golden light shoots over like lightning from afar. Uncle Qing, who has just experienced a life-and-death situation, has long become a frightened bird. Seeing the person suddenly appear in front of him, he is so scared that he almost covers his head and scurries away. Ba, benefactor, don't panic. This little monk just wants to ask you something. Uncle Qing calms himself down, only then does he realize that the person who came is actually a young monk with delicate features. His tone is very gentle and humble, there is no murderous aura around him, instead there is a trace of holiness. Uncle Qing sighs in relief. What does the great monk want to ask? The little monk looks around, then says, just now, was there a person playing the zither here? This little monk means, was there a musician who used a spell here? Uncle Qing was startled. He nodded and said, there was indeed a lady playing the zither. She used the skills of a musician. The little monk's expression turned solemn. He bowed and said, benefactor, please tell me where she is now, or which direction she went. Uncle Qing pointed to the ground and said, just now, it was swallowed into the heaven-mixing cave. The small monk lowered his long eyelashes and looked at the nine-tailed dragon sunflower. Ba, so that's how it is. This is a random teleportation formation. I have no choice but to make a trip to the mystic realm. After saying that, the little monk put his palms together and slowly walked into the flowering shrub. Hey, you're crazy. That's the chaotic heaven cave abode, you'll die. Before he could finish his words, the small monk had already disappeared into the flowering shrubs. There was neither a crack in the ground nor a great suction force. The little monk seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Uncle Qing rubbed his eyes and shook his head after a long time. With a wry smile, he rushed toward the family. He had to inform the patriarch of everything that happened today as soon as possible. Especially Yi Qingfeng's plan, it might bring unpredictable results to one country, 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 great sections. Coup. Woof, woof. Mom. Wake up. Oh, it's so scary here. The noisy voice of the little yellow chick kept ringing in her ears, causing Mu Yan to frown and wake up from her deep sleep. Guji. Seeing that she had opened her eyes, the little chick pounced over excitedly and crashed into her arms. Mom, that's great, you're finally awake. Huang was so scared, big-eyed chick's fluffy and chubby body was shivering. His head is buried in Mayan's arms, but his buttocks are twisting and turning, looking indescribably comical. Poochie. She hears a chuckle, and Mu Yan can't help but raise her head to look. The one who laughed was a handsome young man with his hair tied up in a jade crown. Seeing Mu Yan looking at him, he smiled and said, I am Ningyu. It is my honor to meet such a beautiful girl here. As soon as this person opened his mouth, Mu Yan found that something was wrong. Although his voice was a little low and neutral, it was clear and melodious. Taking a closer look at this person's appearance, although he didn't have any makeup on, his eyebrows were delicate, and his neck was fair and slender. Although it was half covered by the collar, if one looked closely, one could see that he didn't have an Adam's apple. This was a girl dressed as a man. Honor my ass. A flustered and exasperated voice came from the side. The 2 of us have been trapped in this godforsaken place for more than 10 days and are about to become food for this monster. How can you still feel honored? Bah. Damn women have long hair and short brains. They can't even recognize their own situation. Mu Yan looks to the other side and sees a burly man with an unkempt beard and an impatient look on his face. Only then did she realize that she seemed to be in a very strange place. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the illumination crystal in the middle emitting a faint yellow light. The ground under his feet was sticky, but there was no stench. Instead, there was a rich fragrance. This is the bud of the 10,000 rotten flower. As if sensing Mu Yan's confusion, Ningyu stood up and walked to her side, revealing a friendly smile. 10,000 rotten flower? Magical plants? Mu Yan had previously seen a description of this kind of flower in the Record of Countering Poisonous Creatures, found in the Tian Emochin Spacebook Pagoda. This is a kind of man-eating flower. The 10,000 rotten flower was incomparably huge, and it would only ever be in two states, budding or in full bloom. The blooming 10,000 rotten flower was as big as a small house. It was good at capturing any living thing around it. These living creatures are not eaten immediately, but are stored in the flower sacs. This continued until the 10,000 rotten flower went from its blooming stage to its budding state. It needed to absorb enough nutrients to bloom again, so it began to devour the reserve food in the pouch. Just now, Ningyu said that they were in the flower bud of the 10,000 rotten flower. In other words, they were the reserves of the 10,000 rotten flower. He would be eaten sooner or later. Mayan raises her hand, the 7 absolute sword appears in her palm, and she slashes it high up in the air. However, the sword chi did not even cause a ripple when it entered the darkness. TSK. Idiot, if this 10,000 rotten flower can be easily broken, do you think we would still be trapped here? Mu Yan doesn't pay any attention to the toe-digging man's ridicule. She turns around and walks around, using her hand to knock on the flower wall. It was soft, a little sticky, and had a strong floral fragrance. The little chick hopped over on its short legs and pecked at the wall of the flower with its sharp beak. Then, he would spit poo in disgust. Mu Yan lowered her head to look at the playful little chick with a strange look in her eyes. This guy really is like a fish in water, no matter where he goes. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. What kind of spiritual pet is this? Why haven't I seen it before? At some point, Ningyu had walked up to her side. She looked at the little chick with hesitation. I don't sense any cultivation or spirit energy fluctuations from it. Could it be that its cultivation is so high that even I can't see through it? The little chick spat out a bubble and tilted its head, causing the ahog on its head to stand up. Then, with a grunt, it staggers its chubby little body over to Mayan's side. In the end, he slipped and fell flat on his face. When she raised her head, her big eyes were filled with tears of grievance. She reached out her little paws for a hug. Ningyu, she swallowed the last words. Mu Yan smiled as she picked up the little chick and let it perch on her shoulder. When she looked up, she saw Ningyu's clear eyes staring at her. She couldn't help but stare blankly. Ningyu said, I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I feel like I've known you for a long time. Although it's our first meeting, I feel a strange familiarity with you. After saying this, she sees Mu Yan staring at her. Ningyu suddenly feels a little embarrassed. Am I being too rude? Actually, I'm not usually this easygoing. Mu Yan suddenly hooks her lips into a smile. My name is Jun Mu Yan. However, he silently repeated it in his heart. Ningyu, was her surname Ning? Jun, Mu, Yan? What a good name. Ningyu excitedly pulled her to sit down. May I know which sect you are from? What do you usually like to do? Just now, I saw that your sword was sparkling and translucent. It was really beautiful. Are you also a sword cultivator? Heh, I am also a sword cultivator. It should be said that more than half of our family will choose to become sword cultivators. Mu Yan didn't expect that although this Ningyu looks valiant and heroic, she is actually a chatterbox. But she really wanted to find out some information, so she asked, the 6 great families of the floating island, Yi, En, Wen, Ning, Situ, Beitang. Your surname is Ning, are you a disciple of the Ning family? Main family or branch family? Ningyu smiled, look at me, how can I be from the same family? I'm just the most inconspicuous member of the branch family. Just as Mu Yan is about to speak, the ground under her feet suddenly shakes violently. It's about to start eating. Someone at the side screamed in horror. It's over, it's over. It's finally getting ready to eat us. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, countless tiny tentacles stretched out from the flower wall. The tentacle had a small mouth filled with sharp teeth. Caught off guard, the Khan was hit in the face by a dozen or so tentacles, and he let out a shrill scream. In the blink of an eye, that face was badly mutilated. Ningyu did not panic. Instead, she laughed. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He pulled out a silver flexible sword from his waist and infused it with spiritual energy. The flexible sword let out a buzzing sound and straightened. "Mu Yan, be careful." She reached out and pulled Mu Yan behind her to protect her. The software in her hand danced like a silver snake, and in the blink of an eye, those tentacles were completely cut off. Her movements are like floating clouds and flowing water, exceptionally beautiful. In between, she even has the leisure to explain to Mu Yan, when the 10,000 rotten flower closes, its flower sac's defensive power is incomparably strong. It's basically impossible to break through from the inside. But when it's about to bloom, its defense will become weak. Now is the time for us to go out. Mu Yan sees that she's doing it with ease, so she's not in a hurry to help. Instead, she unhurriedly collects the mucus inside the flower sac of the 10,000 rotten flower. Enchantress of the Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please bookmark, Enchantress of the Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, popular bar. On the other side, the brawny man screams and flees in a sorry state. At this time, he no longer has the arrogance of a moment ago and cries for his father and mother as he rushes towards the two. "Save me, let me hide behind you." However, Ningyu lifts her foot and kicks him, sending him flying several meters away and crashing into the flower wall. Immediately, he is entangled by more tentacles, and the flesh on his body is torn off piece by piece, revealing the ghastly white bones. Ningyu curls her lips. "I'm a neat freak. Everyone wants me to protect them, do you think I'm a fool? Mu Yan, don't you think so?" Mu Yan can't help but curl up the corner of her lips and say, "Yes." This Ningyu is quite to her liking. Ningyu hears her concise and comprehensive answer and is also very happy. She wields the software in her hand more diligently. Finally, the fragrance of the flower sac is gradually replaced by a pungent stench. Ningyu shouts, "It's time." Holding a long sword, she soars into the air and fiercely slashes at the flower wall. There's a crackling sound, and a dazzling light, accompanied by fresh air, pours in from above. Ningyu grabs Mu Yan's hand and flies out of the flower sac. "Phew, we're finally out." Ningyu gives a big stretch and says with a happy expression, "I came to this chaotic heaven cave to fight, but I was unlucky enough to be trapped in the 10,000 rotten flowers for so many days. Now I can finally have a good fight." Mu Yan also looks around and is surprised to find that this is actually a forest of magical plants. There are descriptions and images that she has seen in ancient books, such as oyster thorn, corpse bone vine, arrow charm. There are also some that she has never seen or heard of. Moreover, the size of each magical plant is incomparably huge. As if sensing the existence of other kinds of creatures, these magical plants immediately attack in the direction of the two people. Ningyu shakes the silver sword in her hand and says with a smile, "Mu Yan, can you deal with these magical plants? If you can't stand within the range of my sword light, I will protect you." Mu Yan shakes her head, "No need, I can protect myself." Saying that, she takes out the Tian Emochin and gently plays it. A protective cover immediately covers her whole body. The moment she sees these magical plants, Mu Yan's eyes brighten and her heart is boiling. These were all precious natural treasures. If he collected them, he would be able to make a huge breakthrough in both alchemy and poison refinement. Under the bright light, the girl's skin was as white as snow, and her features were so exquisite that she didn't look like a mortal. Her snow-white clothes were stained with dust, but she didn't seem disheveled at all. Instead, there was a kind of fragile beauty. Ningyu can't help but look worriedly at Mu Yan, who is approaching a arrow charm, forgetting even her own safety. It was rare for him to find such a beautiful and delicate woman pleasing to the eye. It would be a pity if they were killed by the demonic plants just like that. Then, Ningyu saw a scene that left her dumbfounded. Before she could react, the fragile girl in her heart had chopped the powerful magic plant, Charm of Arrow, into pieces. Because Arrow Charm already had a trace of living consciousness, it was still struggling after being cut off, trying to attack Mu Yan. Then, she was chopped into minced meat by the weak girl. The minced meat was then rolled together into a big ball, and then casually thrown into an incomparably shabby-looking basket. Mu Yan nods in satisfaction, then turns around and walks towards the next target. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. It took Ningyu a long time to pick up her fallen chin. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Mu Yan, her eyes are full of admiration and appreciation. Truly worthy of being the person she fancies, she really has some skills. It's not easy for her to have a friend, so she must perform well and not let her down. Ningyu boosts her spirit, activates the soft sword, and is about to kill the magical plants. Suddenly, she sees a bloody figure flying out of the 10,000 rotten flowers bud from the corner of her eye, and pounces straight towards Mu Yan. Mu Yan, be careful. The one who pounces out is the toe-digging man who has been bitten by the 10,000 rotten flower beyond recognition. At this time, there is not a single piece of good flesh on his body, and his internal organs are riddled with holes. In the heaven-mixing cave, where danger lurked everywhere, he knew that there was no way he could survive. But the resentment and unwillingness in his heart makes him hold on to his last breath and climb out of the flour sack. It's all because of those two bitches that he fell into this situation. If they were willing to save him, he could still live. He will definitely live, so even if he dies, he must drag one of them to hell with him. Ningyu is too strong. Then drag this new girl to hell with her. Ningyu's warning is timely, but the strength of the toe-digging man is also extremely strong. With the idea of dying together, he doesn't hesitate to burn his spiritual power and divine soul. And Mu Yan is squatting down to collect the magical plants, as if she doesn't notice what's happening. Ningyu is burning with anxiety, but she can't rush to save him. So without thinking, she takes the bell hanging on her waist and throws it at the man. Jingle, the bell makes a crisp sound, and appears in front of Mu Yan in a flash. The burly man's head collided with the bell, producing a loud bang as he was sent flying several meters away. The bell shakes in the air, making a jingle sound, and falls to the ground. Mu Yan turns her head and sees the falling bell. She can't help but reach out to catch it. Ningyu's face changes when she sees this scene from afar, and she yells, Mu Yan, you can't touch this bell. But her words are still a bit late. The bell has already fallen into Mu Yan's palm. Mu Yan's whole body trembles. She only feels a numbness spreading from her palm to her whole body. The bell in his palm also trembled slightly, but it soon calmed down. That strange feeling also disappeared without a trace. Ningyu almost pounced over and slapped the bell in her hand to the ground. Then he looks over in shock. Mayan, are you alright? Mayan blinks, I'm fine. Ningyu stares blankly at the bell on the ground. She grabs Mu Yan's hand and turns it over and over several times. Sure enough, there were no signs of it being burned. His face was filled with astonishment. You're really alright? When you touched the bell just now, didn't you feel anything strange? For example, his whole body felt like it was being burned by fire? Mu Yan shook her head, no. I feel like I've been numbed by something. Ningyu's pupils suddenly constricted, her eyes fixed on Mu Yan, as if she was looking at a monster. What's wrong? Is there something strange about this magic treasure? Ningyu is sluggish for a long time, and reluctantly picks up the bell, smiling, no, it's nothing. This bell is called the blood pattern bell. It has the effect of defense and activating sword intent, but it's not a well-known magic treasure. Mu Yan, you might not have heard of it. Mu Yan reaches out to touch the blood pattern bell. This time, even the numbness from the trembling of her whole body has disappeared. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. From the looks of it, it really seemed to be a very ordinary magic treasure. But Ningyu's expression is very strange. What secret is hidden in this blood pattern bell? But soon, she puts these thoughts to the back of her mind. She heard that once you enter the heaven-mixing cave, it is equivalent to being in a small world. Even if they enter hand in hand at the same time, they may not necessarily appear in the same place. And to meet in different places is more difficult than ascending to heaven. Although Mu Yan is worried about the safety of Xiao Bao and her fellow apprentices, she can only restrain herself. The only thing she can do now is to find a way out as soon as possible. We can't go out yet. There is the breath of the Tian Mochin in this heaven-mixing cave. Hearing the abrupt voice in her ear, Mu Yan is already used to it. Qi Huang, you mean, there are materials to repair the Tian Mochin here? Where is it? Qi Huang, how would I know? Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Then how do you want me to find it? Just turn this shitty cave upside down and you'll find it. Mu Yan presses the throbbing veins on her forehead. Qi Huang, this brat, always gives her a difficult problem. He doesn't even say a word when she needs him. He's not as reliable as the little chick. She doesn't want him to give her big trouble every time he comes out. Now it seems that she can't rush to go out. Should he turn over the chaotic heaven cave abode? That's fine, at least that way, she can reunite with Xiao Bao and her fellow apprentices as soon as possible. Boom, after a loud noise, a fierce beast as big as a mountain comes crashing down. It almost submerges the small figure below. But soon, a person rushes out, picks up the little baby and rolls to the side. Xiao Bao, are you okay? Qingjiu nervously looks at the delicate and beautiful baby in her arms, her eyes full of worry. Xiao Bao shakes his head. Second martial uncle, don't worry, Xiao Bao is fine. Qingjiu breathes a sigh of relief, revealing a silly smile, and is about to speak. Suddenly, a yawning voice comes from the side. Finally finished? Then can we continue on our way? Li Weiran says as he slowly stands up. Xiao Bao coldly says, who is with you? You are not allowed to follow us anymore. Li Weiran said slowly, that won't do. It won't be easy to find Mu Yan in this chaotic heaven cave. The best shortcut is to stay with you. She may not look for anyone else, but she will definitely look for you. Little guy, right? Xiao Bao said angrily, so what if you find it? Mother won't care about you. Oh, is that so? Li Weiran smiled. So what if she ignores me? I just need to stick to her. Xiao Bao's little face flushed red with anger. Second martial uncle, let's go. Qingjiu nodded, took a step forward, and immediately vanished on the spot like a hawk. The three of them were currently in a huge desert. As far as the eye could see, it was an expanse of desolation and devoid of human habitation. But from time to time, huge beasts would emerge from the sand. These beasts were extremely powerful. Fortunately, they did not appear in groups. At most, they would appear in groups of 2 or 3. Little Treasure and Qingjiu, the two of them joining hands, also easily dealt with it. 3 giant lizards were slain. Qingjiu looked at the little boy, holding a sword and standing on top of the corpses. She couldn't help but praise, little martial nephew, you're amazing. Xiao Bao's brows were indifferent and cold, but his pair of ice blue eyes were as bright as the stars. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Hearing Qingjiu's praise, there was no arrogance or modesty. He just quietly took out the most important inner core of the beast and kept it in his storage space. Qingjiu raised his head and saw Li Weiran standing not far away. Because of the long journey, the red silk covering Li Weiran's face had already flown away. Behind the red silk, a pair of deep and bone-chilling icy blue eyes appeared. The face of a young man that originally had some childishness. After the red silk had lost its concealment, it unexpectedly revealed a somewhat treacherous and frightening mature charm. Qingjiu's thoughts had always been slow. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that the 2 pairs of ice blue eyes were very similar. A thought popped up in his mind. So Li Weiran's eyes were also ice blue. Just like Xiao Bao. Just like Teacher Mo. After taking the inner core, the 3 continued forward. But all they could see was endless yellow sand. Qingjiu couldn't help but ask, Xiao Bao, is this the right way? They had already walked for a few days, but every day they saw the same scene. Were they really not going around in circles? Xiao Bao nodded, this way. How can you be sure this is the right direction? Li Weiran's question sounded in his ear. Xiao Bao ignored him but met Qingjiu's curious gaze. His face was still taut as he said, intuition. Li Weiran. It's actually intuition. Xiao Bao heard the teasing in his tone and was so angry that his cheeks puffed up. But he didn't look at him and instead looked at Qingjiu, second uncle master, Xiaobao's intuition has always been very accurate. In the past, when Mother entered the forest to search for treasures, it was Xiaobao who found them for her. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Xiaobao, you are right. Xiaobao curled his lips and glared at Li Weiran. Suddenly, his little face changed. Second uncle master, put me down. Xianxia did as he was told. Xiaobao immediately knelt on one knee and pressed his little hand on the yellow sand. Then his expression became more and more serious. Buzz buzz buzz, the Bixia sword at his waist let out a warning buzz. At this moment even Xianxia felt that something was wrong. He quickly took out the 10,000-ton hammer and pulled Xiaobao behind him. The sand dunes on the ground suddenly rolled violently like waves. From thousands of meters away, they formed a circle and headed straight for the two of them. Hua, dozens of meters of sand and dust rose and fell, covering the sky. After the dust settled, a densely packed army of beasts appeared. It wasn't one, but 3 to 5 of them. There were thousands of them. There were all kinds of fierce beasts. There were reptiles, tigers, leopards, jackals, there were countless of them. The only similarity was that every single one of them was struggling. Their green eyes were greedily staring at the two of them. Xianxia's expression was grave. He raised his twin hammers and ruthlessly smashed away a poisonous scorpion. He shouted, Xiaobao, run. How could Xiaobao be willing to abandon the Qin wine and run away at this time? Without hesitation, he raised his sword and joined the battle. Under the ferocious roars of thousands of wild beasts, the small figure was like a small boat in the sea, about to be swallowed up at any time. These wild beasts' strengths were not much different from the 3 lizards they had just killed. But there were just too many of them. Even with Xiaobao and Xianxia's shocking talents and dense spiritual energy, they were starting to be unable to hold on. They could barely lift their hands. The spiritual energy in their dantian was almost exhausted. Xiaobao suddenly realized that the target of these beasts wasn't Xianxia, but him. Enchantress doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. You can search on Baidu for Enchantress of healing beauty, heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father. Search for the latest chapter, immortal spirit body. In this world, any living being that cultivated would covet the immortal spiritual body. He was the one who attracted these beasts, and more of them came. He was the one who dragged second martial uncle into this. Thinking of this, Xiaobao shouted, Bixia. The Bixia sword soared into the sky, carrying Xiaobao in one direction. Xianxia shouted, Xiaobao, come back. He chased after it. But he wasn't good at speed. How could he catch up to Bixia? In the blink of an eye, Xiaobao's figure became smaller and smaller, and the beasts that surrounded him also changed direction and chased after Xiaobao. In the vast desert, there was a strange scene. The flying sword flew in the sky like a meteor, and on it stood a child that looked no more than 5 or 6 years old. Below the little child was a densely packed army of ferocious beasts. They were roaring and howling non-stop as they tried to devour the little child into their stomachs. Xiaobao's blue skin was getting paler, and he couldn't even sweat. His body wobbled a few times, and he almost fell off the sword. Little master, how are you? Bixia's voice became faint and distant. Damn it, why can't I have a sword spirit of my own? If I can absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi, if I can control the Bixia sword, roar. A roar came from below. Suddenly, a giant tongue stretched out in the sky, wrapped around Xiaobao and dragged him down. Little master. The Bixia sword buzzed. It wanted to chase after him, but because it had lost its divine sense and spiritual energy, it fell to the ground powerlessly. Xiaobao felt something wet and sticky was strangling him, dragging him down. He wanted to resist, but he was powerless. But the next moment, he heard the sound of a sharp knife cutting through flesh. Then, a sticky and stinky liquid sprayed on him. The restraint disappeared. Xiaobao's body fell into a cold embrace. Some kind of cool energy was injected into his body, and his exhausted dantian started to recover. Strange, who injected energy into him? Was this spiritual energy? Immortal energy? Or divine energy? In the past, after forging the immortal body, he could no longer accept spiritual power from anyone other than his father and mother. Who had saved him? Xiaobao struggled to open his eyes. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, his little face almost scrunched up. How could it be you? The one who saved him, hugged him and gave him spiritual energy was actually Li Weiran. This super invincible and annoying fellow. Li Weiran raised his eyebrows. Who else did you think it was? Xiaobao was so angry that he struggled vigorously, trying to break free from his embrace. I don't need you to save me. Don't think that you can covet my mother just because you saved me. When my father comes, he'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces. Li Weiran smiled casually. Is that so? But are you sure that if I don't save you, can you wait until Di Mingju comes to save you? Xiaobao sneered and broke free from his embrace. Stepping back onto the evil warding sword, he said, even if I die, I don't need you, before the last word save could leave his mouth. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from below. A huge crater had appeared on the yellow sand that was densely packed with vicious beasts. Countless vicious beasts screamed and fell down. Xiaobao looked down in shock. But he was met with a pair of dark green eyes that were even larger than his head. Then, sharp teeth covered in blood and flesh slowly emerged from the yellow sand. And black skin full of ugly bumps and pustules. The Enchantress of the town, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. The Enchantress of the town, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. Red address, /24374/ The Enchantress of the town, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. The Enchantress of the town, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. Red address, /24374/ In order to make it easier to read next time, you can click collect below to record this. Chapter 3495, Xiaobao, I don't need you to save me. 2. Ask for tickets, read the record, you'll see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like The Enchantress of the Town, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. It's a monster that's hundreds of times bigger than an ordinary vicious beast. The moment it meets Xiaobao's eyes, dozens of scarlet tongues, carrying stinking mucus, fly towards Xiaobao. Quite a bit of that mucus drips onto the yellow sand. The yellow sand actually melts. Xiaobao's eyes widen, wanting to escape, but the blood in his body seems to be frozen. It's an invisible pressure. This pressure is even stronger than Uncle Hanyi and Sister Ingmei. He doesn't understand how such a powerful vicious beast can exist on the road of cultivation. And he's going to die here today. Is it impossible to escape? If he dies here, his mother will definitely be very sad. And his father, Pucci, the sound of flesh being pierced comes to his ears. But Xiaobao doesn't feel any pain. Because at this very moment, he's being held tightly in someone's arms, blocking all the attacks. What he sees is a glaring scarlet, as well as sizzling blisters from the corroded flesh, and the white bones that appear after the flesh has been completely corroded. It's Li Weiran. He used his left hand and his back to block the giant beast's attack. But the price he paid is incomparably heavy. His entire left hand is practically only left with bones. And his back is also dripping with blood, too horrible to look at. Xiaobao can hardly find his own breath. After a long time, he says with a trembling voice, why did he risk his life to save him? Doesn't this person clearly hate him? Li Weiran tossed him aside, not even looking at his left hand. He looked down at the huge beast below, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Desolate poisonous toad, in such a small secret territory, how can there be such a fierce beast of this level? Is it the chaotic heaven cave? How interesting. When Qingjiu hurries over, he sees flying sand and rolling stones. The sky is dark, as if it's the end of the world. His mind is in chaos, even his eyes can't help but redden. Xiaobao is the most important martial nephew of the Xiaoyao sect. He's the little sister's treasure. If Xiaobao dies here, Qingjiu doesn't know what he'll do. He'd rather be the one to die. That way, the little sister won't be so sad. Xiaobao. Xiaobao. His hoarse and mournful howl was mixed with the yellow sand that filled the sky, bringing with it a deeper and deeper despair. Just as Qingjiu was about to lose all hope, a familiar voice rang in her ears. Second Martial Uncle, I'm here. It was Xiaobao. It was Little Treasure's voice. Qingjiu looked in the direction of the voice in ecstasy. Unknowingly, the yellow sand that filled the sky had gradually calmed down. After the yellow sand settled, two figures slowly appeared. One was Little Treasure, who had removed his spiritual energy barrier. The other was Li Weiran, whose body was riddled with holes and whose original appearance was almost unrecognizable. Qingjiu quickly came to Xiaobao's side. "Xiaobao, are you all right?" Xiaobao shook his head. "Second martial uncle, don't worry. I'm fine." He couldn't help but look at Li Weiran with a complicated expression. "He saved me." Only then did Qingjiu realize that there was a small mountain of corpses not far away. He didn't know what kind of monster it was, but it was already dead. Half of the body was buried in the sand and the other half was exposed. But even if it was only half, it was enough to make people despair. If Li Weiran didn't save him, then Xiaobao, thinking of that terrifying outcome, Qingjiu's heart palpitated. He looked at Li Weiran with a face full of gratitude and stammered, Thank you for saving Xiaobao." Li Weiran was currently treating the wounds on his body. A thick, inky black energy flowed out from his long, white fingertips and entered his body. Then he saw those ugly, stinky blisters disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The skin on his back became smooth and white again, outlining the perfect waistline. But the flesh on his left hand that had been completely corroded did not grow back, still exposing the eerie white bones. It looked incomparably miserable and frightening. Hearing Qingjiu's words, Li Weiran curled his lips and said indifferently, "I didn't save this little guy for you, why are you thanking me?" Qingjiu was not the least bit annoyed at being rebutted like that. Instead, he revealed a silly smile, You are a good person." He didn't know who Li Weiran was or how dangerous he was. He only knew that it was this person who saved his little martial nephew. Good person? Li Weiran's eyes flashed and he looked deeply at Qingjiu. He laughed mockingly, "This is the first time someone called me a good person." Xiaobao frowned and asked, "Why did you save me?" Li Weiran looked down at his big, icy blue eyes. Of the little boy's appearance, only this pair of eyes was unlike his mother's. Icy blue pupils were rare in the world, but it wasn't non-existent. But now that he was looking at this little guy, Li Weiran felt a deeper sense of familiarity. This pair of eyes was very similar to his. But, it was even more similar to that person. Li Weiran's heart suddenly jumped. An unimaginable thought emerged in his mind. But he didn't show it on his face and said lightly, "I saved him if I wanted to, why do I need a reason?" "Why? Are you so grateful to me that you want to recognize me as your father?" Xiaobao's cheeks puffed up and he said angrily, "Xiaobao only has one father, I don't want to recognize you." Li Weiran sneered and said indifferently, "Aren't you going to help Mayan bring back the inner core and poison sac of the desolate poisonous toad?" Xiaobao pursed his lips and walked towards the already dead giant monster with a cold face. But when he passed by Li Weiran, his eyes couldn't help but stop on Li Weiran's hand that was only left with white bones. He had just been touched by the poison of the desolate poisonous toad. It was very painful, as if his flesh was being burned and melted. Although his immortal body has a powerful self-healing ability, let small wounds quickly heal. But that kind of pain was deeply engraved in his bones, and he couldn't help but tremble when he thought about it. Li Weiran's entire hand was corroded by the poison. And all of this was to save him. Why would this scoundrel throw away his life in order to save him? Xiaobao felt that he should hate this bad guy who snatched his mother away from his father. But at this moment, he felt very complicated. Actually, Li Weiran had already saved him twice. Although every time, she was careless, as if saving him was a charity. But without him, she might not have survived at all. Mother will also be very sad. Xiaobao clenched his fists. He thought to himself, Mother said that a real man should repay kindness with kindness and revenge with hatred. This hateful person had saved him so many times. No matter what, he had to be grateful and think of a way to repay him in the future. But it's impossible for his mother to give it to him. Mother is Xiaobao and father. After thinking this through, Xiaobao said, I'll remember your kindness of saving me, and I'll definitely repay you in the future. And your hand, wait until you see Mother, she will definitely be able to cure it. Don't worry. After saying that, Little Bao realized that Li Weiran was looking at him as if he was an idiot. His thin lips were already slightly curled up. Aren't you talking nonsense? Naturally, I kept this hand for Muyan's treatment. I saved her precious son twice, she should think about how to repay me. Or, Do you think that I will not repay your kindness? Xiaobao was so angry that his little face turned red. He wished that he could pull out the evil warding sword and stab this guy a few times. Bastard. 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 He was really stupid to worry about this bad guy, and he even felt guilty. He should have just let the monster eat him. Not even dregs were left. Xiaobao held the evil warding sword and slashed the desolate poisonous toad again and again to vent his anger. It was as if he was chopping down Li Weiran. Not far away, Li Weiran couldn't help but smile when he saw that the little fellow's face was 70% similar to Mu Yan's, but he still had that childish look on his face. However, when this trace of a smile came into contact with Xiaobao's eyes, it slowly became sinister and cold. Xiaobao couldn't help but frown after taking out the poison sac and inner elixir of the desolate poisonous toad. This desolate poisonous toad was too smelly. Even though he was holding his breath, it was still nauseating. Moreover, the stench was poisonous and had already spread in all directions. Even Xianxia's face had turned red due to holding her breath for a long time. Her skin had also developed many small red rashes due to contact with the poison. And this is because Xianxia has already taken the antidote given by Mayan. If this poisonous gas were to spread out, would even his mother and the other martial uncles be affected? Xiaobao thought about it and asked the fat rabbit, "Bunny, can you eat it?" The fat rabbit immediately shook its head like a rattle. Not eating, not eating, not eating. It would rather die than eat such a smelly thing. What if its little master didn't like it after eating it and it started to have bad breath? Xiaobao was at his wit's end. Li Weiran slowly walked forward, took out a bottle, and poured out a drop of water. That drop of water was as black as ink and landed on the corpse of the desolate poisonous toad. They immediately transformed into tens of thousands of little black bugs. These bugs quickly crawled into the wounds of the toad. It gnawed all the way and crawled out from another wound. In the blink of an eye, the desolate poisonous toad, which was bigger than a mountain, was completely eaten. Xiaobao's scalp went numb as he looked at the black water droplets of insects that had gathered together again. This little bug is very similar to the golden silkworm goo that Mu Yan had refined. But it was far more powerful than the golden silkworm goo. This was because the golden silkworm goo was unable to resist the poison produced by the desolate poisonous toad. He saw Xiaobao's big eyes staring at the porcelain bottle in his hand. Li Weiran smirked and stuffed the porcelain bottle into his arms. Black witch goo. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Xiaobao blinked. Who said he liked her? However, the black witchcraft goo seemed to be very powerful. Most importantly, the fat rabbit in the space was already howling excitedly. It seemed that the black witchcraft goo was a delicious delicacy to it, and Xiaobao had to take it. Xiaobao blushed and put the porcelain bottle into the space of the Bixia sword. He said in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, "Thank you. You don't have to thank me too early." Li Weiran said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "I have to take back what I gave away." Xiaobao, a scoundrel is indeed a scoundrel, he hated it the most. You can search on Baidu for The Enchantress of the City, Heaven Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, search for the latest chapter. Huh? That is, what, place? Xianxia's puzzled voice comes, interrupting Xiaobao's panting with anger. The huge corpse of the desolate poisonous toad disappears. Under the yellow sand that originally buried it, there is a large piece of transparent glass. Looking down from above, you can see that there is a splendid palace inside. In the center of the palace is a place like an altar. There is a flame burning above it. Behind the flame, there are 3 glittering words, Wushang Palace. Li Weiran reveals a look of realization. Ah, so this is the ruins of Wushang Palace. No wonder there are such high-level beasts guarding it. Wushang Palace? Xiaobao blinks. He remembers that he heard his mother mention it before. Little brother Huang Huang came out from Wushang Palace with his mother. Li Weiran looks at Xiaobao. Little guy, you want to become stronger? Xiaobao is startled, then he clenches his fist and nods. Li Weiran's brows slightly raise, and he carelessly says, you should become a little stronger, so as not to drag Mayan down. Xiaobao. He is so angry that he becomes a pufferfish. Li Weiran doesn't pay attention to him. He raises his hand, and a black light falls on the top of the glass. Soon, there is a hole in the glass that even the poison emperor toad couldn't break. Li Weiran doesn't wait for Xiao Bao and Qingjiu to react, and pushes them down with 2 palms. The moment Xiao Bao and Qingjiu enter Wushang Palace, the hole in the glass immediately disappears. The yellow sand on both sides seems to have a life of its own, burying the top of the glass. Li Weiran looks at the desert that doesn't have any traces left behind, and his mouth hooks up into a brilliant arc. If I can survive, I will certainly become stronger. Mayan will be very happy at that time, right? If I can't survive, then don't blame me, the weak are not qualified to survive. 10,000 heavenly beasts return to the sect, the mountains and rivers float in the sky. I am willing to offer my insignificant body as a sacrifice to the heavens. My soul will fall into the forgetting river, and I will have no regrets in this life. Just to give my son a ladder to the heavens. Father. The cold wind blew on his body. Luo Yu was so cold that her entire body was trembling. She only felt that along with the sound of the wind, there seemed to be a distant and indistinct voice ringing in her ears. I'll take you to the floating island. Chushi's life will be with you. From now on, I no longer have a father. In this world, only you are my most important family. The beast soul has been destroyed, Shuijin's life has come to an end. We can never meet again. From then on, my soul fell into the river of forgetfulness, my heart was torn and my intestines were broken. I only wish to be possessed by the filthy devil and be doomed eternally. Kill. Luo Yu opened her eyes abruptly, gasping for air. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, but it was blown dry by the cold wind before it could fall. He couldn't help but shiver as he looked around. All he could see was darkness. The tip of his nose was filled with traces of mud and a rotten smell. After a while, Luo Yu could finally see clearly. This was actually a cave. The cave was covered with moss and plants adapted to the damp and dark environment. He stood up and walked around the cave, but did not find anything. There were no totems, nor were there any mechanisms or treasures. There was only one wall, which had hundreds of sword scars. There was no spiritual power attached to these sword scars. But for some reason, he could feel the monstrous hatred and pain in the heart of the person who made these sword scars. Who carved these sword scars? Was it the owner of the voice he heard in his sleep, the Enchantress of the Enchantress? Heaven-defying baby is black-bellied dad. The Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby is black-bellied dad. Read full text /24374 /the Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby is black-bellied dad. Read full text /24374 /the Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby is black-bellied dad. Read full text /24374 to make it easier to read next time, you can click on the favorite button below to record this time. Chi-Ching Pufferfish, asking for tickets, read the record, next time you open the bookshelf, you can see it. If you like The Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby is black-bellied dad, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Luo Yu was puzzled for a while, but then threw all this to the back of his mind. The voices ringing in his ears were very indistinct and distant. In his dream, listening to those voices, he felt as if his heart was being squeezed. He could feel the sorrow, despair, and anger that arose from the depths of his soul. But when he woke up, this feeling gradually faded. He even forgot most of the words he had heard. He searched around the cave again, and confirmed that there were no treasures or mechanisms inside. Luo Yu could only leave in disappointment. However, as soon as he left the cave, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Outside the cave was actually a large swamp. Outside the swamp, giant crocodiles were opening their bloody mouths, waiting for the arrival of food. Every crocodile's strength was above the mountain opening tier. If he had stepped out of the cave without feeling anything, he would definitely have become a meal for these crocodiles. Luo Yu patted his chest with lingering fear. Then he could not help but feel depressed. With these crocodiles here, how could he leave the cave? The crocodiles were extremely close to the cave. If he went out, he would not be able to fly into the sky, and both his legs would be bitten off. If it was one or two, he could still deal with it. But there were over 100 of them. Luo Yu returned to the cave gloomily. He racked his brains, but could not find a solution. He could not help but walk in front of those sword marks, and lightly touched them. Because one of the sword marks had sharp edges, his finger was accidentally cut. Fresh blood seeped out from his fingertip and spread on the sword mark. The next moment, Luo Yu felt himself being swallowed into a ball of light. He faintly heard an old voice that seemed both familiar and strange. Of the same origin, you are not of a different race, please enter Wushang Palace to accept the test and gift. I only hope that Wushang's soul will forever remain in this world, unextinguished. As he walked out of the forest with the formation plate in his hand, Ling Yuxing let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, little junior sister had left him a random transportation formation, otherwise he would have been trapped in this damned place. However, as soon as he walked out of the forest, a wide plain appeared in front of him, and the plain was filled with all kinds of beautiful flowers. However, in front of him, there was actually a dense and endless forest. Ling Yuxing felt a headache coming on. His speed was very fast. However, this forest was too strange. No matter how fast he was, even if he used the absolute space domain, he would eventually return to his original position. Fortunately, he remembered the array disc his junior sister had given him. Only then did he manage to walk out of the forest with great effort. Who would have thought that apart from this valley, there would be another dense forest in front of them? If he wanted to walk out of this place, who knew how long it would take? Ling Yuxing let out a long sigh, but there was nothing he could do. He slowly stepped forward, but his figure had already traveled dozens of meters into the valley. Seeing the forest from afar, Ling Yuxing had thought that this valley wasn't that big. Who would have thought that even with his speed, after walking for a full hour, he was only halfway there? This valley seemed a little strange. Ling Yuxing was frowning in thought. Suddenly, a loud noise came with the wind. You guys stay here. Susu will go down with me. What kind of joke is this? I've already said that I would definitely protect Susu. I'll definitely go down with Susu. Susu, only I can protect you and take care of you here. These uncouth people, how would they know how to make you feel comfortable? Just let me go down with you, okay? Bastards, how dare you snatch Susu from me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Haha, with your mediocre skills, it's hard to say who will be the one to kill who. Ling Yuxing's footsteps stopped unconsciously. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice. There were many undulating hills in this valley. On the slopes of some hills, there were caves of various sizes, which seemed to have been left by some wild beasts. Ling Yuxing had noticed it before, but he didn't take it to heart. Looking over now, he found that the quarreling people were surrounding a cave. They were 3 tall, boorish men and a tall, slender woman dressed in a cotton dress with a braided hairpin. The quarreling 3 men were the ones. The tall woman was holding a silk handkerchief, wiping her tears while sobbing. Don't quarrel over Susu. Susu doesn't deserve this. Hearing this delicate and timid voice, Ling Yuxing shuddered. And then the word Susu flashed across his mind, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. He turned around and ran without thinking. However, the moment he stopped to check, the woman in front of him had already raised her head and met his eyes. Husband. A voice that shook the heavens and made ghosts and gods weep rang out. It was a mournful and melancholic cry. Ling Yuxing felt his scalp go numb. He activated the absolute space field to the extreme and took a step forward. However, with his speed that could easily kill a mountain opening state expert, he had only taken a few steps when he bumped into someone. Hoo, husband, you've made it hard for me to find you. You heartless person, do you know how sad Susu is that she can't see you? The blue veins on Ling Yuxing's forehead bulged, and he grabbed her arm and shook her off. Yan Jishu, that's enough. Being yelled at by him, the woman in front of him burst into tears, crying her heart out. However, she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, which made people feel sorry for her. It made people want to put all the best things in the world in front of her. Who are you? How dare you make Susu cry? I think you're tired of living. Susu, why do you still care about such a husband? Why don't you let me kill him? You can follow me in the future. I won't let you suffer even the slightest bit. It was unknown when the 3 burly men had rushed over, but they were currently surrounding the crying woman and comforting her. However, when facing Ling Yuxing, he was fierce and his eyes were filled with killing intent. A few of them had already unsheathed their long sabers, looking as if they were going to tear Ling Yuxing into pieces. No, I can't. You must not harm my husband. Yan Jishu strode in front of Ling Yuxing and said with a trembling voice, I love my husband, and it will never change in this lifetime. If you kill my husband, Susu won't be able to live alone. Susu, move aside. What's so good about these gigolos? Open your eyes and take a look. We're the ones you can entrust your life to. Third bro, go pull Susu away. Let me destroy this pretty boy's face. Let's see if Susu is still reluctant to part with him. Yan Jishu said, no, you can't. Sob, 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 sob. Husband, I'll block them. Quickly run. Ling Yuxing, Susu, sorry for the offense. In the future, big brothers will definitely dote on you. Ugh. The man slowly lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his abdomen. There was a slender dagger stuck there. It was stained with blood because it had pierced his stomach. And the person holding the dagger was a slender, jade-like hand. WH. Why? Susu? The dagger in his abdomen was slowly pulled out. The woman, who was still crying, said apologetically, I'm sorry. Susu is deeply in love with my husband, and I won't allow anyone to hurt him. Besides, since my husband is here, you've already. It's, no, use. The woman's pink lips slowly curled up when she said the last 3 words. At the same time, a cold light flashed. Swish. Swish, the remaining 2 burly men covered their bleeding necks and fell to the ground, dying with their eyes wide open. Sob, sob, sob. Husband, their deaths are so horrifying. I'm scared. Throwing away the blood-stained dagger, Yan Jishu pounced at Ling Yuxing. However, Ling Yuxing was already prepared, so he turned around and retreated dozens of meters away, making her miss him. Sob, husband, I'm really scared. Why don't you hug me? Ling Yuxing gritted his teeth and said, Yan Jishu, if you don't want to talk nicely, I'm leaving. The woman, who was crying with a handkerchief, slowly stood up and showed a charming smile, you're so annoying. Little Xianxia, you're still so cold-hearted. It wasn't easy for us to meet again. Can't you be more gentle and considerate to me? I'm a beautiful woman after all. Everyone knows how to be gentle with women, but why don't you know, little Xianxia? Ling Yuxing's mouth twitched. Go to hell with teaching your body to be weak. Go to hell with your sister's beauty. Did this guy think he was blind? This guy was clearly taller than him when he stood up straight. His cultivation was terrifyingly high. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him. If anyone were to have tender feelings for the fairer sex, that person would surely be skinned alive by him. Most importantly, don't be fooled by this guy's gorgeous attire, which could be compared to most women in the world. But this guy wasn't a woman at all, that's right, Yan Jishu was a man dressed as a woman. And it was different from Ling Yuxing back then because he had been hurt and was mentally unstable, so he disguised as a woman. Perhaps he had disguised himself as a woman purely because of him. Joy. Joy, now that the unfettered 7 sons had reunited, their cultivation bases had all gone up a level. The others recounted their experiences during this period of time. Only Ling Yuxing had a gloomy expression on his face every time someone asked him about it, and he kept his mouth shut. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it, but everything that had happened after he arrived at the floating island gave him a headache just thinking about it. When Ling Yuxing landed on the floating island, he woke up on a beach. It was Yan Jishu who saved him. She knew that Sui had been dressing as a woman for a long time, so it was easy for him to play the part of a weak and innocent beauty. All these years, he had never been torn apart by anyone. Who knew that Ling Yuxing would see through his disguise at first glance because he had disguised himself as a man before. Since then, Yan Jishu had been pestering Ling Yuxing. Ling Yuxing was the one and only possessor of the absolute space domain. His speed was one of the fastest on the floating island. However, in the face of Yan Jishu, he had no way to escape. More often than not, he thought he had escaped. In the blink of an eye, this woman would come out like a haunting ghost. He had beaten him up, poisoned him by his junior sister, and even used the random teleportation formation disc. However, he couldn't escape from Yan Jishu's palm no matter what. During this period, Ling Yuxing's strength had even improved by leaps and bounds because of his several battles with Yan Jishu. Even his absolute space domain had advanced to the middle of the third level. However, Yan Jishu's strength was like a bottomless pit. Every time he fought with him, it was like he was playing with him, and he didn't even use 10% of his strength. In the end, Ling Yuxing was freed because Yan Jishu had left for some reason. Ling Yuxing's scalp went numb at the thought of this nightmarish experience. He thought he would never see this person again in his life. Who knew that enemies would meet on a narrow road in the Heaven Chaos Cave abode? Ling Yuxing took a deep breath. Why are you here? Hehe, I'm here to reunite with little Xianxia. Ling Yuxing turned around and left. Oh, little Xianxia, don't be so stingy. I'm just joking with you. I'm here to get a treasure in the Heaven Chaos Cave abode. Ling Yuxing had just taken a few steps when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. He stopped and wanted to step back, but his chin was already grabbed by a cold and slender hand. The other party was clearly doing a domineering action, but the voice that came out of his mouth was indistinguishable, and it was so coquettish that it made one's scalp tingle. Sob, little Xianxia, the treasure is in that cave, but it's so dark. I'm scared. Can you go in with me? Ling Yuxing wanted to retreat with a cold face, but he found that he couldn't break free from this person's shackles. He said coldly, no. Yan Jishu, let go. No way. If I let go, little Xianxia, you'll run away. Yan Jishu looked like he was about to cry. He held the silk handkerchief and gently tapped Ling Yuxing's chest. When she looked up, her eyes were filled with infinite affection. She said softly, little Xianxia, I've never met a man who suits my taste as much as you in my life. I want to entrust the rest of my life to you. Why don't you follow me? Then, Yan Jishu let go and suddenly approached Ling Yuxing. She leaned close to his ear and said in a low voice, from the first time I saw Xiao Xianxia, I knew that we were kindred spirits. It's been a long time since I've seen someone who could move my heart this much. You won't regret being with me. Ling Yuxing moved his feet and retreated 10 meters away. His usually handsome and gentle face was expressionless as he stared coldly at the beautiful woman in front of him. He said without hesitation, I refuse. Sob sob sob, why? Don't tell me I'm not beautiful and good enough? You're so annoying. Not only do I have a beautiful and enchanting body, I also have the skills to satisfy you. The veins on Ling Yuxing's forehead throbbed violently. Or are you worried about other people's opinions? Hehe, little Xianxia, don't worry. If anyone dares to gossip about us, maybe you'll kill their entire family. Ling Yuxing took a deep breath and said indifferently, neither. Because I have a lover. Yan Jishu stopped wiping his tears. Men. A gentle smile appeared in Ling Yuxing's eyes. Yes, men. Aren't you afraid that the world won't tolerate you being with a man? Ling Yuxing's expression was calm and without the slightest ripple. Even if there are thousands of obstacles and mountains and oceans separating us, they can't stop me from being with him. Besides, it's just the words of a mortal. You can search on Baidu for Enchantress of the City, Heaven Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father. Search for the latest chapter. Yan Jishu looked at him deeply, his eyes like a bottomless abyss. However, in the blink of an eye, he started crying again, little Xianxia, you're so ruthless. I had my heart set on the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. How can I not compare to that stinky man? He wiped his tears and sobbed, I know my husband's heart is like iron and can't be changed. Now, I only hope to leave another beautiful memory with little Xianxia. Little Xianxia, you won't even agree to such a small request, will you? Ling Yuxing said expressionlessly, you can't enter that cave alone? You need 2 people? That's why you asked those people to go down with you. Yan Jishu glared at him and said, annoying. How can these stinky men compare to you, little Xianxia? Ling Yuxing ignored him and arrived in front of the cave. The cave extended diagonally downwards, and it was bottomless. Ling Yuxing looked at Yan Jishu and asked, how do I get in? Yan Jishu said timidly, I don't know either. There's a bottomless abyss in front of this cave. I once tried to jump down alone, but I heard a voice saying that I wasn't the fated one. If I took another step forward, I would be killed. I was so scared that I could only retreat. Ling Yuxing sneered, so you want to find a few more scapegoats? You're so annoying. How can little Xianxia say that? My heart is very pure and kind, okay? Yan Jishu looked like he had suffered a huge blow. His face was pale and he looked like he was on the verge of collapse. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be filled with tenderness and want to hug her in their arms to comfort her. However, Ling Yuxing ignored it completely. He stepped into the cave and jumped down before Yan Jishu could react. Ah! Yan Jishu was dazed. You jumped down just like that? Then, he covered his face with his slender hands and chuckled. Little Xingxing, I really like you more and more. As soon as he said that, Yan Jishu disappeared. Ling Yuxing, who had jumped into the cave, heard a coarse and ancient voice that seemed to come from the distant sky. For thousands of lifetimes, fate will rise and fall. You are not from a foreign race. Please enter Wushang Palace to accept the test and gift. I only hope that Wushang's soul will remain in this world forever. A flame seemed to shoot up from the ground and engulfed Ling Yuxing. Then, he completely lost consciousness. UMO, the soup is ready. Come and drink some. Hearing the call from behind her, Ling Yuma retracted her gaze and frowned suspiciously. She didn't know why, but from the moment she entered the heaven-mixing cave, she always felt that a pair of eyes was secretly staring at her. Her divine sense was quite sharp. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find anything. Could it be that it was just an illusion? UMO? The one who called out to her was a young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and fair skin. He was holding a bowl of steaming meat soup in his hand. Seeing Ling Yuma looking over, he blushed and handed over the soup in his hand with an expectant look on his face. This person's name was Lu Juanjia, the great-grandson of Lu Qianyuan, the leader of the Life Alliance, one of the 3 alliances of the floating island. When Ling Yuma first entered the floating island, she had accidentally saved Lu Juanjia once. But at that time, Ling Yuma didn't know Lu Juanjia's true identity, so she didn't take it to heart. However, he didn't expect that he would run into Lu Juanjia again after entering the heaven-mixing cave. The Enchantress of Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby and Black-Bellied Father. The Enchantress of Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby and Black-Bellied Father. Full text reading address /24374/ The Enchantress of Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby and Black-Bellied Father. Download address, The Enchantress of Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby and Black-Bellied Father. Mobile reading address /24374/ For convenience of reading next time, you can click collection below to record this time. Chapter 3504. Little monk, did you secretly follow me? 1. Read the record, you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like The Enchantress of Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby and Black-Bellied Father, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. The last time Lu Juanjia was in trouble, it was because he believed in bandits and was almost poisoned to death. This time, when he entered the chaotic heaven cave, he was tricked again and pushed into the 9-tailed dragon sunflower bush. After listening to Lu Juanjia's story, Ling Yuma was speechless. How could there be such a silly and sweet Lu Juanjia in the world? What a waste of his identity as the great-grandson of the Life Alliance master. Hearing Ling Yuma's complaints, Lu Juanjia smiled foolishly, without any resentment or remorse. But I think it's good now. If I hadn't been tricked by them, I wouldn't have entered the chaotic heaven cave, and I wouldn't have been able to reunite with Yuma. Ling Yuma secretly shook her head. Alright, it seemed that this silly and sweet person was hopeless. He took a sip of the hot soup. It was fragrant and the meat was soft and tender. It melted in his mouth. Ling Yuma couldn't help but praise, the meat soup you cooked tastes really good. Although it was not as good as Xiaowu's, it was really good compared to ordinary people. Lu Juanjia's eyes lit up when he heard that. His fair cheeks blushed and he stammered, Yuma, it's good that you like it. I can cook for you every day. Ling Yuma raised her head and saw that the man opposite her had his head lowered, his face full of shyness and joy. His eyelashes fluttered, and his cheeks seemed to be stained with peach blossoms. Ling Yuma stared blankly, and before she knew it, another face appeared in front of her. His eyes were as clear as water. He blushed easily. He was obviously a little monk, but he kept saying ba and female benefactor like an old man. However, when that person smiled, he was as crystal clear as a child, as if he could gather the cleanest and purest light in the world on his body. Little by little, her heartstrings were teased, and she unknowingly fell in love. Unknowingly, her feet were deep in the mud. Lu Juanjia felt that the opposite person's eyes were on him. His heart was beating wildly, and his face was as red as a cooked prawn. Why was Yuma staring at him? Did she have a good impression of him? When Lu Juanjia thought of this, he felt overjoyed. Suppressing her shyness, she looked up and stammered, Yuma, after we get out of the heaven-mixing cave this time, you come back to the Life Alliance with me, okay? I'll introduce you to my great-grandfather. Ling Yuma came back to her senses and heard his words clearly. She could not help but ask suspiciously, why do you want to introduce him to your great-grandfather? I don't even know him. Lu Juanjia's face turned even redder. Her eyes were sparkling and filled with anticipation. I want to tell grandfather that I want to marry. Before he could finish, Ling Yuma's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly threw away the bowl in his hand, grabbed Lu Juanjia's collar, and flew into the sky. In the next moment, a ferocious beast leaped out of the water and pounced toward the island where the two of them were originally. Yes, Ling Yuma and Lu Juanjia were currently on a boundless ocean. However, this sea was a little different from the sea in reality. Every so often, there would be a small island floating on the surface of the water. Some of these islands were planted with trees, while others were bare like reefs. They could only be used as a foothold. Fortunately, there were these small islands, so Ling Yuma and Lu Juanjia could move forward. Otherwise, they would definitely exhaust their spiritual power and die on this sea. However, there were very fierce and huge sea beasts in the sea that would often attack the two of them who were resting on the island. For example, at this moment, there was a huge black tortoise that was staring at Ling Yuma and Lu Juanjia with bloodthirsty and fierce eyes. This black tortoise's cultivation was much higher than theirs. It could already stand shoulder to shoulder with sea-splitting realm cultivators. The scariest thing was that its body was extremely huge. When it came out of the water, it was even bigger than the small island. Its long neck stretched out and bit the place where the two of them were just a moment ago. With a cracking sound, the small island actually split from the middle. Lu Juanjia was carried by Ling Yuma's shoulder in the air. Seeing this scene, his face turned pale. If it wasn't for Ling Yuma's vigilance, they would have been bitten into pieces like the rocks on the small island. Yuma, thank you. If it wasn't for... Shoo. Silence. Ling Yuma's expression was cold as she shouted. At the same time, she released her divine sense without holding back. On the red lotus soul-stealing saber in her hand, the lotus runes flickered with a dazzling light, faintly discernible. The huge black tortoise below seemed to realize that its prey had escaped. At this moment, it angrily raised its head and stared at the two with bloodthirsty eyes. Suddenly, the black tortoise's head stretched out. Ah! Lu Juanjia only felt a chill on his feet and screamed in fright. Fortunately, Ling Yuma noticed that something was wrong and quickly flew up several feet, narrowly avoiding the black tortoise's attack. However, Lu Juanjia's shoes fell into the sea. A cold tide came from the soles of his feet, almost scaring Lu Juanjia out of his wits. Ling Yuma also had lingering fears. She didn't expect the black tortoise's head to be so high. Suddenly, her mind was filled with an extremely uneasy premonition. Her divine sense clearly didn't detect anything, but Ling Yuma felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, she activated all the spiritual power in her body and poured it into the red lotus soul-stealing saber. Bang! The blade struck the void, but a huge rebounding force came from it. Ling Yuma flew back dozens of meters. Her internal organs were overturned, and she almost spat out blood. At the place where the saber struck, a fierce beast that looked like a flood dragon slowly appeared. It was staring greedily at the two with a pair of green eyes. This flood dragon's skin was silver blue. Following the movement of its long tail, its figure slowly disappeared. It was not just a disappearance of sight, but also a disappearance of hearing and spiritual sense that could not be detected. Ling Yuma didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth before she once again raised the red lotus soul-stealing blade. But her heart sank little by little. This flood dragon was stronger than Black Tortoise. It was so strong that she could not sense its real strength. When the Black Tortoise saw the flood dragon, it was so scared that it dived into the sea and didn't dare to come out again. Ling Yuma instinctively felt that she would die here. Lu Xianxia said with a trembling voice, will we die here? Yuma, it's all my fault. You, throw me into the sea and run away. Shut up. Ling Yuma roared and slashed with the long saber in her hand. The blazing flames drew a beautiful arc in the air. However, it didn't hit, she couldn't find any trace of the flood dragon. A cold and damp aura, mixed with a pungent fishy smell, slowly surrounded the two of them. When Ling Yuma finally sensed the location of the flood dragon, it was the moment when he opened his bloody mouth, revealing his sharp teeth and greedy eyes. Even Ling Yuma's eyes showed despair. But it was only for a moment. That bit of weakness was replaced by a determination without regret. She released Lu Xianxia's hand without hesitation and let him fall into the sea. The red flame turned into a lotus, and the figure of the woman in red merged with the long saber. Ling Yuma's eyes were filled with determination. Since there was no way out, she had to fight with her life on the line. Even if there were no bones left, at least she did not cower. The flood dragon slowly revealed its body that covered the sky. It looked at the lowly human who dared to resist and revealed a mocking expression. Its huge claws stretched out, and in an instant, it could grab the weak body and crush it into meat paste. It liked to listen to the mournful wails of its prey in its claws and mouth. However, just as the flood dragon's claws were about to stretch out, its body suddenly froze. Its huge eyeballs moved stiffly. Finally, it landed in front of Ling Yuma. A little monk wearing a golden-red kasaya had appeared there. A pair of pitch-black, bottomless eyes was quietly looking at it. The golden alms bowl in his hand emitted a faint light. The flood dragon's body instinctively trembled. It had a fear of the golden alms bowl from the depths of its soul. Ba, the little monk softly said. A cinnabar dot quietly appeared between his eyebrows. It made the originally pure, and holy face inexplicably have a bit of evil aura that made people tremble. The deep sonorous voice of the Buddhist Dharma flowed out from his opened and closed lips. A red light shot out from the golden alms bowl and directly pierced the flood dragon's eyebrows. A mournful scream resounded through the sky. The seawater below violently surged, setting off raging waves. The huge beasts under the sea desperately hid in the depths of the sea. They were as quiet as cicadas in winter, shivering in fear. Finally, the body of the screaming dragon disappeared, and there was a small silver-blue snake in the golden alms bowl of the little monk. However, it only lasted for a moment before it disappeared into the golden alms bowl. The little monk slowly turned around and looked at the pale girl with bloodstains at the corner of her mouth. He slightly lowered his head and said, Ba, Benefactor Lung, are you all right? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the body of the person in front of him sway slightly. She directly fell into the sea. Yuma. The little monk's expression changed. Without thinking, he rushed over and hugged her. Are you badly injured? Jing Yuan did not realize that his voice was trembling in panic. However, as soon as he said that, he realized that something was wrong. The girl in his arms looked at him with a faint smile. Although he was indeed injured, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't even fly. Little monk, when did you start following me in secret? Jing Yuan's face instantly turned red. After a long while, he stammered, Little monk, I'm not. Halfway through his sentence, he realized that he was still hugging Ling Yuma. Their bodies were so close to each other. He was so close that he could clearly feel her warmth. There was also the feeling of his fingertips hugging her tightly. Even if they were separated by clothes, it was impossible to ignore. Jing Yuan hurriedly tried to loosen his grip. I was rude. Unexpectedly, Ling Yuma grabbed his clothes and said weakly, my spiritual power has been exhausted. Are you going to throw me into the sea if you let go of me? Jing Yuan, who was about to let go, suddenly tightened his grip. This time, it was too tight. It was so tight that it seemed like it wanted to directly knead people into its bones and blood. Ling Yuma could not help but groan. Jing Yuan's face, which was already red, seemed to be burning. At the same time, he could not suppress his rapid heartbeat and heavy breathing. Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net there was no pop-up window for free reading. Ling Yuma saw that he was at a loss. He didn't know why, but her mood, which had been suppressed for a few days, became incomparably happy at this moment. She burst out laughing, if you want to put me down, you have to bring me to an island or land so that I can have my feet on the ground and recuperate, right? Jing Yuan pursed his lips. He held her firmly with both hands and landed on the island. Yuma, are you okay? When the two of them landed, Lu Juanjia also climbed out of the sea. Seeing that Ling Yuma was safe and sound, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. He really thought that the two of them were going to be buried in the sea. Lu Juanjia's voice stopped abruptly. He stared at Jing Yuan, who was carrying Ling Yuma, with his eyes wide open. He was stunned for a long time before he stammered, You, how can you carry Miss Yuma? Put her down quickly. Jing Yuan slightly lowered his eyes, concealing the divine light in the bottom of his eyes. The hand that was carrying Ling Yuma let go and carefully placed her on the ground. Only then did Lu Juanjia realize that the person who was carrying Ling Yuma was a monk. Thus, the jealousy and anger in his heart mostly disappeared. He crawled to Ling Yuma's side and asked nervously, Yuma, are you okay? I'm sorry, I'm too useless. If it wasn't for protecting me, you might have been able to escape alone and wouldn't have been injured. Hearing Lu Juanjia's words, Jing Yuan's hand that was holding the golden alms bowl slightly tightened. His thin lips were pursed into a straight line. Lu Juanjia had already taken out a silk handkerchief and wanted to wipe the blood at the corner of Ling Yuma's mouth. Ling Yuma avoided it and suddenly raised her head and called out, Little monk. Jing Yuan turned around and looked over. His gaze inadvertently swept past Lu Juanjia, who was very close to her. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw Ling Yuma's hand pressing on the back of Lu Juanjia's neck in an extremely familiar and natural manner. A wave of hostility that he had not felt for a long time rose from the depths of his heart. It was almost about to turn into a monstrous anger that completely engulfed his rationality. This fellow is too much of a hindrance. However, Ling Yuma's next sentence startled him. Do you have any way to send him to a safe place first? Then, we can think of a way to bring him out of the chaotic heaven cave together. I don't want to. Lu Juanjia panicked. How can I leave you behind? Ling Yuma glanced at him, who was the one who said that he was a burden to me. Are you not leaving because you want to continue staying here and drag me down? Lu Juanjia revealed an ashamed expression. Then, he couldn't help but say, since this master can send me to a safe place, he can also send you there. Yuma, can we leave this place together? I'll take you back to see my great-grandfather. Ling Yuma shook her head expressionlessly. No, my senior and junior brothers are still in the chaotic heaven cave abode. When I was fighting with the fled dragon just now, although it was extremely dangerous, I sensed a familiar aura when the sea churned. Maybe my fellow disciples are nearby. How can I leave without finding them? Most importantly, how was she going to woo the little monk if this naive fellow stayed here? That's right, meeting Jing Yuan again this time, Ling Yuma had already made up her mind. *CK his rules and precepts, she regretted not meeting him earlier. Ling Yuma had lived for more than 20 years, but this was the first time she felt moved. Since God let her meet and reunite with the little monk, it meant that they were destined to be together. So what if he was a monk? Remember in 1 second, 800 $say net there was no pop-up window for free reading. A monk could also return to asceticism, which Heavenly Tao stipulated that a monk could not fall in love and get married. Ling Yuma's mind was full of thoughts, but her face was serious and abnormally serious. A pair of deep eyes made Lu Juanjia lower his head guiltily. He no longer dared to be unreasonable. Ling Yuma then looked at Jing Yuan with a pleading look in her eyes. Little monk, can you do it? She was calculating in her mind. If the little monk said that he couldn't do it, or that he didn't want to be alone with her, she would have to think of some reason to send the third wheel away. Well, she had heard the word third wheel from Xia. As for whether the little monk could do it or not, Ling Yuma didn't think about this question at all. Jing Yuan quickly gave her an answer. Ba, please wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, another slender and powerful hand had already replaced Ling Yuma's hand, grabbed Lu Juanjia's collar, and disappeared. Ling Yuma blinked her eyes. Why did she feel that the little monk sounded so happy just now? Was it an illusion? Ling Yuma pursed her lips and secretly curled up the corners of her mouth. She took out a healing elixir and swallowed it, then sat cross-legged and meditated. In fact, what he said to Lu Juanjiao was not entirely a lie. During the battle with the fled dragon, she did hear a distant and hazy voice. There seemed to be a familiar aura coming from the bottom of the sea. At this time, she meditated with rapt attention, and the surroundings became quiet. That voice once again came to her ears. Red Lotus soul stealing evil spirit, Wushang soul breaking sorrow, I only hope that the soul of Wushang will stay in the world forever. Wushang Palace, this was the old voice that she had heard in Wushang Palace. Could it be that there was also a Wushang Palace at the bottom of the sea in the Heaven Chaos Cave abode? Ling Yuma suddenly opened her eyes. Then she saw a pair of pitch-black eyes. The little monk was about to grab her hand. She didn't know whether he was healing her or checking her physical condition. But because Ling Yuma woke up and her body suddenly leaned forward, the distance between the two suddenly became extremely close. Ling Yuma could feel the man's warm and moist breath on her lips. Everything around them seemed to have quietened down. Just like that, the two of them held hands and stared into each other's eyes. Ling Yuma said softly, "You're back so soon?" Only then did Jing Yuan come to his senses. He took a few steps back in a sorry state. It took him a long time to stabilize his mind. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Benefactor Lu is sleeping in a safe place. When a gap appears in the boundary of the cave abode, he will automatically leave this place." Who asked him? Ling Yuma chuckled. I mean, why did you rush back in such a hurry? Even his breathing was a little labored? Is it because you're worried that I'll be in danger here? Jing Yuan's face blushed all the way to his ears. The more Ling Yuma looked at the little monk's embarrassed look, the more she liked him. She propped up her cheeks and admired the little monk's handsome eyes and delicate and flawless skin. She softly said, "Hey, little monk, that day outside the soul cultivation pool, I clearly saw you come back. Why did you suddenly run away? Did you really come here just to talk nonsense with me?" Jing Yuan lowered his eyes and said nothing. Ling Yuma was a little disappointed. "Did you really come here just to talk nonsense with me?" Jing Yuan raised his head and glanced at her. He tried to look calm, but his tight hands on his side betrayed his current mood. "Is the man who is hugging you your real husband?" In just 1 second, he had memorized it all. There was no pop-up window for free reading. Ling Yuma was stunned. A man and a hug, which man? Suddenly, she came back to her senses. "You mean Xiaoqi?" "Pfft, how could he be my husband? He's our Xiaoyao school's junior brother. When I first joined the Xiaoyao sect, he was still a little kid who hadn't reached adulthood yet. If I choose anyone as my husband, I won't eat the tender grass next to my nest, right?" Jing Yuan raised his head and looked at her in the eyes. He thought to himself, so that man is not Yumo's lover, but her junior brother. It was something that had nothing to do with him. But he couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from curling up. Ling Yuma looked at his expression that seemed to have dissipated. She suddenly thought of something and a big smile blossomed on her face. "Little monk, you left without saying goodbye that day. Could it be that you're jealous?" "No. I. Jing Yuan was speechless and flustered. He didn't know if he should deny it or refute it. The blush on his fair and tender face didn't fade. For the first time, Ling Yuma experienced what Bai Xia said, her heart exploded like fireworks. She had always been carefree and didn't know what it was to be shy. At this moment, she pursed her lips and lowered her head. She didn't know what to say. Rumble, a voice that spoiled the mood came from her stomach. Ling Yuma's body stiffened. She was so depressed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. What the hell, it wasn't easy for her to leave a good impression on the little monk. But she came here to embarrass herself. It was all that stupid turtle's fault. Couldn't he wait until she was full before coming here? Ling Yuma coughed and wanted to change the topic. But when she raised her head, she saw Jing Yuan's gentle and shy eyes. The little monk said in a low voice, "Wait for me." Wait for him? Ling Yuma looked at him in a daze. The little monk formed a sword with his fingers and slashed at the sea. The next moment, a wave appeared on the sea. A few fat fish and prawns floated up and landed beside them. Jing Yuan took out a fire crystal furnace from his storage space and boiled a pot of water. His hands were already neatly processing the fish and prawns. "Jing Yuan, what are you doing?" Ling Yuma quickly stopped him. You, aren't you a monk? Jing Yuan raised his head to look at her, his long eyelashes fluttering, revealing a somewhat puzzled expression. Ling Yuma was stunned by the handsome face in front of her. After a while, she swallowed her saliva and said, "Aren't monks not allowed to kill?" Jing Yuan chuckled. "My sect doesn't have such a rule. Master himself is a vegetarian, but he doesn't force us. Although I haven't eaten meat for many years since I joined the sect, I can still prepare it for you." Ling Yuma slowly loosened her grip. She watched as the little monk skillfully processed the fish and obediently waited at the side. Little monk. If your master doesn't force you to be a vegetarian, then can you marry and have children? Jing Yuan's hand that was processing the fish paused. After a long while, he said in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible, This little monk doesn't know. No one in the temple has ever married and had children." Ling Yuma smiled, and her voice carried a softness and expectation that had never been heard before. "Then why don't you go back and ask? What if your master agrees to you marry? If he doesn't agree, then you can beg him?" Jing Yuan lowered his head so that no one could see his expression. However, his exposed ears were so red that they seemed to be dripping water. Just when Ling Yuma thought that he would not answer, she heard the little monk whisper, "N." Ling Yuma felt that there were 10,000 fireworks blooming in her heart. She really wanted to jump up and shout at the sea in front of her. She wanted to dance for joy to vent the joy in her heart. Reserved, Ling Yuma, you must be reserved. What if the little monk that she finally caught was scared away? When she finally calmed down, she saw the little monk's pair of slender, well-proportioned, jade-like hands that were usually not stained with blood, handling the smelly and dirty fish and prawns. She was reluctant to part with him. She grabbed the little monk's hand. "Don't cook, I have dry rations, I can deal with it." Even if the little monk's hands were not chanting, they should be clean without being shrouded in Buddha's light. How could he handle these smelly fish and prawns? Jing Yuan raised his head and looked at her. His long eyelashes drooped. Even if he tried his best, he could not stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. "Little monk. Before I became master's disciple, I wandered alone for many years. These are the things that I can do." After a pause, he said, "My skills are not bad. In the future, I can also cook for you every day. You don't have to eat other people's cooking." Ling Yuma was stunned for a while before she reacted. Jing Yuan repeated what Lu Xianxia said before. It turned out that he was not only protecting her from afar. He even heard the conversation between her and Lu Xianxia. Not only did he hear it, he was also jealous. Ling Yuma even had a sweet smile on her face. "Okay, I will only eat little monk's cooking in the future." Jing Yuan's face became even redder. The curve of his mouth became even higher. The sunlight fell on the side of his face, illuminating the little monk's white and crimson skin. He was obviously a man, but his skin was better than hers. There was not a single flaw on his face. How could there be such a handsome, shy, and adorable little monk in this world? Every strand and every inch seemed to be tailor-made according to his wishes. An impulse came to her mind. Ling Yuma suddenly leaned over and lightly kissed the little monk's face. Jing Yuan stopped what he was doing and raised his head abruptly. Those pitch-black eyes stared at her in a daze. From clear to murky. From confusion to passion. Being stared at by those eyes, Ling Yuma's face started to burn up. She suppressed her shyness and panic, turned her head, and avoided the man's gaze. "What are you looking at? If you don't look at the fire, the water will dry up." However, even if he didn't turn around to look, that scorching gaze didn't leave his body for even a moment. Just when Ling Yuma couldn't take it anymore and was about to turn around, the ground beneath his feet shook violently. What happened? Ling Yuma was startled. Then, she felt a pair of strong hands around her waist, and her body suddenly rose into the air. The island below, which had already been bitten apart by the black tortoise, was now crumbling. Ling Yuma exclaimed, "You made fish soup." He heard a low chuckle. This time, the small monk's voice was no longer pure and holy. Instead, it was an inexplicable deep magnetism that was like a feather tickling one's heart. Ling Yuma only felt her ears heat up. Then, she saw the fish soup, along with the fire crystal pot, fly into the small monk's sleeve. The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's black-bellied father will continue to be updated on Qingdao. There will be no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please bookmark and recommend Qingdao, Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Jing Yuan said gently, aren't you going to look for your fellow apprentices? I see that your saber has the aura of Wushang Palace. This sea region is shaking, which is a sign that Wushang Palace is about to open. Are you unwilling to lead this sea region because you want to find the entrance to Wushang Palace? Ling Yuema looked at Jing Yuan in admiration. Back when they were in the soul cultivation pool, she already knew that the little monk was not simple, but she didn't expect him to be so complicated. Oh, he was pleasing to the eye and powerful. As expected of the man she fancied. Being stared at by her undisguised gaze, Jing Yuan's thin face blushed again. But this time, he didn't let go of the person in his arms in a panic. Instead, he hugged her tighter. There are many dangerous checkpoints in Wushang Palace. Can I accompany you? Ling Yuma searched for his slender hand. Under the little monk's bewildered gaze, she interlocked her fingers with his. What's there to ask? It wasn't easy for me to catch you. Do you think I'll allow you to escape? The island below sank to the bottom of the sea, but a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. A huge pulling force came from below. The two of them did not resist and dived into the sea. Ling Yuma's ears once again rang with a familiar and distant old voice. It was like a call and a prayer from ancient times. 1,000 lifetimes and 100 lifetimes, the rise and fall of fate. Touched by your hot-bloodedness, I invite you to enter Wushang Palace to accept the test and gift. Mu Yan, be careful. Ningyu shouted and rushed over, wanting to pull the figure that was falling into the abyss. However, he was still a step too late. Disregarding everything, his outstretched hand only grabs the corner of Mayan's clothes. With a tearing sound, the figure fell straight down into the abyss. Ningyu jumped down without a second thought. In the end, he crashed into a barrier. Before Ningyu could figure out what had happened, the ground, which had cracked open for no reason, slowly closed again. The magical plants were still attacking her with their leaves. Everything seems to be no different from when Mayan was suddenly swallowed up by the rift. Ningyu's expression darkened. She waved her hand and chopped the demonic plants around her into pieces. She stood in the same place for a long time before slowly lowering her head to look at the bell hanging on her waist. Jun Mayan can't die. He had to leave the Chaos Heaven abode immediately and return to the Ning family. Ningyu frowned, suddenly grabbed the blood vein bell and threw it into the air. The flying bell made a pleasant tinkling sound. As it flew higher and higher, a red light was emitted from the bell. The surrounding air rippled like the surface of a lake with a stone thrown into it. Ningyu flew up and entered the ripples in the air, slowly disappearing. Ningyu's figure slowly appeared in the nine-tailed dragon sunflower field. Realizing that she had indeed come out of the heaven-mixing cave unscathed, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Master! Master! You felt it too, right? There's the aura of Yin Yang twin hearts down there. Moreover, Mei Yan Yan and the others seem to be inside as well. Waha, that's great. Mei Yan Yan is indeed Master's strongest luck. A strange and excited voice came from the flower field, causing Ningyu to turn her head to look. She almost sucked in a breath of cold air when she saw what it was. She saw a young man wearing a crescent moon robe standing in the middle of the golden flower field. It's not that Ningyu hadn't seen handsome men in the past. But compared to the person in front of her, it's really like comparing fireflies to the bright moon, or rubble to beautiful jade. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. She was elegant and graceful, like a celestial being. Could there really be a man in this world who was so beautiful that he could shake people's hearts and minds? Ningyu was in a trance. She heard the shrill voice ring out again, Master, Master, what are you doing? Why don't we go to the Heaven Chaos Cave? Do you want to avoid meeting Mei Yan Yan again? I don't know who came all the way to this damn place before he recovered. Besides, didn't you just hear? It's very dangerous in the Heaven Chaos Cave. Aren't you afraid that Mei Yan Yan and the others will be in danger? Ningyu didn't realize it until now. The one who spoke was a very strange spiritual pet on the young man's shoulder. The man, who was expressionless just now, couldn't help frowning slightly after hearing the last words of the spiritual pet. A trace of worry flashed across his eyes. For the first time, Ningyu knew that a man's frown could make people's hearts tighten and make them want to give all the treasures in the world to him. It sounded like this person was worried about someone trapped in the chaotic heaven cave abode. She had just come out of there. Maybe she could provide him with some help. Thinking of this, Ningyu couldn't help stepping forward, ready to strike up a conversation. However, the next moment, she saw a flash of light and shadow in front of her. The young man and the strange spiritual pet on his shoulder disappeared without a trace. Ningyu suddenly beat her chest and stamped her feet. A peerlessly handsome man, he didn't even get a chance to say a word before he brushed past him. First miss, you came out of the heaven mixing cave mansion so soon? It wasn't until the voice of her personal maid came to her ears that Ningyu came to her senses and let out a long sigh. Alas, forget it. No matter how beautiful the handsome man was, it was not as important as Mayan. She had to go home and report to her father as soon as possible. Miss, are you going back to the main family? The little maid Qin Kei, who was disguised as a man like Ningyu, but her real gender could be seen at a glance, showed a surprised expression when she heard Ningyu's plan. Miss, didn't you say that if you don't reach the peak of the sea-splitting realm, you will always be outside to gain experience and not go back to the main family? Ningyu shook her head and said, plans can't keep up with changes. This time, something happened in the Heaven Chaos Cave, and I must inform my father as soon as possible. What is more urgent than Mrs. Goal? The Blue Sparrow was even more baffled. She knew her young Mrs. character very well. He was famous for being stubborn in many aspects, especially when it came to cultivation. Back then, she made a bet with her master that she would not return to the Ning family until she reached the peak of the sea-splitting realm. No matter how dangerous it was, no matter how much hardship he had to endure outside, he would never go back. But now, they were going back to the main family? What exactly happened in the chaotic Heaven Cave mansion? Ningyu gently stroked the blood-striped bell on her waist and said in a low voice, in the Heaven Mixing Cave, someone touched the blood-striped bell, but did not suffer any backlash. She even left her spiritual chi mark on the blood-striped bell. What? Qin Kei suddenly widened her eyes and revealed an extremely shocked expression. Miss, you mean, the corner of Ningyu's mouth curled up, her eyes showing some doubt and expectation. The blood pattern bell. Even in the main Ning family, only the purest bloodline can touch it. Not to mention the side branches, even those cousins with mixed bloodlines would be hurt and rejected by the blood pattern bell. Only those who truly belonged to the direct bloodline of the Ning family could touch the blood pattern bell without suffering any backlash. The error-free chapter of Alluring Enchantress, the heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father, will continue to be updated in the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar, Alluring Enchantress, the heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar, Alluring Enchantress, the heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. I suspect that there is still a direct descendant of the Ning family in this world. Without waves and waves, the vast golden spear leaves the dead, the mandate of heaven, the knot of fate, welcome, bang. Her body falls heavily to the ground, interrupting the heavy sound in her ears. Mu Yan touches her confused head from the fall and tries her best to get up from the ground. She touches her nose with lingering fear, and steps on the ground under her feet. The ground is not hard bluestone, but soft like a mattress. Fortunately, it is soft and elastic. Otherwise, she would be caught off guard and unable to use her spiritual power. Even if she doesn't fall to her death, she will definitely be disfigured. But what is this ground made of? As she gets closer, she can smell a strange aroma of food, making people unable to help but want to eat. The little chick is already happily bouncing and rolling on the ground. Huang Huang. Hearing Mu Yan's call, the little chick rolls back, raises its head, and opens its big eyes. Gujiji. Mom, are you calling Huang Huang? Mu Yan, did you hear a voice mentioning Wushang Palace just now? The little chick tilts its head, did I? I think I did. Mu Yan picks it up, looks around, and asks, Wushang Palace, don't you have any impression of this name? Did you forget where you came from? Gujiji? The little chick blinks its big eyes, looking confused. Gujijigu, Gujijiji. Huang Huang is mom's son, of course mom and dad gave birth to it. Muyan's mouth twitches. She really wants to tell this stupid chicken that she and Di Mingju are people, and no matter what, they can't give birth to a chicken, but when she meets those clear eyes, she swallows it back. Fine. A chicken's son is a chicken's son, anyway, she has raised all kinds of naughty children, it doesn't matter if she has a chicken. Muyan puts the little chick down and lets it play on its own, while she begins to explore the surroundings. Obviously, this is a palace. But the layout is very strange. The ground is soft, and there are strange things that smell delicious. The tables, chairs, and even the windows in the room seem to exude a strong sweet fragrance. Crack, a strange sound could be heard. Muyan turned around and saw that the little chick had bitten off a corner of the table and was happily munching on it. Huang Huang, what are you eating? Muyan is startled. Isn't this stupid son of mine a little too open-minded? How dare they eat and drink in a place like this? Little Linghua, GGG, AO AO AO. Mommy, this is delicious. It's so sweet, you should eat it too. Saying that, he uses his little wings to forcefully break off another corner of the table and hands it to Muyan. Muyan takes it with a frown. She looks at it suspiciously, then brings it close to her nose and sniffs it. A rich, sweet aroma of pastries wafted over. But it was different from the pastries she had eaten before. Crack. Crack, little Linghua ate even more happily, calling out, "This is too delicious." It made Muyan's stomach rumble, and she couldn't help but want to have a taste. However, at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came from afar. Muyan's heart trembled, and she shouted, "Huang Huang, come back." Before she could finish speaking, the door was already smashed open. Several tall figures rushed in, and the one in the lead grabbed the little chick, then turned around and left. Wah! Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, Qingdo updates the fastest. Let me go. Mom, save me, save me. Muyan is shocked. She soars into the air, trying to catch the little chick, put the chicken down. The tall man holding the little chick turns back and slaps his palm. Bang, the two forces collide, and Muyan takes several steps back. By the time she managed to regain her footing and was about to chase after them, the figures and the little chick had already disappeared down the long walkway. She can still vaguely hear the little chick's mournful screams in the distance. Ah 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 ah. Gugugugugugugugugug. Scoundrel, let me go. I want my mom, I want my mom. Muyan massages her numb arm, her brows tightly knit together. Just now, if she's not mistaken. Those who took away the little chick don't seem to be human. But, humanoid puppets, who let them take Huang Huang, what do they want? The turbulent spiritual power in her body slowly calms down after adjusting her breathing. Muyan doesn't hesitate anymore and immediately chases along the corridor. However, the end of the corridor is a dead end. It was a thick wall without any traps. Rumble, the ground under her feet shakes violently, and a terrible sound comes from behind. Muyan turned around and saw a huge boulder that almost filled the entire walkway rapidly rolling towards her. Fuck. This is cutting off her escape route. Qiju unsheathes his sword and slashes at the wall in front of him, but the wall doesn't move. He slashes at the boulder rolling behind her, but it doesn't slow down at all. The rolling boulder is getting closer and closer to her. 10, 9, 8, 7, it's not that there's no way, but in a short time, she can't even use her Shin musician skills. Jun Muyan, step back. Qi Huang's cold voice comes to her ears. Then, a tall figure in red appears in front of Muyan's eyes. A thick black fog was vaguely emitted from his body. Boom, after a loud noise, a hole is broken in the blue stone wall in front of her. But it's only a hole, and it begins to close again. Qi Huang turned around and pulled Muyan, directly passing through the hole. Muyan leans against the wall, gasping for breath. Seeing the youngster in red standing in front of her, she quickly says, "Qi Huang, go back to the space." The youth in front of him slowly turned around. His handsome face looked strangely pale in the dim light of the palace. But his thin lips were red as if they were smeared with blood. The corner of his mouth slowly hooks up, condescendingly looking at Mayan. Go back? Why would I want to go back to that godforsaken place and continue living in isolation? 7 brilliances? Only then does Mu Yan discover that Qi Huang's current expression is very strange. Qi Xiaohuang was supposed to be arrogant, cocky, and conceited. He was definitely not as sinister, mocking, high and mighty as he seemed to loathe everything in the world. Qi Huang, what happened? Qi Huang stares blankly, his face revealing a pained expression. He mutters in a low voice, Jun Mayan? It's me, hurry back to the Tian Emochin space. Qi Huang pressed his fingers against his temples, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. Go back. I must go back, immediately, but very quickly, wisps of black energy curled around his body. The hand on his forehead slowly lowers, and Qi Huang's face shows a cold expression. Jun Mayan, I really didn't expect that you could influence me to this extent. It seems that I can't let you live any longer. Mu Yan's pupils contract. An inexplicable shiver welled up in her heart, making her instinctively want to retreat. The error-free chapter of the Enchantress of the Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby's black-bellied father will continue to be updated on Qingdao. There are no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please collect and recommend Qingdao, Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect, Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. However, without waiting for Mu Yan to act, cold fingers wrapped around her neck without a sound. Qi Huang's sneering face was right in front of him. Mu Yan's voice trembles, Qi Xiaohuang, you want to kill me? The hand on her neck trembled. 7 Brilliance's body trembled violently, and his expression was one of insanity. No, you can't hurt Mu Yan. I will never allow anyone to hurt Jun Mayan. He loosens his grip on Mu Yan's neck and ruthlessly plunges it into Qi Huang's body. Qi Huang laughed sinisterly, if you want to kill her, then we'll perish together. Qi Huang. Mu Yan reaches out to support the youth's swaying body. 7 Brilliance abruptly took several steps back. Don't come over. His face seemed to be split in two. The other half was a strong killing intent. The other half was to protect at all costs. His chest, which had been pierced through, was bleeding profusely. Qi Huang's face became paler and paler, and his figure gradually faded. The lingering black qi was getting thicker and thicker. The bad premonition in Mu Yan's heart is getting stronger and stronger. She no longer cares about Qi Huang's warning and quickly takes out the Tian Emochin. The sound of the zither reverberated in the spacious palace. Stabilizing soul, activated, star domain, activated, floating like a dream, activated. The black gas surrounding Qi Huang was blown away by the gusts of wind caused by the sound of the zither. However, Mu Yan did not have the slightest bit of confidence in her heart. She had never been clear about what 7 Brilliance was. Tian Emochin's device spirit? No. That was not all. Mayan has been in the cultivation world for a long time now, and it's not like she hasn't seen a tool spirit before. Magic treasures and artifact spirits were usually one. Which tool spirit would be like Qi Huang, almost like a separate entity from the Tian Emochin. Moreover, Mayan can vaguely feel that there's a creature inside the Tian Emochin that has already half opened its spiritual awareness. This is the true spirit of the Tian Emochin. Moreover, this artifact spirit was extremely afraid of 7 Brilliance. Di Mingju already knows about his identity as a Shen musician. Both sides were well aware of this. Qi Huang didn't care about this matter. But he warns Mayan again and again. He must not let anyone know of his existence. According to Bailey Inlow's last words, the Shen musicians are the enemies of the entire Shoshan continent. The evil demon that was condemned by the masses. Di Mingju doesn't even care about his own identity. Why couldn't he let him know of 7 Brilliance's existence? It was as if there was a dense fog shrouding 7 Brilliance. It was terrifying, but it was also inexplicable. Clang, suddenly, the sound of the zither rose sharply and stopped abruptly. Mu Yan's eyes widen as she looks at the scene in front of her in disbelief. It's so strange that she can hardly breathe. Qi Huang's hand, which had been clasping her throat, was suddenly grabbed by the wrist and pulled away a few inches. This turn of events made Qi Huang turn his head and meet a pair of eyes that were as black as ink. The next moment, his pupils constricted. The smile at the corner of his mouth was like the most beautiful blood-red spider lilies blooming brilliantly. Luo Yunxiao, the youngster's low voice was filled with temptation, coldness, and wickedness that made people feel cold all over. Luo Yunxiao, we will meet again someday. Before he finished speaking, Qi Huang's body slowly disappeared. Mayan probes the space inside the Tian Mo Qin with her divine sense, and finds that Qi Huang has already fallen asleep on the grass. His body was no longer shrouded in black qi. Only then does she breathe a sigh of relief. She turns her gaze to the other person who stayed behind. Even though her heart is full of astonishment and doubt, she couldn't help but smile at this time. Young martial uncle, why are you here? Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. Luo Yunxiao withdrew her hand, but the seriousness in her eyes did not recede. His pitch-black eyes stare fixedly at Mayan, and he asks in a low voice, who was that just now? Mu Yan's face shows an awkward expression. Seven Brilliance's identity could not be casually revealed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have refused to even tell Di Mingju. However, little martial uncle had just seen Qi Huang. How was she going to explain? Mayan purses her lips. Young martial uncle, I don't want to deceive you. But sorry, I can't say. He heard her saying I don't want to lie to you. Luo Yunxiao's eyes softened. However, his expression was still calm as he said, do you want to keep someone who will harm you by your side? Screw you. Whether I stay by Mayan's side or not is none of your business. Before Mu Yan could answer, she hears Qi Huang's weak but exasperated voice in her ear. Using his divine sense, he could see that Qi Xiaohuang's face was pale and his body was not as solid as before. However, her pair of phoenix eyes were clear, and her expression was proud and irritable. There was no longer the evil feeling that made people feel a chill down their spines. Mayan happily asks, Qi Huang, are you all right? Qi Huang hangs his eyes down, his hands clenching into tight fists. Rest assured, in the space of the Tian Mo Qin, do you think he can suppress me? Dream on. Who was he? Mu Yan is puzzled, but she is also relieved. She raised her head and looked at Luo Yunxiao. Little martial aunt, don't worry. I'm fine now. Luo Yunxiao took a deep look at her, deep in thought. But in the end, he didn't ask anything. Mu Yan said excitedly, youngest martial uncle, why did you also come to the heaven mixing cave? Did you get involved by accident? Apart from eldest brother and third brother, the other members of the Xiaoyao school are also in the Immortals' cave. That way, we can meet again. There's no need to tell them that I've been here. Luo Yunxiao said in a deep voice, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Be careful. Wait. Although she already knew that junior martial uncle always comes and goes in a hurry every time, Mayan still stares blankly at his words, then she feels a sense of loss in her heart. They didn't know when it started, but the distance between little martial uncle and them was getting further and further apart. It was as if he was deliberately avoiding them. Little martial uncle, this is for you. He was afraid that Luo Yunxiao would disappear at the slightest disagreement. Mu Yan promptly handed over the yin-yang egg that she had hidden for a long time. I heard eldest brother say that there are 10 things inside that you are looking for. She smiled, her eyes filled with gentleness and expectation. I hope it will be of help to you, youngest martial uncle. As she spoke, she activated the yin-yang egg. It revealed the treasures that had been properly stored inside. Luo Yunxiao's hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, couldn't help but tremble. The suppressed emotions in his heart surged like waves, unable to be suppressed. After a long time, he reached out and slowly opened the yin-yang egg. 10 priceless treasures that were hard to find in the world. No matter which one of the 12 evils of Dutian was released, everyone in the world would fight to the death for it. Even though they had already met in the Tianguang ruins. He had also heard the words that the girl said unconsciously. At this moment, he could not help but feel the tumbling emotions in his heart. He didn't know if it was gratitude, admiration, desire, or unwillingness. Or it could be said that he knew he shouldn't have it, but he just couldn't help but desire it, a heart-wrenching despair. Luo Yunxiao closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, do you know the value of these things? When the Soul Mysterious Sea Ice is mixed into the Ice Soul Sword, it can directly upgrade a Heavenly Divine Tool to a Sacred Ancestor Tool. Beautiful Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect it. Beautiful Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect it. The 3-star stone can create a unique puppet at the Dominator level. It can protect a city with the cosmic star formation. Even an army can't break through it. Mu Yan chuckled. Junior Master, I've already shown the things in the yin yang egg to my fellow apprentices. Everyone is happy, but it's a pity that we can't give them to you right away. The mysterious sea ice soul, the 3-star stone, the great array of stars. These are indeed rare treasures in the world, but how can they compare with the youngest uncle of our Xiaoyao sect? Her voice became lower and lower. When she raised her head, there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. There's one thing that I'm afraid you don't know. Master is dead. Luo Yunxiao's pupil shrank. How? Who killed Shi Qing? His eyes, which had always been indifferent, were instantly tainted with a strong and cold killing intent. It was extremely rare for Luo Yunxiao to show such strong emotions. It showed how special the Xiaoyao sect was to her. Mu Yan took a step forward, and once again handed over the yin-yang egg. In her hand. We've killed the person who killed Master and avenged him. But what's the use? Master will never come back. My medical skills and my musician skills can save so many people, but I can't save Master. At that time, I thought that there would only be 8 of us left in the Xiaoyao sect. We can't bear the loss of any one of us, no matter what price we have to pay. Her peach blossom eyes were bottomless, as if they were filled with the beauty of the world. She stared at the man in front of her. Deep into his heart, engraved into the depths of his soul. Big Brother said that you're looking for these things to change your fate. Changing your fate is as difficult as climbing up to the sky. No one has succeeded since ancient times. But we don't care. Even if no one has succeeded, even if the chance of success is close to 0, we'll still help you. We'll find what you want for you. When you change your fate, we'll protect you. When you're injured, we'll heal you. The Xiaoyao sect will advance and retreat together. We're fearless. Even if we have to go against fate, so what? Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause came from behind. As soon as Mayan turns around, he pounces on her. 6th senior sister, that's great. Luo Yu releases Mayan and glares at Luo Yunxiao unhappily. Junior martial uncle, you're too biased. You only appear in front of 6th sister every time. Saying that, he also complained to Mu Yan, just now, when I was in danger, someone suddenly pulled me up and helped me pass. I was still wondering if Wushang Palace had a good impression of me, as they would always give me treasures. Now that I think about it, it must be youngest martial uncle who secretly saved me. But since he saved me, why didn't he come out to meet me? Instead, he ran over to see 6th martial sister first? This is too unfair. So what if it's unfair? Can you find so many treasures for junior martial uncle like junior martial sister? There was a ripple in the space, and the figure of a slender youth slowly appeared. Ling Yusheng looked at Luo Yunxiao with delight and bowed. Young martial aunt, you were the one who helped me just now, right? Luo Yunxiao coldly said, don't think too highly of yourselves. I have a purpose in entering the Cave of Chaos. I don't have time to save you, Master, he's talking nonsense. The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father will continue to be updated on Handplay Bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please bookmark and recommend Handplay Bar, Alluring Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father. Please bookmark, Alluring Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father. Please bookmark, I heard from outside that you would be in danger, so I came in. The giant puppet that wanted to kill Xiaoqi was because Master erased the poison in its claws. The ghost flame array that Xiao Wu broke through was because Master extracted the netherworld ghost fire that can corrode the soul. Not only that, there are also second brother and little baby. Luo Yunxiao, Qi Wen. Wah, Mei Yan Yan, save me. Master locked me in the spiritual beast bag from the beginning and didn't let me come out. Fortunately, I had expected it and left a secret door in the spiritual beast bag from the beginning, so that I could rush out and inform you. Wah 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 wah, Mei Yan, you have to protect me. I'm risking my life by coming out to inform you guys about this. Chiwen says while desperately clinging to Mu Yan for protection. That was as comical as it could get. Pfft. Mu Yan can't help but laugh. Luo Yu and Ling Yuxing also can't help but laugh. Little martial uncle, what's the saying, the mouth is disgusting, the body is upright. Hee hee, sixth sister, don't expose little martial uncle. He's used to being aloof. If we know that he secretly cares about and protects us, he would be embarrassed and ruin his image. Luo Yunxiao can't bear it anymore, shut up. Mu Yan coughed slightly, little martial uncle, you also saw Xiaobao and second brother? Are they also in Wushang Palace? Luo Yunxiao's face is calm, pursing her lips and not saying anything. Just then, a clear and crisp sound is heard. Then, a small figure suddenly pounces into Mu Yan's arms. Niangqin. Xiaobao hugs Mu Yan's neck and happily rubs against it. Niangqin, I finally see you. Mu Yan is also very happy. Did you encounter any danger? Or were you hurt? The smile on Xiaobao's face stagnates. He was in great danger. But he was not hurt. Because Li Weiran risked his life to save him. But he doesn't want to mention this to his mother. So, for the first time, Xiaobao stubbornly changes the topic. Niangqin, I just saw martial uncle. Before he can finish his words, he catches a glimpse of Luo Yunxiao standing on the side. And Chiwen who is carefully hanging on Mu Yan's back. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. Martial granduncle, you really saved Xiaobao. Luo Yunxiao's expression remained cold and expressionless. But this time even Luo Yu and the rest could clearly see the uneasiness in his eyes. Mu Yan gives the Yinyang egg to Xiaobao. Xiaobao immediately understood. He walked over to Luo Yunxiao with the Yinyang egg in his hands. His small hand held Luo Yunxiao's hand and placed the Yinyang egg on his palm. Martial granduncle, for you. Straightforward and efficient, he turns around and sticks back to Mu Yan's side after giving it to her. Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh again, and she patted Xiaobao's head in appreciation. As she held the Yinyang egg in her hand, Luo Yunxiao's cold eyes couldn't help but be filled with warmth and emotion. His chest, which had always been cold and lonely, was like a small ball of fire. Ever since he entered the Xiaoyao school, it had started to burn. The small flame grew brighter and brighter, warmer and warmer. It was so warm that he almost forgot the coldness and despair he had once felt. By the way, where is fourth senior sister? All of us have arrived, but why is fourth senior sister still missing? Luo Yu had just finished speaking when she saw the wall opposite her collapse. The red lotus flame rushed out. Just a moment later, the wall began to repair itself. The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father will continue to be updated on Qingdao. There will be no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please bookmark and recommend Qingdao. If you like Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, please bookmark, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, please bookmark. However, before the wall was completely restored, a fiery red figure dashed out like lightning and landed in front of him. Fourth sister. Haha, you really arrived just as you said. Fourth senior sister, why are you so slow? We're only missing you. Ling Yuma held her long blade in her hand. She did not even see how many people were standing there. She said excitedly, I want to announce a piece of good news. What good news? I'm finally going to fall in love. The whole room was silent. Chi Wen's head pops out from behind Mayan, who has the guts to want a tigress like you? Chi Wen. Ling Yuma clenched her fists so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. Are you tired of living? Chi Wen's head shrunk back, but her annoying voice still sounded, Yuma, you're so fierce, you don't have any femininity. Be careful that you don't scare away the man that you finally found. Ow ow ow. Before it could finish its sentence, a flaming blade aura rushed straight at it. Nayani master, save me. However, Mu Yan is all smiles as she leads Xiaobao away. Luo Yunxiao didn't even look at it. As a result, Chiwen fell to the ground with a thud, and her eyes rolled back. Only then did Ling Yuma retract her blade energy, and sneered, hee hee, the jealousy of a single dog, I won't bother with you. Luo Yu said angrily, fourth senior sister, I think you are mocking me and youngest uncle. Ling Yuma was confused, what did I mock you for? Moreover, even if she had 100 guts to mock Luo Yu, she wouldn't have the guts to mock junior uncle, Luo Yu said gloomily. Now second Xixiang has second sister-in-law, fifth Xixiang has his brother Qing, sixth Xixiang has teacher Mo, and big Xixiang and third Xixiang are not here. Aren't there only me and junior martial uncle left? This isn't fair. Even a person like you, fourth senior sister, can find a lover. It doesn't make sense that I, who is loved by everyone, and junior martial uncle, who is so handsome and elegant, are still single. Ling Yuma pounced over and grabbed Luo Yu's head, someone like me? How am I? Xiaoqi, I think you're getting bolder and bolder. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Where is he? Mayan smiles as she says unhurriedly, the legendary fourth brother-in-law, you should at least let us meet him first. Ling Yuma's face turned red, he is still behind the wall and is too embarrassed to see you. Therefore, I'm here to greet you first so that you can prepare yourselves mentally. Mental preparation? Prepare for what? Is fourth brother-in-law very extraordinary? Luo Yu suddenly thought of something and revealed a thoughtful expression. Ling Yuma called out to the closed stone wall behind her, Jing Yuan, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure wearing a golden-red kasaya slowly appeared out of thin air. A monk? Even though they had already prepared themselves mentally, they were still taken aback by what they saw. Xiao Bao, who was holding Mayan's hand, lets out a soft ah, his eyes revealing a puzzled expression. Luo Yunxiao's eyes suddenly turned cold. His body subconsciously takes a step towards Mu Yan, assuming an attacking and protective stance at any time. However, their strange behavior did not attract the attention of others. That's because everyone's line of sight is attracted by Ling Yuma and Jing Yuan, who are standing side by side. Luo Yu is the first to speak, the person I saw outside the soul cultivation pool was him, right? He, fourth senior sister, I said that your heart has sprouted. Many pairs of curious eyes fell on Jing Yuan. This caused his fair and clean face to flush red. After a while, he said in a low voice, greetings. I'm a little monk. As soon as he said that, Jing Yuan realized he didn't know how to address the people in front of him. He didn't know what to do, and his face turned even redder. The little monk had a handsome face, and his eyes were as clear as the purest obsidian. His skin was white and smooth, without any flaws. He looked like he was in his early 20s, but his whole body seemed to be shrouded in the holy light of Buddha that only an enlightened monk would have. But at this moment, he was nervous and his cheeks were red. That distant and hazy feeling of holiness was popped like a soap bubble. She looked indescribably cute and down-to-earth. The Xiaoyao sect people who were still in shock suddenly became lively. Ling Yuxing asked curiously, can monks get married? What's wrong with being a monk? Can't monks return to secular life? It's okay. If monks can't return to secular life, fourth senior sister, you can find a nunnery next to a Buddhist temple and become a monk together. Pa dash. An explosive pellet hit Luo Yu's head. What nonsense are you talking about? Luo Yu said calmly, didn't they say that if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, and if you marry a dog, follow the dog? If you marry a monk, of course, you can only be a nun. Pff dash. Damn Xiaoqi. I think you're tired of living, just like Qi Wen. Looking at the Xiaoyao sect people who were making a scene. Jing Yuan's gaze landed on Ling Yuema without blinking. His eyes were filled with gentleness and love. But soon, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He held the golden alms bowl tightly. His eyes revealed a painful struggle. A low voice came to his ears. Jing Yuan's eyebrows moved, and he slowly walked to the corner of the palace. Seeing the young man standing there waiting for him, Jing Yuan's pupils shrank. The man was like jade, and the young man was unparalleled. There was actually such a handsome man in this world who transcended gender and the secular world. And this man's cultivation was not lower than his own. But Jing Yuan had never seen or heard of such a person in the Xiaoxian continent. Great Master Jing Yuan of the Debi Temple? Before Jing Yuan could think clearly, a low magnetic voice came. Ba. Jing Yuan put his palms together and bowed slightly. May I know who you are? He could call out Debi Temple and his Dharma name. It was obvious that the man in front of him had been to the Xianxia continent. Luo Yunxiao, Ling Yuma is my martial niece. This short sentence didn't explain any further, but it caused Jing Yuan's heart to tremble. His previous vigilance and doubt instantly turned into nervousness. It turned out that this person was the little martial uncle that Umo had mentioned. He was the only elder left in the Xiaoyao school. If he wanted to marry Umo, it would not be enough to get his master's approval, he would have to go through this person. Luo Yunxiao looked at him indifferently. The former number 1 expert in the Xianxia continent, the current number 1 Buddhist Taoist, Bodhidharma's last disciple, and the successor of the Defying temple, Great Master Jing Yuan. Are you sure you can marry my martial nephew? Jing Yuan's heart suddenly tightened, and he even held his breath for a moment. The person in front of him knew more than he did. But it was only for a moment. Jing Yuan slowly raised his head. His eyebrows were gentle, but the persistence and determination in his eyes were like a 10,000-year-old rock, without a trace of hesitation. He said, I will ask my master to agree to my request. As for the abbot of the Defying temple, it is not me. I have never thought of becoming the abbot of the Defying temple. Luo Yunxiao was unmoved. What if Bodhidharma doesn't agree? Jing Yuan closed his eyes. I will renounce asceticism and leave Defying temple. Luo Yunxiao couldn't help but be moved by his answer. The people on the floating island might not understand what it meant to be the last disciple of the Defying temple's Bodhidharma. However, there was not a single person in the Xianxia continent who did not know the meaning of this identity. If he were to forcefully break away from Defying temple and give up his identity as a disciple of Bodhidharma, what would this person face? Jing Yuan pursed his lips and smiled. His expression was bashful and happy. His fair face was slightly flushed. I don't know if my decision is right or wrong. However, I can repay my master and Defying temple's kindness in other ways. If I give up on Umo, I might regret it for the rest of my life. The first half of his life was rough and bloody, and the second half was peaceful and silent. But there had never been a moment like the past few days when his entire heart seemed to have come alive. He finally had something he longed to possess and protect. It was not compassion, nor was it a primitive desire. Instead, it was genuine excitement and anticipation. Then, what about news about the Shin musicians? Will you send it back to the sect? Luo Yunxiao's next words caused Jing Yuan's entire body to tremble. Her eyes, which were as clear as water, also became as deep as a 10,000-year-old cold pond in an instant. You already knew? Luo Yunxiao looked at him indifferently and said nothing. Jing Yuan's finger lightly wraps the golden alms bowl. In a deep voice, he says, the Shin musician appears, the ghost bell rings. The world was in chaos, and all living beings were doomed. Shin musicians are evildoers who should not exist in this world. Once it fully awakened, it would bring endless calamity to the 3 realms, and 6 paths. Master's predictions have never been wrong. I'm a monk from Defying temple. It's my duty to kill the evil spirits that have yet to awaken in this world. Luo Yunxiao didn't seem surprised by his words. However, the space between his brows was already tainted with an austere coldness. Do you think you can kill me? Jing Yuan sighed softly. If I kill her, Umo will never forgive me. Also, there was also the little boy who was holding the Shin musician's hand. If he was not mistaken, that's the child who was held in Di Mingju's arms during the calamity of the falling sky. He was the acknowledged future successor of the polar domain. She is supposed to be a Shin musician who is the enemy of the world. However, it had such a deep bond with the number 1 power of the Xianxia continent, the polar domain. Furthermore, she was Yumo's junior sister. Jing Yuan's slender fingers gripped the golden alms bowl tightly. However, master's entrustment, eldest brother's teachings, his hellish past, and his missing second brother, all of these make it impossible for him to turn a blind eye to the remnants of the Shin musicians. Suddenly, Jing Yuan raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, Benefactor Luo, how about we make a bet? Luo Yunxiao was startled. What kind of bet? You and I will return to the Xianxia continent to fight. If you win, I'll pretend that I've never seen the successor of the Shin musicians. Whether she wakes up and brings disaster to the world, or is discovered by others and dies, it's all her own good fortune. If I win, I will inform Xianxia that I have found the successor of the Shin musician, and from then on, I will never step out of Debi Temple. Jing Yuan's voice was very calm, and his eyes were as calm as stagnant water. But the contents of his words made even someone as indifferent as Luo Yunxiao couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. Jing Yuan's gaze swept over Ling Yuma, who was discussing with the people of the Xiaoyao sect how to find the little chick. As if she sensed his gaze, Ling Yuma turned around and gave him a bright smile. The girl in red has a picturesque appearance, her eyes like stars. Her smile seems to be able to condense all the warmth and brilliance between heaven and earth. It makes him reluctant to let go, even reluctant to move his eyes away. Is the Shin musician a demon that will bring about a catastrophe? But how does the collapse of the sky end? The moment the spirit bell rings, it doesn't bring hell, but the end of the disaster. A woman that the emperor of the polar domain deeply loves and protects, a junior sister that Ling Yuma trusts all over again. A person that this man in front of her carefully protects. Is she really so heinous that she must die without a burial? Then let's take a gamble, for Yuma. And for the people who will be redeemed from the collapse of the sky. Luo Yunxiao retracts her gaze from Mayan, slightly hooking up her lips. Okay, I agree to bet with you. Yuma, I'm going back to the Xianxia continent. Hearing Jing Yuan's words, Ling Yuma is startled. So soon? Jing Yuan looks down at her, his expression gentle as if it could drip water. I have to go back and report to Master. I have someone I want to spend a lifetime with. Ling Yuma stares blankly at first, then her face turns red and she mumbles, but, we haven't had much time to be alone. I don't care. What does I don't care mean? Could it be that this little monk is in love? Ling Yuma is furious, but before she can speak, she hears a low, gentle, and shy voice in her ear. As long as we can be together forever, we can always make up for the time we have lost. Ling Yuma's anger turns to joy, and she can't help but gently poke his chest. Little monk, you usually look honest, I didn't expect you to say such sweet words. Jing Yuan is somewhat at a loss. It's not sweet words, I intend to. Ling Yuma is amused. She just thinks that this little monk is so cute. But thinking that the two will soon be separated by two different worlds, there's an indescribable melancholy. Alas, why is her cultivation still so low? Unable to forge the immortal bone, unable to attract the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, she could go to the Xianxia continent with the little monk. As for going directly to the Xianxia continent with Jing Yuan as a vassal, Ling Yuma had never thought of such a thing. Ling Yuma was Ling Yuma. She wouldn't become someone she didn't even know for anyone. Moreover, he would not stop his steps to become stronger. Her little monk was so outstanding and strong, waiting for her in another world. Then she would approach him step by step. Just like little junior sister. Teacher Mo was so powerful and aloof. However, little junior sister had never thought of completely relying on him. Ling Yuema looked up at Jing Yuan. Okay, little monk, wait for me in Xianxia continent. I promise I'll find you as soon as possible. Jing Yuan nodded slowly and made the most important promise in his life. I'll wait for you. After saying that, he suppressed the reluctance in his heart and turned around to walk toward Luo Yunxiao. Before entering the chaotic heaven cave, he had already sent a message to his eldest senior brother. If he didn't leave this place for a long time, eldest senior brother would be able to use the brand on his body to determine his location. However, after taking 2 steps, he could not help but return to Ling Yuma. She blushed and whispered, Yuma, before I leave, can I hug you? Ling Yuma froze and was about to speak. Her body had already been pulled into a wide embrace, tightly hugging her. The faint scent of sandalwood entered her nose. Ling Yuma's heart was beating like a drum, and the corners of her mouth were raised. The two of them hugged each other tightly, not saying a word. It was an indescribable moment of peace. Ling Yuma felt pain in her waist. She grabbed the little monk's hand and pushed him away. Hurry up, don't let young martial uncle wait too long. Jing Yuan had to return to the sect, and young martial uncle had to go to the Xianxia continent to deal with, so the two went together. It sounded like a normal reason. But Ling Yuma knew it wasn't. Her young martial uncle had always been a loner and didn't even want to stay in the Xiaoyao sect. How could he go together with others? Even the little monk was gentle and kind on the surface, but he always kept a distance from others. But even if she had doubts, Ling Yuma didn't ask. Because she didn't need to ask, she wanted to believe. Jing Yuan nodded, restrained the reluctance in his heart, and silently turned to leave. But after 3 steps, he had to look back. Silently, he stared at Ling Yuma with a pair of eyes that were purer than black glass. Why was the floating island so far away from the Xiaoxian continent? After this farewell, how long would it be before he could see Yuma again? Would Master agree to his request? How long could the existence of the Shin musicians be hidden? The further away he was, the more panic rose in his heart. He always felt that this separation was eternal. He always felt that the luck and fate that God gave him was only for a short moment. If he could never see Yuma again, how could he spend the rest of his life in this lonely night? Ling Yuma sighed softly. Suddenly, her feet moved, and her figure appeared in front of Jing Yuan. "Little monk, did you do it on purpose?" The girl's voice was soft, helpless, and doting, with endless longing and reluctance. A warm, soft, and calloused hand covered Jing Yuan's eyes. In front of him, it was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. He could only hear the girl's slightly rapid breathing and a feather-like soft voice. "I have tried my best to restrain myself, but you still want to arouse my emotions. Little monk, I think a hug is not enough. I also want to take advantage of you, can I?" Jing Yuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. The next moment, he felt soft lips on his thin lips. Boom, brilliant fireworks exploded in his mind. The alms bowl in his hand fell to the ground. Unbeknownst to them, the little monk, who was wearing a kasaya, had already tightly embraced the blindfolded girl. Tossing and turning. That pair of eyes, which had always been clear and bright and seemed to be shrouded in the holy light of Buddha, was now deeply tainted by Gu Yaoang. It could no longer be restored to its original state. This wasn't frivolity, but profanity. And he was willing. Luo Yunxiao and Jing Yuan left together. However, Chiwen stayed behind. When Luo Yunxiao wanted to take it away, it clung to Mayan's clothes and refused to let go no matter what. Sob sob sob, I'm going to be with Mei Yan Yan. Master, can you just let me stay with Mei Yan Yan for a while longer? When you're done with your business, come here to pick me up. Luo Yunxiao frowned. She really wanted to get rid of this annoying spiritual pet. But Mayan chuckled and said, "Little martial uncle, you've received so many treasures from me, you wouldn't want to just leave, right?" After laughing, she restrained her expression and said seriously, "I don't know why you suddenly want to return to the Xiaoxian continent, little martial uncle. Charming enchantress of medicine, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect." 1. Charming enchantress of medicine, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. "But if it's done, come back to Xiaoyao City and meet us? We really miss you. At that time, they will save the big brother. Xiaoyao School, no one can be missing." Luo Yu complains, "Yes, little uncle, you didn't go out for so long. We thought you didn't admit that you were a member of Xiaoyao School." Luo Yunxiao looks at the pairs of eyes that are looking forward to her. She can't calm down, and there are even ripples in her eyes. But it only lasts for a moment. She turns around and leaves. Mu Yan and the others show a disappointed look. They can all feel that the little uncle deliberately alienates them. This alienation is not because she hates them, but because she wants to protect them better. But they want to tell the little uncle. They don't need the little uncle to sacrifice himself to protect them. They just want the Xiaoyao School to help each other and never abandon each other. However, at this moment, a low voice comes to their ears, as if a gentle breeze can blow it away. "I'll leave Chiwen to you. I'll pick him up in a month." Wow. Chiwen's nervous heart returns to its original position. She happily rolls in Mu Yan's arms. Master will not abandon Chiwen. Chiwen can still be with Mei Yan Yan. I'm so happy. He. Mei Yan Yan, I want to sleep with you tonight. In your dreams. As soon as her voice falls, Xiaobao grabs her by the collar and throws her aside. As he grows older, Xiaobao becomes more and more mature and calm. Perhaps it's because he is often taught by Di Mingju. He even has a bit of the temperament and coldness of a superior. It's getting more and more rare for him to show such childish willfulness. Mu Yan can't help but touch his head and laugh. She takes out a spiritual beast bag and lets Chiwen stay in it. She takes Xiaobao's hand, and the 6 of them go to the only corridor at the end of the room. As they walk, She sends a voice into the spiritual beast bag. Little uncle and fourth brother-in-law have known each other for a long time? Did they come to some sort of agreement? Chiwen rolled her eyes. How would I know? When master and the little monk were talking just now, wasn't I by your side, Mu Yan? Mu Yan hooks up her lips. Did fourth brother-in-law discover my identity as a Shin musician? How did you know? As soon as the words left her mouth, Chiwen realized something was wrong. She quickly covered her mouth with her claws. How did you know? In fact, wasn't Jing Yuan's performance very obvious? 90% of the time, his gaze was on fourth senior sister. But occasionally, there would be a moment when a murderous gaze would inadvertently glance at him. In addition, Xiaobao said that he had seen this monk uncle in the Xianxia continent. The meaning of that murderous gaze was self-evident. Although Mu Yan has obtained the Shin musician inheritance. However, she couldn't empathize with the kamikaze sect's blood feud. Moreover, he had no interest in slaughtering the entire Xianxia continent for a sect that had been destroyed for thousands of years. However, it would be different if someone took the initiative to provoke him. I will not offend those who do not offend me. That had always been her motto. But if the person who wanted to kill her was the man whom fourth senior sister liked, Mu Yan frowned slightly. Chiwen pointed at Luo Yunxiao. She knew that she couldn't hide it any longer, so she told her the contents of the conversation between Luo Yunxiao and Jing Yuan. Hearing Jing Yuan's decision, Mu Yan's eyebrows relax, and a warm and comfortable smile appears on her face. This little monk really loves fourth senior sister. He might not be able to betray his sect for fourth senior sister. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. However, he did his best within the scope of his ability, just so that his fourth senior sister would not be sad and put in a difficult position. Chiwen poked her head out of the spiritual beast pouch and said carefully, in fact, I'm staying not just because I want to enjoy your soft and fragrant embrace. Xiao Yanyan, Mayan expressionlessly says, there's no need to add this sentence. Actually, among the things that master is looking for, there are two most important items that are known as yin-yang twin hearts. We don't even know what it is, but if we want to help master change his fate, these two items are indispensable. After a pause, Chiwen continued, in this heaven-mixing cave, I sensed the aura of the yin-yang dual heart. Mu Yan's footsteps slightly pause. Can you find it? Chiwen hesitated for a moment before she gritted her teeth and said, yes, I definitely can. I won't let master. It did not finish its sentence. Luo Yunxiao's background and her goal of changing her fate had always been a mystery. Even Shi Qing and Yun Ruhan only knew that he was looking for something to change his fate. However, he did not know why he had to change his fate and how he had to change it. Mu Yan didn't ask, but reached out to touch Chiwen's head. As long as you can find the yin-yang twin hearts, I will definitely get it for youngest martial uncle. As they walked forward, they talked about how they came to this place. Mu Yan couldn't help but frown when she heard that Li Weiran was heavily injured in order to save Xiaobao. Everyone's actions were traceable and had a purpose that could be investigated. But only Li Weiran, no matter if it was his sudden appearance at the rocky hill or his subsequent actions. Mu Yan is completely unable to understand his intentions. And what gave her the biggest headache was Li Weiran had already saved Xiaobao twice. On top of that, he found materials to forge his natal sword. She owed him more and more favors, but she didn't know how to repay him. Fifth senior brother, how did you enter Wushang Palace? Ling Yuxing's face darkened when he heard Luo Yu's question. Then, he thought of that Susu that gave him a headache. After entering Wushang Palace, Yan Jishu disappeared. However, Ling Yuxing knew that this guy was definitely still in the underground palace. What was his motive for coming to Wushang Palace? Hopefully, I won't have to meet him again in this lifetime. Something is running towards us. Little Bao's fierce shout interrupted Ling Yuxing's thoughts. All eyes turned towards the end of the corridor. It was the sound of hurried footsteps. Fragmented and flustered, it was getting closer and closer. Then, a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Seeing the scene in front of her, Mayan opens her mouth. For a moment, she doesn't know what expression to make. At this moment, he was ridiculed by Ling Yuxing as saying that it would be best if they never met again. He slowly walked into the main hall at the center of Wushang Palace. In the center of the hall, there was a golden cauldron. The cauldron was covered in complicated and mysterious runes. Yan Jishu walked to the front of the golden cauldron, stroked one of the runes with his finger, and closed his eyes. Layers upon layers of her elegant dress fluttered gently with every step she took. Yan Jishu quickly walked around the golden cauldron. When he opened his eyes again, there were ripples of excitement in his eyes. Her pink lips gently opened and closed, spitting out a few indistinct syllables. Then, he chuckled and said, "After searching for so long, I finally found it." Dazzling light blooms from each rune, almost blinding people's eyes. But Yan Jishu's beautiful eyes, which were like the autumn water, were wide open. As if he wants to witness everything in front of him. As the light of the rune becomes brighter and brighter, the golden cauldron is pulled up by an invisible force into the air. Below the golden cauldron, there is an oval egg the size of a baby. Yan Jishu slightly holds his breath, reaches out his hands, and holds both sides of the egg. The next moment, however, there is a cracking sound. A crack appears in the center of the egg, and it breaks into two halves. Yan Jishu's face changes, and he quickly reaches out to take the egg back. It's empty inside, there's nothing at all. Only the dried egg liquid is stuck to the eggshell, exuding a bit of a fishy smell. How? Yan Jishu's face shows an incredulous expression. It's not the time to hatch, why isn't it in the egg? At the end of the aisle, the patter of footsteps is getting closer. Finally, a familiar figure appears in front of everyone. Mayan and the others are stunned. Almost at the same time, the creature on the other side has clearly discovered them. A pair of round eyes suddenly widen, radiating an ecstatic light. Gugu. Gg. Wow. Mom. Mom save me, brother save me, uncle save me. Come and save Huang. Woo. Of course, only Mayan can hear this wailing cry for help. But just by looking at the little chick's expression and urgent cries, she can pretty much guess its meaning. However, there's no way for everyone to feel distressed at this time. Because the little chick's attire before them is really too strange. They see that it's wearing a small glittering crown on its head. A golden cloak is draped over its body, and the cloak is painted with a dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Little chicken claws, little wings, and all kinds of glittering ornaments. These ornaments don't just look gorgeous. Each one is attached with a powerful spiritual power. Several of them should be used to increase speed, so the little chick can run so fast. Each of these ornaments can be compared to an ordinary artifact. But the little chick is wearing more than a dozen of them. Bang! Little Ingwa dived into Muyan's arms. It was like a child who had been wronged outside and finally found an adult who could support it. For a moment, he was out of breath from crying. Gg, woo. Mummy, my feet hurt, my hands hurt. Mom, there's a bad guy bullying Huang. The little chick stretches out its paw to show Muyan the culprit who hurt it. Muyan, it was a spiritual sense-tempering magic treasure. As long as it was worn for a long time, the sea of consciousness would gradually grow bigger. If such a treasure were to be auctioned outside, it could be sold for a higher price than a divine artifact flying sword. But her silly son was complaining that the baby had hurt his feet. Muyan is both angry and amused. She and Xiaobao carefully remove the accessories on its feet and wings. Who are you? Right at this moment, a low voice sounded out, and it caused Muyan and little Bao to stop moving. Please let go of young master immediately, otherwise we will have to take emergency measures. The speaker was a man. The one who spoke was a man. But his voice was very strange, halting and not very coherent, as if he was speaking one word at a time. Muyan looked up and saw that several men in green had appeared at the end of the corridor. These men's appearances and clothes were almost exactly the same. Only the one who spoke had a red gem pinned to his chest. At first glance, Muyan recognized these people. They were the ones who had kidnapped Little Chick. Obviously, these were not people, but humanoid puppets. Seeing these people appear, Little Chick was so scared that it plunged into Muyan's arms, crying out, "Guguji! Mama, I don't want to go back." Brother Red Pants said that the bad guys must want to pluck Huang to make chicken soup. Hoo, Mama, I don't want Huang to become chicken soup, you must save Huang Huang, Mu Yan. What kind of chicken soup is this? How does that bastard Chi Huang scare the stupid chicken every day? Mu Yan looked at the puppets in front of her and tried to communicate. You saw it, my son doesn't want to go back with you. Guji. Not going back, the people were still expressionless, approaching step by step. But the red gem on the chest of the leading puppet still flashed. Thus, those gray, lusterless eyes turn and fall on Mu Yan. A mechanical voice said, the young master is not of age and cannot recognize a master. Please give the young master to me. Then, a cold hand appeared silently and grabbed the back of little Chick's neck, about to carry it away. But the fingers couldn't move it. Another hand, as white as jade, pressed on little Chick, stopping the cyan-cloaked puppet's movement. Mu Yan looked up at the unfocused gray eyes and smiled faintly. Sorry, did you not hear clearly? My son said that he doesn't want to go with you. Ba ba ba. Little Chick realized that he had his mother's support. His little head immediately lifted up and arrogantly spat at the cyan-cloaked puppet. Humph. A child with a mother was like a treasure. Moreover, Huang Huang not only had a mother, but also a brother and uncles. Let's see how you bad guys bully Huang Huang. Mayan speechlessly looks at this stupid chicken's son who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Now that he was acting so arrogantly, who was that crying coward just now? But no matter how stupid he was still a brat. It was not up to others to make her cry. The ruby on the chest of the green-robed puppet flashed again. His gray pupils turned to Mu Yan again and he said word by word, if the young lord forcibly recognizes the young lord as the master before the coronation, the master must complete the assessment for the young lord in advance and open the firmament gate. Life and death were not allowed in the assessment. Are you sure? You want to accept? Ling Yuma frowned, what do you mean by life and death? The green-cloaked puppet said mechanically, pass the test, be born, and form the contract. If you fail the test, you will die. Luo Yu said angrily, sixth senior sister, ignore him, let's go. What kind of bullshit *T test is this? I think it wants to secretly harm people's lives. Ling Yuma also said, we want to take Huang Huang away. He doesn't even want to participate in the assessment. Do you want to trap us to death? Almost as soon as he finished speaking. Rumble. Rumble, two loud noises came one after the other, and the ground trembled. The green-cloaked puppet said expressionlessly, 1. Return to the young lord, 2. Accept the assessment. At the front and back of the walkway, a stone wall fell down. The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please bookmark and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, please bookmark. This narrow passageway instantly becomes a dead end with no way out. Ling Yuma pulls out her long sword and ruthlessly slashes at the stone wall. Sparks fly everywhere. However, the stone wall is unscathed, not even a scratch is left on it. Everyone's heart sinks. The little chick might be a little dumb, but it seemed to have realized what was going on. It's its existence that put mom and brother in danger. Only when it's taken away by the bad guys, mom and everyone can walk out of here safely. However, from then on, Huang Huang will never see mom, brother red pants again, its big round eyes are filled with tears. The little chick is heartbroken, in so much pain that it wants to die. But it still struggles to jump out of Mayan's arms. Tears fall as it walks towards the direction of the puppets. Gaguji, woo-woo. Mom, Huang Huang is gone, you must not forget Huang Huang ah, every 2 steps, it turns its head. Why isn't mom coming over to hug it and say, Huang Huang, don't go? Woo-woo, does mom really not want it anymore? From now on, Huang Huang will be the world's most pitiful orphan. Mayan almost can't hold back her laughter when she sees its dramatic appearance. In fact, just by listening to the words of the puppets, she knows that the little chick is the young master they are talking about. These puppets will certainly not hurt it. Of course, Mayan will not let these puppets take away the little chick. Otherwise, this little crybaby will be very sad. However, before Mayan can move, she sees a small figure striding forward and picking up the little chick on the ground. No one is allowed to take my brother away. Xiaobao coldly looks at the puppets and says word by word, I will accept any test. The little chick looks up at Xiaobao blankly. Then it bursts into tears, its whole head bursting into Xiaobao's arms. Xiaobao carries the little chick back to Mayan's side and looks up at her. His ice blue eyes are as clear as the brightest and purest sky after the rain. Niangqin, you can't let them take my brother away, Huang Huang will be afraid. Stupid little brother Chicky, crying at the slightest provocation, and being bullied casually. Xiaobao originally didn't like it. He doesn't even want to have a brother to distract his mother's attention. But slowly, the little chick laughed and rolled into his arms again and again, looking at him with big eyes full of admiration. Also, his mother told him that the little chick was calling him big brother. Unknowingly, he had begun to regard the little chick as his younger brother, a responsibility he had to protect. Now my little brother is crying. As the elder brother, how could he not step forward? There's a smile on Mayan's face as she gently rubs his head. Okay, I won't let them take Huang Huang away. He then looked up at the azure-robed puppet and said, I accept the test. Ling Yuma waved her long saber. Can only one person participate in the assessment? We'll come too. Yeah, we're coming too. Do you think our martial nephew of the Xiaoyao sect can be bullied to the point of tears? Since Huang Huang has been with Mu Yan, he's our Xiaoyao sect's chicken. How can you take him away just like that? What do you think our Xiaoyao sect is? Do you think we're afraid of you? Little chick raised its head and pouted. It was so touched that it almost burst into tears again. Mu Yan, the assessment can only be carried out by one person? The puppet shook its head, individual or team is fine. As long as you can open the Heaven's Gate. So, are you sure you want to take the coronation assessment for the young master? After the 6 people nodded, a light shot out from the red gem on the puppet's chest and enveloped them. The next moment, the figures of the 6 people disappeared. Only the little Ling Hua, who was wearing a small crown and holding back his tears, was left. He flattened his mouth and glared at the puppet. The moment the puppet looked over, he immediately shrank his neck and hid in the corner. Huang Huang, don't cry, Huang Huang will wait here for his mother and brother to come back. Flapping his little wings, the little Ling Hua showed a resolute and brave expression. The puppet looked at him, the stiff corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. Then the gray eyes rolled and fell on the place where Mu Yan and others disappeared. There was one sentence that he didn't say. Individual or team, it's fine. However, the difficulty of the individual assessment and the team assessment were worlds apart. However, if they wanted to take the young master away, how could they let them get what they wanted so easily? What is this place? After the dazzling red light disappeared, Mu Yan and the others found themselves sent to a strange place. This was a beautiful and magnificent courtyard. Water pavilions, bamboo forests, and a sea of flowers. The gurgling stream surrounded the entire small courtyard, and the pink petals floating on the water sent the fragrance to every corner of the courtyard. The sky was drizzling. The wet weather should be annoying. But in this small courtyard, there was a lingering mood of listening to the spring rain in a small building at night. Didn't they say that we should take the assessment? Why did they send us to this misty courtyard? Mu Yan looked up, and the 3 words, Raindrop Pavilion, came into view. TSK, even the name of this small courtyard was so poetic and ordinary. What kind of assessment is this? The few of them circled around the courtyard again and again. Almost every corner and room had been turned over, but not a single clue related to the test could be found. But as long as someone wanted to leave this small courtyard, they would be bounced back by an invisible force. Ling Yuma frowned and said, could it be that the so-called assessment is to trap us here until we die? No one wanted to believe this conjecture. But this was the result. Time passed slowly. Soon, the sky darkened. The pitter-patter of rain continued to fall. This small courtyard was still so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Maya knits her brows and says, everyone should first find a room to rest for the night. No matter what the content of the test is, what will come will come. Although it was said that they were resting, they naturally wouldn't let down their guard. The rooms they had chosen were all connected. Ling Yuma, Mu Yan, and Xiaobao are in the same room. Luo Yu, Ling Yuxing, and Qinjiu shared a room. All the doors and windows are pasted with warning talismans drawn by Mayan. A defensive formation was set up in the courtyard. With such thorough preparation, even if a sea-splitting realm expert came, everyone would still have a certain amount of time to react. However, there's still a trace of unease in Mayan's heart when she's hugging Xiao Bao and lying down. She originally didn't intend to sleep. Instead, she operated her mysterious energy, spiritual energy, and immortal energy within her body to generate divine energy, which she then poured into the Tian Mo Qin. The divine energy that she had accumulated during this period of time was almost enough to upgrade several Shen musician skills. She was ready to work hard and fill the divine energy in the Tian Mo Qin to the brim. She would directly upgrade the Seven Sword Spirit and improve her fighting strength, so that she could smoothly pass the assessment. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. However, the pitter-patter of rain and the sound of water dripping from the eaves could be heard. It seemed to have a powerful hypnotic ability. Unknowingly, Mu Yan falls asleep. In her dreams, waves of cold assaulted her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Mu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, only to discover that the window had been blown open at an unknown time. The night breeze mixed with the drizzle blew into the house. No wonder it was so cold. Mayan looked at Xiao Bao and Ling Yuma, who were still sleeping soundly, and quickly got up to close the window. However, in the next moment, she froze on the spot. She was a cultivator, it was just an ordinary night breeze and drizzle. How could she feel cold? Mayan tries to mobilize the spiritual power in her dantian, but her heart suddenly sinks. No spiritual energy, no immortal energy. He couldn't even use his divine sense. This feeling was like wearing the spirit-locking buckle in Fusong City. Mother, it's hot, Xiao Bao let out a low moan. Mu Yan abruptly comes back to her senses and promptly picks up Xiao Bao. However, the tentacles were scalding hot. Xiao Bao's cheeks were flushed, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Little treasure. He had a fever. But Xiao Bao had an immortal physique. Unless he was severely injured or had some special reason, how could he possibly have a fever? With a trembling hand, Mu Yan grabs Xiao Bao's wrist to feel his pulse. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. There was no reason for it. It was just that she caught a cold. However, Xiao Bao's body was also devoid of spiritual power. It was as if he had become an ordinary child. Even if it was just a common cold, Xiao Bao was still so sick that his life was almost in danger. Fourth senior sister, wake up. Mayan woke Ling Yuma up and went to the next room to wake up Luo Yu and the others. However, everyone's condition was not good. They had all lost their spiritual power. Like Xiao Bao, Qingjiu, Luo Yu, and Ling Yuxing also had a high fever. Ling Yuma asked, what is going on? Is this the so-called test? Mayan frowns, I saw a lot of herbs in the backyard that can treat colds. I'll go pick some. Fourth sister, you watch over them. Ling Yuma nodded and held the red lotus soul-stealing saber in her hand tightly. Mu Yan quickly found some herbs in the backyard. She hurried back to the room where Xiao Bao and the others were. Before he could even get close, he heard the arrogant laughter of an unfamiliar man. The prey that Wushang Palace sends over always allows us to enjoy ourselves. But this time it seems especially tender and delicious. They sent so many at once. Our harvest this time is too great. Big brother, as long as you eat them, your strength will definitely increase by a lot. Maybe you'll be able to leave this place then. Big brother, big brother. Hurry up and take a look. This little bastard has an immortal physique. The voice of the person who said the last sentence was trembling. It was obvious excitement, agitation, and greed. As long as we devour him, we will definitely succeed this time. Mu Yan's face darkens and she kicks the door open. The scene in front of her instantly caused the anger in her heart to surge like a raging flame. Unbeknownst to him, there were a few burly men in ragged clothes with ugly faces in the room. He was commenting on the unconscious Luo Yu and the others. Someone had ripped off Ling Yuxing and Luo Yu's clothes and was wantonly appreciating their smooth skin. Their flesh must be tender and delicious. There are also a few people fighting to surround Ling Yuma, their eyes revealing a greedy and evil expression. Their thick and dark hands are already reaching forward. And on the only bed, there is a middle-aged man with a terrifying scar across his face. At this time, someone is respectfully sending the unconscious Xiaobao in front of him. As if to let him see a little more clearly, the man directly tore Xiaobao's clothes and flatteringly smiled. Boss, look, if I'm not wrong, before this kid was infected, he had the highest grade of immortal physique. In the 3 realms and 6 realms, no matter where, this is a rare treasure. As soon as the man finished speaking, there is a movement at the door. Everyone's eyes look towards Muyan's direction. Ho! Sounds of cold air being sucked in can be heard in the room. Even the pupils of the big brother, who is sitting on the bed with a cold and mocking expression, can't help but shrink. Boss, this woman was also sent to the rain listening pavilion this time. Is she our prey? Prey? If this is our prey, then it's a peerless treasure that is hard to find in the world. Muyan turns a deaf ear to the voices around her. She slowly walks to the bed and takes Xiaobao from the strong man's hands. The strong man was staring at her and drooling. Feeling that his hand is empty, he immediately reacted and subconsciously wants to snatch it. However, the next moment, he feels a strong attack, and his whole body flies out and heavily hits the stone pillar. Muyan carefully holds Xiaobao in her arms, and after making sure that he is fine, she breathes a sigh of relief. She feeds the spirit fruit that she just picked to Xiaobao. Muyan feels the light in front of her dim. She raises her head and meets a pair of blazing eyes full of aggression. The man with a face full of knife scars stares at her, his figure excited and greedy, tyrannical and bloodthirsty. It's like he is staring at his prey with great difficulty. What's your name? Muyan's gaze sweeps over Ling Yuma and the others who are still lying unconscious on the ground. The man with the knife scars raises his eyebrows and immediately claps his hands. Bring the guests here. The prey that is in their hands is about to fly away. Several strong men show unwilling expressions on their faces. However, due to the knife-scarred man's tyrannical power, most of them did not dare to act rashly. However, someone couldn't help but retort, Boss, these prey are the best of the best. We've waited for so long and finally got to enjoy it. No matter how beautiful this little girl is, she's just a grasshopper in your palm. You can play with her however you want. Why do you have to listen to a woman? Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his mouth and blood gushed out from between his lips and teeth. Everyone could see that this man, who was covered in blood, had no tongue in his mouth. The knife-scarred man casually retracted his hand, not even looking at the muscular man whose tongue had been cut. Didn't you hear what I said? Yes, I heard it. The other strong men in the room all turned pale with fright. He hurriedly moved Qingjiu, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing and Luo Yu onto the bed. The knife-scarred man lowers his eyes to look at Mayan, smiling devilishly. Can you say your name now? Muyan examines the bodies of Qingjiu and the others. After confirming that they are only unconscious, she inwardly sighs in relief. Until now, she still doesn't know the purpose of Wushang Palace's so-called assessment, nor who the person in front of her is. But Muyan had been through all kinds of crises in both her previous and current lives. Therefore, even in such a dangerous situation, she was still as calm as usual. Before asking for someone else's name, shouldn't you tell me who you are first? The knife-scarred man was stunned. He seemed to have never imagined that this incomparably young and weak woman before him would actually be able to remain so calm in such a situation. The interest in his eyes became brighter, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Huang Fuzun, you'd better remember this name. It will be your man's name in the future. Muyan chuckled as well. Her appearance was bright and beautiful to begin with. Her smile could really make everything in the world lose its color. Even Huang Fuzun's eyes flashed with amazement and infatuation. However, there was a hint of mockery in her alluring smile. I'm sorry, but my man is 1,000 times more handsome than you, and 10,000 times more powerful. I really don't fancy someone like you. Huang Fuzun's eyes darkened. But he didn't get angry as Muyan had expected. The expression on his face became even more exuberant. So what? From the moment you entered the pavilion of raindrops and became an infected, you were destined to be my prey. Huang Fuzun stepped forward as he spoke. His face was covered with scars, and he looked horrible and ugly. But his hand was slender and beautiful, with well-proportioned joints. Under his tanned skin were tight muscles that seemed to contain infinite power. When the hand reached out, Mu Yan wanted to step back. However, at this moment, she felt like her soul was grabbed by a hand. She couldn't move at all. A strand of her hair was lifted. The smile on Huang Fuzun's face was cruel and malicious. There is no pain if you are heartless, and there is no death if you have no desire. Since you are going to be my pet from now on, why don't you cut off your own love? Mu Yan was dazed. She didn't have time to understand what he meant. Huang Fuzun let go of her hair and put a dagger in her hand. The dagger was ink black from the hilt to the blade. The blade was much thicker than a normal dagger, and there were barbs on the edge. There were tiny holes on the barbs. As long as they pierced into the human body, these barbs would crazily devour the blood in the human body. Huang Fuzun took a step back and said, "Go. Kill those who are connected to you. Cut off your bad karma with your own hands." Mu Yan's complexion changes greatly. She realized that she was losing control of her body after Huang Fuzun said that. He couldn't use his spiritual energy, immortal energy, or divine sense. In this cultivation world where the strong preyed on the weak, the power that weak profound energy could display was getting smaller and smaller. So much so that she couldn't even dispel the little divine soul control at this moment. Mu Yan's forehead oozes fine beads of sweat. The hand holding the dagger trembled violently, but it refused to move an inch forward. Huang Fuzun exclaimed in surprise. Not only did he not pass out immediately after being infected, he was able to resist my night soul control, to such an extent even though he has no spiritual sense or spiritual energy. He couldn't help but chuckle. He looks at Mayan like he's looking at an interesting treasure. He raised his slender hand and waved it gently. In the next moment, a purple fog shrouds Mu Yan. Silent soul illusory mist. The burly man who was watching from the side could not help but exclaim. They looked at Huang Fuzun in horror, and then turned to Mu Yan with pity. This pretty little girl was really unlucky. If she fell into their hands, she would be eaten. At most, she would let them have a good time before she died. But entering the silent soul illusory fog was equivalent to experiencing one hellish nightmare after another. In the nightmare, she would treat all the creatures in front of her as her enemies and kill them all with her own hands. If she couldn't get through the silent soul mist, she would die miserably in the illusion. But even if she got through it, she would wake up to see her loved ones killed by her. That would be a more painful feeling than death. TSK, killing people was just a matter of nodding one's head. Their boss's torture methods were even more terrible than the devil's. Sure enough, the little girl in the purple mist closed her eyes and showed a painful expression. When she opened them again, her eyes were blood red. The jet black dagger was raised high. It was supposed to be pitch black without any luster, but it flashed with a frightening cold light. Huang Fuzun was so excited that the scar on his face trembled slightly. His divine consciousness led Mu Yan's hand to Xiaobao on the bed. "Mother," Xiaobao groaned in a low voice. His misty eyes opened. What he saw was Mu Yan, who was slowly stabbing at him with the dagger. "Mother," Xiaobao's mind was in chaos. He reached out to hold Mu Yan. His hands were sore because of the fever, but they were so weak. It only reached halfway before it drooped down. "Mother?" Xiaobao's voice was low, but Huang Fuzun heard it. He glanced at Mu Yan and then at Xiaobao, as if he had found something interesting. He couldn't help but chuckle. Then the laughter became louder and louder. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. How would this beautiful prey react when she woke up and found out that she had killed her own son? He was so looking forward to it. The black dagger was getting closer and closer. Xiaobao also noticed that something was wrong with Mu Yan. He looked at Huang Fuzun, who was laughing. Then he looked at Mu Yan, whose eyes were red and her expression was painful. He realized that his mother was controlled by this bad guy. "Mother, mother, look at me. I'm Xiaobao. I'm Xiaobao." Mu Yan's movements paused, and the expression on her face changed slightly. The redness in his eyes gradually receded, almost reflecting Xiaobao's shadow. Huang Fuzun exclaimed in surprise. Then, he took out a bamboo flute and played it with great interest. The sound of the flute resounded throughout the room. Mayan's face once again reveals a pained and blurred expression, and her eyes are once again dyed scarlet. "Mother! Looking at the dagger that was getting closer and closer to his heart, Xiaobao could not help but let out a low cry. However, in the next moment, his icy blue eyes suddenly widened. She could no longer hold back her tears. Because he saw with his own eyes that Mu Yan suddenly turned the dagger around and stabbed the blade into his abdomen. Mother, Xiaobao doesn't know where his strength comes from, but he suddenly sits up on the bed and throws himself into Mayan's arms, tears bursting out of his eyes. The sharp blade pierced his abdomen, bringing with it a sharp pain. The black knife swallowed the fresh blood, bringing with it a coldness that was infinitely close to death. However, this pain and coldness also allowed Mu Yan to gradually recover her consciousness. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, they were still scarlet. But there was a trace of clarity in it. His fingers suddenly pulled out the black knife from his abdomen. The black knife had a barb. Pulling it out was equivalent to directly cutting the flesh. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain. Mother, don't die. Xiaobao doesn't want you to die. Xiaobao's voice was hoarse from crying. His small hands desperately tried to press the bleeding wound, but he couldn't. Xiaobao, who had always been mature and steady like a little adult, cried like a lost child for the first time. He was so helpless, so desperate for redemption. Mu Yan's face was paler than a piece of paper. She wanted to reach out and stroke Xiaobao's hair. But at this moment, the disturbing bamboo flute rang out again. This time, the sound of the flute was louder and brighter, with an overwhelming control of the divine soul and Huang Fuzun's almost trembling excitement. Huang Fuzun said, "I'd like to see how long you can resist the silent soul fog." As the sound of the flute sounded, the clarity in Mu Yan's eyes slowly disappeared. Her blood-stained hands were forced to clasp Xiaobao's neck. The little boy's neck was so thin and fragile. It would break with just a slight twist. Xiaobao's eyes were wide open, and tears kept gushing out of his eyes. Was his mother going to kill him? It was all his fault. It was he who had agreed to take the test on behalf of Huang even though he knew it was very dangerous. It was he who put his mother and the martial uncles in a desperate situation. If he died in his mother's hands, the martial uncles would also die in his mother's hands. When his mother woke up, how sad she would be. No, he didn't want this, he had sworn to protect his mother. His ice-blue pupils were also gradually dyed red and lost focus. And in the center of his forehead, a dark red mark like cinnabar appeared. As the mark became brighter and brighter, it even faintly showed the image of the rising sun. At the same time, Mu Yan's pupils contracted as she clasped Xiaobao's neck. A dazzling silver full moon appeared behind her, sparkling with light. The Tian Emochin floated in the air. No one was playing, but it made intermittent tinkling sounds. It forcibly covered the sound of Huang Fuzun's flute. In Wushang Palace, the little chick anxiously pecked at its feathers with its beak, chirping as it did so. Mommy and big brother can pass the test, can't pass the test, can pass the test, can't pass the test. The cyan-cloaked puppet, who had been standing quietly at the side, suddenly said, "In this space-time, no one can open the gate of heaven. Even if they survived the infection and passed through the dream, it's still impossible. They will die in the raindrop listening pavilion soon. Young master, it's better if you follow me back." Little Linghua raised its head and glared at the green-cloaked puppet with its big, round eyes. "Woof woof woof woof. Mommy and big brother won't die. You scoundrel, Huang will not be fooled by you." The azure-cloaked puppet, the red jewel on his chest flashed. The azure-cloaked puppet continued to speak in its mechanical voice, "Does the young master not believe me?" With a flick of his wrist, a glazed goblet appeared in his palm. There were a few flames of different colors floating in the glass goblet. The azure-cloaked puppet pointed to the silver one, "This is the mommy you mentioned." Then it pointed to the red one, "This is the big brother you mentioned." The flames are getting fainter and fainter, which represents the loss of their vitality and souls. When the flames disappear completely, it will be the time when their souls dissipate. Gee! The little chick emits a sharp cry. Suddenly, it doesn't know where it got its courage from, but it fiercely rushes over, seemingly wanting to peck at the glass bottle and rescue its mother and brother. The cyan-cloaked puppet doesn't even move. It looks indifferently at the little chick as it desperately pecks, kicks, and hits the glass bottle in its hand. It even lets the little wings slap its face. Paw, paw, paw. When the little chick is tired, the cyan-cloaked puppet says, "Young master, please look, the soul fire is about to go out. You should give up now, right?" The little chick is originally gasping for breath. It starts to think about what to do in the end with its already dull brain. Hearing the cyan-cloaked puppet's words, it subconsciously looks down. Sure enough, it sees the silver and red flames getting thinner and thinner, faintly discernible, almost disappearing. Mother. Brother, when the flames go out, their souls will fly away and scatter. The cyan-cloaked puppet's words flash through Huang Huang's mind. Its eyes suddenly widen. Mother and brother will die? No. No. It won't agree, absolutely won't agree. The little chick's wings slowly open, its beak moving slightly, spitting out a few thick and vague syllables. These syllables are extremely strange, completely different from the language of the Xiaoxian continent, the floating island, and even the people of the Xiaoxian continent. But the cyan-cloaked puppet at the head shudders when it hears this sound. The ruby on its chest emits a dazzling light. Somewhere in the Wushang Palace, in a corner where treasures are piled up. Suddenly, the ground shakes, and all the heavenly treasures tumble down with a clatter. Finally, two strange threads fly out from inside, floating in the air and swaying gently, making a buzzing sound. If Mayan or Qi Huang were here at this time, they would definitely recognize them at a glance. These two threads are none other than the missing repair materials for the Tian Emoqin. Little Shang and Shang strings. Xiaoxian continent, polar domain. In the Pure Flowers Palace, where Elder Cheng lives alone, he is frowning slightly at a compass. The appearance of this compass is very strange. Half of it is beautiful, and it emits a dazzling golden light as it rotates. But the other half is full of potholes, gray and lusterless, as if it had suffered great damage. This compass was called the Chaos River Luoming compass. It was once a top-notch magic treasure on par with the Heaven and Earth Mirror, a sacred object. However, tens of thousands of years ago, it was destroyed by an accident. And now, it had become like this. In fact, Elder Cheng wasn't good at divination. Back then, he was able to deduce the appearance of Jun Shang's destined daughter and point out the specific location. In fact, he relied on the divination results given by the Hunyuan River Luoming plate. However, the problem was that the Chaos Essence River compass didn't listen to his instructions at all. He injected his spiritual energy into it, but the natal chart didn't react at all. But sometimes, he didn't even inject his spiritual energy, and the natal chart would automatically move. Just like now. The natal chart was buzzing and vibrating, and the needle above was spinning randomly. However, there were no results from the divination. This situation had been going on for a long time. It seems, it started after Jun Shang returned from his injury. Elder Cheng was deep in thought. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Han Shujiao rushed in. "Little Jiao, what's wrong?" Han Shujiao gritted her teeth and said, "Di Mingju, this fickle and unscrupulous peacock. He clearly said that he wanted to marry my disciple, but he still dared to go outside and flirt. I really misjudged him." Elder Cheng frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How could Jun Shang be that kind of person?" "Humph, what do you mean by no?" Han Shujiao sneered, "I just went to Lingxiao Hall to get some herbs, when I heard that bastard Di Mingju wanted to go to Linglong Island." "What kind of place was Linglong Island? Wasn't it the nest of that vixen Yu Yanran?" Of all places that Di Mingju could have gone, he just had to go see the vixen, and that vixen obviously wants to seduce him. If this isn't adultery, then what is? Humph humph, wait until my obedient disciple enters the inheritance space, I will definitely tell him the true face of Di Mingju. Let's see if my disciple still cares about him in the future. Mu Yan had also entered the inheritance space several times after coming out from the crushed stone mound. Han Shujiao naturally knows that she is now on the floating island. Moreover, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds. Perhaps in just a few years, he would be able to ascend to the Xiaoxian continent from the floating island. It was also so that Mu Yan could concentrate on her cultivation, so that they could meet as soon as possible. So Han Shujiao didn't urge Mu Yan to learn alchemy. Generally, Mu Yan will only go to the inheritance space once every 1 or 2 months to receive Han Shujiao's teachings. Elder Chang was startled when he heard this. Has Xianxia already found out about it so quickly? Soon after, his expression turned serious and he said in a deep voice, "Little Nine, don't mess around. His Highness is going to Linglong Island for official business. If you dare to speak nonsense in front of June, your disciple, be careful that I won't be polite." Han Chujiu shrunk her neck, but she was still indignant. What business can there be, curse? Chang Lao's voice was low, but he only used one word to interrupt Han Chujiu's ridicule. Han Chujiu's face was startled. His cute little face showed a different look of hatred and killing intent, which was very different from his appearance. He remembered. Back then, he had smelled the aura of the curse on Yu Yanran's body. Therefore, the fox demon who had been putting on an act was indeed infected with the curse. And it was the curse of bad karma. Han Chujiu tightly pursed her lips and slowly said, "Do you need my help?" Elder Chang was about to speak. Suddenly, the primordial chaos river Luo Ming plate, which had been buzzing and vibrating on the table, emitted a dazzling light. This is, Elder Chang turned his head and saw that the spinning needle had slowly stopped. This meant that the primordial chaos river compass was about to show the results of another divination. Elder Chang quickly placed his finger on the center of the natal chart and closed his eyes. As time passed, the needle on the primordial river compass finally stopped at a position. The golden light emitted by the fate plate gathered at Elder Chang's fingertip. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Elder Chang's forehead. His body also trembled slightly. Han Chujiu nervously came over with a pill in her hand, ready to help. 15 minutes later, Elder Chang opened his eyes abruptly. Their eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. "Brother, what's wrong? What did you see in the readings?" Elder Chang opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words that reached his lips. He reluctantly smiled and said, "It seems like a big disaster, but you also know that I'm not good at divination. This primordial river Luo Ming plate was damaged, so I couldn't see it very clearly." Han Chujiu didn't doubt his words. She just curled her lips and said, "Why do you need to worry about this kind of world situation? Just let Di Mingju worry about it." Elder Chang glared at him. His expression was helpless, but also a bit doting. "Little Jiu, don't be disrespectful to Jun Shang. Aside from Polar Domain and Jun Shang, which other ruler can allow you to be so presumptuous and ask for whatever you want? You have to." I know. Elder brother, how many times do you say it in a day?" Han Chujiu felt a headache coming. She quietly got up and walked outside. "Let's go, I'm going back to refine my elixir." When Han Chujiu's figure and aura completely disappeared, Chang Lao's face regained his shocked and worried expression. What did he see in the divination result of the Hunyuan River Luo Ming plate? The polar domain's royal bloodline was awakened, and it's an extremely pure bloodline that inherited the rare young spirit root in the world. But how is this possible? Although the old emperor Di Baixian had many illegitimate children, they all died of old age within 100 years of birth. Jun Shang has never been close to a woman for thousands of years. So far, he only likes Miss June. How can there be a direct descendant outside? It should be known that the polar domain's royal bloodline has a great hidden danger. That is the awakening of the bloodline. If it can't be awakened, after adulthood, their talent will slowly deteriorate until they become mediocre cultivators or even mortals. Just like the illegitimate children of Di Baixian, most of them can't break through to Xushan realm. Their bodies are weak and eventually die of old age. But if the bloodline is awakened, is it a good thing? No, it's 100 times more dangerous than not awakening the bloodline. Because the process of awakening the bloodline is extremely painful and takes a long time. If there is a blood relative of the polar domain's royal family by his side to protect him, it's okay. If there is no, it's almost a death sentence. And this process has to continue for 3 times. Even if this person is really strong-willed, talented, and survived the first time, he may not be able to survive the second or the third time. So, should he tell Jun Shang about this matter or not? If I don't tell him, without the protection of the bloodline, this descendant of the royal family will probably die. Chang Lao frowned tightly. In the end, he stood up and flew in the direction of Linglong Island. Although the royal descendant who awakened the bloodline is very likely to be Di Baixian's illegitimate child. But no matter what the decision is, it should be made by Jun Shang himself. on a floating island thousands of kilometers north of Linglong Island. There was a loud explosion. It caused a huge gust of wind to surge within a radius of several hundred miles. A huge crater appeared in the center of the island. In the pit were hundreds of corpses dressed in black. Mu Luyun stood up from the pile of corpses with difficulty. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and looked at the man in the sky who was looking down at him from above. Was this the strength of the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord? Was this the power of the only immortal emperor in the three realms? He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist his attacks. Mu Luyun cut a sorry figure. His clothes were tattered, and there was a huge bloody hole in his abdomen. Electric sparks were flickering from it. The spiritual power in his body poured out from the bloody hole. At this moment, he was no longer the glorious and mysterious priest Luyun of the Nether Realm. Instead, he looked like a prisoner at the end of his rope. However, even in such a situation, Mu Luyun did not show any fear on his face. It's just that before I die, could I trouble the emperor to satisfy my curiosity? I thought I hid it well, but how did the emperor find out that I had something to do with the falling skies disaster? Di Mingju hooks up his lips, and on his noble and elegant face, there's a hint of a mocking smile. Does the calamity of the collapse of the heavens have anything to do with you? That made sense. That Japanese emperor and Master Jingyuan mended the crack in the barrier together. They were clearly about to succeed, but there was a sudden change. A sixth-rank poltergeist ghost appeared for no reason. At that time, you were also there. Mu Luyun was bewildered. He didn't know if he really didn't know or if he was trying to trick him. Did the monarch discover that I did something during the collapse of the heavens? Then how did you find this base? Di Mingju condescendingly looks down at him, then lowly spits out two names, He Qiming, Yu Yanran. Mu Luyun's pupils contracted slightly. Di Mingju's voice is low and cold, aloof and remote, like a god of judgment, without a trace of human warmth. At the time when the boundary of Spirit Rhinoceros Valley was broken, the behavior of the original Valley Master He Qiming was very strange. Later, the enchantment broke for the second time and He Qiming died without a complete corpse. Ben Jun became suspicious and ordered people to investigate who He Qiming had contact with when he was alive. The smile on Mu Luyun's face stiffened. There's a bit of ridicule in Di Mingju's eyes, and he continues, the Linglong Island's master, Yu Yanran, has the aura of the soul-chasing curse on her body, and Ben Jun had once seen a person who was cursed to death by the soul-chasing curse in the Xiaoxian continent. A few months ago, I was assassinated by a group of people who used curse on the floating island. Things were so coincidental that people couldn't help but be suspicious. Thus, I ordered people to monitor the entire Linglong Island and investigate who they had been in contact with during this period of time. Mu Luyun's heart was in turmoil, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, even so, the emperor shouldn't have investigated me, much less this base. The corner of Di Mingju's mouth slowly hooks up, his ice blue eyes looking down at him from above, carrying ridicule and the clarity of seeing through everything. At this moment, Mu Luyun felt as if all his secrets were exposed to this person. Then, he heard three words, Li Weiran. Mu Luyun's entire body trembles. He can no longer control his emotions. He abruptly raises his head to look at Di Mingju. You know Li Weiran? The moment Mu Luyun opened his mouth, he cursed inwardly. The melodious and lingering sound of a peeper rang out. It made Mu Luyun's head start to feel dizzy. He wants to concentrate his mind to resist, but Di Mingju's pressure is right there. It was difficult for him to even stand, let alone resist the hypnotic music. Slowly, Mu Luyun's eyes became blurry and his expression became dull. Di Mingju coldly asks, who is your master? What was his purpose? Who are the informants you planted in the polar domain? Mu Luyun looked absent-minded. He said in a daze, my master is, boom. A loud noise interrupted Mu Luyun's words. The deserted island, which was already riddled with holes, was now completely ruined. Han Yi, Ying Mei, and the others who were originally hiding in the dark rushed to Di Mingju's side, surrounding him to protect him. Tong Huanyan, the sect leader, was also among them, hugging a pipa in her arms. She was the one who had just used the music to hypnotize Mu Luyun. At this moment, everyone's line of sight is looking not too far away. There, a man completely wrapped in black clothes is holding the dying Mu Luyun in his hands. Mu Luyun's blurred expression has already returned to normal. Seeing the black-clothed man, his face shows an expression of guilt and incomparable reverence and infatuation. Greetings, greetings master. This subordinate did not handle the matter well. Please punish me, master. The black-clothed man's face is covered by a ghost mask, which completely covers his face. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose can't see anything. He can only hear a muffled, clearly deliberately altered voice. Polar Domain's Emperor, today's debt will be repaid in the future. Demingju sneers and raises his hand. A black longsword appears, floating in the air and making a crackling sound. You think you can still leave after coming? The black-cloaked man seems to laugh lowly. Emperor knows that Li Weirand is related to us, but I'm afraid you still don't know his true identity and purpose. Demingju says indifferently, just kill him as well. He, but what if his identity is related to your beloved woman in the lower realm? Demingju's eyes suddenly sink. The black-cloaked man's voice becomes a bit husky. Li Weirand intentionally exposed his whereabouts, so that Emperor can follow the clues and find this base. That way, he will have enough time to achieve his goal. Really good scheming, good methods. Polar Domain's Emperor, if I were you, I would definitely rush to Linglong Island without stopping to find out Li Weirand's background. Otherwise, Emperor will regret it for a lifetime. Before his voice falls, the black-cloaked man's figure suddenly ripples like water, smoke lingering in the air. Where do you think you're going? Star Wolf shouts and rushes out, slashing horizontally. However, he slashes empty air. Junshang, should we chase? Demingju's face darkens, retrieving the black longsword in the air and says coldly, go to Linglong Island. Are we not going to chase the master behind Mu Luyun? Tong Huanian, stupid. That's just a doppelganger illusion. Now that he's escaped, do you think we can still catch up? Star Wolf gloomily grits his teeth, about to curse a few times. Suddenly, his expression changes. Junshang, what happened to your forehead? Demingju is also aware of the abnormal energy fluctuations in his body at this time. His fingers can't help but touch his forehead. His skin is boiling hot like it's on fire. A sun mark slowly appeared between his eyebrows. Tong Huanian said in shock, this is the Li Fire bloodline's response? How was that possible? In this world, aside from Junshang, there is no one else who can activate the Li Fire bloodline. Ah. My lord. As he spoke, Elder Cheng rushed over, holding the mixed essence River Luo Ming plate, which was no longer vibrating. My lord, this subordinate has something to report. Floating island, Wushang Palace, rain listening pavilion. The wind rustled the hem of his clothes. The pitter-patter of rain had unknowingly turned into a dense drizzle, drenching everyone's clothes. Huang Fuzun stood in the rain and looked at the bamboo flute in his hand. Then, he looked up at the gray sky. There was a look of disbelief on his face. You broke, illusion, and infection? Huang Fuzun looked at Mu Yan as if she was a monster. It's easy to get out of dream, but how did you get rid of the infection? At this moment, all the strong men around Huang Fuzun were gone. At the same time, the original pavilions with carved railings and jade bricks disappeared. All of this was just an illusion. Whether it was the strong men, the houses, or the pavilions. It was just a great illusionary land created by Huang Fuzun that could pass off as the real thing. But even if it was an illusion. However, the damage he suffered inside was real. At this time, Mayan is holding Xiao Bao, who has a high fever and is in a coma, in one hand, and the Tian Emochin in the other. His face was pale, but his eyes were astonishingly bright. More and more raindrops fell on the guqin, causing the strings to tremble slightly and produce intermittent notes. Furthermore, there were 3 strings on the zither, and they were different from the others. As the zither sounded, they would occasionally flicker with dark light. Mu Yan looked at the 3 strings and felt a lingering fear in her heart. The Tian Emochin's 7 strings that need to be repaired are Gong, Shang, Jiao, Jing, Yu, Xiaogong, and Xiaoshang. Among them were Flux Masters Wu and Minor Palace and Minor Shang. Shang and Horn Flux Master Music. Flux Master Medic. Feather Flux Master Core. The palace string controls the entire zither. Just now, Huang Fuzun created another layer of silent soul dream for her in the dream. Coupled with the infected state, he was unable to use his spiritual energy. At that time, it was almost certain that she would die. Mayan is left with only a strand of consciousness. She knew what she was being forced to do, and she would never allow that to happen. She had already made up her mind to end her life before harming Xiaobao. In the end, she was the true master who had to undergo the test. As long as she was irreversibly injured, the test will automatically end. At that time, Xiaobao and his fellow disciples would be able to escape. As for her, if she died in the illusion, she might really die, but there might still be a chance of survival. No matter what, this was already the best ending. But Mu Yan would never have thought of it. He didn't expect that Xiaobao would burst out a power that was enough to cut a gap in Huang Fuzun's grand illusionary land. Almost at the same time, the two zither strings flew in front of it. It automatically entered the Tian Mo Qin and began to repair itself. The little Shang string, which was the main force, and the Shang string, which was the main music string, were completed. Together with the crack created by Xiaobao's burst of energy, she was finally able to break Huang Fuzun's great illusionary land with the Star Realm. Once the dream is broken, with the Shen musician's heaven-defying skills, what is a mere infection, once again, she had a narrow escape. But even though they had already passed through the most dangerous and desperate situation, Mu Yan is still a little confused. What was the sun mark that appeared and disappeared on Xiaobao's forehead? The powerful energy that erupted from his body was completely different from Xian energy, spiritual energy, immortal energy, and even divine energy. What kind of energy was that? Was Xiaobao unconscious because he had overexerted his energy, and the two strings that suddenly flew over? Mayan journeyed all the way from the Yanwu continent, looking for materials to repair the Tian Mo Qin. Every time, it was extremely difficult, and he had to search step by step. But this time, she didn't even have to look for it. The zither string actually flew over on its own. Why was that? Was someone secretly helping her? A myriad of complicated thoughts flashed through her mind, but in the end, they are all tossed aside by Mayan. Because the crisis had yet to be resolved. He had yet to pass the real test. Mu Yan looked at Huang Fuzun and said in a hoarse voice, "Senior, you are the only gatekeeper of the gate of heaven, right?" Previously in the illusion, those male cultivators who deliberately violated my brothers and sisters, and Senior's insulting words made me kill the most important person in the silent dream of soul, with my own hands. If I'm not wrong, these are just part of the test. And they are only testing me, the real master of Huang Huang. Huang Fuzun stared at her. The violence, coldness, and depth in his eyes faded away and were gradually replaced by admiration. Suddenly, he raised his hand, grabbed the hair on his forehead, and pulled it hard. The skin of his face was pulled off by him. What appeared in front of Mu Yan was a handsome face with long eyebrows and bright eyes. At this moment, it was not just the appearance that changed. It was the temperament of Huang Fuzun. He turned from a fierce and violent man with a knife scar into a refined, elegant, and noble person in a superior position in an instant. Mu Yan glanced at Huang Fuzun's hands. No wonder she felt strange before. Huang Fuzun's hands were slender and neat, with calluses on the knuckles. They looked like a scholar's hands. But his face was like that of a criminal who would burn, kill, and loot. It turned out that it was not just an illusion, but also a disguise. After taking off the mask, Huang Fuzun let out a long sigh. It was hard to tell whether the expression on his face was sad or happy. How long have I been waiting for this moment? 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years? I can't even remember. Huang Fuzun murmured, "My remnant soul is getting weaker and weaker. I really thought I couldn't wait for this day. I didn't expect that someone could break my great illusionary land." Huang Fuzun said and chuckled. The way he looks at Mayan becomes more and more gentle and kind, like a benevolent old man looking at a junior that he has taken a fancy to. "Girl, are you sure you want to take the young master away from the gate of heaven?" Mu Yan smiled helplessly. "Since Huang Huang called me mom, I can't just watch it cry. Her stupid son wanted to be with her and didn't want to be separated from her. Then, they would stay together." Huang Fuzun looked complicated. "Do you know what the real identity of the young master is? What does it mean to keep it with you?" Mu Yan shook her head. Senior, would you like to tell me? Huang Fuzun curled his lips. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't tell you. What? Huang Fuzun put a finger on his lips and said slowly, I can't say anything about the young master's secret. If anyone were to say it, it would be defying fate and betraying the Tao. Heaven and earth would not tolerate it. Mu Yan is simply dumbstruck. What the hell, heaven and earth would not tolerate it, where did her stupid son come from? Huang Fuzun looked at Mu Yan quietly. His expression became more and more complicated. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes. Girl, you will regret taking the young master away from the gate of heaven. After a pause, he continued, if there really comes a day when you regret it, come and find me. If you can find me, I will bring you back to the gate of firmament. The more Mu Yan listened, the more confused she became. She probed, does senior mean that I've already passed the test and can take Huang away? Huang Fuzun smirked. Girl, you wish. Of course it's not that simple. He swung his arms backwards, and his wide sleeves flew up along with the raindrops. But the raindrops didn't fall. Instead, they formed a whirlpool around him. Huang Fuzun slightly spread his legs and put his hands in front and back, making a posture of invitation and attack. Mayan is startled and quickly turns to look. Only then does she discover that without the shelter of the roof, the cold rain falls directly on them. Qingjiu and the others, who were still in a coma, wake up and stand by her side. Little sister, are you all right? What's going on? Didn't we sleep in the house? What about the room? The rockery, the flowing water, the pavilions? Hey, my spiritual power seems to have recovered. Who is this handsome uncle? Listening to the vigorous questions of her fellow apprentices, another stone in Mayan's heart falls to the ground. It seems that Huang Fuzun really didn't want to hurt them. Jun Mayan, how are you? Bastard, say something. Qi Huang's anxious voice comes to her ears. Mayan is delighted. Qi Huang, you're awake? No, it's not just Qi Huang who woke up. The connection between her and the Tian Emochin space has returned to normal. Mayan quickly sends the unconscious Xiao Bao into the space and anxiously says, Qi Huang, I don't have time to explain to you now. Look after Xiao Bao for me. Feed him one of the pills in this bottle every half an incense stick's worth of time. Hearing her voice, Qi Huang breathes a sigh of relief and smiles a little. But then he remembers everything that happened in Wushan Palace, and his face becomes gloomy again. His left hand clasps his right wrist, and his nails almost dig into the flesh. It was this hand that almost killed Jun Mayan. If he really killed Jun Mayan, Qi Huang suddenly closes his eyes, and his body trembles uncontrollably. Fortunately, that pretty boy came. Luo Yunxiao. What is the relationship between him and himself? While Qi Huang is thinking, Xiao Bao is sent in. Seeing the fainted baby with a fever, Qi Huang frowns and mutters in disgust, humans are fragile and troublesome. Even so, he still carefully carries Xiao Bao, takes the porcelain bottle, pours out the elixir, and sends it to Xiao Bao's mouth. Just then, Qi Huang's fingers touch Xiao Bao's forehead. His eyes can't help but slightly widen. This is not an ordinary injury or illness. It's the power of the boy's bloodline that has been activated. Qi Huang takes back the elixir and looks at Mu Yan, who is preparing to fight with Huang Fuzun outside. He frowns. Things are troublesome. Huang Fuzun glanced at the five of them and waved his hand casually. A lit incense stick was inserted into the grass at the side. The rain fell on the incense, but it could not extinguish the little sparks on it. One incense stick's worth of time. All of you, come at me together. Huang Fuzun said casually, as long as you can hold on until the end of the incense stick, you will be fine. I will open the gate of heaven for you personally. Mu Yan glanced at the four fellow apprentices and said in a deep voice, is everyone ready? Lung Feather Mo waved the red lotus. Soul-stealing blade in her hand, although I still don't understand what happened. But to determine the result of the test with a single fight is my favorite method. Sixth senior sister, we are ready. Mayan raises her hand, and the Tian Emochin spins a few times in the air, finally falling in front of her. His fair and slender fingers suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. The impassioned sound of the zither exploded in the curtain of rain. 5 silvery strands of energy shoot out from the Tian Mo Qin, submerging into the bodies of the 5 people. At almost the same time. Triple, power territory, activated, triple, flame domain, activated, triple, absolute space domain, activated, triple, mirror domain, activated. The violent and mixed energy swept through the entire grassland that was soaked by the rain in an instant. Huang Fuzun also widened his eyes in shock. Each of them has at least 3 realms, and they even have the rare, absolute space realm, and mirror realm. These little fellows really make me see them in a different light time and time again. Especially the little girl, Jun Mayan, young master's master. If he wasn't wrong. The Guqin and her realms came from the same place as the energy from the gate of heaven. Ling Yuma was the first to attack. The blood-red saber energy soared into the sky and turned into a blooming red lotus. The red lotus soul-stealing saber, which had been refined in the soul cultivation pool, shook violently. A series of complicated patterns appeared on the blade. Every pattern was shining with a dazzling red light. It was the first time that Ling Yuma used the upgraded red lotus soul-stealing saber to its full power. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her spiritual essence began to surge as if it had its own consciousness. Naturally, a name appeared in his mind. Hellfire Soul Refinement. Boom. The hell red lotus bloomed and fell on Huang Fuzun like a meteor shower. Huang Fuzun was a little surprised. Not only did you take the red lotus soul-stealing saber from the Wushang Palace, but you can also study the infinite fire spell. Before he finished his words, he had to retreat. Even he didn't dare to take the red lotus hellfire head-on. However, as soon as Huang Fuzun took one step back, the ground seemed to be alive, and 4 high walls rose up. Even under his feet, there were countless spikes of earth that shot out. Huang Fuzun flew up. Chirp, a crisp bird chirp resounded in the sky. The fiery red Baifeng bird had flown above Huang Fuzun. The giant wings smashed down at Huang Fuzun with burning flames. Huang Fuzun's pupils constricted. It was the divine beast Baifeng. At the critical moment, it was already too late for him to dodge. A transparent barrier immediately appeared around him. Boom, after a loud noise, the shield shattered. At the same time, the Baifeng bird was pushed back dozens of meters. Huang Fuzun was about to take a breath. Suddenly, his heart shuddered. In the next moment, he saw a figure appear behind him without a sound. The threads of the silk of cloud were almost transparent. Unbeknownst to him, it had already wrapped around his limbs. Before he could even react, the thin steel needle flew towards his eyes. Absolute space territory, S third derivative skill, teleportation. Huang Fuzun's pupils constricted. Without any time to think, Xianxia unleashed all of his strength. The huge explosion caused the surrounding rain to almost turn into a rolling wave. Ling Yuxing was caught off guard and was almost hit head-on by the explosion. Fortunately, Mu Yan's divine hands weave the heavens landed at this moment. It barely blocked the impact, allowing Ling Yuxing to survive. However, Huang Fuzun, who had launched the explosion, was not so lucky. He wasn't injured at all. However, the clothes on his body had been torn by the strong impact just now. At this moment, it was loose and hung on his body in bits and pieces, revealing the white flesh underneath. Even his neatly combed hair was now half disheveled. He looked indescribably disheveled. Luo Yu giggled. "Senior Huangfu, are you sure 30 minutes is enough?" Huang Fuzun has a bitter smile on his face. He really didn't expect that these kids, who don't seem to have a high cultivation base and are not that old. His strength had actually reached such a level. The key is that they are strong, and their means are so varied that he can't guard against them. With a thought, Huang Fuzun changed his clothes into new ones. He ties up his hair, glances at them, and finally falls on Mu Yan's face. 1,000 years ago, there was a school called the God Musicians on the Xiaoxian continent. The assistant musicians from that school are called Shin musicians. It is said that the one who has a Shin musician is equivalent to having thousands of troops and horses, half of the world. Now it seems that the Shin musicians are really worthy of the title of the world's first assistant. These little guys are indeed talented. But their cultivation base is too low. No matter how many means they use, they can't hurt Huang Fuzun with only the most basic defense. On the contrary, no matter how much time they delay. As long as Huang Fuzun makes a move, he can easily take these people's lives. But when these 5 people get the help of the Shin musicians, it's different. The strength of the little guys more than doubles in an instant. It's better to fight against 1,000 people than to fight against one person. No wonder those people who mistakenly entered the Pavilion of Raindrops back then had such fear and dread towards the Shin musicians. Mu Yan feels a little strange when she hears Huang Fuzun's tone. Senior knows about the Shin musicians? I've heard a little. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Don't all the cultivators in the world regard the Shin musicians as a world-destroying evil, and everyone has the right to punish them? World-destroying evil? Huang Fuzun chuckles, his expression indescribably contemptuous and disdainful. But people's schemes, little tricks that can't see the light, I've only heard of it as a joke. Should I really take it to heart? Huang Fuzun knows her identity as a Shin musician, but he doesn't feel afraid. It stands to reason that Mu Yan should be relieved. But she inexplicably feels very strange in her heart. Huang Fuzun's tone is really strange. When he mentions the people of the Xianxia continent and the Shin musicians, his tone is too careless. It's like he's just a bystander, watching a group of actors perform, and then laughing at the intrigues on the stage. However, this thought was quickly thrown to the back of Mu Yan's mind. Because Huang Fuzun glanced at the incense that was about to burn out and smiled. Time is almost up. I'm going to get serious now. Are you guys ready? Mayan's gaze sinks, and her fingers quickly pluck on the Tian Mo Qin. Ling Yuma and the rest looked serious as they waited. However, the next moment, Huang Fuzun disappeared in front of everyone. Where is he? Mu Yan said sternly, everyone be careful, his strength has already far surpassed that of a profound immortal. In the Xianxia continent, cultivators were divided into Hollow Immortal, Golden Immortal, Profound Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Emperor. More than half of them were Hollow Immortals. Above Golden Immortals, they had to undergo tribulations before they could begin to form their immortal bones and become true immortals. The number of Golden Immortals was only half of that of Hollow Immortals. From the Profound Immortal stage onwards, only those who were truly qualified to obtain a place in the Xianxia continent. As for the Immortal Kings, Immortal Primes, and Immortal Emperors, there were only a handful of them in the entire Cultivation continent. However, Huang Fuzun chuckled when he heard that. Profound Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Venerable? Hee hee. His voice came from the void. No one could hear it clearly. He only said half of what he wanted to say and didn't continue. But from that laugh, one could tell how little Huang Fuzun cared about Xian Immortals, Immortal Kings, and Immortal Venerables. Little guys, try to see if you can take my 7 calamities dragon beheading spell. A dragon roar came from the void. Boundless pressure covered the sky and covered the earth as it came crashing down. The sound wall that Mu Yan used to cover the 5 people was shattered. Luo Yu, who had a low cultivation, spat out a mouthful of blood. She knelt on the ground. Then Ling Yuxing, Qin Jiao, and Ling Yuma. Mu Yan's face was pale. She could no longer move her hands on the strings. Blood trickled down from the corner of her mouth. Just as Huang Fuzun said. If he was serious, they wouldn't even be able to resist him for a single breath. Huang Fuzun's figure slowly gathered in front of Mu Yan. Looking at the stubborn little girl in front of him who didn't collapse, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile of admiration. You are indeed worthy of being chosen by the young master. Whether it is luck, talent, or willpower, you are all top-notch. But for your own good, I will let you fail today. He repeated what he said before, you will regret taking the young master away one day. Then he raised his hand slightly. However, at this moment, a beast roar that could shake people's souls came from behind. Huang Fuzun turned around in shock. He saw that the young man who had been pressed down by him had staggered to his feet. Behind him, the giant Baizé showed up. A pair of cold eyes were staring at him quietly. The red horn on its forehead was many times more solid than before, emitting a dazzling luster. Huang Fuzun was really surprised this time. Divine Beast Baizé? This is the real Baizé. You. He looked at Luo Yu with a complicated look. He was in a trance. I can't believe I saw the real Baizé for the second time. In the sky, Baizé roared and suddenly turned into a flowing light, rushing toward Huang Fuzun. Huang Fuzun was surprised, but he was not in a hurry. He crossed his hands and slowly separated them. A blue net appeared in the sky. Spirit returning secret seal, bind. The blue net grew infinitely larger as it was pulled, wrapping around Baizé. The powerful Baizé struggled violently, but was unable to escape. Huang Fuzun looked at Luoyu with a faint smile. You are the descendant of that person, aren't you? It was rare to be able to summon Baizé's true body. However, your cultivation is too low. If you had the strength of your ancestor, perhaps I would be slightly afraid. Upon hearing this, Luoyu did not get angry. Instead, she curled her pale and cracked lips. Her dimples were faintly discernible, with a tinge of mischievousness and craftiness unique to youths. Of course I know Baizé can't stop you, but my sixth senior sister can. Huang Fuzun was stunned. Suddenly realizing something, he turned around abruptly. 7 streaks of sword light whizzed over as fast as lightning. Huang Fuzun quickly raised his hand to block. His hands seemed to be made of flesh and blood, but he could even crush God King artifacts that everyone in the world fought over with his fingers. However, as soon as his fingers touched the blade, Huang Fuzun felt something was wrong. What sword was that? Swish, blood spurted out from his palm. A sharp pain came from the depths of his soul. Huang Fuzun was injured for the first time since the battle started. His eyes suddenly widened, revealing a look of disbelief. After hurting him, the sword didn't advance recklessly. It floated around him and spun rapidly, forming an impenetrable sword net, trapping him in it. Of course, he could break the net. However, if he wanted to break through a sword that could injure him, it would definitely take some time. The incense stick on the grass had burned to the end. A smile finally appeared on Muyan's pale face. Senior Huangfu, thank you. She waved her hand, and the 7 supreme swords returned to her hand. The 7 swords became one again. With a slight movement of her divine consciousness, the long sword disappeared into her palm and was quietly stored in her sea of consciousness. Huang Fuzun looked at Muyan not with surprise and appreciation, but as if he was looking at a little monster. Is that your natal sword? How could a golden immortal's natal sword hurt me? He was puzzled. He was no longer careless about the little girl in front of him, whom he already admired. In his eyes, the creatures in the 3 realms and 6 paths were just ants. But who said that there wouldn't be variables among the ants? That there wouldn't be anomalies? Otherwise, how could the Wu Shang Palace appear in this world? Otherwise, why would the young master wake up in advance and insist on following this little girl? Mu Yan didn't explain the specialty of the 7 supreme swords. Instead, she bowed slightly and asked, Senior, have we passed the test? Can I take Huang away? Huang Fuzun was dazed for a while and then nodded. Of course. I'm willing to open the gate of heaven for you. After that, he closed his eyes, crossed his hands, and began to make one complicated seal after another. There were no less than 10 of these marks left behind. A quarter of an hour had passed. Mu Yan heard a loud bang, and the ground trembled. Then, a huge black gate towering into the sky appeared behind Huang Fuzun. Mu Yan looked up. There was a strange rune mark in the center of the gate. It was half on the left and half on the right. Even looking at it from a distance, she felt her soul tremble. She seemed to have seen this rune somewhere, but she didn't. As Huang Fuzun finished the last seal, the closed black gate slowly opened a gap. But from the outside, all that could be seen was a blurry white fog. Nothing else could be seen clearly. Go in. You can enter the gate of heaven and take away the rewards that belong to you. Huang Fuzun also turned around and looked at the giant gate with a complicated expression. He said in a low voice, Don't worry. I'm the only gatekeeper. After you pass the test, you won't be in any danger. There are only rewards inside. But it could also be a disaster that you have buried for yourselves. But Huang Fuzun had said the same thing twice, so he didn't want to repeat it. While Mu Yan and the others were walking forward, Huang Fuzun suddenly said, Wait. Mu Yan and the others stopped and looked over. Huang Fuzun put on a kind smile. I've been guarding this gate for tens of thousands of years. I'm so tired of waiting. Thank you for freeing me. Why don't I give you a gift as a token of my thanks? Everyone was startled. Thank you, Huang Fuzun looked at Mu Yan and said, call the little guy with the immortal physique out as well. It's been a long time since I've seen a mortal body with such outstanding luck and talent, but... His voice paused for a moment before he continued, it is precisely because he is too outstanding that he has incurred the jealousy of the heavens. Mu Yan hesitated for a moment. Seeing that Qi Huang didn't object, she took Xiaobao out of the space. Huang Fuzun smiled, closed his eyes, and spread his hands. A moment later, 6 balls of light rose from his palms, slowly flew to Mu Yan and the others, and merged into their bodies. Boom! Mu Yan felt like her body was about to explode from some powerful energy. Her brain was roaring, and colorful fireworks were blooming in front of her. Xiaobao, who was in her arms, was twitching violently, which made her anxious, but she couldn't control her body at all. A faint sense of regret rises in Mayan's heart. She shouldn't have trusted Huang Fuzun just because she didn't feel any malice from him. If something happened to Xiaobao, this involuntary state lasted for half a cup of tea's time before Mu Yan slowly came to her senses. Then, she was shocked too. Find, I leveled up. I leveled up too. They looked at each other, and saw the shock in each other's eyes. On the floating island, golden immortals were divided into 5 realms. They were, Mysterious Life Realm, Mountain Opening Realm, Earth Opening Realm, Sea Splitting Realm, and Heaven Breaking Realm. Except for Luo Yu and Xiaobao, who were still at the peak of the mortal cultivation realm, the others had reached the Mysterious Life Realm. And now, Huang Fuzun gave them a gift. Not only did they leveled up, but they also jumped 2 realms at once. Mu Yan, Ling Yuma, Qin Jiu, and Ling Yusheng all broke through to the peak of the Earth-opening realm. This realm, even on the floating island, was enough to make them proud. Even the patriarchs and ancestors of some small clans might not have as high a cultivation base as they were now. Xiaobao and Luo Yu directly stepped into the early stages of the Earth-opening realm from the mortal cultivation realm or the pseudo-immortal realm. The 5 of them were dumbfounded. They had never expected that Huang Fuzun would give them such an unimaginably heavy gift. Huang Fuzun looked at their expressions and laughed, don't be surprised. Giving you this little bit of cultivation doesn't affect me at all. And you? His eyes fell on Mu Yan. You are about to become the masters of the young master, and I have to give you this. Otherwise, if you were too weak, how would you have the qualifications to take the young master away? From the beginning to the end, Huang Fuzun didn't tell Mu Yan to protect their young master. It was the same for the azure-cloaked puppet. He was clearly so weak that anyone could crush him to death with a single finger. Why were these people not worried about their young master's men? Instead, he seemed to be more worried about the people who were going to become Huang's owners. Although she has 1,000 questions in her heart, Mayan is still filled with gratitude towards this mysterious and arrogant old man. She bowed deeply to Huang Fuzun. Senior, we will remember your kindness. The other disciples of the Xiaoyao sect also bowed to express their gratitude. Huang Fuzun added, I infused the energy into your bodies by force to increase your cultivation level. If you want to truly absorb it and use it freely, you still need a long period of time in cultivation. I hope you can understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Mu Yan and the others repeatedly nodded, many thanks for Senior's teachings. Xiaobao was still unconscious and having a fever. Mu Yan looked at him worriedly and sent him back into the space. Huang Fuzun waved at them. Go. Go. You still have a lot of things to worry about. Don't stay in this small world for long. With that, his eyes became deep, and he slowly said, if fate allows it, we will meet again in the future. If you are still alive to find out the young master's true identity, we will definitely meet again. Boom, the heaven's gate slowly closed in front of Huang Fuzun, and those figures also disappeared behind the gate. The smile on Huang Fuzun's face slowly disappeared, replaced by solemnity and majesty. He raised his hands, and his huge sleeves rose and fell in the drizzle, extremely elegant. In the drizzle, Huang Fuzun raised his hands high in the air, his body slightly leaning forward. A deep voice overflowed from his lips that were a little white from the rain, like a chant, or the most devout prayer, pure glass without waves, the vast golden spear leaves the dead, the fate of heaven, the knot of fate, thousands of lives, fate rises and falls. I only hope that the soul of Wu Shang will stay in the world forever, never dispersing and never extinguishing. The heaven's gate has opened, your mission has been completed. Pass down my order, permanently close Wushang Palace in this world. Permanently close Wushang Palace. Permanently close Wushang Palace. The deep voice reverberated under the curtain of rain like a sacred sonata, passing to Wushang Palace, and even to every corner of the Cave of Chaos. Shoshian Continent, Linglong Island. Looking at the army of the polar domain surrounding the entire island, Yu Yanran only felt cold all over, and almost fainted. She knew that Di Mingju was cold and ruthless, and had no romantic feelings for her. But no matter what, she would never have thought that this man would actually be cruel to this extent. A whole 100 years, her heart and eyes were filled with him. For him, she rejected all men's love and pleas. For him, she waited bitterly and foolishly. But what did she get in return? Tears of despair and sadness rolled down from her eyes. At this time, Yu Yanran's heart was filled with love and hate. She really wanted to shout at this man with a heart of stone, "How can you treat me like this?" Yu Yanran didn't speak, but Huang Shouchuan roared out the words in her heart. "Di Mingju, what are you doing? My Linglong Island has pledged allegiance to the polar domain since 1,000 years ago, and the young miss has a deep affection for you. She has never done anything to let you down." Back then, when the sky-collapsing calamity happened, even though she knew how dangerous it was above the hidden abyss, young Miss still led the 12 exquisite guards to help without hesitation. "Is this how you repay her for treating you so well?" Di Mingju says indifferently, "Where is Li Weiran?" Huang Shouchuan's expression stiffened. He forced himself to remain calm and said, I don't understand what Juansheng is saying. There is no such person as Li Weiran on Linglong Island." Bang! A few guards and maids were thrown in front of Yu Yanran and Huang Shouchuan. Han Yu puts on a fake smile and says, "Tell me, is there a person named Li Weiran on Linglong Island?" The maids and guards trembled in fear. From time to time, he would glance at Huang Shouchuan and Yu Yanran. Just as Huang Shouchuan is about to speak, he hears Han Yi coldly say, in front of Di Jun, "Whoever dares to lie will be killed without mercy." Everyone below shuddered, and the fear and hesitation on their faces intensified. Suddenly, a young maid raised her head and cried out, "Yes, young Master Li Weiran has always been living in Linglong Island's watching palace. He calls the island Lord Jijia, and has a very high status on Linglong Island." "Slut, what nonsense are you spouting?" Huang Shouchuan's complexion greatly changed. He rushes over to give this little maid a slap. However, just as he swung his hand, Han Yi grabbed it. Han Yi coldly looks at him, his eyes full of ridicule. "Deputy Island Master Huang, didn't you say that there's no such person as Li Weiran on Linglong Island? But this little girl doesn't seem to agree with what you've said. You're in such a hurry to act, are you planning to silence him? Go on." Han Yi looks at the little maid and says in a low voice, "As long as you're telling the truth, I guarantee that you'll live safely." The little maid is about to speak. She hears Yu Yanran choking. "Han Yu, Linglong Island has been good to you in the past, why did you deliberately frame me in front of Di Jun?" The little girl called Han Yu isn't ashamed when she hears this. Instead, her eyes burst with intense resentment. Tears flowed from her eyes. "Li Weiran is a demon. Why did you leave him on Linglong Island? How many corpses of our sisters were buried under the flower beds of Pure Flowers Palace? Ling Xiang, Suizue, Jiyu, one after another, they clearly didn't do anything wrong, but because of a small matter, they made that demon unhappy. Their lives were taken away, and they became fertilizer for the flower fields. I've reported these things to Deputy Island Master Huang." "But what about Deputy Island Master Huang?" "He just lightly said that Li Weiran was still useful to miss, and let it go. Because we're just servants of Linglong Island, because we're useless to miss, our lives can be casually sacrificed and trampled, is that right? Since you're in cahoots with the demon and don't treat us servants as people, why should I hide it for you?" Han Yu steps forward and kowtows to Di Mingju, crying as she says, "Di Jun, Li Weiran was brought back to Linglong Island by Miss 10 years ago. When he first arrived, his whole body was festering beyond recognition, and his body was filled with a terrible rancid smell. But later, I saw Deputy Island Master Huang find many low-level hollow immortals and put them around Li Weiran. After one night, they all turned into dried corpses, but Li Weiran slowly recovered. At this point, Han Yu's whole body trembles, her eyes full of fear. That person has a handsome face like an elf, but a demonic soul. No, no. He's a devil himself. Emperor, please kill him and avenge my sisters. Sob 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 sob. Listening to Han Yu's narration, Han Yi and the others have their complexions change. Sucking other people dry to heal his own injuries. What kind of strange and cruel evil technique was this? It's not like Han Yi and Ying Mei haven't seen Li Weiran by Mu Yan's side, that white-clothed youth with red silk over his eyes. From afar, it was a young man who was as pure as a crystal. They had never imagined that it would be such a terrifying demon. If such a person were to frequently appear by Miss June's side, wouldn't that mean that Miss June and Little Master would be in danger? Heavenly Een Resurrection Curse. Di Mingju slowly spits out these 5 words. His face was cold, but his heart was not as calm. A supportive spell like the soul-chasing curse would not harm the harmony of the world. It wasn't like no one in the entire Shoshan continent had mastered it. But the Tianyin Resurrection Curse was a high-level curse. Even he only heard it from Han Chijia's mouth. Li Weiran could actually use it. At the thought of such a dangerous person appearing at Mayan's side from time to time, it's as if a ball of fire burns in his heart. Angry and restless. His cold eyes fall on Yu Yanran. Where is Li Weiran? Yu Yanran's eyes are red, and she cries in a low voice, Di Jun, you believe the words of a slave? You won't even give me a chance to explain myself? In your heart, am I really that kind of cruel and vicious woman? She cries inconsolably, her frail body on the verge of collapse. At the side, Huang Shoutuan's heart is about to break as he watches. It should be said that as long as it's a man, they wouldn't be able to help but be shaken and soft-hearted after hearing such a grievous accusation. Even Tong Huanyan, who originally knew that Yu Yanran was infected with the curse, and had no good impression of her. At this moment, she can't help but reveal an unbearable expression. She looks at Di Mingju, Jun Shang, isn't there something wrong with this matter? I've watched Yanran Fairy grow up, she shouldn't have done such a thing. Perhaps she was framed by a villain. Huang Shoutuan supports Yu Yanran, and shouts angrily, I admit that the polar domain has great power, my Linglong Island can't afford to provoke you. If you want to kill, then kill. Why do you have to accuse our Miss of all kinds of crimes? Miss has always been kind-hearted since she was a child, how could she have done something like colluding with evil spirits? Di Mingju coldly watches their performance. Then he only asks one sentence, the person who sheltered Ling Yuexia and let her go to the Shoshan continent to hunt down Ben Jun's fiancé, was it you? Yu Yanran's tear-stained expression suddenly stiffens. Because she's too shocked, she can't hold back her aghast expression for a moment. When she comes back to her senses, she immediately realizes that things aren't good. Under the panic in her heart, the originally flawless acting naturally starts to have flaws. Di Jun, what are you saying? Why can't Yanran understand? Tianyi men has long been exterminated, didn't Ling Yuexia die a long time ago? What does this have to do with my Linglong Island? Is someone trying to sow discord in front of you? As he speaks, Ying Mei has already walked to Di Mingju's side, throwing the things he just found on the ground. Seeing the things thrown on the ground, Yu Yanran only feels her vision go black. All the blood in his body rushed to his head, and all that was left in his ears was a buzzing sound. Ying Mei looked at this woman with disgust and said coldly, reporting to Jun Shang, these are some unique prescriptions and furnaces found on Linglong Island that belong to Tianyi men, as well as the incantation shadow, taken from the soul-chasing curse. Han Yi promptly rushes over, grabbing Ying Mei's hand to take a look, his face full of worry. Jun Shang said that we can't be directly affected by the curse. Little Shadow, are you alright? Why didn't you call me when you found incantation shadow? Can't you just let me take it? Why are you touching this thing? Ying Mei laughed and pushed his head. Her expression was both helpless and sweet. What's the difference between you taking it or me taking it? Don't worry, I'm wearing the gloves given by the Medicine King. I'll be fine. Only then does Han Yi discover that Ying Mei is wearing a pair of translucent gloves that are as thin as a cicada's wings. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. When Yu Yanran saw incantation shadow, her face was ashen. She had clearly hidden that thing so well and had used a special formation to strengthen it. How could he have been found? Di Mingju expressionlessly picks up the incantation shadow and activates it. The scene of Ling Yuexia's death very quickly appears in the void. The corners of his lips hook up, and the gaze that looks at Yu Yanran is as cold as ice. Ben Jun will ask again, where is Li Weiran? Ha ha. Yu Yanran suddenly laughs madly, you're asking where Li Weiran is? Of course, he's with your beloved woman, and it's hard for them to part. Di Mingju's eyes sink, coldly saying, abolish her and Huang Shouchuan's cultivation, lock them up, seal off Linglong Island, and strictly investigate everyone. Those who escape without permission, kill. Those found to be involved with the curse, kill. As you bid, Jun Shang. Di Mingju finishes speaking and turns to leave. Knowing that Li Weiran might be by Mayan's side, he can't stay a moment longer. Di Mingju, you can't go. You can't do this to me. Yu Yanran cries and pounces over, wanting to grab the hem of Di Mingju's clothes. However, before her fingers could touch the hem, Xing Lang, who has been dutifully guarding Di Mingju's side, kicks her away. Yu Yanran awkwardly climbs up from the ground, watching the man's resolute departing figure. Her beautiful face gradually distorts. Di Mingju, you will regret this. You turn a blind eye to the woman who loves you wholeheartedly, but you treat a used shoe that has long been trampled on as a treasure. Are you happy to raise another man's son? One day in the future, when that little bastard's own father comes knocking on your door, I'll see what you'll do then. Pa. Xing Lang ruthlessly kicks Yu Yanran's face, sending her flying several meters away. Her originally beautiful face is suddenly bruised and swollen, blood flowing out of her mouth and nose, looking exceptionally miserable and distressed. Xing Lang still doesn't feel relieved, fiercely glaring at the woman who dares to humiliate Jun Shang. Gnashing his teeth, he says, slut, if you dare say another word. Miss. Huang Shouchuan sees that Yu Yanran has been injured, his eyes almost splitting open. He frantically wants to rush over, but he's firmly held down. Yu Yanran raises her blood-covered face, laughing hoarsely, ha ha ha. Di Mingju, you've ruined my Linglong Island. Ruined my 1,000 years of love for you, you'll receive retribution. Very soon, you'll taste the same as me. Betrayed by the woman you love, abandoned by the person you've carefully protected, Di Mingju, very soon, you'll taste despair. At that time, you'll know that you only have yourself to blame, ha 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 ha, even if I die, I'll be in the underworld, listening to your painful and regretful cries, ah. Yu Yanran's head is ruthlessly stepped on by Ying Mei, and she can only let out a cry. And right now, Di Mingju's expression is so cold that it seems like it can freeze everything in this world. No, not just coldness, but also ruthlessness, cruelty, and the desire to kill. Even Han Yi and the others, who have long known of Di Jun's terrifying strength, can't help but shiver when they meet such a gaze. Jun, Ing. Li, Yang, you, Li. Di Mingju's expression gradually returns to normal. Soon after, his figure flashes and he disappears from where he stood. Lord. Star Wolf anxiously shouted, how can Lord go down to the lower realms without using the universe mirror? It's all this woman's fault for talking nonsense. Before leaving, Xing Lang couldn't help but give Yu Yanran a ruthless kick. Han Yi coldly looks at Yu Yanran, Linglong Island Master, Deputy Island Master Huang, I'm going to abolish your cultivation now. I hope you'll forgive me. Yu Yanran's expression stiffens. Seeing Tong Huanian walking towards her, her eyes reveal fear. Just a moment ago, Yu Yanran spoke with awe-inspiring righteousness, disregarding everything, but when she truly realizes that her cultivation will be abolished and she will become an old mortal, how could she accept this? Aunt Tong, please let me go, I beg you to let me go. Tong Huanian's eyes flash with a hint of coldness, but she still says unyieldingly, Yanran, Aunt Tong is very disappointed in you. What are you trying to do by secretly raising a monster like Li Weiran? You shouldn't have been so disrespectful to Jun Shang just now. Yu Yanran says with tears streaming down her face, Aunt Tong, I just love Jun Shang too much. I've loved him for so many years, but he fell in love with a mortal woman who already had a child. How could I accept this? Jun Shang should be matched with the best woman in the world, not with such a lowly whore. Aunt Tong, I can't accept this, I really can't accept this. Hearing her words, Tong Huanian's face shows hesitation. In fact, she also doesn't like that woman called Jun Mayan very much. She originally thought that the little master was Jun Shang's own flesh and blood, and that this woman could give birth to such an outstanding heir to the polar domain. Regarding such a lowly mother, she pinches her nose and accepts it. But now, she hears from Yu Yanran that the little boy called Jun Machan isn't Jun Shang's biological son. She doesn't know which wild man Jun Mayan gave birth to, but a vile spawn. How could this kind of fickle woman be worthy of Jun Shang? Yu Yanran moves closer to Tong Huanian, lowering her voice and choking with sobs. Aunt Tong, I don't expect to become Jun Shang's wife now. But I absolutely can't accept a woman like Jun Mayan snatching away the man I love. Aunt Tong, please help me, let me go to the floating island to find that slut, let me kill her with my own hands. As long as she's dead, even if Jun Shang wants to kill me, I can die in peace. The light in Tong Huanian's eyes is uncertain. On the side, Han Yi has already crippled Huang Shouchuan's cultivation. Huang Shouchuan lets out mournful howls, and eventually sprawls on the ground like a corpse. His originally gentle and refined appearance had instantly aged like a tree bark, without the slightest bit of vitality left in him. Seeing Huang Shouchuan's end, Yu Yanran is almost scared out of her wits. She cried and tugged at Tong Huanian's sleeves, begging her over and over again. Commander Tong, why aren't you making a move? Do you want me to come? Tong Huanian made up her mind in an instant and said in a deep voice, no need, I'll do it. All of you can leave. Fairy Yanran is, after all, an old acquaintance of the Emperor, and Linglong Island has a good relationship with the polar domain. Now that Yu Yanran has fallen to such a state, it's best to leave her with her last bit of dignity. Han Yi and Ing Mei frown at her. Tong Huanian put on a straight face and said, why? You don't want to listen to me, the sect leader? Then do you still dare to disobey my orders as Jun Shang's wet nurse? Han Yi and the others look at each other, finally bowing and saying, then we'll go out first. I request that Commander Tong do not act on your own and go against Lord's intentions. Otherwise, none of us will be able to bear the consequences. Watching Han Yi and the others leave, only Tong Huanian, Yu Yanran, and the already semi-conscious Huang Shouchuan are left in the room. Tong Huanian says in a low voice, tell me, how are you going to deal with Jun Mayan, how are you going to make Jun Shang change his mind? Tell me clearly, and I can spare your life. If you don't, Huang Shouchuan's end will be your end. In the desert of the chaotic heaven cave abode, Li Weiran casually picked up some sand and sprinkled it on his exposed arm. On the white bones, there was still fresh flesh that had not completely corroded. Once the sand fell on it, it stuck to the flesh. It even drilled into the sore on his upper arm. Just looking at it made one feel a piercing pain. However, Li Weiran did not seem to feel any pain at all. His face was filled with boredom, and from time to time, he would look at the glazed roof that had already been submerged in yellow sand. And it was at this time that an old and heavy voice spread throughout the chaotic heaven cave abode. Permanently close the Wushang Palace in this world. As the command rang out, the entire chaotic heaven cave abode began to shake violently. Everything around it gradually began to dissipate like an illusion. Li Weiran stood up, revealing a surprised expression. Wushang Palace was not unfamiliar in the Xiaoxian continent. In some remote ancient ruins, there would occasionally be cultivators who mistakenly entered. In Wushang Palace, they would encounter dangers and tests. But these were usually not fatal. Once they passed the test, they would receive a great gift. It was just that these people usually had vague memories of their experiences in Wushang Palace. They could not tell what they had seen or experienced inside. And Wushang Palace was not a place that anyone could enter. Only those who were recognized by Wushang Palace had the opportunity to take the test. But Li Weiran had never heard that Wushang Palace would choose to permanently close after the test. Did the little guy do something, or, just as he was thinking, the entire chaotic heaven cave abode finally completely collapsed and disappeared? Li Weiran only felt that the originally hot air had instantly become cool and comfortable. The tip of his nose also smelled the strong fragrance of flowers. This was the nine-tailed dragon sunflower flower field. Eh? What's going on? why am I here? I was just being chased by a crocodile and thought I was going to die. How did I suddenly return to the flower field? I'm out of chaotic heaven cave abode? I'm saved, I'm really saved, ha 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 ha. Noises rose and fell in succession from the surroundings. These were all people who had been accidentally sucked into the chaotic heaven cave abode, but had persevered until now. Some of them were not drawn into this flower field. He had been trapped in the chaotic heaven cave for a year or two, or even longer. He almost thought that he would never be able to get out and could only die in this hell while trembling with fear. Who would have thought that they would have the chance to return to the floating island and be reborn? Many people wept tears of joy. There were also people who immediately took out communication magic treasures to inform their close friends and family that they were still alive. The originally empty, nine-tailed dragon sunflower field suddenly became very lively. But from the beginning to the end, everyone was confused as to how they got out. In an inconspicuous corner of the flower field, with a flash of light, a few figures appeared in the flower shrubs. Li Weiron's eyes flashed and he quickly walked over. The little chick was still in a daze. He staggered around, looking at everything around him. What was going on? What was going on? It was still waiting for its mother in the aisle. How did he arrive at this flower field in the blink of an eye? Where's Mom? Where's my brother? Where are the uncles? When it was done, the little chick's round eyes suddenly widened. Little Linghua stared at the people in front of him, and tears welled up in his big eyes. Gujiji. Mom, the little yellow ball plunged into Muyan's arms and rubbed against her desperately. Woo-woo. Mom, Mom, Mom. It was such a small ball, but Muyan fell down from the impact. Looking at its crying appearance, she couldn't help but feel funny. She gently touched its head. Okay, don't cry. You're already an adult, chicken. You have to learn to be independent and brave. Little Linghua lifted its head, and its little body twitched as it tried to hold back its tears. Gujiji. Gujiji. I thought Mom didn't want me anymore. Muyan flicked its little head. You're my stupid son. If I don't want you, what if someone stews you? Mom really thinks I'm her good son. Little Linghua grunted in satisfaction, and then rubbed against Muyan's fingers. After rubbing, Little Linghua looked around but didn't see Xiaobao. It couldn't help but cry, Gujiji. Mom, where's brother? Muyan's face darkened at the mention of Xiaobao, and worry appeared in her eyes. Xiaobao was still in a coma due to fever. She asked Qi Huang what happened, but he didn't say anything. Now, she had to find a place to settle down and treat Xiaobao. But eldest senior brother, junior sister, I'll go to the Lan Empire's palace to investigate. You guys go back to Liberty City first, Ling Yuxing suddenly said. Luo Yu said, fifth senior brother, I'll go with you. She was really worried about the eldest senior brother's safety. Ling Yuxing shook his head. With my speed and absolute space field, I'm afraid I can't save eldest senior brother. But it's easy for me to escape alone. If you guys go, I won't be able to get away, especially you, little 7. Ling Yuma nodded. Little 5 is right. Little 7, you're wanted by the state preceptor. If you go to the Lan Empire's palace now, won't you be walking into a trap? Luo Yu lowered his head listlessly. Ling Yuxing touched his head and said softly, don't worry, eldest senior brother's soul lamp is still lit. He has a powerful half-demon body now, so he'll be fine. I will definitely find out about eldest senior brother. Luo Yu forced a smile and nodded. Mu Yan fished out a large pile of talismans, elixirs, and array discs for Ling Yuxing. Fifth senior brother, you must also be careful. I've met that Yu Qingfeng before. I think his strength has even surpassed the golden immortal realm. You can't let your guard down. Ling Yuxing nodded before turning around and leaving. The others also stepped on the colorful cloud carpet and flew to Liberty City. Mu Yan had once obtained a rainbow cloud carpet as a reward in the Tianguang ruins of the Shoshan continent. But in the final battle, the rainbow cloud carpet had been damaged. This one was new. She had just taken it out from floating light islands of Ichi Tower. The flying speed of the rainbow cloud carpet was extremely fast, almost 10,000 miles a day. Therefore, they soon returned to Liberty City. Xiaobao, Xiaobao. Touching his scalding skin and seeing his pained expression, Mayan is startled. How could this be? Qi Huang, what happened to Lil Bao? Seven Brilliance was silent for a while before he said, his bloodline power has awakened. Qi Huang frowns, somewhat unhappy, didn't I say it before? Xiao Bao's biological father should be the inheritor of some special bloodline. This bloodline is very troublesome. When Xiao Bao's strength grows to a certain level, not only will there be empathy between his flesh and blood, but the talented ones will also awaken the bloodline. Once awakened, there are only two outcomes. If he survives, his strength will advance by leaps and bounds. If he doesn't, only death awaits. Mu Yan, what? Her breathing suddenly quickens, and she grits her teeth. How can I help Xiao Bao survive? How would I know? Qi Huang spreads his hands. If I knew, I would have helped him awaken successfully. Mu Yan clenches her hands into fists, and her knuckles make a cracking sound. If Xiao Bao's biological father is here at this moment, she would definitely tear him to pieces. No one in this world can hurt Xiao Bao, no one can take Xiao Bao from her hands. No one. Seeing Mu Yan's figure suddenly appear in the space, Qi Huang is startled. What are you going to do? Ow! Jun Mu Yan, what are you doing? Qi Huang lets out a low cry, but he has already been grabbed by the collar. Like carrying a sack, he is carried into the book pagoda. Mu Yan says, didn't you say that this is just a special bloodline? There are all kinds of ancient books in Tian Mochin's book pagoda, and there may be records about this bloodline. Qi Huang's face changes. I won't. Now that your cultivation is enough, you can find the books yourself. Before he can finish, he sees Mu Yan's cold eyes sweep over. In Wushang Palace, who wanted to strangle me? Qi Huang's expression stagnates, and after a long while, he unwillingly says, find. Do you think this sage is afraid of you? This sage just doesn't want to see the little guy be defeated by a mere bloodline. Xiao, by Xia, Fat Rabbit, look after Xiao Bao for me. If anyone enters the room, inform me immediately. Because Qi Huang said that Xiao Bao needs to absorb the world's vitality to resist the erosion of the bloodline, Mu Yan is left outside the space. Although the room has been surrounded by layers of arrays. Qin Jiu and Ling Yuma are guarding the room. But Mu Yan is still worried. The three little guys listen and nod, and simply run out of the space to guard Xiao Bao. They wouldn't let anyone hurt their little master. The fat rabbit moved closer to Xiao Bao, licked his burning red face, and made a whining sound. Little master, you must get well soon. After a quarter of an hour, a crisp and tender voice comes from the book pagoda in the Tian Mochin space. Damn, I finally found it. Mu Yan quickly turns her head to look. On the opposite bookshelf, there was a little doll dressed in a red doo-doo. He was holding an ancient book that was about the same size as the others, and he had a relieved expression on his face. Mayan reaches out and hugs the book, bringing it back to the ground. The baby wriggles in her arms. June Mayan, what are you doing? Let me tell you, men and women should not touch each other. I will not be responsible for you. Piak, a slap landed on its chubby little butt. Stop fooling around. Little Qi Huang's body stiffened, and her round face instantly turned red. No one knew if it was because of embarrassment or anger. Jun Mayan, I'm warning you, this deity is an ancient artifact spirit. You dare to treat me like this. A hand gently pressed against his head. Mu Yan looks at him attentively and gratefully. Qi Huang, thank you. I'm glad you're here. Qi Huang's voice came to an abrupt halt. The blush on her face gradually spread to her ears. Her long eyelashes drooped, hiding the panic and joy in her eyes. Then, for once, the Lord Artifact Spirit didn't make a fuss. Instead, he sat quietly by Mu Yan's side. Just like that, he quietly watched as the young girl flipped through the ancient book page by page, reading back and forth, comparing it to Xiaobao's situation. Unbeknownst to him, the little toddler had already turned into a flirtatious young man in a red robe. But his brows were still so warm and soft, and he focused on the girl beside him without blinking. It was as if the person in front of him was his entire world. Li Fire bloodline? His slender fingers lightly brushed across a few words in the ancient book. The language used in this ancient book was not the common language of the Cultivation continent and the floating islands. On the contrary, in the Yanwu continent, there are some remote tribes that still have records of this kind of writing. Back then, Mu Yan happened to know a little about it. In addition, although Qi Huang could not read words, he could resonate with the feelings of the author. Therefore, after stumbling for a while, Mu Yan finally understood most of the contents of the ancient book. Among them, the one that caught her attention the most was a special and rare bloodline that had been passed down from ancient times, the fire bloodline. Those who inherited the Li fire bloodline would usually decide their life before they stepped into the golden immortal realm. If one's talent was awe-inspiring, their bloodline would be activated and they would enter an awakened state. The awakening was divided into 3 stages, each more dangerous than the last. However, if he could successfully awaken it, he would be able to form his godhood. Only a cultivator with a godhead can cultivate divine power. Ordinary people might not be able to cultivate divine power in their entire lives. Han Yi and Ing Mei are strong enough, right? However, he could only use celestial power, not divine power. Those who possessed the Li fire bloodline would be able to cultivate Shin power after 3 successful awakenings. This is even more heaven-defying than Mu Yan's Shin musician skill of combining the 3 powers into divine power. But was it that easy to awaken? 90% of those who inherited the Li fire bloodline were stuck at the bloodline activation stage. They weren't talented enough, so they couldn't even reach the threshold for bloodline awakening. Therefore, after reaching adulthood, they would begin to sink into mediocrity, and their strength would even degenerate until they were even inferior to mortals. If he was lucky and activated his bloodline, would that be considered luck? No, that was the beginning of an even bigger nightmare. Every awakening was a torturous experience. Unless there was an elder who had also awakened the Li fire bloodline guarding them, there was no way to increase their chances of surviving. Mu Yan's hands are tightly clenched into fists. She bit her lower lip so hard that it almost broke, but she didn't feel it at all. He needed a senior who also had the Li fire bloodline to guard him. But she didn't even know who Xiaobao's biological father was. How was he going to find an elder who had activated the bloodline? Jun Mayan, don't be sad. Qi Huang was at a loss. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. Isn't it just the Li fire bloodline? Even if there was no one to protect him, Xiaobao would definitely be able to survive. He's your son, Jun Mayan. Although her words have always been tsundere, looking down on Mayan. However, Qi Huang knew just how powerful and amazing the girl before him was. What was the polar domain Empyrean Lord? He's barely worthy of Mayan, that's all. So what if he had the Li fire bloodline? Since ancient times, Mu Yan was the only human whom he, Qi Huang, was willing to be loyal to and fearless of death. Mu Yan took a deep breath and forced a smile. I'll go accompany Xiaobao. Before this, she had never thought of looking for Xiaobao's biological father. To her, he was just a stranger who brought her fear and pain, but had nothing to do with her. But now, the Li fire bloodline had to be awakened 3 times. Even if she survived the first time, what about the second and third time? However, in the vast sea of people, she didn't even know what that man looked like. How could she find him? As soon as she got out of the space, Mu Yan was shocked. Her eyes stared at the figure sitting by the bed and she said sternly, Li Weiran, why are you here? A young man dressed in white sat by the bed. It was just that the originally spotless white silk robe was now in tatters and filth everywhere. This was especially true for his left hand. Not only was his sleeve gone, but the flesh on his entire arm was also almost completely corroded, revealing the eerie white bones inside. At this time, Li Weiran was pressing the white bone claw on Xiaobao's face. That scene was really unspeakably terrifying and strange. The 3 little ones who were guarding Xiaobao were all unconscious. Even the evil warding sword was only slightly vibrating, but it didn't make any sound. The formation outside the room didn't even have the slightest reaction. Hearing Mu Yan's voice, Li Weiran slowly turned around, revealing a slightly wronged expression. Mu Yan, I followed you all the way from the Nine-Tailed Dragon Sunflower flower field to Liberty City. Didn't you see me at all? Mu Yan walked to Xiaobao's side with a calm face and took him from the bed into her arms. She clasped his delicate wrist to check. This pulse diagnosis made Mu Yan's expression change slightly. She suddenly looked up at Li Weiran. What did you do to Xiaobao? Li Weiran said in a daze, I didn't have time to do anything. So you really plan to do something to my son? Mu Yan's gaze was like a sharp blade for a moment. But then there was suspicion in her eyes. Qi Huang, can you sense Xiaobao's situation? Qi Huang frowned, his expression gradually becoming confused. The bloodline awakening's corrosion on the little guy has weakened. Yes, Mu Yan was puzzled because she had just detected that Xiaobao's condition had unexpectedly improved. But why? She hadn't done anything. Is it because Xiaobao survived the bloodline awakening? Mu Yan asked with a trace of expectation. However, what he got was the expected negative answer from Seven Brilliants. It was obvious that it was impossible. In that ancient book, it was recorded that every time the Li Fire bloodline awakened, regardless of whether it was successful or not, and regardless of whether there was someone protecting it, it would last for at least 3 days. Not even a day had passed, so how could Xiaobao be safe and sound? So, what exactly happened before? Mu Yan raised her head and looked at Li Weiran suspiciously. Li Weiran immediately raised both his hands, his face innocent. I really didn't do anything. I even saved the little fellow several times in the chaotic heaven cave abode. Mu Yan, you can't wrong me. Saying that, he also handed his left hand that was only left with eerily white bones in front of Mu Yan. He said pitifully, you see, in order to save this kid, I suffered such a heavy injury. Mu Yan, aren't you going to treat me? Mayan frowned at him and said coldly, Li Weiran, what are you trying to do? What do you want from me? Li Weiran's icy blue eyes are bottomless, his lips slowly hooking up into a smile. Mu Yan, what do you think? What can you give me? Mu Yan, that depends on where you come from. I come from Linglong Island. The smile on Li Weiran's face deepens. Mu Yan, do you know what kind of place Linglong Island is? The owner of the island is called Yu Yanran. I heard that in the eyes of the people of Xiaoxian continent, the Emperor of Polar Domain and Yanran Fairy are a match made in heaven. Mu Yan's eyes deepen. So, this Yanran Fairy deliberately let you approach me? What's the purpose? Why are you telling me now? Li Weiran stands up, casually replying as he walks out, who knows? Maybe I planned to kill you at first, but now I have something else I want. At first, I wanted your life. But now, I want you as a person. In this life, Di Mingju and Polar Domain owe me too many things. Now, I don't want anything, I just want Di Mingju to repay me with his most beloved woman. As Li Weiran walks, he carefully takes out a jade box. The jade box opens automatically, revealing a crystal clear, gently swaying dark cloud spirit flower. The moment he sees the dark cloud spirit flower, the mask on Li Weiran's face disappears, revealing a trace of indescribable gentleness. In this world, there should always be something that belongs to him, Li Weiran. When his uninjured right hand touches the door, melodious music comes from behind. A pure energy is poured into Li Weiran's body through the sound of the zither. He is slightly startled and can't help but turn around. The Tian Emochin is already in Mu Yan's hands. The slightly pale girl is expressionlessly fiddling with the strings. When Li Weiran looks over, she says lightly, your hand was injured to save Xiaobao, I should heal it for you. After a pause, she sincerely says, thank you for saving Xiaobao. The corner of Li Weiran's mouth slowly hooks up. The gentleness on his face doesn't fade, but it carries a trace of cherishing and childishness. The treatment lasts for an entire hour. Because Li Weiran's hand is completely corroded, skin and flesh. To heal him, it is equivalent to a real flesh and bones. Even though Mayan's art essence yellow had already risen to 3 stars, it was still extremely strenuous. If anyone from the sky-floating island or the Xiaoxian continent were to witness this scene, they would be dumbfounded. The sound of the zither gradually stopped. Mayan's complexion is already as white as rice paper. The spiritual power in his body was almost completely consumed, and there was a burning pain in his dantian. But she gritted her teeth and persevered. Because this was what she owed Li Weiran, and she had to pay him back. Li Weiran looked at his recovered arm and then at the dark cloud spirit flower in his arms, which was swaying happily due to the music. His icy blue eyes sparkled brightly. He took a step forward and took the initiative to be friendly. What's wrong with the little guy? Was he injured in the chaotic heaven cave abode? What spirit herbs do you need? I'll go pick them for you, okay? Mu Yan slowly exhales and is about to answer. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across. The door was smashed into pieces. Like the pressure of MT Tai, mixed with stormy waves of killing intent, pervaded the entire room. Li Weiran's expression changed slightly, and he was about to step back. A hand suddenly clasped his neck and ruthlessly slammed him against the wall. There was a loud bang, and cracks appeared on the solid wall. Li Weiran's face turned purple and his lips opened slightly. The dust entered his lungs, making him want to cough uncontrollably, but he couldn't even cough. But when he saw who it was and who was strangling him, Li Weiran laughed softly. A hoarse voice spits out with difficulty from between his lips and teeth, "Di Mingju, you've finally found me?" Di Mingju coldly stares at him, his eyes overflowing with ridicule and cruel killing intent. "Li Weiran, don't you want to tell me your identity, as well as your grievances with the polar domain?" However, Ben Jun doesn't want to hear it. After saying that, he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack dash, the sound of bones breaking came from Li Weiran's neck. Mu Yan, who was at the side, was simply stunned by this turn of events. She didn't expect Di Mingju to suddenly come. And as soon as he arrived, he killed Li Weiran without saying a word. No, that's not right, Li Weiran wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, the silhouette with its neck broken in Di Mingju's hands gradually seems to be dyed by ink, turning completely black. Then, it unexpectedly breaks down and collapses like gravel, ultimately dissipating into the air. Di Mingju clearly isn't surprised by this. With a wave of his hand, a weapon that looked like a saber and a sword appeared in his hand. He gently drew a line in the air. In an instant, blood spurted out from a certain spot in the void. Mu Yan seemed to hear a grunt from Li Weiran. But Di Mingju's movements don't stop, and the second sword slashes out again. However, just at this moment, a low voice, like a mocking and a curse, rings in Di Mingju's ears, causing him to abruptly freeze as he's about to swing his second sword. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Di Mingju's hand grips his weapon tightly, the blue veins on the back of his hand bulging out inch by inch. If one looked closely, one could see that his body was trembling slightly. His complexion turned pale inch by inch. Di Mingju, Di Mingju. Seeing that his condition isn't right, Mayan promptly rushes over to hold his hand. "Di Mingju, are you okay? Did Li Weiran hurt you?" Her voice stopped abruptly. His eyes met with a pair of blood-red eyes. Di Mingju's entire body is in a very strange state. It was as if he had gone berserk, as if the pain had seeped into his bones and all his hopes had turned to dust. His crimson eyes were unfocused as he was gradually infected by these negative emotions. The divine power in his body overflowed uncontrollably, causing the surrounding air and even this side of the world to tremble. Mu Yan can faintly hear the sound of thunder coming from the sky outside the house. That should be a warning from the heavenly Tao, or an impending punishment. "Di Mingju. Di Mingju, what's wrong with you?" Mu Yan holds his face in panic, forcing his eyes to focus on her. "Di Mingju, look at me." His crimson eyes gradually turned from unfocused to focused. The faintly discernible ice blue and scarlet gradually reflected her figure. "Mayan." A low and hoarse voice spills out from between his lips and teeth, like a call that has been waiting for 1,000 years. The collapse of the surrounding space disappeared. The faint sound of thunder outside the house gradually faded away. Mayan lets out a long sigh of relief, her slightly cold fingertips caressing his face. She says softly, "Di Mingju, what happened? Did Li Weiran say something to you?" Di Mingju suddenly reaches out and clasps her waist, fiercely pulling her into his embrace. Tightly, tightly hugging her. So tight that it's like he's itching to rub her into his own flesh and blood. Mayan can almost hear the sound of her bones being squeezed. Mayan likes the Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. The extremely tight embrace makes Mayan almost unable to breathe. But she can feel the uneasiness of the man next to her. So she doesn't show the slightest difference, instead, she reaches out and hugs him. "Di Mingju, no matter what Li Weiran says, don't pay attention to him. This person's mind is treacherous." "Yen Yen." The man's husky voice interrupts Mayan's words, "You'll never leave me?" Mayan stares blankly, then reveals a helpless and doting smile. "Yes, I'll never leave you." If Xiaobao's biological father comes looking for you, you won't choose him?" Mayan frowns. "What's going on? How come that bastard man has come out recently to make his presence known? Qi Huang has repeatedly mentioned Xiaobao's Li Fire bloodline. How come even Di Mingju is entangled now? Don't say that she doesn't even know who that bastard man is. Even if she knows who he is, wouldn't it be too late to kill him? What do you mean choose him? In your dreams, Mayan sighs softly, breaks free from Di Mingju's embrace, and is about to speak. But he firmly presses her into his arms again. The man's voice is hoarse and dark. For the first time, there's no gentleness and doting, only fierce jealousy and murderous intent. Yan, no matter what, I won't let you leave. From the moment you agreed to be my wife, you belong to me. Only to me. Mayan stares blankly, and is about to speak. But she feels her body loosen, and Di Mingju has already disappeared. Di Mingju? The room is empty. There's no sign of Di Mingju. Mayan's heart surges with an inexplicable sense of loss and fear. What happened just now, or, what did Li Weiran say to Di Mingju that caused the always calm man to lose control like this? No, she can't leave Di Mingju like this. Mayan is about to use the void spirit ring to find Di Mingju. Suddenly, Nyangqin. Daddy, a low, weak and pained voice comes from the bed. Mayan is startled, and quickly goes to the bed. She carefully picks up Xiaobao. In just a short moment, Xiaobao's little face is flushed red again. The most alarming thing is that there's a faint black aura around his temples and eyebrows. Qi Huang, what's going on? Seven Brilliance, who was in the space, was also confused. I'm not sure either. There were clearly signs of improvement just now. Xiaobao opens his eyes in a daze and sees Muyan. His blurred eyes burst with a bright light. Mother, little treasure, be good. Mother is here. Xiaobao's head moved with difficulty as he looked around. When he didn't see the familiar figure, his ice blue eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. With a slightly hoarse and tender voice, he said, I heard Daddy's voice just now. So? I heard wrong, Mu Yan promptly said. Xiaobao didn't hear wrongly. Daddy came, but he had to leave first. Little Treasure's eyes lit up, but then they couldn't help but dim. His lips, which had been burned dry and cracked, were slightly pursed. A trace of disappointment and grievance appeared on her face. Daddy was here. Why didn't he hug him? He was sick and in so much pain, but his father didn't even look at him and left. Did his father really not want him anymore? Xiaobao blinked and tried his best to hold it in. But no matter how mature and steady he is, he's still just a child. If you like the Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. At this moment, her body was in so much pain that she could no longer hold back her tears and they fell from the corner of her eyes. Mother, does father not want Xiaobao anymore? Mu Yan sees him shedding tears of sadness, and only feels her heart throbbing with pain. She carefully wiped away the tears at the corners of Xiaobao's eyes and said softly, Silly, Daddy loves Xiaobao so much, how could he not want you? Xiaobao tilts his body slightly and buries his face in Mayan's arms. His small body trembled slightly because of the pain. Seeing this, Mayan felt an indescribable heartache. She only wished that she could bear these sufferings for him. However, what pained him even more was what Xiaobao said next. I dreamt that Daddy doesn't want me anymore. He said that Xiaobao isn't his flesh and blood, and told Xiaobao to leave with his biological father. There are also many people who say that little Bao is not Daddy's child, so how can he stay in the polar domain? They said that Daddy will have his own flesh and blood in the future. If little Treasure stayed in the polar domain, he would only be a disgrace to Daddy. Xiaobao raises his head and looks at Mu Yan. His flushed little face is already covered in tears. Why do they all say that Xiaobao can't stay in the polar domain and can't stay with Daddy and Mommy? Just because Xiaobao isn't Daddy's flesh and blood? Mother, why does Xiaobao have a biological father? Xiaobao doesn't want to go with him. Xiaobao only wants Daddy and Mommy. The child could no longer hold back his sobs, and a sob escaped from his mouth. Xiaobao had always matured early. Other children might not understand, but Xiaobao could understand since he was very young. When he was sent to the polar domain, others always treat him as Di Mingju's own son. They looked at him with admiration, gratification, and reverence. However, What if these people knew that he was not his father's flesh and blood? Would they still be this happy? Would they think that he was the dove occupying the magpie's nest and that he had no right to stay by his father's side? Xiaobao knew of these fears and grievances, but he had always buried them deep in his heart. He doesn't want Mayan to feel sad, and he also doesn't want Di Mingju to be angry. But at this moment, his willpower was weakened by his illness. The sadness, fear, and grievances finally erupted along with the physical pain. Actually, he wanted to ask, "Mother, why is father not Xiaobao's biological father?" Even though he was still at such an ignorant age, even though he was currently in a coma due to illness. Xiaobao also instinctively knows that asking such a question will make Mayan sad. The best mother in the world. Xiaobao swore to protect his mother, so how could he say anything that would upset his mother? Mayan feels as if her throat is being choked by something. She looked at Xiaobao's sorrowful and aggrieved expression, and an unprecedented pain and hatred welled up in her heart. The man who had changed her fate for 2 lifetimes in the cave with a burning passion and madness. Even if she knew in her previous life that the child in her womb had been dug out and refined into a pill, she had never hated him. But at this moment, when she saw how stubbornly Xiaobao was enduring, she couldn't hold back her tears. Mu Yan's heart surged with uncontrollable resentment and hatred. The cave was dark and hot. At that time, she was just a mortal and couldn't see the man in front of her clearly. She couldn't even hear his voice. But that man could see her clearly. Even after 2 lifetimes, she could still remember the man's hoarse voice ringing in her ears over and over again. "You are mine." But in the blink of an eye, she wakes up from the dream, and she appears in the valley, her clothes disheveled. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. There was no cave, no bone-piercing heat, and no strange, powerful man. Everything was like a real dream. The man appeared and disappeared. The promises they made in the past, the oaths and curses that rang in their ears over and over again, also vanished into thin air. He patted his butt and disappeared without a trace. But it left her with a scar that could never be healed in 2 lifetimes. Now, this scar had been passed on to her beloved son. Mu Yan took a deep breath, concealing the surging emotions in his heart and the hint of scarlet that leaked out from the corner of his eyes. She lowered her eyes and gently kissed the space between Xiaobao's eyebrows. She said in a soft voice, "Xiaobao, you are the person that mother loves most in this world." Xiaobao's gloomy and sad eyes lit up slightly. "You are mother's most important treasure. This has nothing to do with whose flesh and blood you are, or whose child you will become in the future." Xiaobao's long eyelashes fluttered. She couldn't help but reach out her small hand and pinch Mayan's finger. She clutched him tightly with her burning palms. If father doesn't want Xiaobao anymore, will Xiaobao still be mother's darling? Of course. Mu Yan gently caresses his little face, her voice so gentle that it could drip water. Xiaobao doesn't believe what Nyangqin said? Little Treasure hurriedly shook his head, then nodded lightly. His trembling body seemed to have calmed down. There's a trace of bashful happiness in the corners of his eyes. Xiaobao believes in Nyangqin. Mayan continued, "What's more, Daddy is so good to Xiaobao." What did it matter whether he was Xiaobao's biological father or not? What do other people say and comment? Have to do with us? As long as Xiaobao believes that Daddy loves you and that our family will be together forever, that's enough. Or could it be that Xiaobao believes in mother and doesn't believe in father? Xiaobao is so anxious that he squeezes Mayan's fingers a bit harder. Xiaobao believes in Daddy. But what was it? He just felt that his father loved his mother so much, almost to the bone. Just like Uncle Hanyi and the others said, in the future, Daddy and Nyangqin will get married, and Nyangqin will become the mistress of the polar domain. Then, mother and father may give birth to a child. A child who truly had his father's flesh and blood flowing in his veins, a child who had the qualifications to become the successor of the polar domain. Everything was wonderful, but he was the only one who was unnecessary. If he didn't exist, father and mother would definitely be happier. Mu Yan seems to have seen through Xiaobao's thoughts. She gently caresses his forehead and softly says, "Xiaobao, do you still remember what Daddy said to you at the top of Danyang Mountain?" On the peak of Danyang Mountain, Xiaobao was stunned. His little head was dizzy from the fever, and for a moment, he couldn't remember where Danyang Mountain was. After a long while, he finally remembered. Danyang Mountain was near the Hellflame Valley of the Cultivation continent. At that time, mother and father were originally going to tie the marriage contract. But who knew that there would be an unforeseen event and her father would leave in anger? At that time, Xiaobao thought that his father was going to abandon him and his mother. In his heart, he felt that he and his mother were being betrayed. He was angry and sad at the same time. He even swore that he would never talk to his father again. Then, his father brought him to the peak of Danyang Mountain. What did he say to him? A scene from a long time ago appeared before his eyes. For the first time, the man who was always high and mighty, cold and aloof, the man whom she unconsciously worshipped, revealed a depressed and unconfident expression. He said, "It's not that Daddy doesn't want you in Yangqin. Daddy is just afraid." The error-free chapter of Alluring Enchantress of the Cities, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father will continue to be updated on Handplay Bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please collect and recommend Handplay Bar. If you like Alluring Enchantress of the Cities, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father, please collect. You were afraid that your mother would marry another man. I'm also afraid that Xiaobao will think that it's better to let someone else be your father. Little Treasure opened his mouth slightly. He remembered everything. Mu Yan chuckled softly and said, "Xiaobao believes in Yangqin, but he isn't willing to completely believe in Daddy. Father might be afraid again. That would be too pitiful for your father, wouldn't it?" Xiaobao's long eyelashes fluttered. The lack of confidence in his eyes suddenly vanished completely at this moment. He buries his head in Mayan's arms and gently rubs it. Father was afraid that Xiaobao would think that someone else would be a better father. How could Daddy be so stupid? How could he be afraid of such a thing? In Xiaobao's heart, there was no father better than his father. The corners of Xiaoxiao's lips curled up secretly. Recalling that memory, not only did Xiaobao not feel aggrieved, but he also felt sad. On the contrary, it was as if he was carrying a small precious secret, and he couldn't help but feel happy. That was a father that no one else knew, only he and his mother knew. Mu Yan sees Xiaobao's sparkling eyes and the smile at the corner of his mouth, and her tightened heart finally relaxes. She reaches out to pluck the Tian Emochin, softly saying, "Xiaobao's current illness can only be overcome by relying on his own willpower. Xiaobao has to get better quickly, don't let Daddy and Mommy worry, okay?" Xiaobao nods, slowly closing his eyes amidst the sound of the Tian Emochin. As time passed, the black qi between his eyebrows and temples began to dissipate. Although the Xin musician's skill, mist-dispersing clouds, cannot protect the awakening of the bloodline, it can alleviate Xiaobao's pain to a certain extent. As Mu Yan plays the zither, she lets out a long sigh of relief. But then, he couldn't help but look out of the window. The void spirit ring shone faintly. "Di Mingju, what are you doing? Why don't you come back to me and Xiaobao, in the Tian Emochin space?" Because it had greedily eaten too much energy from a single spark making a prairie, the golden crow fire essence had been in a deep slumber. At this time, the energy was finally digested. He stretched and let out a comfortable sigh. He turned around and looked into the space. The hateful rabbit was not here, and neither was the black-hearted sword spirit. Only Little Phoenix and Little Chick were the easiest to bully. The golden crow's single eye rolled as it thought of the two little fellows who had followed the fat rabbit to bully it. It was immediately filled with rage. His chubbier body trembled. Casually shaking off the two flames, they flew towards Little Phoenix and Little Chick. Little Phoenix was very close. Seeing a round red object flying in front of him, he subconsciously opened his mouth wide and swallowed it. In an instant, a burning pain spread from her mouth to her abdomen, causing her to let out a blood-curdling scream. The little chick wasn't stupid enough to swallow it. Instead, it flapped its wings like it was chasing away a fly. However, this was like poking a hornet's nest. When the yellow wings came into contact with the sparks, they burst into flames. "It hurts, it hurts. Woo woo woo." This was the little phoenix's aggrieved cry. G. Mom, big brother, save me. Fire. Mu Yan, who's in the middle of taking care of Xiaobao, comes back to her senses. Seeing the scene that's happening inside the Tian Emochin space, she's startled. He hurriedly entered the space, picked up the little chick, and extinguished the flames on its body. Naturally, the fireball cast by the golden crow fire essence couldn't be easily extinguished. But there was a master-servant contract between Mu Yan and the golden crow. Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. Naturally, it wasn't afraid of its flames. The fire on the little chick's body was extinguished. Mu Yan turned to look at the little phoenix. She watched as it opened its mouth, revealing its blistered throat. Mu Yan felt a wave of heartache. She gently rubbed the little phoenix's head to comfort it. As for treatment, there was no need. The little phoenix was of the fire attribute, and it was a rare fire spirit body. However, the level of the golden crow fire was much higher than it was at its infancy. That was why it was burned. But it would be fine after a while. Absorbing that ball of golden crow fire was actually beneficial to it. The little chick looked dazedly at its bare wings that had been burned. After a while, it started to cry. The cry was heart-wrenching, and anyone who heard it would cry. Even when Mu Yan hugged it and comforted it, letting it play in the amusement park as compensation, the little fellow didn't stop crying. Gee, burp, goo-goo, burp. Woo-woo, Huang didn't have beautiful wings. It was no longer its mother's favorite chicken son. A bald chicken had no future. Huang wouldn't be able to marry a beautiful chicken wife in the future. Woo-woo, Huang didn't want to live anymore. Even with Mu Yan's heart full of worry, she almost burst out laughing at this stupid chicken. Son. What if *King Chicken Wife, was this really the young master of Wushan Palace? Was Huang Fuzun out of his mind? Did he mistake his stupid chicken for their young master? Huang, who had been sobbing, seemed to suddenly think of something. With a shout, it suddenly charged at the golden crow. Ada! Gulialu! Beat you! Bully Huang bad guy, a strange cry accompanied the little chicken claw as it slapped at the golden crow's single eye. A trace of disdain flashed through the golden crow's eyes. The dead rabbit and black heart sword weren't here. You think this fire spirit is afraid of a stupid chicken, but the next moment PIA. A chicken claw slammed into the golden crow's head, causing it to roll several times on the ground. Its single eye was full of mosquito coils. The little chick landed handsomely, even turning a circle. Then it showed a satisfied smile. Guji. Bad fire, bully Huang. Bully Chiao. I'll beat you to death. Mayan picked up the smug little chick and slowly walked to the golden crow fire essence. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze suddenly focused on the golden crow's side. A piece of vermilion jade had unknowingly fallen there. Mu Yan felt that it was familiar at first glance, as if she had seen it somewhere before. She subconsciously walked forward and bent down to pick up the jade. The golden crow fire essence on the ground had just been beaten into a sorry state by the little chick, and it had lost all its face. She was throwing a tantrum. They had clearly teamed up with the dead rabbit and Blackheart sword to bully at first. Why did Master have to side with these stinking bastards? Unfair. Unless its master fed it more pure fire energy, it wouldn't be satisfied. Just as he's fantasizing about how much fire energy he can extort this time, he catches a glimpse of Mu Yan picking up the vermilion jade from the corner of his eye. The single eye that was rolling around suddenly widened. Wait a minute, wasn't that the jade he stole from the fat rabbit? Could it be that Master knew this piece of jade? Was its theft going to be exposed? Mu Yan stares blankly at the jade in her hand for a good while. She really felt that this piece of jade was very familiar. But for a while, she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Moreover, when she held the jade, Mu Yan had an indescribable feeling. It was like the blood and soul in her body would resonate with it. I like the Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. The Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. Huh? Qi Huang's curious voice sounded in his ear. Is this your demon blood core jade? When he got closer and took another look, he said suspiciously, that's not right. I don't sense your aura on it. But it seems to have some connection with you. Could it be that your parents left it for you? Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widened, an incredulous light bursting from the bottom of her eyes. She looked at Qi Huang in a daze. You said that my parents left this for me? Yeah. Demon core blood jade was something that could only be condensed by high-grade demons. It was not very useful, and was mainly used to find and identify bones and blood. This was because it was difficult for demons, especially high-level demons, to give birth. Hey! Jun Mayan, are you okay? Why do you look so pale? Qi Huang is halfway through his sentence when he discovers that Mayan's complexion is already deathly white like a sheet of paper. He jumps up in fright. He stretched out his hand to support her, but then he hesitantly withdrew it. However, there was an unconcealable worry in his eyes. What's going on? Is there a problem with this, demon core blood jade? Mayan is silent for a good while, then she slowly says, do you still remember that I once said that when my father brought me back to the Yenwu continent and handed me over to my adoptive father to raise, there was only a tattered swaddling cloth on my body? Seven Brilliance nodded. He had also searched for the swaddling cloth with her. Mu Yan continues, but in fact, besides the swaddling clothes, I also have a piece of vermilion jade. It's just that this piece of vermilion jade was lost a long, long time ago, so I treated it as if it never existed. Qi Huang, that's the magic core blood jade. Isn't it a good thing that we found it? Mu Yan closes her eyes. After a long while, she says in a low voice, do you know where this piece of vermilion jade was lost? Just as Qi Huang was about to ask, where? He suddenly discovers that Mayan's lips are deathly pale, but her eyes seem to be burning with raging flames. It was pain, unwillingness, resentment, and blurred memories, but also a trace of hope. At this moment, the person in front of him was no longer the invincible Shen musician, the Lord of Liberty City revered by tens of thousands. She was just a weak, helpless girl. After a long time, Qi Huang heard her soft voice, as if it was about to be blown away by the wind. In the place where I was pregnant with Xiaobao. Seven Brilliance's pupils shrank. In an instant, her beautiful black phoenix eyes seemed to be dyed with a bloodthirsty scarlet, but it quietly disappeared. Mu Yan turns around to look at the golden crow. She pinches the flow of the vermilion jade and dangles it upside down in front of its single eye. Word by word, he asked in a cold voice, where did you get this jade? The golden crow shrank back instinctively. The whole fire was trembling. It's over, master is so scary. If it said that it came from the dead rabbit, would its master kill it? Even if he didn't kill it, he would definitely freeze it forever. Let it no longer feel warm. Weep weep weep. It doesn't want. The fat fireball swayed, and Jingwu carefully transmitted its consciousness to Mu Yan. This is what I picked up. I picked it up near Liberty City recently. That's right, I picked him up. The night was thick, and not a sound could be heard. In a private room on the west side of the mayor's residence of Liberty City, however, candles were still ablaze. Luo Yu yawned as she passed by and took a look inside. Seeing the easels and the strange paintings of mountains of corpses and seas of blood all over the room, she shuddered. She almost woke up from the drowsiness in her head. She likes Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect it, Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect it. Third brother, it's already so late, why aren't you sleeping? Chu Moli, who was drawing, looked back at him and smiled warmly. Do you want to come in and admire my painting? No. Luo Yu shook his head repeatedly, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares at night. He yawned as he closed the door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, third brother, don't stay up too late. If you overwork your body, I'll complain to sixth sister. Only when the door was closed and Luo Yu's footsteps grew distant did Chu Moli smile faintly. He picked up his brush again and returned to the painting in front of him. At this time, a white figure slowly appeared behind an easel that was as tall as a person in the northeast corner of the room. If Mayan was here at this time, she would definitely cry out in alarm. Because this person was Li Weiran. But compared to the previous white as snow, the elegant gentleman, the current Li Weiran could be said to be battered and exhausted. More than half of his white clothes were already soaked in blood. There were clear bruises on his neck. It looked as if a rope had forcibly broken his beautiful neck. But the most shocking thing was the wound on his abdomen. There was a crackling flash of lightning, and then a gurgling of blood. Even if Li Weiran kept sprinkling medicinal powder on the wound, the blood wouldn't stop. Chumoli didn't seem to notice that there was someone in the room, his gaze still focused on the drawing. He held the brush horizontally in front of him, measuring it up and down, as if to determine where to draw next. The medicine that little junior sister gave you is on the cabinet on your left. You can try. If it doesn't work, I have no other way. Li Weiran turned and took out a bottle of medicine from the cabinet. He didn't even look at it before sprinkling it on his wound. Strangely, the wound that had been bleeding profusely had actually healed a little. Li Weiran let out a long sigh, as if he was sighing, as expected of the emperor of the polar domain, the only emperor of the Xianxia continent. It was just a simple strike, but it had caused him serious injuries. But, as he said that, he suddenly laughed lowly. At this moment, the handsome and pale face became coquettish and ferocious, beautiful and twisted. It was as if all the contradictions and depravity of human nature were concentrated on him at this moment. Unfortunately, he will soon be beyond redemption. Chumoli helplessly put down his brush and turned his wheelchair to face Li Weiran. He said with great interest, "I'm very curious. What kind of grudge do you have with Instructor Mo, I mean the polar domain monarch, that would make you use every possible method and scheme to kill him?" Li Weiran slowly walked to the side of the table and poured himself a cup of tea. He brought it to his lips and took a sip. The story is actually very simple. A few hundred years ago, the previous emperor of the polar domain happened to pick up a beautiful woman who had lost all her memories in the savage land of the Xianxia continent. The flirtatious and affectionate Emperor Luo soon got his hands on this woman, and the two of them lived together for a few years. It's just that, the extreme domain sovereign lord is an immortal venerate, just a step away from immortal emperor. He had lived for tens of millions of years, had the supreme status of the polar domain king, and had beautiful wives and concubines raised in the polar domain imperial court. But that woman was only immortal without any cultivation. In a few short years, she grew old and lost her beauty, so she was abandoned. Li Weiran drank the tea in one gulp. His expression and tone were incomparably calm, as if he was narrating a story that had nothing to do with him. Enchantress, charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress, charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. It's easy for an immortal reverend to abandon a mortal woman. And for a mortal woman to find her immortal husband, oh no, lover, that was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. She couldn't even enter the gates of the polar domain. 3 months after being abandoned, the woman found out she was pregnant. She was ecstatic, thinking that as long as she gave birth to the child, the polar domain emperor would definitely change his mind. However, the child she gave birth to was still a mortal who couldn't cultivate, a piece of trash. The polar domain emperor already had an outstanding son, a publicly recognized future successor. Sending such a trash son would only be humiliating himself. But the woman wasn't satisfied. She plotted and even sold her body to sneak into the polar domain imperial court. Then, she appeared in front of the emperor and excitedly told him, "Beixian, I am Xianxia, I brought our son to see you." Speaking of this scene, Li Weiran seemed to have said an interesting joke. The corner of his mouth curved up high, as if he was going to laugh out loud in the next moment. How could there be such a stupid woman in the world? Li Weiran seemed to be evaluating an unrelated outsider, with a teasing and careless tone. A mistress who couldn't see the light, a useless son who didn't have the slightest bit of value, came looking for her so eagerly? Did she really think that she could wait for the polar domain emperor's guilt and pity? Haha, how is that possible? What she waited for was mercilessly being chased out of the polar domain imperial court, and what she waited for was the cruel revenge of the polar domain divine empress. Then, she died. Before she died, she was still dreaming of a man changing his mind and bringing her back to the polar domain in glory. And her child, the boy who didn't have the slightest bit of talent for cultivation, was sold to the dirtiest place in the world. Chumoli nodded. It was quite pitiful. So you are that boy, the polar domain emperor is Instructor Mo's father, and the two of you are half-brothers? Brother? Li Weiran's voice suddenly rose. When he said that he was sold to the dirtiest place in the world, his face didn't change at all. But at this moment, his eyes shot out malicious hatred. No, how could he be my brother? Bai Xingwei died a long time ago, and Di Beixian went missing. He was the only one I could vent my hatred on. Only when I see Di Mingju lose everything with my own eyes, when he's in so much pain that he doesn't want to live, can I find relief. For so many years, I've always been thinking about how to destroy the polar domain, how to consign Di Mingju to eternal damnation. I've finally found a way. Chumoli lightly clapped his hands and said with a faint smile, "Congratulations on getting your wish fulfilled. However, I'm still a little curious. With Instructor Mo's cultivation, how are you going to make him lose everything and suffer so much that he wishes he were dead?" Li Weiran's face had already regained its composure. He picks up the cup and gently takes a sip. "I told him that I am Xiaobao's biological father, and also Mayan's first man." Chumoli stared blankly for a moment. A rare expression of astonishment appeared on his face. After a long while, he asked, "Instructor Mo believed me just like that?" Li Weiran slowly smiled. Of course he wouldn't believe it so easily. So I pointed him to a location and let him check it out himself. Chumoli slightly narrowed his eyes. "Junior sister came from the Yanwu continent, so your so-called location to investigate the truth must be there. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad." This world's heavenly Tao rules work from top to bottom. The energy fluctuations decrease and cannot be reversed. Otherwise, there will be a backlash. Killing an emperor is an almost impossible task in the Xiaoxian continent, but in the Yanwu continent, it's as easy as turning one's hand. Chumoli pauses, then continues, "I'm afraid that Instructor Mo doesn't know about your scheme. But this matter involves little junior sister and Xiaobao. Even if he knows that there's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of him, he will still charge forward. Am I right?" This time, it's Li Weiran's turn to applaud. "You're absolutely right, truly worthy of being." The last few words come out of Li Weiran's mouth, but the meaningful smile on his face doesn't recede. "If I didn't know it was impossible, I would almost think that you've been watching me lay out my plans from the side. But there's one thing that I still don't understand." Chumoli smiles and nods, indicating for him to ask. "Logically speaking, you're Jun Mayan's third senior brother, and you also call Di Mingju instructor. In terms of relationship, you should be closer to them. Why are you helping me?" Chumoli's expression is unperturbed. He gently twirls the thumb ring on his hand and warmly says, "Back then, your motherly Xianxia lost her memories and lost her cultivation. It was more or less related to me. Just think of it as me making up for the mistakes of that year." Li Weiran curls his lips, a faint smile on his face. "If I'm not wrong, Chu Third Young Master's age is only in his 20s, and there are no signs of reincarnation. My mother died hundreds of years ago, how is that related to you?" Chumoli warmly says, "Does our cooperation include me telling you the truth?" "Of course not, I'm just casually asking." Li Weiran smiles faintly and hands a tattered wooden tablet to Chumoli. "If Chu Third Young Master doesn't want to say it, then forget it. I will naturally complete the transaction that needs to be completed. I hope that Chu Third Young Master will also keep your promise and not forget what you promised me." "Of course." Chumoli takes the wooden tablet and casually puts it away. He smiles and nods, "I will do as you wish." Once the door is closed, Chumoli turns to look at his half-finished painting. The corners of his mouth curl up slightly. He picked up the brush and added color and lines to the painting. After a long while, he muttered as if he was talking to himself, "As you wish, junior sister is going to be sad." Mayan's mood has never been this anxious and fretful. It's been a day and a night since Di Mingju appeared and left. But there was still no news. What did Li Weiran tell him that day? Why did Di Mingju disappear without even the slightest explanation? Mu Yan really wants to go out and look for him, but Xiaobao is still at the critical moment of life and death for his bloodline awakening. This was the third day of his awakening. According to the ancient books, as long as he could endure through today, he would be able to survive. The success rate of Xiaobao's awakening would increase to 80%. Mu Yan's heart ached as she looked at Xiaobao, who had his eyes tightly closed and a pained expression on his face. She wiped the sweat from his body with a cloth towel over and over again. She was so focused and pitiful that she didn't notice. In the yard outside her room, Chumoli was currently throwing one painting after another at the corresponding positions of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. The last painting fell to the northeast corner. Wisps of black gas suddenly seep out from the ground in the middle of the yard. As the black gas increases, the originally hard bluestone ground unexpectedly seems to have melted, and it starts to roll and ripple. If you like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father, please collect, Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father. Then, one head after another popped out from the center of the churning black water. Only after 10 people had emerged did the churning black water calm down. The black chi dissipated, and the ground returned to its original state of bluestone. The entire courtyard returned to its original state of tranquility. The first one to emerge was a haggard old man with long arms and legs. The teleportation just now made him look a little weak, and there was still a faint trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't even bother to wipe it. He immediately turned around and looked at Chumoli. "May I ask where the person Master wants us to take away is?" At this moment, Chumoli's complexion is also indescribably pale. He slightly hangs his head, and points his finger in the direction of Mayan's room. Bang, the door was kicked open. Mu Yan looks up and sees the uninvited strangers. She frowns. "Who are you people?" The complexion of the long-limbed old man was much better now. He took a step forward, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "I'm Tian Ho of the Longhand clan. I'm here to take you and the young master to the Shoshan continent. Miss June, please come with us as soon as possible." Mayan stands up, her face full of vigilance as she looks at the few people, coldly saying, "What Darren? I don't know you." Tian Wu's wrinkled face twitched as he spat out 3 words, "Li Weiran." "Li Weiran," Mu Yan's face darkens. "What if I don't go?" Tian Ho looked at her quietly, his expression still respectful. "His Excellency instructed us not to harm Miss June and the young master no matter what. But if you insist on resisting and not coming with us, we will also take special measures to make you lose the ability to resist first." Mayan raises her hand and the 7 Absolute sword appears in her palm. In her entire life, she had never been threatened by anyone. "In that case, let's see if you have the ability to make me lose the ability to resist." Even Tian Ho's expression changed when he saw the 7 Absolute swords. His eyes were filled with vigilance and suspicion. However, it was only for a moment before a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "That's right, this old servant also remembered something. Lordly asked me to tell you that if you don't come with us, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the Emperor one last time." "What did you say?" Mayan's face suddenly changes color as she thinks of Di Mingju, who she hasn't heard from. His heart felt like it was being roasted on fire. Could it be that Di Mingju is really in danger? Otherwise, why didn't he come back to see her for such a long time? However, even if her heart is on fire, Mayan's face only has a calm that no one can see through. Her lips curled into a mocking smile. "Li Weiran? You want to catch Di Mingju on your own? Isn't that too much of a daydream?" Tian Ho wasn't angry at being ridiculed like this. Instead, he revealed a mysterious smile. "It seems that Miss June is unwilling to obediently follow us. Miss June, please forgive us if we were to injure you. After all, Lordly had repeatedly instructed us to respectfully invite you back." Mu Yan glanced at Xiaobao behind her. She originally wanted to put him back into the space. However, he thought that if he were to get injured in the fight later, it might affect him. Thus, he threw out a formation plate to protect Xiaobao. Swish 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 swish, the 7 child swords fly out and float behind Mayan. The Tian Mo Qin flips over and floats to the left. Her fair fingers lightly plucked the strings, producing a melodious zither sound. She's clearly just a young girl in her early 20s. And her cultivation hasn't even reached the peak of Golden Immortal. But looking at the 7 transparent swords that emit different rays of light, listening to the sound of the zither echoing in the room, Tian Ho and the others have an inexplicable feeling of being suppressed in their hearts. His eyes sink, and he slowly takes a step forward. "Miss June, you don't know what's good for you, it's really difficult for me." A powerful pressure is suddenly released, making Mu Yan's face turn white. Her internal organs tumble, and she almost spits out blood. The Tian Mo Qin makes a series of chaotic sounds under this pressure. It can no longer assist as effectively as before. At this moment, Mu Yan feels that she's an ant poured by Tian Ho. In the face of absolute power and level suppression, there's no trace of resistance. The arms of the long-handed clan are more than twice as long as those of ordinary people. Tianhou doesn't do anything. He just slowly reaches out and grabs Mu Yan. The 7 absolute swords fly out to resist. But they're slapped down the moment they touch the long hand. The withered palm is about to cover Mu Yan's palm. Suddenly bang, Tianhou feels a sharp pain in his back, followed by a bone-chilling energy pouring into his body. Puff, he violently spits out a mouthful of blood, trying to operate his immortal force to stabilize his turbulent internal breath. But he feels a burst of tearing pain in his internal organs. And a black line begins to appear on the withered palm. It spreads all the way up his arm, and in just a few breaths, it's already close to his heart. Miss June, are you all right? Mu Yan hasn't reacted to what's happening. She sees a kind old man respectfully saluting her, confirming that she's safe and sound. Only then does he let out a long sigh of relief. Mu Yan is confused. May I ask who you are? I'm Chang'ing, an elder of the polar domain. Elder Chang's eyes are gentle, looking up and down at Mu Yan. The admiration and intimacy in his eyes are overflowing. I've heard Jun Shang and the little master mention you, and today I'm finally fortunate to see you in person. Chang'ing, why are you here? Mu Yan hasn't had time to digest these twists and turns and Elder Chang's identity when she hears Tianhou's incredulous roar behind her. Elder Chang turns to look at him and says unhappily, if you can come, why can't we? If I don't come, could it be that I'll let you take away my polar domain's honorable divine empress? As he spoke, Tianhou's subordinates had all fallen to the ground, unconscious. Moreover, their faces were covered in black qi, and their lips were purple. It was obvious that he had been poisoned. Tianhou's face twisted fiercely. That's impossible. If you came to the floating island through the universe mirror, there's no way we wouldn't know. Elder Chang stroked his beard and sneered, who said we came through the mirror of heaven and earth? Then how did you come to the floating island unharmed? Tianhou's questioning voice suddenly paused. His horrified gaze slowly turned to the door. There, Chu Moli, who had a pale complexion and a gentle expression, resembling a weak scholar, was currently being pushed by Qin Jiao into the room. Tianhou's eyes widened. It's you? You used the 10,000 will curse to teleport them here? Why? Chu Moli calmly said, it's not easy for me to set up the 10,000 wheels curse. Wouldn't it be a loss if I only used it to transport the few of you? Are you crazy? Tianhou's voice suddenly rose, his eyes filled with intense hatred and anger. The error-free chapter of Alluring Enchantress of Medicine, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father will continue to be updated on Qingdao. There are no advertisements on this site. Everyone, please bookmark and recommend Qingdao. I like Alluring Enchantress of Medicine, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father. Please bookmark, Alluring Enchantress of Medicine, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father. Please bookmark. The polar domain hates people who use curse the most. No, the entire Shoshan continent will not allow people who use curse to exist. You exposed your identity as a curse warrior, yet you still rely on the polar domain. Aren't you courting death? How could that be? Chu Moli smiles faintly. Don't you know that the polar domain's sovereign is my Xiaoyao sect's son-in-law? I have such a thick golden thigh to hug, what's there to worry about? Pft, cough, cough, cough. Elder Chang almost chokes to death on his own saliva. Son-in-law, what the hell? Their Jun Shang is the dignified polar domain's sovereign. How could he marry into the Xiaoyao sect? Don't even think about it, even Mu Yan can't help but facepalm. She actually doesn't understand what her third brother is doing. How could Li Weiron's subordinates get involved with third brother? But there's one thing she's sure of. In this world, she hasn't met a more abnormal, more black-bellied, more calculating person than third brother. Tianhou takes a deep breath, slowly calming down. He glances at the black line on his body that's about to reach his heart. He can't help but reveal a bitter smile. It turned out to be the soul-snatching soul, refined by the sacred ancestor medicine king. No wonder I didn't even have the chance to use the curse. But do you think you've won just like that? Tianhou suddenly laughs faintly, his expression malevolent and deranged. Do you really think that Di Mingju can still come back from the Yanwu continent alive? No, he won't survive. Everything that happened today, Li Daren has already calculated it for hundreds of years. In the Yanwu continent, every game, every step, is a killing move to put Di Mingju to death. Even if he knew beforehand, so what? He still can't escape the fate of certain death. As soon as his voice falls, the black line on Tian Ho's body finally spreads to his heart. There's a loud bang, and he screams, falling stiffly to the ground. His round eyes don't have much fear and pain from dying in peace, only crazed hatred. The world is filthy, the sins of generations. There will be a day when a raging flame will burn everything in the world, letting everything return to ashes, earth to earth. Everyone will pay for their sins. Ha ha ha. No one can escape, no one. Ha ha ha. A ball of blue flame sprang up from his heart, instantly burning his 3 souls and 7 mortal forms into nothingness. The culprit has been executed, but there's no way for Mayan to feel at ease. Did he just say that Di Mingju is in the Yanwu continent? What's going on? Elder Chang is also deeply worried, but when he hears Mayan's question, he still squeezes out a smile. Miss June, don't worry. With Jun Shang's cultivation and strength, as well as the fact that he has already taken precautions, nothing will happen. Mayan frowns. I ask you, what is he doing in the Yanwu continent? This. Elder Chang's forehead was covered in sweat. Although Jun Shang didn't explicitly say what he's going to do in the Yanwu continent. However, Elder Chang had roughly guessed it. Because his family has always been cold and aloof, never disdaining to explain, and never hesitating, Jun Shang Darren. Before entering the Chankuan mirror, she unexpectedly asks him with a slightly perplexed tone, if Ben Jun kills Xiaobao's biological father, Mayan, will. Di Mingju doesn't say the last sentence. But Elder Chang understands at once. Jun Shang's trip to the Yanwu continent this time is related to Xiaobao's life experience. Then, he sees the perplexed look on Di Mingju's face recede, replaced by an ice-cold murderous intent. If you like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. 1. Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. No, she will never know. Xiaobao's biological father is already dead. She only needs to remember this. In that case, Mayan could only be his wife. I will never leave. Elder Chang's heart skipped a beat. He knows that Di Mingju is determined to kill Xiaobao's biological father. He wanted to stop her, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. What kind of days did Jun Shang lead as a child? Later on, he was so cold-hearted that he bound himself in an ice-cold shell, not allowing himself to have any feelings. Elder Chang had been watching them along the way. Jun Shang has finally found his own happiness and is living more and more like a normal person. How could he bear to let others destroy it? But now that Mayan has asked, Elder Chang is flustered. What was he supposed to say? Is Di Mingju going to kill your child's biological father? With this thought in mind, Elder Chang turned his gaze to Xiaobao, who was lying on the bed with a high fever and sleeping. Eh? What happened to little master? You seem to be in a lot of pain. As he spoke, he hurriedly walked towards the bed. Half of it is because she's really worried, and the other half is because she wants to change the topic, so that Mayan won't ask about Di Mingju's whereabouts again. However, just as he walked to the bedside, his divine sense probed Xiaobao's body, and his eyes suddenly widened. Li Fire Bloodline Awakening? How is this possible? In the polar domain, Elder Chang's qualifications were very high, but his strength could only be considered average. This time, the reason why Di Mingju ordered him to come and protect Mu Yan and Xiaobao. Most importantly, he has the divine spirit tranquilizer pill that Han Shujiao gave him. Li Weiran, as well as the mysterious organization that Mu Luyun was in, were all experts in using poison and curses. On the floating island, a place where the heavenly Tao's laws couldn't completely protect. These despicable methods can unleash a power that is 100 times stronger than that of the Xiaoxian continent. Even if Ying Mei and Han Ye's cultivation is higher than Elder Chang's, in the face of these curse, they still don't have the power to resist. On the other hand, Elder Chang's spiritual mind suppression pill could resist the power of the curse to a certain extent. As for ordinary poisons, they would be completely immune to the spiritual mind suppressing pill. However, Elder Chang would never have expected this. It was a freak coincidence that he came to the floating island this time. Li Fire Bloodline. Even in the polar domain's royal family, only the direct descendants of the Mahists could inherit this bloodline. not to mention the possibility of awakening after receiving the inheritance. Therefore, in the entire polar domain, the only person who truly knew what the symptoms of the Li Fire bloodline awakening were, and what kind of energy fluctuations there were, was Elder Chang. Even Dimingju, he has awakened the Li Fire bloodline. But at that time, Jun Shang was still too young. And because there was no one to look after him, he suffered a lot. However, he remained unconscious and unable to wake up. In fact, he had no idea what was going on with the bloodline awakening. However, Elder Chang knew very well, he could confirm it almost as soon as he saw Xiaobao. He was experiencing the awakening of his Li Fire bloodline. Hearing Elder Chang's words, Mayan doesn't have the time to ask about Di Mingju's condition. She suddenly widens her eyes. She grabbed Elder Chang's hand and suppressed her excitement. Elder Chang, you know about the Li Fire bloodline? Glorious sun swallowing heaven, Li Fire 9 luminaries. Only with the Li Fire bloodline could there be a glorious sun swallowing heaven. This was publicly acknowledged under the heavens that only the polar domain's imperial family could possess this bloodline. The little master is clearly not Jun Shang's biological son. How could he have inherited the Li Fire bloodline that only the direct descendants of the Mo clan had? Elder Chang felt that his mind was in a mess. Thousands of strands of thoughts were tangled into one ball after another. There were many details and coincidences that he had never paid attention to before. At this moment, they appeared in front of him one after another. The blood knot totem was something that was extremely difficult to succeed with, but Jun Shang and the little master succeeded in one try. There aren't many people in the three realms who have ice blue pupils, but Jun Shang and the little master have a pair of eyes that are almost exactly the same. Also, when the little master and Jun Shang appeared together in the hidden abyss, almost no one doubted that the little master and Jun Shang weren't biological father and son. Elder Chang had never cared about all of this in the past. But at this moment, if one were to think about it, they would all point to the same conclusion. But, how could this be possible? Jun Shang has clearly never been to the Yinwu continent before, nor has he mentioned having skin contact with any woman. With Jun Shang's infatuation with Miss June, if he had known earlier that the two of them had a child, it was good enough that he didn't tie her up to get married. How could he have left them behind for so many years and not cared about them? No, that's impossible. Elder Chang shook his head vigorously in fear. But if it wasn't Jun Shang, then who could it be? Could it be that there was a second person in the world who had inherited the Li Fire bloodline? Elder Chang, Elder Chang? When Mu Yan saw that Elder Chang was in a daze, as if he had lost his soul and was staring fixedly at Xiaobao, she couldn't help but panic in her heart. Is Xiaobao in danger? Is the Li Fire bloodline really unable to endure it alone? No, how could that be? That year, you. Halfway through his sentence, Elder Chang quickly shut his mouth. Things were not clear yet, so he could not speak carelessly. Elder Chang took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, Miss June Little Master's condition is very good now. It's not like the Li Fire bloodline can't withstand it alone. With Little Master's willpower and talent, the first awakening shouldn't be a problem." Hearing Elder Chang's words, Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he could get through it. If something really happens to Xiaobao, Mu Yan doesn't know what she will do. Perhaps she would search to the ends of the earth to find the man who had brought Xiaobao into the world and made him suffer for 2 lifetimes. He would chop him into pieces and bury him with Xiaobao. That, Miss June. Elder Chang asked cautiously, "May I ask, who exactly is Xiaobao's biological father?" He paused and then said with difficulty, "This old man heard Jun Shang say that you loved Xiaobao's father very much. It's just that he died young, causing you two to be separated by life and death. You still miss him, don't you?" Mu Yan rubbed her forehead, feeling speechless. What the f***ck, back then, he had told a lie, and now, it was like a rolling snowball, getting bigger and bigger. Originally, she wanted to personally tell Di Mingju about this matter. But he didn't know why he couldn't say it out loud every time. Mu Yan hesitated for a while before saying softly, "Elder Chang, to tell you the truth, I don't know who Xiaobao's biological father is." "What?" Elder Chang's eyes widened in shock. "Kiki, didn't you tell Jun Shang that you loved Xiaobao's biological father very much, like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, Please Collect, 1, the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, black-bellied Dad Mayan touches her nose, awkwardly saying, "At first, I thought that Demingju was annoying, so I deliberately said that, wanting him to know when to retreat." Who knew? Who knew, that man? He was clearly the polar domain's sovereign emperor, a king who stood at the peak of all living beings. However, he was unswerving in love with her, a broken flower whose heart belonged to someone else. In the end, she chose to face her heart and stay with him for a long time. However, this lie from back then had missed the best time to explain itself. Whenever Mu Yan recalls Di Mingju's jealous appearance, she can't help but find it funny. She smiles helplessly, her line of sight seems to be looking at that man in a faraway world. "Actually, I've wanted to tell him for a long time, there's only one man that Mayan has ever loved in this life, and that's Di Mingju. I don't have a dead husband, and I don't have anyone I love more than anyone else, because from the beginning to the end, I only love him." Mr. Chang blinked his eyes in a daze. You don't know who Xiaobao's biological father is? What's going on?" Mayan restrains the gentleness and smile on her face, and her expression turns ice-cold in a split second. She didn't want to talk about the past, but she was afraid that Elder Chang would misunderstand, so she gave a simple explanation. "I was young then, and I was tricked into a nameless valley. I was drugged, and in a daze, I entered a cave. The cave was dark. I couldn't see the man's face clearly, and I couldn't remember what had happened during that time. After I left the cave, I discovered that I was pregnant with Xiaobao. In the cave, the man whose face could not be seen clearly had passed on the Li Fire bloodline to Little Mistress." At this moment, Elder Chang's mind was a mess, and he felt as if hundreds of claws were scratching at his heart. He feels that he must see Jun Shang immediately and tell him about this matter. As for that cave, he had to investigate it thoroughly. Mr. Chang suppressed his excitement and nervousness and asked, "Miss June, don't you want to find out who the father of the young master is?" Mayan says with an expressionless face, "I originally didn't want to. I was afraid that if I saw someone, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from castrating him. After all, he's Xiaobao's biological father. It won't be good if he finds out when he grows up." Elder Chang shuddered and suddenly felt a cold pain in a certain part of his body. "Oh, I feel sorry for Jun Shang. But now that little Bao's Li Fire bloodline has awakened, if he has the protection of an elder, perhaps he won't have to work so hard." Mu Yan looked at Elder Chang. "If possible, could you ask the polar domain to help me investigate the people who possess the Li Fire bloodline?" Elder Chang wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Yes. Hee, of course you can. The polar domain will not shirk its duty." Mu Yan feels that Elder Chang's expression is a little unsightly. She was about to express her concern. Suddenly, the void spirit ring on his finger shone with a dazzling light. Immediately after, Mu Yan feels as if all the strength in her body has been sucked out. Her legs went soft, and she sat down on the bed. "What's going on?" Seven Brilliance cried out from within the space. "Why are your life force and soul primordial energy flowing away? Jun Mayan, quickly take off the ring on your finger." "Impossible." Mu Yan's face was deathly pale, but his fingers were tightly gripping the ring on his ring finger, as if he wanted to embed it into his own flesh and blood. "Miss June, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" The void spirit ring stopped drawing soul power from her body. It's like someone had forcibly cut off that connection. The error-free chapter of Alluring Enchantress of the Magic Doctor, Heaven Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father will continue to be updated on Handplay Bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please collect and recommend Handplay Bar, if you like, Alluring Enchantress of the Magic Doctor, Heaven Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, please collect. The dazzling void spirit ring stopped shining, and became as dim as an ordinary iron ring. Mayan's deathly pale complexion gradually recovers. However, not only did she not feel at ease, but she was also burning with anxiety. The void spirit ring is the life shared between her and Di Mingju. Previously, there were several times when she was on the verge of danger. In the moments of imminent peril, it was always Di Mingju who gave her the divine essence, allowing her to get through the crisis. Just now, the void spirit ring had suddenly lit up and extracted soul essence from her body. This shows that Di Mingju is definitely in danger. But this kind of drawing was about to end. That's not because Di Mingju is out of danger, but because he forcibly severed the connection. Mu Yan took a deep breath and looked at the worried Elder Chang. I have some matters that I need to attend to. Could you please look after Xiaobao for me? Elder Chang hesitated for a moment. He actually wants to immediately return to the polar domain and tell Jun Shang about today's discovery. But right now, Little Master was the most important. If the young master couldn't endure the bloodline awakening, or if something happened to her, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Elder Chang immediately nodded his head solemnly. Don't worry, Miss June. Even if I die, I will protect Little Master. I won't let anyone lay a finger on him. Mu Yan walked out of the room and gently rotated the void spirit ring on her finger. Tianwu just said that Dimingju is in the Yanwu continent. But how was she going to get there? Junior sister, do you want to experience the 10,000 will curse? Hearing the familiar voice, Mu Yan raises her head and meets Chu Moli's gentle and light smiling eyes. Third senior brother, you, in the courtyard, the scrolls that were thrown everywhere were burning, but they were not burned to ashes. In the center of the courtyard, the green stone ground had once again turned into rolling black water. It made people feel as if they had stepped into an endless hell once they stepped inside. Chu Moli's complexion is even uglier than Mu Yan's. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his thin lips. But his pitch-black eyes were shining with light. It was like the hope in the endless darkness. It was weak, but it never dissipated. Mu Yan takes a deep breath and slowly walks into the churning black water. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of suffocation assaulted him. Mu Yan couldn't describe that feeling. It was as if all the negative emotions in the world, hatred, disgust, sorrow, pain, numbness, and greed, were pouring into her body, almost bursting her. She could faintly hear Chu Moli's soft murmur. Li Weiran, I also want to fulfill your wish. But not everyone can bully the people of the Xiaoyao sect. Yanwu continent, fog forest. Star Wolf cautiously follows behind Dimingju. Looking at his slender and ramrod straight back, she felt uneasy. Jun Shang, where are we going? There's no expression on Dimingju's face, he just coldly looks at him. Didn't I tell you to go back to the Shoshan continent first? How can this be? Star Wolf said anxiously, knowing that someone is plotting against Lord. How can this subordinate not protect him? What's more, this subordinate's cultivation method is different from Han Ye's and Ying Mei's. Even, curse, might not necessarily be able to do anything to this subordinate. Jun Shang, let this subordinate stay by your side to protect you. Dimingju didn't say anything else. With an indifferent expression, he walked step by step through the fog forest. In fact, with his cultivation, even in the Yanwu continent, it would be as easy as turning over his hand if he wanted to shrink the earth 2 inches. But Dimingju keeps walking step by step like that. It seems to be very fast, and his heart is full of anxiety. It also seems that his footsteps are heavy and dragging, and he only hopes that he will never reach his destination in this lifetime. A low and guilty voice vaguely rings in his mind. As a father, I didn't take good care of Yen. I never thought that I would marry such a ruthless and vicious woman. Not only did she almost kill my own son, but she also let Yen suffer such humiliation and pain. The speaker is Mu Yan's adoptive father, Shini Cheng. With the help of the molding spirit pill that Mu Yan left behind, the majority of the Nether Flame army ascended to the Shoshan continent, including Mu Yan's brother, Shin Jinglin. But because the adoptive father, Shini Cheng, was too old and had average talent, he ultimately failed to ascend, and stayed in the Yanwu continent. In the past, Dimingju was extremely repulsed by the identity of Xiaobao's biological father. He was insanely jealous of the man whom Mu Yan deeply loved, jealous of the blood bond between him and Xiaobao. So after Mu Yan agreed to be with him, Dimingju made this matter, this person, a taboo. He didn't want to investigate Mu Yan's past, and he didn't allow anyone to mention it. Even if Mu Yan had already promised to stay with him forever. Dimingju's heart has always had a strong unease. Is the man who once had Mu Yan really dead? If he appeared one day, would Mu Yan abandon him and throw herself into his arms again? If that happened, he would go crazy. He would definitely not be able to stop himself from killing this man. He would even break Mu Yan's wings, so that she could only stay by his side. Dimingju couldn't imagine this day coming, so he simply deceived himself and forced himself to forget everything. However, it wasn't until today that he knew what he had missed. The hands hanging at his sides tightly clench into fists. Blood drips down from the gaps of his fingers. But he didn't notice it at all. It turns out that there has never been a man whom she deeply loved. There was only the young and helpless Mu Yan, who was schemed against, bullied, and pushed into an endless abyss. And he, because of jealousy and unease, buried his head like an ostrich, so that he didn't know anything. Yan told you that she deeply loved Xiaobao's father? Xianxia shows a surprised expression when he hears Di Mingju's question, how is that possible? Yan hates the man who humiliated her so much. At that time, Yan had yet to reach marriageable age. She was such a young child, yet she was forced to bear a premarital pregnancy. She had to bear the scorn and ridicule of the people around her. Although she loves Xiaobao very much, she doesn't say a word about that man. Please believe me, Yan has never liked another man in her entire life. The only man she brought back to the Shen family and solemnly introduced to me and Jinglin is you. As for that bastard, which good girl would fall in love with him after being forced? Yan probably hated him to the bone all this time, but she didn't show it because of Xiaobao. Not to mention that so many years had passed, that bastard might already be dead. Jun Shang, you don't have to take it to heart. In the future, please treat Yan well. You don't know that this child has suffered a lot. It's just that he's stubborn by nature and doesn't want anyone to know. Di Mingju closes his eyes. Every time he recalls Xianxia's words, his heart aches as if it's struggling. But even so, he couldn't help but recall it over and over again, torturing himself. He never knew that the girl that he cherishes, that he could not wait to give her the best of everything in the world. That she actually suffered such humiliation and pain in a place that he doesn't know. Jun Shang. Behind him, Xing Lang suddenly discovers that there's blood flowing down his body. He screams in fright and rushes forward. Jun Shang, are you hurt? Shut up. Di Mingju's cold words make Xing Lang instantly keep quiet out of fear. But the worry in his eyes is so thick that it can't be dispersed. Because there's something wrong with Jun Shang right now. His eyes are crimson, as if a storm is brewing in the depths of his eyes. The air pressure around him curls and tumbles, painstakingly suppressed. But if he's not careful, it will explode out, blowing up this world and even him into pieces. Xing Lang wants to speak again. Suddenly, he finds a flash of light in front of him. The dense forest that was originally shrouded in thick fog suddenly disappeared. What appears in front of them is a small valley. There's nothing in this valley. It's probably because of the winter, but the ground is bare, not even a blade of grass can be seen. Not far away from the two, at the end of this small valley, there's a cave. The moment he sees this cave, Xing Lang feels that the air pressure around Jun Shang has changed again. Bone-chilling cold. A murderous aura. But there's also a hint of faintly discernible fear and pain. The coordinates that Li Weiran gave is here. Back then, Mu Yan mistakenly entered this cave, that's why. Di Mingju suddenly closes his eyes, forcing himself not to imagine that scene. Otherwise, he won't be able to stop himself from destroying everything in front of him. After a long time, he takes a step forward, heading towards the cave. Xing Lang stares blankly, and promptly clenches the ice around his waist, hurrying to catch up. Huh? He feels that he's stepping on something. Xing Lang's steps stop, and he subconsciously bends down to look. Only then does he discover that the thing that just stepped on his foot is half exposed. It turns out to be a bamboo tube. Someone must have accidentally left it here, right? Xing Lang isn't the least bit interested in the things left behind by the mortals of the Yanwu continent. He doesn't bother to take another look, and gets up to catch up. However, he suddenly catches a flash of light from the corner of his eyes. This light is really coming from the bamboo tube. Eh? This is? Xing Lang raised his head and shouted, "Ruler, please come over and take a look." As he spoke, he quickly dug up the bamboo tube buried in the soil. Di Mingju stops and looks over. He promptly takes 3 steps and 2 steps, bringing the thing in front of Di Mingju. "Jun Shang, please take a look, isn't this the symbol of my polar domain? Furthermore, there is a sealing barrier around this bamboo tube." Di Mingju takes the bamboo tube. Almost as soon as he touches it, his eyes sink, this was left behind by Pajun. What? Star Wolf said in disbelief, defeating armies came here before? What is he doing here? During this period of time, defeating armies had disappeared without a trace, but it didn't cause any reaction in the polar domain. This was because defeating armies had always been elusive. He can follow behind Di Mingju like a shadow for 10 years without showing himself. On top of that, his cultivation was extremely high, so no one could detect his presence. So much so that after such a long time, everyone still thinks that defeating armies is still hiding somewhere by Di Mingju's side, silently guarding. Only a very small number of people know that as early as a few months ago, defeating armies had asked Di Mingju for a leave to leave for a period of time. Only now did Di Mingju remember. Before defeating armies left, he did say that he would go to the Yanwu continent to investigate some things. So this was where defeating armies came from. But how did he know about this place? What are you here to investigate? Di Mingju's eyes droop as he looks at the bamboo tube in his hand. A dark blue rune mark immediately appeared on the bamboo tube. Seeing this symbol, Star Wolf's eyes suddenly widened. Even his breathing quickened. This is the Old Granny Seal. Why would defeating armies use the Old Granny Seal? Mr. Chang clearly said that the seal of the old matron was extremely rare and expensive. He would only leave it behind when he predicted that he would be in danger as his last words. The Old Granny Seal was a magic treasure, and it was a one-time consumable magic treasure that had reached the level of a holy object. Even in the entire polar domain, only a few of Di Mingju's trusted subordinates and elders have them. As a matter of fact, with the Old Granny Seal, if one day the conditions to trigger the seal were met, the seal would be activated. This bamboo tube will automatically fly into Di Mingju's hand, even if they are separated by 2 worlds and space barriers. But before that, there was no way to break the seal. Even if it's Di Mingju, if he wants to forcibly break it open, he might also destroy the bamboo tube and its contents. What had happened to defeating armies that he had to use the motherly witch seal? Star Wolf panted slightly and said, defeating armies is definitely fine, the soul lamp he left in the polar domain is still bright. Juanshang, you don't need to worry about him. Di Mingju puts away the bamboo tube, then turns his gaze towards the cave. That's right. Star Wolf's eyes brightened, defeating armies left the item here, he might be inside. Juanshang, please wait a moment, this subordinate will enter the cave to investigate. He found that defeating armies had left the motherly seal outside the cave. Star Wolf's heart leaped to his throat. Since even defeating armies was so serious about this, it meant that this place was extremely dangerous. Even if this is only the lowest level Yanwu continent. And Star Wolf will absolutely not allow Di Mingju to easily take risks. Saying that, he doesn't wait for Di Mingju to react, and already rushes towards the cave. However, just as he reached the entrance of the cave, he felt as if he had crashed into an invisible barrier. Because he was in too much of a hurry, the reaction force was too great. He even sat down on the ground. F***CK. What's this? Star Wolf cursed inwardly, shaking his dizzy head as he stood up. Barrier? Why is there a barrier here? Even Di Mingju can't help but frown. He stretched out his hand and touched the barrier. The divine power in his body slowly surged. In the Yanwu continent, everywhere is filled with the aura of desolation. Spiritual energy and immortal energy were almost completely unusable. Even if it's divine power that can move unhindered in the 3 realms and isn't restricted by the majority of the rules, it can't be used at will in the Yanwu continent. Otherwise, it would cause the heaven and earth's yuan qi to become turbulent, forming a spatial vortex, and even causing the world to collapse. In the end, it would cause the people to be plunged into misery and suffering, and the heavenly Tao would punish them severely. Therefore, Di Mingju's movement of transferring divine power was extremely slow. As the divine power slowly seeped into the air, water-like ripples began to appear on the barrier outside the cave. The barrier emitted a star-like radiance. They scattered in all directions. For a moment, the previously gray, barren, and lifeless valley seemed to be filled with countless beautiful fireflies. It was so beautiful that it shook one's heart and soul. One would almost think that one was in a fairyland. Xing Lang looks at this scene in amazement and admiration. He can't help but secretly say, Jun Shang is really amazing, he can still use his divine power as he pleases in the Yanwu continent. Facing such a strange enchantment, he's still able to remain calm. Just now, he's blowing a wave of bootlicking in his mind. Xinglang turns his head, only to find that Di Mingju's expression is very strange. He also raises his head to look at the light of the broken stars fluttering in the valley. From the initial grave and stern expression, his expression gradually turns into one of bewilderment and nostalgia. What's wrong with Jun Shang? Di Mingju blankly stares at the scene in front of him, his brain suddenly churning like a raging storm. There seems to be some dusty, firmly wrapped up memory. At this moment, he suddenly finds an opening to break through, and rushes to rush out. He seems to have seen this kind of scene before. Don't cry. Don't cry anymore, Ben Jun will give you whatever you want. You said that there are no stars here, Ben Jun will fill the sky with starlight for you, as long as you don't leave. Yan Yu, call me Yan Yu. Wait for me, I'll come find you. The starlight sprinkles down from the sky. For a moment, it's like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. It's magnificent. But no matter how beautiful it is, how can it be more beautiful than a young girl's bright and beautiful smile? Who is it? Who is it? Why is there such a memory in his mind? Jun Shang, be careful. In a trance, Di Mingju hears Xinglang's frightened scream. In the next moment, the invisible barrier outside the cave suddenly turns into densely packed runes. Each rune is a glaring blood red. Interweaving together, it's like they're building a red wall. And the divine power that Di Mingju injects is slowly flowing along with these runes. Finally, it converges at the heart of the array. Boom! There's a loud noise, and the earth shakes. In the distance, hundreds of beasts in the fog forest flee in all directions in fright, letting out terrified howls. Xinglang only cares about rushing over to protect Di Mingju. But he feels a scorching wave of air hitting his face. He's clearly already cultivated a complete immortal body. Under the scorching heat, he actually feels a severe pain on his skin. His hair makes a sizzling burning sound, and in just a moment, the sparks spread to his scalp. Star Wolf was scared out of his wits. He wanted to escape, he wanted to circulate his immortal energy to resist, but it was already too late. At this moment, an ice-cold aura enveloped his entire body. Then, he felt the back of his neck being pulled back. Buzz buzz buzz, the tremors in the valley slowly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Even the roars of the beasts in the dense fog forest disappeared in an instant. If it wasn't for the burning pain on his scalp, he wouldn't have thought of it. Star Wolf almost thought that everything that had happened just now was just an illusion on his part. Is this still the freaking Yanwu continent? How could the Yanwu continent have such a frightening array boundary? If Jun Shang hadn't saved his life just now, he would have been roasted to death by these raging flames. Just as Xinglang breathes a sigh of relief, he lifts his head to see that Di Mingju's complexion is pale. His sword-like eyebrows were slightly knitted, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. He asked nervously, Jun Shang, what's wrong? To be able to stand so well after being hit by the infinite holy curse. His Majesty truly deserves to be the most powerful person in the Shoshian continent. A laughing voice comes from the fog forest, making all the hairs on Star Wolf's body almost stand on end. Rustle, rustle, not far away, the trees in the forest gently sway, their branches and leaves rub against each other. Very quickly, more than a dozen black-clothed people noiselessly scuttle out of the fog forest, blocking Di Mingju and the Star Wolf at the entrance of the cave. The leader of these black-clothed men was the man who had just spoken. He was tall and slender, wearing a purple robe, and his black hair reached his waist. His appearance could be considered handsome, but when he laughed, he gave off a feeling of femininity. Who else could it be but Mu Luyun, the priest of Luyun, of the netherworld? Mu Luyun's gaze falls on Di Mingju. An uncontrollable fear and wariness flashed in his eyes. Then, he laughed unscrupulously, Emperor, I really didn't expect this. We meet again so soon. Di Mingju says indifferently, what about Li Weiran? Who knows? A look of disdain appeared on Mu Luyun's face. After so many years, this brat still can't get rid of his old habits of sneaking around and scheming in the dark. Selfish, greedy, insidious, heartless. If not for the fact that he is proficient in incantations and has some value to us, there is no way he would be qualified to stay in our organization. However, there's nothing we can do about it. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Someone like Defying, who looks dignified on the surface but is actually a treacherous and shameless person, can only have such a son. Star Wolf was enraged. Shut up. If you dare to spout nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongue. I'm babbling nonsense? Mu Luyun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Emperor, why don't you tell him what your relationship with Li Weiran is? What is his relationship with Defying? Back then, Defying had his way with women everywhere in the three realms. That was something the entire Cultivation continent knew. It was just that those children all had average talent and would die of old age before they reached 100 years of age. In the end, only that little bastard Li Weiran survived. Speaking of which, he should also be the successor of the polar domain. Mu Luyun looks at Di Mingju with a smile that isn't a smile. Di Jun, no matter what, that little bastard is still your half-brother from a different mother. Shouldn't you take him back, and give him back what he deserves? Star Wolf was enraged. *T. Who was Li Weiran? Do you think you're fit to call me brother? Mu Luyun didn't even look at Star Wolf. He only looks at Di Mingju with a mocking gaze. I really asked a stupid question. The Arch-King was also Di Beishuan's son, and he was also selfish, shameless, vicious, and heartless. He only cared about himself and the polar domain, but he couldn't see the suffering of the people of the world. How could the Emperor bear to spit out the power that is already in his hands and return it to his brother? Star Wolf was so angry that his eyes turned red. The anger in his chest was about to explode. This group of bastards, how dare they slander Xianxia like this? In the immortal Cultivation continent, the nightmare ghosts wreaked havoc. When was it not the Lord who risked his life to save tens of thousands of lives? How many things had he done for the common people? How many risks did he take? How many times had he been injured? However, he never boasted about his merits and achievements. But just because Xianxia is low-key, these people can wantonly slander and insult Xianxia. Star Wolf's chest heaved violently. They only hate that they don't have Hanya's eloquence and Miss June's poisonous tongue, able to make them speechless. But for him to swallow this insult and humiliation, he absolutely can't do it. Thus, Star Wolf didn't say anything. He bellowed and unsheathed his long blade. He recklessly hacked at Mu Luyun. Mu Luyun's eyes were filled with mockery. A boorish fellow like Star Wolf, he did not place him in his eyes at all. With a wave of his hand, a black, stick-like magic treasure appeared in his hand. From the Xiaoxian continent to the Yanwu continent, you can't carry any immortal tools other than your natal magic weapons. Even if it was a natal magic treasure, it would not be able to exert even 10% of its power in this desolate continent. However, the thin black rod that Mu Luyun took out actually emitted strands of black qi that wrapped around the Star Wolf. Dark Prison Zen, Infernal Flame. Mu Luyun looked at the Star Wolf, who was bound by the black gas and unable to move for a moment. His lips curled into a mocking smile. I'll let you have a taste of the feeling of having your soul destroyed by the seamless fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light shone from the tip of the thin black stick, the Dark Hell Zen. But at this moment, Star Wolf's originally immobile hand suddenly lifted up. Then, a powerful energy burst out from the long saber and slashed at the Dark Hell Zen. Crack crack crack, the red light on the Dark Hell Zen instantly disappeared. The entire stick was actually frozen solid. Mu Luyun's expression changed drastically, and he rolled to the side without thinking. At the critical moment, he dodged Star Wolf's fatal attack. However, there was a wound on his left shoulder, so deep that the bone could be seen. As the blood flowed out, it condensed into red ice crystals. Even the Dark Hell Zen in his hand fell to the ground. It floats in midair, and falls into Di Mingju's hand. Mu Luyun clutches his shoulder, looking at Di Mingju in horror. Her mind once again recalled the despair and fear she felt when she was crushed by this man. You've already been hit by the infinite holy curse, yet you still have such strength. Yes, the Star Wolf was able to injure him just now. It's not that he got rid of the control of the Hell of Darkness Zen, but that Di Mingju was manipulating his every move from behind the scenes. This man didn't even need to do it himself. Mu Luyun was already powerless to resist. If he hadn't been hit by the infinite holy curse just now, they wouldn't even be qualified to be crushed to death by him like ants. Star Wolf cuts a sorry figure as he returns to Demingju's side. He almost can't raise his head to look at the Junshang that he revered. He's really too useless. Not only can he not protect Junshang at all, but he also always makes Junshang protect him. Among the 4 Imperial Guard commanders, he was the most useless. His talent was average, his brain wasn't good, and his mouth wasn't sharp either. Apart from causing trouble for Junshang, there's no use. The rims of Star Wolf's eyes were slightly moist, and his entire person had sunk into the depression of self-doubt. However, at this moment, a thin black stick was thrown into his arms. Demingju's cold and slightly impatient voice is heard, "Your natal magic weapon doesn't suit you. I have already erased the divine soul imprint on the Dark Hell Zen. Can you refine this from now on?" Star Wolf scrambles to take it, then dumbly stares at Demingju. Junshang snatched the Dark Prison Zen and gave it to him. He even purposely erased the divine soul imprint on it. Does Junshang not hate him and still have high hopes for him? At this moment, Xing Lang's tears almost flowed out. I only feel that being able to follow Junshang in this life is really the happiest thing. At the side, Mu Luyun is also so angry that he wants to cry. The Dark Hell Zen isn't an ordinary magic weapon. It can't correspond to the various magic weapons of the Shoshan continent. However, its value was incomparable to a normal, holy item. He communicated with the Yin and Yang domains, lingering between the darkness curse and the light holy light. It was one of the few weapons in the world that was suitable for Mu Luyun. After obtaining the Dark Hell Zen from his master, Mu Luyun had refined it for over 100 years before finally succeeding. Now that Demingju has easily and skillfully erased his soul imprint, it's tantamount to his 100 years of hard work being in vain. How could he not be angry? Mu Luyun slowly stood up, his eyes emitting intense killing intent. Generals, listen up. Today, no matter what price we have to pay, we must behead the polar domain's sovereign here. Demingju is dead, the polar domain has collapsed. From now on, the Shoshan continent is our world. No one will be able to stop us from lighting up every corner of the 3 realms. Now, listen to my command, release the poltergeist ghosts. The men in black in the valley answered Gao He in unison, yes. We will obey the priest's orders. What? Star Wolf's expression changed drastically. What did he just hear? Venomous ghosts? In the next moment, every black-robed man took out a black porcelain bottle. Then, he bit the tip of his finger and dripped his blood into the bottle. Drops of blood dripped into the porcelain bottle. The faces of the black-robed men grew paler and paler, and their bodies became thinner and thinner. It was as if his flesh and blood were being sucked dry bit by bit. But even so, there was not a trace of fear or unwillingness on their faces. On the contrary, all of their eyes shone brilliantly, crazily, and persistently, as if they were doing an incomparably sacred thing. Bang! After dripping the last drop of blood, the black-clothed man became emaciated, like a zombie wrapped in human skin on the outside of a skeleton. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell straight down, losing all signs of life. At the moment of his death, his sunken eyes were wide open, and the corners of his cracked lips curved into a beautiful and yearning smile. It looked extremely creepy and eerie. The black porcelain bottle in his hand began to vibrate violently. Then, ferocious-looking poltergeist ghosts crawled out of the porcelain vases. They bared their fangs and let out terrifying sounds as they began to search for fresh and delicious prey. One by one, the men in black fell to the ground as their flesh and blood were sucked dry. More and more venomous ghosts appeared in the valley. In the blink of an eye, this small area was filled to the brim. Star Wolf had already seen the scene of nightmare ghosts wreaking havoc, but right now, he only felt his scalp go numb. Because the valley was too small. Furthermore, the entrance to the cave was blocked by a barrier. He and Junshang simply have no way to escape. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that these poltergeist ghosts were of very low levels, only at the 1st or 2nd level. In front of the dense fog forest, Mu Liuyun's figure slowly became transparent. The smile at the corner of his mouth was filled with ridicule and mockery. Emperor, all of you shall stay in this valley and experience the pain and despair of being slowly eaten and devoured by the poltergeist ghosts. To be able to die so easily in the mouths of the nightmare ghosts is truly a bargain for you. If possible, I really want you to personally taste the pain we suffered back then. Hee, let's not meet again, my esteemed emperor, Piak. Dijun raised his hand. A black light flew out from his palm and lashed at Mu Luyun, who was about to disappear, like a whip. Ah dash! Mu Luyun let out a blood-curdling scream and fell heavily to the ground. The black whip doesn't seem to feel carefree enough. It slaps Mu Luyun's body a few times. His flesh is lacerated, and he howls miserably again and again. This kind of pain can't be endured by willpower. Mu Luyun considers himself a persevering person, but right now, he can't control his instinctive moans and screams. After the black whip has lashed Mu Luyun enough, it flies high into the sky, gently shaking. The next moment, the whip turns into a black longsword. It flies towards the poltergeist ghosts in the valley. Crackle, blue sparks of lightning explode in every corner of the valley from time to time. Every time the lightning flashes, a poltergeist's head falls to the ground. Originally, poltergeist ghosts won't necessarily die even if their heads are cut off. However, the poltergeist ghosts that are cut by the black longsword will burn with a blue flame. This flame burns very quickly. In just a moment, the huge poltergeist ghost turns into ashes, falling into the mud. Star Wolf is simply dumbfounded, stars in his eyes. He looks at Di Mingju as if he's looking at a supreme god. Mu Luyun, who has finally recovered from the pain, looks at this scene with an ashen face, not daring to believe it. How is this possible? How can this be? You've clearly been hit by that infinite holy curse. It should be difficult for you to even stand. How can you retain so much divine power? The last poltergeist ghost is burned to nothing by the blue flame. The black longsword flies back into Di Mingju's hand, slowly entering his body. Di Mingju looks at Mu Luyun, sneering, who said that Ben Jun was hit by that infinite holy curse. I clearly saw that infinite holy curse being triggered, and your body was also branded with the power of the curse. Mu Luyun's voice stops abruptly. He sees Di Mingju take out a piece of paper from his bosom, gently pinching it between his fingers, looking pensive. This piece of paper is actually a very small painting. The painting is of a ferocious ghost. But above the ghost, there are beautiful and colorful butterflies fluttering. Under their feet, there are blooming flowers. Because of the existence of butterflies and flowers, the originally ugly ghost seems to be a bit more gentle and kind. It was supposed to be a very ordinary painting. Mu Luyun was stunned when he saw it, but he quickly realized something. His eyes widened as he screamed, "This is the infinite lesser light mantra? How was this possible? How could you possibly have the boundless lesser light mantra?" So that was how it was. So that's how it is. Only the immeasurable lesser radiance mantra and the great radiance mantra could counteract the effects of the immeasurable holy mantra. No wonder Di Mingju was clearly hit by the infinite holy curse, but wasn't injured at all. But even Li Wei Ran didn't know how to use the innumerable little light curse, so how did Di Mingju know? Where did you get this painting? Why is there still someone in this world who can use the infinite lesser light mantra? In fact, this question is also hovering in Di Mingju's mind. Regarding the curse, almost everyone in the Xiaoxian continent kept it a secret. Just like the Shen musician was a taboo for everyone. Di Mingju also wants to know why Mayan's third senior brother Chu Moli already knew that Li Wei Ran and the others would use the infinite holy curse to deal with him. He even thoughtfully prepared the immeasurable lesser light incantation for him. Chu Moli, just who is he? But now isn't the time to look into this. Di Mingju puts away the paper, and slowly walks towards Mu Luyun. Where is Li Wei Ran? Mu Luyun is in a trance right now. He shakes his head in horror, shouting that it's impossible. Then he laughs hysterically, as if he's gone mad. He raises his head to look at Di Mingju. Does Di Jun want to know what Li Wei Ran's plan is? Di Mingju looks down at him, not speaking. Actually, I also want to know. Mu Luyun reveals a strange smile. His face has wounds from the whip, badly mangled. With this smile, the wounds split open, making him look even more sinister and terrifying. I didn't like Li Wei Ran before, and I didn't like him. But this time everything is as he predicted. Listening to the orders of Di Beishuan's illegitimate son makes me feel unspeakably disgusted. But in order to thoroughly kill you, Jun, today, I'm willing to listen to him once. Mu Liuyun's neck is raised high, revealing his slender, white neck stained with blood. Her voice, which was already somewhat feminine, suddenly became louder, like the ear-piercing sound effect of a boiling kettle. Li Weiran, I will use my life in exchange for the collapse of the polar domain, in exchange for my lord's unparalleled hegemony. If you dare deceive me, even if I descend to the 18th level of hell, I will definitely come back to take your life. Mingju's pupils suddenly contract. He sees Mu Liuyun's body suddenly fly out like a cannonball. His hands and feet have long been dislocated and fractured from the whip strikes just now. He can't even stand up. So the way he flies out right now is extremely strange. His head is raised high. His hands and feet hang limply. The direction of his flight isn't towards Mingju or Star Wolf. Instead, it's towards the cave covered by the barrier. Bang! Mu Liyun hits the barrier with his head raised. His neck breaks in half on the spot. Blood splatters out. His eyes are wide open, and he slowly slides down the barrier in this twisted position. His cracked lips softly murmur, Master, Liyun can no longer follow you, may you live for 10,000 autumns and 10,000 generations, the holy light is eternal. Mu Liyun falls to the ground, and dies. A nostalgic and gentle smile condenses on his mangled face, and finally disappears along with the flowing blood. Star Wolf is a bit confused by this turn of events. What is this guy doing? Do you want to die? But Mingju's complexion greatly changes. He grabs the Star Wolf, and directly throws him into the dense fog forest. But he himself did not leave. That was because he knew that when Mu Liyun's blood splashed onto the barrier, he was already unable to leave. The transparent barrier began to tremble violently. From the ground, black tentacles stretch out one after another, wrapping around Mingju's feet. This was clearly the first time he had seen this scene. But it was so familiar. It was as if he had seen such a scene many, many years ago. The moment he's entangled by these tentacles, Mingju feels the strength in his body being sucked clean. His mind also became muddled and heavy. He was in a trance, not knowing what day it was and where he was. Mingju, are you alright? Don't scare me. Mingju raises his head with difficulty. What he sees is a peerlessly beautiful face and peach blossom eyes brimming with concern and worry. Yen. The moment he sees the girl, Mingju feels as if his heart, which has always been tormented in a pot of oil, has fallen back to earth, becoming soft and tranquil. But very quickly, Mingju responds, why did you come to the Yanwu continent? It's so dangerous here, who let you come? Nonsense. What Yanwu continent? The girl in front of him blinks, a puzzled look on her face. Mingju, have you become muddled from sleep? Saying so, her small jade-like hand caresses Mingju's forehead. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Suddenly, the young girl's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous expression. Don't tell me you don't want to marry me, so you're pretending to be sick on the eve of our wedding? Get married? Mingju repeats these two words in a daze. Then, his blurry vision gradually became clear. Everything around him came into view. This is Polar Domain Soaring Sky Hall. How could this be? He was clearly in the Yanwu continent just now. Suddenly, Mingju's train of thought stagnates. Was he really in the Yanwu continent before, but why would he go to the Yanwu continent? Mingju? Mayan couldn't help but push him, what's wrong with you? You've been weird all day today. Don't tell me it's like what Bai Xia said, premarital phobia? She snorted coldly, if you really don't want to, then cancel tomorrow's wedding. I'll leave the polar domain immediately. No. Mingju instinctively lets out a low shout, reaching out to pull the person into his embrace. You're not allowed to go anywhere other than by Benjun's side. The girl in his arms smiled, her brows relaxed, and she looked as beautiful as the morning sun. It makes Mingju's heart feel like it's soaked in soft honey water, sweet and warm. Sweeping his gaze around, Mingju discovers that the layout of High Sky Hall is completely different from before. Festive red silk was hung everywhere, and double happiness was pasted on the door. Extending his divine sense, he could see that the entire polar domain was already decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was extraordinarily lively. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles as they waited for their ruler to marry his beloved divine empress. Mu Yan, happily left to try on her wedding clothes. The smile on Di Mingju's face slowly dissipates, turning into absent-mindedness and perplexity. Was he really going to marry Mayan? But why did it all feel like a dream? He was still there earlier. Wait a minute, what was he doing just now? Why couldn't he remember anything? Soon, the next day arrived. The sky was clear and the wind was gentle. Di Mingju rarely changes out of his black brocade robe and puts on a fiery red bridegroom outfit. Everything around him seemed to be speeding up. In a hazy state of unease, Di Mingju arrives at the center of the auditorium. In front of him was a woman wearing a phoenix coronet and a red cape. She was extremely beautiful and captivating. Di Mingju can barely hear the sound of Elder Chang reciting the prayer. He stared unblinkingly at the woman in front of him. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, an unspeakable uneasiness and pain flowed through his heart. Would Mayan really belong to him from now on and become his wife? Why did it feel so unreal when the beautiful woman was right in front of him and the blessing and oath was ringing in his ears? Jun Mayan, Di Mingju, you can't get married? At this moment, a man's voice came from outside the Lingxiao hall. Everyone turned to look at the door. A handsome young man in a snow-white robe was holding the hand of a little baby carved from jade as he slowly walked into the hall. Li Wei ran. Han Yi, angrily rebuked, today is my polar domain's sovereign emperor's wedding day. Who let you come in and make trouble? Someone come, hurry up and drive him out. The white-clothed young man had a pair of ice-blue eyes that were almost exactly the same as Di Mingju's. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. Who else could it be other than Li Weiran? The child he was holding had an extremely handsome appearance. His skin was like jade and he looked like a fairy. What was most surprising was that his pupils were also ice blue. Her appearance is 60 to 70% similar to Jun Mayan's. Little treasure. The moment she saw the child, Mu Yan immediately tore off the phoenix coronet and rushed over, holding him in her arms. Xiao Bao, where have you been? Don't you know that your mother was very worried about you? Xiao Bao struggled out of Mu Yan's embrace and reached out to grab Li Weiran's hand. In a childish voice, he said, Xiao Bao is with daddy. Mother, father, and I have come to pick you up. Mu Yan's face is full of bewilderment. She promptly pulls Xiao Bao to Di Mingju's side. Xiao Bao, this is your father. No. Xiao Bao bit her lip and said sadly but firmly, I already know that he is not related to me by blood. He is not my biological father. Xiao Bao wants to be with mother and father. The three of us will never be separated for the rest of our lives. Li Weiran also walked up and grabbed Mu Yan's hand. He said hoarsely, Mu Yan, I let you down in the past. I didn't look for you all these years and caused you to suffer a lot. But now I already know that Xiao Bao is my child, and I've never liked another woman as much as I like you. Can you give me a chance to make up for my past mistakes and let me take care of you and your mother in the future? Mu Yan's face revealed a struggling expression. Li Weiran continued, that year in the cave, we were together by a freak combination of factors. But all these years, I've never forgotten you. Don't you miss that one night of ecstasy? I don't believe that you don't have any feelings for your first man. What's more, Xiao Bao is our child in the end, and Di Mingju and I have an irreconcilable enmity. Can you guarantee that he will love Xiao Bao as his own flesh and blood forever? Even if he could do it? What about the others from the polar domain? Can they turn a blind eye to Xiao Bao's past and truly support him as the successor of the polar domain? These words make Di Mingju's heart suddenly ache. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed Mu Yan's hand. Murmuring in a low voice, Mu Yan, don't go, don't leave me. Li Weiran also grabbed Mu Yan's other hand. Mu Yan, even if it's for Xiao Bao, you will still be with me, right? Because you know very well that only by marrying me can you give Lil Bao a true and complete family. I will also use the rest of my life to treat you well, spoil you, love you, let you forget Di Mingju, and truly become my wife. Mu Yan looked down at the boy's eyes, which were filled with anticipation and anxiety. She finally gritted her teeth and shook off Di Mingju's hand. Resolutely, she stood beside Li Weiran, tears falling from her eyes. I'm sorry, Di Mingju. I want to give Little Bao a complete family. Plus, Li Weiran is my first man and the father of my child. I love you, but I can't choose you. After saying that, she grabbed Li Weiran and Xiao Bao's hands without any reluctance to leave, turned around and left. His heart felt like it was being ruthlessly cut by a blunt knife. It was as if he was tied up by thorns and strangled tightly. It was so painful that he could hardly breathe. Di Mingju had already realized that something was wrong. This was a dream. The Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, in this dream, no matter how similar they pretend to be, are still different from the women he loves. He already knew. He lingered in this dream because he still couldn't find a way to free himself. But even if he already knew, seeing Mu Yan take Li Weiran's hand and leave, it still makes his heart ache, as if it's going to break apart. It's like the fear hidden in the bottom of his heart has been magnified countless times in an instant. It's telling him that no matter how much he struggles, he can't free himself. Could it be that he really can't keep Mu Yan? No, no one can take Mu Yan away from him. He can ignore everything in the world, but Mu Yan is his only obsession in this life. Energy that can destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth overflows from his body. Around his trembling body, there's a tumultuous gale and huge waves. All the illusions around him begin to shatter, annihilated in the vortex. Di Mingju doesn't notice that a black mark has appeared on his forehead. This mark is very strange. It seems to be the opposite of the Li Fire bloodline. It also seems to be a seal with complicated runes, firmly locking something. And now, under the impact of Di Mingju's intense emotions, the seal began to wobble and emit a flickering light. It seems like it could break at any time. But at this moment, a black painting shoots in from the outside, like lightning. As Di Mingju's emotions surge, it instantly enters his body. Yanwu continent, a nameless valley. Li Weiran looks at the deathly pale man in front of him, the corners of his mouth curling up in ridicule. He slowly walks along the invisible barrier in front of the cave. As he walks, his slender fingers gently draw across the barrier. Some strange runes immediately appear in the air. Li Weiran chuckles. I also inadvertently discovered that there's such an interesting place in the Yanwu continent, cursed land. Moreover, it's a cursed land that's specifically aimed at the inheritors of the Li Fire bloodline. I don't know who left it here, but it's like it's prepared for the people of the Polar Domain's imperial family, a tomb. If there wasn't this cursed land as an aid, and if that idiot Mu Luyun sacrificed his life to activate the dark curse of the cursed land, it really wouldn't be that easy for me to kill you today. Saying so, he raises his eyes to look at Di Mingju. His ice-blue eyes were bottomless, but the smile on his face became more and more unbridled. Does the curse of 1,000 cuts feel good? I have been preparing this incantation talisman for you for over 100 years. Di Mingju's current appearance is truly indescribably distressed. Every inch of skin on his body was cracking open and healing quickly. It was like death by 1,000 cuts over and over again. And the same death by 1,000 cuts was still happening in his internal organs. This kind of pain was definitely not something an ordinary person could endure. But Di Mingju's complexion is deathly pale, his expression doesn't even show any abnormalities. The way he looked at Li Weiran was still so condescending. It was as if he was looking at a piece of trash that he didn't even care about. He didn't even want to talk to him. The ethereal spirit ring on the ring finger of his left hand flashed. But it was quickly sealed by Di Mingju, and didn't show the slightest abnormality in the meantime. But in reality, the curse of 1,000 cuts in his body was wreaking havoc because it lacked the divine power to resist and suppress it. Li Weiran was obviously angered by his attitude. But the angrier he got, the brighter the smile on his face. A pair of ice-blue pupils are faintly tinged with a bit of scarlet. Di Mingju, do you know what your mother, Bai Xingwei, did to me back then? Today, I will return all the pain he inflicted on me back then to you. Di Mingju's complexion suddenly sinks. No matter how Mu Luyun insulted Di Beixian, he acted as if nothing had happened. It was as if Di Beixian wasn't his father at all, but an insignificant stranger. But now, Li Weiran mentioned Bai Xingwei. The killing intent in Di Mingju's eyes spreads like ice all of a sudden. The black longsword flew out from his palm and slashed down viciously at Li Weiran. However, he was too weak now. Even this life-bond sword seemed to have lost its support and became extremely weak. Li Weiran easily dodged the attack and the smile on his face became even wider. Why did you get angry when I mentioned Bai Xingwei? Did I say something wrong? Back then. Pausing for a moment, Li Weiran's face revealed a trace of malevolent hatred. Li Qianxian is indeed a mistress and is not worthy of sympathy, but what did I do wrong as a child? Just because they discovered that I might awaken my Li Fire bloodline, and were afraid that I would threaten your status as the successor of the polar domain, they ordered people to cripple my Dantian spirit root, and sold me to the dirtiest place in the world. Ha ha ha, this is the polar domain divine queen that everyone praises as virtuous, and kind-hearted? Bah! She's even more disgusting and evil than Di Beixian. She should be cursed by everyone and die a horrible death. Shut up! Di Mingju shouted, interrupting Li Weiran's words. There was a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Then, he said in a deep voice, Mother would never do such things. Di Mingju has always known that Di Beixian is a playboy by nature and has many lovers and illegitimate children outside. Some of these lovers followed him willingly. Some were even deceived by him and had no choice but to give themselves to him. And Di Mingju's mother, Bai Xingwei, has never loved Di Beixian. Their marriage was a political marriage, but it was also a result of Di Beixian's passionate pursuit of the Bai family. Bai Xingwei had no choice but to marry into the polar domain imperial dynasty for the Bai family. However, she had never truly loved Di Beixian. Therefore, she had never asked about what he had done outside and only felt disgusted and disgusted. She puts all her thoughts on nurturing and loving Di Mingju. However, an accident several hundred years ago had caused Bai Xingwei to be heavily injured. For many years after that, Bai Xingwei was always bedridden. She could no longer shield her only child from the wind and rain. During that period of time, Di Mingju suffered a lot and quickly grew into a king who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Di Beixian. However, just when he thought that he could take good care of Bai Xingwei, Bai Xingwei suddenly passed away. Di Beixian also disappeared without a trace. Even the sole lamp he left in the polar domain was extinguished. Everyone said that Di Beixian was dead. The entire polar domain's imperial family only has Di Mingju, who has just stepped into the realm of the immortal king. At that time, everyone thought that the polar domain would decline and be unable to recover from this setback, withdrawing from the tripartite status of the nether realm and the demon race. But who could have known that Di Mingju's strength would advance to the peak of venerable immortal in just a few short years, pushing the polar domain all the way to the peak. It could even suppress the nether realm and the demon race. Now, he had become the only immortal emperor in the Shoshian continent. But only Di Mingju knew how much guilt and longing he felt. Guilt that he couldn't become stronger faster and protect his mother. That way, his mother wouldn't have died. In Di Mingju's impression, Bai Xingwei was an almost perfect woman. Kind, gentle, patient, and had her own determination and perseverance. So no matter what, he wouldn't believe that Bai Xingwei would treat Li Weiran like that. But Li Weiran's expression when he said these words, and his aura fluctuated intensely. All of these meant that what he said was true. Di Mingju's words made Li Weiran's eyes redden even more, and the smile on his face became even more venomous and hateful. Di Mingju, did you think that I schemed step by step, plotted for hundreds of years, and put you in this situation of death, just to listen to your explanation, or to make you believe me? No, I just wanted Bai Xingwei, who was underground, to see with her own eyes what kind of miserable ending the son she nurtured with so much effort would fall into. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Weiran formed a seal with both hands. In a split second, the thousand cuts curse that had been implanted in Di Mingju's body began to wreak havoc. Di Mingju, who had been holding back all this time, finally couldn't help but let out a grunt. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. A burnt piece of paper fell from his arms, turning into ash and disappearing. Li Weiran looked at the paper and sneered, "Did you think that I would completely believe Chu Li, and not take any precautions? No, in this world, I won't believe anyone, I only believe in myself. Di Mingju, you won't be able to escape today." Di Mingju's entire body leaned against the invisible barrier of the cave, tottering, almost unable to stand. His clothes were completely soaked in blood from the wounds that had opened up all over his body. But even in such a miserable and hopeless situation, Mingju's expression was still cold and indifferent. His long eyelashes hung down, covering the dark light in his eyes. At this time, a melodious zither sound came from the fog forest. Mingju and Li Weiran's pupils shrank at almost the same time, and they abruptly turned their heads to look. Then, they saw a sword whistling through the forest. It directly struck Li Weiran's hand. Bang! The violent impact caused Li Weiran's entire body to fly several meters away. His hand was also cut by the sharp blade, and blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, Li Weiran felt as though the wound was on his heart. The pain seeped into his heart and lungs, causing the blood in his body to turn cold bit by bit. A figure rushes out of the forest, and in the blink of an eye, it's already at Mingju's side. Mu Yan supports the man's teetering body, feeling the cold and sticky touch of his body. His heart contracted fiercely, and the hand that was taking his pulse couldn't help but tremble. Mingju, what's going on? Why did you come to the Yanwu continent and even make yourself look like this? Although she said those words with resentment, the worry and heartache in the girl's eyes almost overflowed. Mingju feels as if he stepped into a glacier in a dream. His frozen and numb heart slowly warms up. Unknowingly, his eyes were tainted with a bone-piercing gentleness. In this world, he would only show his gentleness to this woman in front of him. But it was not over yet. He had not gotten the answer he wanted. Mingju grabbed Mayan's wrist with a backhand, his ice-cold fingers firmly clasping her like a pair of iron pincers. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Yan, don't you find this place familiar? Mayan stares blankly and looks around. In an instant, he felt a buzzing in his head, and everything in the world seemed to have disappeared. All that was left was the cave in front of her that had once terrified her, confused her, and left her in a trance. She thought that she had lived 2 lives. So many years had passed and she had long forgotten everything. But at this moment, he realized that some things were like soul imprints. As long as it happened, it would never be forgotten. Mayan's line of sight falls on Mingju's face. Gritting her teeth, she enunciates each word, "Why are you here? How did you know about this place?" Mingju looks at her deathly pale complexion in a split second, and only feels a burst of pain in his heart. He quickly reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Yan, I don't care about your past, and I don't care who Xiaobao's biological father is. He didn't finish his sentence. But Mu Yan understood. Mingju has always been brooding over Xiaobao's biological father. This time, Li Weiran must have said something to him. This caused him to become hot-headed and step into Li Weiran's trap in the Yanwu continent. For Mu Yan, everything that happened back then was like a wound that had already scabbed over. Of course, she didn't want anyone to investigate. That was tantamount to tearing open a bloody wound. Especially when the one who tore it apart was Mingju. In this world, what Mayan doesn't want the most is for Mingju to know about this past. She wants to get angry, but looking at Mingju's miserable appearance, she only feels distressed. You hurt yourself so badly just for this? Are you an idiot? Mu Yan takes out the Tian Emochin and starts playing. The sound of the zither rises, and pure energy envelopes Mingju, stopping the thousands of cuts on his body for a moment. But a curse was a curse, after all. It's not something that the healing skills of today's Shen musicians can match. Therefore, the art's essentiello skill falls on Mingju. His wounds only healed for a moment before they burst open again. Blood splatters everywhere, the pain of his body being dismembered inch by inch makes Mingju's complexion deathly pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Mingju, how are you? Mayan hugs his tottering body, no longer able to keep her voice calm. This is the first time that she feels so panicked when Mingju is by her side. Although she doesn't admit it verbally, in Mayan's eyes, Mingju is powerful and omnipotent. As long as he was by her side, she could put down all her defenses and rely on him with peace of mind. But at this very moment, Mu Yan knows. The man she loved was not omnipotent. He would also be injured, he would also be riddled with holes, and he would also die. The word death popped up in his mind. Mayan feels that she can hardly breathe, and hot tears can't stop falling from her eyes. Di Mingju grabs her hand, his eyes burning, his voice hoarse. If the person who hurt me was Xiaobao's biological father, which side would you stand on? Will you allow me to kill him? Mu Yan, who was originally crying, stares blankly, suspecting that she had misheard. However, the man looked into her eyes with a burning gaze, as well as the nervousness, apprehension, jealousy, and determination that could not be concealed no matter what, made Mu Yan realize that he was not joking. Di Mingju, what nonsense are you talking about? Mayan grits her teeth. Since you're standing here, you should be clear that I wasn't willing at that time. I hate that dog more than I hate that man, how could I protect him? Di Mingju, can't you trust me a little more? My love for you isn't any less than your love for me. Before Mayan could finish her words, she's already being embraced into an embrace filled with the smell of blood. Di Mingju's hands tightly clasps her, as if he wants to integrate her deeply into his own flesh and blood. At this moment, a warm and bright smile like that of a child blooms on that 10,000-year-old iceberg face. Even though the tip of his nose is filled with a pungent smell, the man's body is slightly trembling because of the pain. But Mayan still can't help but let out a long sigh, smiling as she returns his embrace. With Di Mingju here, she suddenly feels that the unbearable past is no longer unforgettable, painful, and humiliating. Di Mingju suddenly releases her at this time. He turns to look at Li Weiran, sneering, now, you can go die. Crackle, as he speaks, the black sword that was originally floating softly in the air suddenly straightens. The sword emits a powerful pressure that makes the heaven and earth tremble. Li Weiran's complexion is as cold as frost, his eyes as dark as water. Because he suddenly realizes. Di Mingju wasn't forced into a desperate situation by him before. Everything was just a pretense by this man. His only purpose is to let Mayan see him hurt her with her own eyes. He wants Jun Mayan to personally say, I can kill him. In this way, even if he really is Xiaobao's biological father. Being killed by Di Mingju under these circumstances, it's impossible for Mayan to hate him. He, this man is really worthy of being the son of Di Beixian and Bai Xingwei, ruthless to others, ruthless enough to himself. In order to completely possess Mayan, he's even willing to risk his own life. The black sword in the air slashes down. Crackle and crackle as lightning strikes the valley floor. With a loud bang, a large hole is smashed open. Li Weiran barely dodges, but his blood still churns and he spits out a mouthful of blood. The second sword comes like a shadow. This time, it's no longer lightning, but bone-chilling frost. The speed of each sword was so fast that it didn't give him any time to react. Li Weiran's mind raced as he looked at Mu Yan and shouted, Jun Mu Yan, do you really want Di Mingju to kill me? Even if I'm Xiaobao's biological father? What? Mu Yan was shocked and looked at Li Weiran in disbelief. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the pair of icy blue eyes that were almost identical to Xiaobao's. Li Weiran was Xiaobao's biological father, the man I met in the cave was him, no. Impossible, boom, when the second sword landed, Li Weiran dashed forward. It's unknown when a cursed talisman appeared in his hand, and he slaps it on Di Mingju's body. Now that Di Mingju has the curse of 1,000 cuts on him, his body is so weak that even a child can be knocked down. Seeing Li Weiran's attack coming towards him, he had no way of dodging. But Mu Yan is by Di Mingju's side. The 7 subordinate swords were unsheathed, whistling through the air as they blocked Li Weiran's movements. On the floating island and the Shozhen continent, Mu Yan's strength was naturally far from Li Weiran's. But this is the Yanwu continent. It's the home field of Mu Yan, who possesses internal force. Especially in the past few years, her internal force has become more and more mellow and powerful. It has long surpassed the pre-celestial stage. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. On this continent, even if Di Mingju doesn't use his divine power, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against her. Therefore, Li Weiran's attack is firmly blocked by her 7 absolute swords, unable to advance an inch. This pause also allows Di Mingju to control his natal sword to catch up to Li Weiran. Whoosh, the sword slashes down, but there is no intestines piercing, no head falling to the ground. But a layer of frost condenses from the soles of Li Weiran's feet, gradually spreading to the top of his head. When this frost completely covers Li Weiran, it will be the moment of his death. Li Weiran's hands are already frozen, so he simply gives up resisting. A careless smile hangs on his slightly pale lips. Mu Yan, do you really want Di Mingju to kill me? Di Mingju suddenly grabs Mu Yan's hand, tightly clenching it. A low, hoarse voice rings in Mu Yan's ears. Yan Yan, will you blame me for killing him? Mu Yan knits her brows tightly, remaining silent. Because Qi Huang in the space is urgently telling her, if that bastard Li Weiran is really Xiaobao's biological father, you must not let Di Mingju kill him, otherwise Xiaobao will be in danger. What do you mean? Mu Yan quickly asks with her divine sense. Qi Huang, let's not talk about the fact that the Li Fire bloodline needs the protection of the elders, there is still a solution. The most important thing is that Xiaobao's immortal physique is still unstable, and he has a condition of blood empathy. Once the inheritor of the bloodline dies, Xiaobao's immortal physique will also collapse. At that time you won't even have a place to cry. Seeing that Mu Yan is silent for a long time, Di Mingju's heart sinks a little. There is only one voice echoing in his mind, she really can't bear to. In her heart, there is still this man. But the more it is like this, the more Di Mingju can't bear it. The more he wants Li Weiran to disappear from Mu Yan's sight forever. Mu Yan takes a deep breath and holds the man's hand. Di Mingju, can you not kill Li Weiran first? I want to confirm if he is Xiaobao's biological father. And if it is confirmed? Di Mingju enunciates each word. If it is confirmed, will you let me kill him? Mayan shakes her head. He can't die for the time being, Xiaobao. Di Mingju only feels a buzzing sound in his head. He almost couldn't hear the rest of Mayan's words. His body felt like it had been thrown into ice water. His limbs, bones, and even his heart felt cold and numb. Di Mingju, did you hear that? Li Weiran can't die yet, hurry up and stop the frost. Di Mingju suddenly reaches out and clasps her waist, firmly pulling her into his embrace. His other hand was pressed against the back of her neck. His eyes were red as if he was possessed. Jun Mayan, tell me, do you really love me? Why are you still protecting this man when he wants to kill me? Will you do as he wishes and abandon me if he asks you to leave with him as Xiaobao's biological father one day? Di Mingju suddenly lowers his head, seizing her lips. He bit down fiercely, as if he had gone mad. Mayan's body can't help but tremble from the pain. He desperately wants to retreat from Di Mingju. But because of her resistance, Di Mingju's actions become more and more vicious and ruthless. Hidden behind the viciousness and ruthlessness is the uneasiness, fear, and deep love that has been accumulated for a long time. Mayan's heart softens to an unspeakable degree. Helpless and pitiful. This man, she doesn't know what he's imagining again. Like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect, Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. He didn't even listen to what people were saying. Mu Yan doesn't resist. Instead, she wraps her arms around Di Mingju's neck and gently responds. Their auras gradually harmonized. The ruthlessness and killing intent that pervaded the valley disappeared without a trace under the lingering affection. As her vision is blurred, Mayan can vaguely see that in the center of Di Mingju's forehead, there's a peculiar pattern that flashes and disappears. What is this? Why did she feel like she had seen it somewhere before? Just as he was thinking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. The entire space in the valley began to distort. What's going on? Mu Yan promptly pushes Di Mingju away and looks around. There was a crackling sound in the air. The invisible barrier actually broke apart inch by inch. Then, these barriers formed a vortex and began to devour everything around them. Mu Yan had previously felt that the valley that she had mistakenly entered was not simple, and the man in the cave was even more so. Otherwise, she would have been able to find the entrance to the cave no matter how hard she tried. And Xiaobao wouldn't have the extremely rare immortal physique in the world. But it's only now that she's experienced how strange a cave in the Yanwu continent can be. Because the cave had disappeared. After explaining the devouring of the vortex, the distortion of space, and the quaking of the earth, the cave had completely disappeared before their eyes, not even leaving a trace behind. The entrance of the cave had turned into a vast plain. What the hell is going on? As soon as Mu Yan asks, she feels a weight on her body. Mingju has already fainted on top of her. The frost that was about to freeze Li Weiran's entire body also stopped spreading, stopping at his neck. It was just that the frost was too strong. Even if Li Weiran's face wasn't covered in frost, it was still covered in a thick layer of white frost. Li Weiran had already fainted due to the low temperature of his body. Mayan lets out a long sigh and hangs Mingju's entire body on her body. She then grabs Li Weiran's collar and calls out to her omnipotent third brother. No one noticed that in Mingju's sleeve a bamboo tube emitted a sizzling sound, and fire-like runes appeared on it. Then, it slowly dissipated. A crack visible to the naked eye appeared on the originally sealed bamboo tube. Continent of Cultivators, Liberty City, my lord, you're awake? Seeing Mingju open his eyes, Xinglang simply wants to cry with joy. Elder Chang, quickly come over and look after Jun Shang. I'll go invite Miss June. As soon as Mingju opens his eyes, he sees Xinglang's back disappearing at the door. He frowned and sat up with Elder Chang's help. Elder Chang's eyes were filled with worry. Lord, how are you feeling? Do your internal organs still hurt? The curse of 1,000 cuts in your body has been dispelled with the God water that Little Nine gave you. However, Little Nine is not proficient in using incantations after all, so I'm afraid that it hasn't been completely removed. Why don't I ask Third Young Master Chu to take a look at it for you? But Mingju doesn't answer. His gaze swept through every corner of the house, but he did not see any familiar figures. His heart sinks a little. What about Mayan? Elder Chang looked hesitant. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. Mingju's hands suddenly clench into fists. Speak. Miss June, she is currently treating Li Weiran. Bang, Mingju abruptly stood up. He didn't even bother to put on his coat as he walked straight out. If you like the Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. 1. Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. Jun Shang, your injuries haven't healed yet. Elder Chang hurriedly chased after him. As he ran, he shouted anxiously, Jun Shang, there's something I must tell you first. However, Mingju's speed is too fast. Even if he was injured, Elder Chang would not be able to catch up to him. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. Elder Chang let out a long sigh and glanced at the room where Xiaobao was. He gritted his teeth and chased after Xiaobao. In the torture room, Mu Yan stops playing the zither. The frost that froze Li Weiran's internal organs was finally expelled by her. The injury caused by Mingju's natal sword, how could it be casually healed? At this time, Mayan only feels that the spiritual power in her body has been completely consumed. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. His hands and feet felt weak. She let out a long sigh of relief, then couldn't help but grit her teeth. Chi Huang, you better make sure that I didn't save them for nothing. Otherwise, I'll definitely let you enjoy the long-awaited itchy meat set meal. Mayan doesn't even have the time to watch over the injured and unconscious Mingju as she rushes over to treat Li Weiran. It was because Chi Huang said that Li Weiran might be dying soon. If he really was Xiaobao's biological father, he didn't save him directly. That would be equivalent to watching Xiaobao die. Although they had yet to confirm the relationship between Li Weiran and Xiaobao. Although the probability was only 1 in 1,000. But when it comes to Xiaobao's safety, Mayan doesn't dare to gamble at all. Chi Huang shuddered at first, then he snorted coldly and said indifferently, what does that have to do with me? I'm just telling you the truth. If you want to settle scores, you should look for Li Weiran. As he spoke, he said excitedly, didn't you say that if you saw that dog, you would castrate him more than a man? Anyway, castration won't affect Xiaobao. I think we can do it now. The corner of Mayan's mouth twitches, but she remembers what he did to Mingju. His peach blossom eyes couldn't help but be filled with coldness. He could escape death, but he couldn't escape punishment. She suddenly felt that Chi Huang's suggestion was pretty good. 7 Brilliance excitedly went to the space warehouse to find a suitable sharp dagger. Mu Yan frowned as she looked at the unconscious Li Weiran. She couldn't help but get closer. The vague silhouette he had seen in the cave years ago appeared in his mind. Indeed, his eyes were ice blue. However, he always felt that he wasn't the same person as Li Weiran. This part of her memory was very vague, as if it had been forcibly erased. But that feeling that couldn't be described with words wouldn't lie. Piak, a hand suddenly clasps Mayan's wrist, and she is suddenly pulled close to it. Li Weiran's hoarse voice rang in her ear, "You're so close, are you trying to sneak an attack on me?" The girl bent down, her long hair hanging down, her eyebrows as beautiful as a painting. The smiling young man's eyes were as gentle as water. Their bodies were so close that it seemed like they would hug each other in the next moment. This is what Di Mingju sees when he enters the room. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingernails dug deep into his palms. He didn't even feel it when his fingernails pierced his flesh. The uneasiness, fear, and jealousy that had been slightly appeased by Mayan at this moment, it was like a prairie fire, burning every inch of his flesh and blood. It made him want to destroy everything around him. Mu Yan was his, no one could take it away, so what if he was Xiaobao's biological father, so what if Mayan still had feelings for him? He clearly knows that this idea is vicious and cruel, but Di Mingju is unable to restrain the growth of malice at the bottom of his heart. The black seal on his forehead was faintly discernible. It was as if it was absorbing his surging negative emotions. However, at this moment, a paw sound came from his sleeve. Di Mingju absent-mindedly lowers his head, taking something out of his sleeve. It was a bamboo tube that had been split in half. A piece of paper fell out. The paper was rolled into a cylinder. Under the control of Di Mingju's spiritual awareness, the paper slowly unfolds, revealing the words belonging to defeating armies. Lord, please take note. This subordinate is going to the Yanwu continent to investigate some matters. This trip may be fraught with death and danger. That was why he left the seal of the Dhamma as a precaution. This subordinate is investigating only one matter. 10 years ago, Jun Shang was seriously injured and went into seclusion. He was transported to a cave in the Yanwu continent, unable to escape for several years. After returning to the polar domain, Jun Shang lost all of his memories. He didn't even know that he had been to the Yanwu continent. He even got to know a woman there, and the two of them stayed alone in the cave for several days. This subordinate suspects that the woman is Miss Jun Mayan. And Miss Jun's only son, Jun Machan, is Jun Shang's biological son. If this subordinate is unable to return safely, this letter will be delivered to Jun Shang to assist you in investigating the truth of that year. Pajun respectfully. Di Mingju stares blankly at the paper in his hand, his entire person dumbfounded. All the blood in his body suddenly rushed to his head at this moment, exploding and buzzing in his ears. The words on the paper also became blurred. It was as if countless brilliant fireworks were blooming in front of him. Defeating armies, what is he saying? He had been to the Yanwu continent, Xiaobao is his biological son, is this true? Di Mingju's hand holding the paper can't help but tremble. He did not dare to believe defeating armies' message. But the heart in his chest was beating wildly because of jealousy, desire, and shock. He recalled everything that had happened in the valley. That familiar feeling. There was also the shadow of the girl that appeared intermittently in his memories. Could it be that everything was real? Xiaobao is his son, he, Di Mingju and Jun Mayan's biological son? Di Mingju? Di Mingju. The anxious voice calls back Di Mingju's scattered emotions. He abruptly came back to his senses and looked at the peerlessly beautiful face right in front of him. His heart pounded wildly again. Mu Yan. A dry voice spits out from between his lips and teeth. For the first time, Jun Shangdaran, who has always been confident and aloof, feels helpless and nervous. He opened his mouth to ask something, but no words came out. Mu Yan sighs, reaches out to pinch his face, and says helplessly, jealous again. I already said that I won't let you kill Li Weiran not because he might be Lil Bao's biological father, but because Lil Bao's biological father cannot die, otherwise he will be in danger. Di Mingju, what danger? He kept repeating the same words in his mind, Li Weiran is just a liar, he is not Xiaobao's biological father, I am. Mu Yan tells him about the mythic fire bloodline and Xiaobao's high fever and coma because of the bloodline empathy. Di Mingju asks how long Xiaobao has been unconscious, and he only feels mixed feelings in his heart. It was hard to tell if he was more ecstatic or guilty. At this very moment, Di Mingju is even more certain that Xiaobao is his son, his and Mu Yan's son. There were obviously so many signs before, why didn't he notice anything at all? Mu Yan sees that Di Mingju is in a trance, like a fool. He felt that she might still mind. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. Mu Yan walked towards Li Weiran and raised her left hand. A piece of red jade fell from his hand, waving in front of Li Weiran's eyes. Standing not too far away, Di Mingju's pupils abruptly shrink. He almost couldn't help but cry out. Wasn't this the vermilion jade that he always wore? It's just that when she made a bet with Xiaobao in the Yanwu continent, she saw that Xiaobao really longed for this vermilion jade, so she gave it to him. Why is this vermilion jade in Mu Yan's hands? Mu Yan did not notice the change in Di Mingju's expression. She looked down at Li Weiran and coldly asked, "Do you recognize this piece of jade?" Li Weiran blinked. "Monster core blood jade? How did you get this thing? Could it be that Mu Yan is related to the demon race?" Mu Yan couldn't help but sneer. "Li Weiran, you don't recognize this piece of jade and you have the nerve to pretend to be Xiaobao's biological father? Do you believe that I won't chop you up and feed you to the dogs right now?" Li Weiran blinked innocently. "I don't know what you're talking about." Bang, Mu Yan punches him in the head. The originally incomparably handsome youth's left eye immediately had a bruise, making him look particularly funny. Not only was Li Weiran not angry after being hit, he even laughed softly. That smile was even happier than when he was about to succeed in his scheme against Di Mingju. "I didn't see it clearly just now. Why don't you bring the jade closer so I can take a look again?" Mayan expressionlessly looks at the man whose skin is as thick as a city wall. The corner of her mouth slowly hooks up into a sinister and callous curve. "Do you really want to pretend to be Xiaobao's biological father?" Li Weiran glanced at Di Mingju, the smile on his face becoming even more radiant. "How can you say it's an impersonation? I've always been one." Mu Yan sneered, "Then do you know what I wanted to do the first time I saw Xiaobao's biological father?" Li Weiran's clear blue glass-like eyes revealed some curiosity. "What do you want to do?" Mu Yan flips her wrist and a dagger flickering with cold light appears in her hand. 7 Brilliants had just found the dagger. Because of the spirit Darren's mysophobia, there is very little junk in the Tian Emochin space. The dagger's attributes were quite good, so 7 Brilliants had reluctantly kept it. Now, it finally came in handy. Mu Yan laid the dagger horizontally, expressionlessly pointing it at a certain spot on Li Weiran's body. Slowly, she said, "Of course, castrate him." The atmosphere in the room instantly became eerily silent. Mu Yan doesn't notice that Di Mingju, who is behind her, is quivering all over. His gaze then landed on her, his gaze gentle and helpless. Li Weiran, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Jun Mayan, why are you so interesting? I've never seen a girl like you in my life." The young man lying on the ice-cold iron bed was clearly in a sorry state, extremely weak, and his body was completely confined. But the smile on his face is bright and dazzling. A pair of ice-blue eyes quietly stare at Mayan, as if he's staring at the whole world. "Jun Mayan, I'll give you a piece of advice. Marrying Di Mingju and becoming the holy empress of the polar domain will only smooth out your edges and corners, and ruin your life. You will regret it in the future." Di Mingju's gaze darkens, and he's about to act. But Mu Yan is already one step ahead of him, once again punching out. This punch is condensed with spiritual power. Apart from smashing Li Weiran's right eye black, his whole body is also knocked unconscious. Don't look at how Li Weiran is lying on the bed, seemingly unrestrained. In fact, his Dantian spiritual veins have been completely bound by Mu Yan's Shin musician skill, prison drawing. Add to that the array in the prison, and third brother's dragon-trapping curse. Li Weiran's current strength is lower than a mortal's. Therefore, Mu Yan only used a little bit of strength to knock him out. The two of them leave the underground prison. Along the way, Di Mingju is in a trance, his gaze sweeping over the jade in Mu Yan's hand several times. Mu Yan thinks that he's still brooding over not killing Li Weiran. So she grabs his hand and puts the jade in his palm. "This jade was left to me by my biological father, Jun Shiyuan. But that year, I met that cave, and I lost this jade." As soon as the jade is in his hand, Di Mingju's body can't help but tremble slightly. Too familiar, he had worn this piece of jade close to his body for 5 or 6 years. He doesn't know where this jade came from. But when he woke up one day, the jade appeared by his side. The magic core jade seed will show its true nature in the hands of other people, but in other people's hands, it's just the most ordinary and unremarkable jade. As the emperor of the polar domain, Di Mingju has seen all kinds of treasures. Such an ordinary jade, logically speaking, should be thrown away without hesitation. But somehow, Di Mingju feels that this jade has an inseparable relationship with him. He kept this jade by his side, wearing it close to him for 5 or 6 years. Only now does he know that this jade was left behind by Mu Yan. That year in the nameless cave in the Yanwu continent, he and Mu Yan had skin to skin, and also Xiao Bao. There has never been another man, no biological father of Xiao Bao, whom Mu Yan deeply loved. From the beginning to the end, it's always him. Mu Yan belongs to him alone, from the beginning to the end, only him alone. Di Mingju realizes this in hindsight. His heart is surging like a stormy sea. Ecstasy, happiness, and guilt fill his mind. Di Mingju? A clear and sweet voice with doubt and worry rings in his ears. Di Mingju suddenly reaches out and tightly hugs the girl in front of him. Yan Yan, I'm sorry? The man's hoarse voice carried a lot of affection, a lot of guilt and regret. I'm sorry, I forgot everything that happened. I'm sorry for letting you suffer so much alone all these years. I'm sorry. As your husband and Xiaobao's father, I couldn't shelter you from the wind and rain. Mu Yan stares blankly for a moment, then she inwardly curses, oh no. Di Mingju wouldn't really be angry, right? Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense to apologize to her? Di Mingju, listen to me, I really don't like Xiaobao's biological father. No, not to mention liking him, I hate him more than enough. Back then, I was still a minor, yet he dared to lay his hands on a minor. If he wasn't a beast, then what was he? Do you think I would fall in love with a beast? Di Mingju, his Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he let go of the person in his arms. He said with difficulty, actually, you don't have to hate him. Maybe he just couldn't control himself and liked you too much. Mayan looks at him suspiciously. Mayan puts on a straight face, and coldly says, that heartless and ungrateful beast doesn't have a fart of deep love. If he really liked her, how could he eat and wipe it clean, patting his butt and disappearing without a trace? An arrow piercing through the heart, Di Mingju opens his mouth, but he can't say half a word. Mayan remembers the experience of her past life, and her face also turns cold. That person simply doesn't understand what kind of disaster he left behind for himself. Getting pregnant out of wedlock, suffering all kinds of rumors and slanders, these are nothing. But how many people would covet a small, defenseless immortal spirit body, and the ending of her past life also proves this point. Xiaobao wasn't even born, yet he was cut out of her abdomen and refined into an elixir. So, how could she not hate him? Everything that happened in that cave back then had too many accidents arising from a combination of factors. And then there's the fuzzy memory. Mayan doesn't resent her own experience. But what about Xiaobao? Why was he so irresponsibly brought into the world, and then abandoned like a pair of worn-out shoes, suffering all those sufferings? Mayan reaches out to hug Di Mingju, and snuggles her whole body into his embrace. Yan Yu, I don't want to mention this person again. Let's never mention him again, okay? Di Mingju's heart feels like it's been tossed in a pan of oil over and over again. He wants to tell the truth, but seeing the pain and indifference in Mayan's eyes, he swallows back the words that are on the tip of his tongue. Okay. He hears himself respond in a hoarse voice, if this is what Yin Yan wants. Jun Shang, so you're here. Elder Chang, who had just turned around, sees the two embracing in the courtyard. He immediately runs over happily, not even bothering to spoil the scene and disturb the lovey-dovey couple. Jun Shang, this subordinate has something to report to you. Elder Chang excitedly says, Little Master, he awakened the Li Fire bloodline. Di Mingju stares blankly, Li Fire bloodline? His mind suddenly remembers the Li Fire Day mark that appeared on his forehead at that time. Elder Chang once said that it was a direct descendant of the polar domain who had awakened the Li Fire bloodline. At that time, how could Di Mingju have thought that the one who awakened the Li Fire bloodline was unexpectedly Xiao Bao, his, Di Mingju's son? Elder Chang sees that Di Mingju's entire body is in a daze. He anxiously says again, Di Jun, that's a Li Fire bloodline, just like you. Di Mingju's heart suddenly jumps, and he hurriedly interrupts him, Ben Jun will go see Xiaobao. Mayan asks doubtfully, the same as Di Mingju? Di Mingju also has the Li Fire bloodline? Elder Chang said, of course. The Li Fire bloodline is, Jun Shangdaren's heart is flustered. His face was still taut as he pretended to inadvertently interrupt Elder Chang's words. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, the Li Fire bloodline is an extremely rare bloodline that can be inherited. The polar domain is one of them. Xiaobao has awakened his Li Fire bloodline. I'll watch over him. He'll be fine. Hearing this, Mu Yan is simply overjoyed. As for whether it could protect the awakening of the Li Fire bloodline from different bloodlines, Mu Yan subconsciously ignores it. After all, the ancient book was vague and it was quite old. It's normal for the description to be incomplete. Since Di Mingju said that he can protect Xiaobao, then he can certainly protect him. Elder Chang, on the other hand, is completely stupefied. What's going on? What does he mean by the Li Fire bloodline is an extremely rare bloodline that can be inherited even in the Xiaoxian continent? What does he mean by the polar domain is one of them? The Li Fire bloodline was clearly the sole inheritance of the Mo clan's direct line of descent. There was no other, alright. However, just as Elder Chang was about to speak, he received a warning look from the emperor and immediately shut his mouth obediently. He couldn't help but mutter in his mind, what's going on with Jun Shang? After going to the Yanwu continent, has his brain been beaten to a pulp? Di Mingju, accompany Xiaobao, I'm going to refine some elixirs for you and Star Wolf to heal. Mu Yan touched Xiaobao's face and saw that his brows were tightly knitted. His little face revealed a pained expression, and his eyes were filled with heartache and worry. But she can't help with the Li Fire bloodline's awakening. Rather than staying here, it's better to ask third brother for advice on how to completely remove the remaining curse from Di Mingju's body. Moreover, Xiaobao was still thinking about his father before he fell asleep. If he could open his eyes and see Di Mingju by his side, he would definitely be happy. Di Mingmo nodded and sat on the edge of the bed. Only when Mayan's figure disappears outside the door, does his eyes dare to reveal his bitterly suppressed emotions. She held the boy's small, warm hand in her palm. For a moment, Di Mingju's mood is in turmoil. The voice that comes out of his mouth is almost hoarse and broken. Xiaobao, Daddy has come to see you. I'm sorry. It was Daddy's fault. I didn't take good care of you and Mommy. His child, the future successor of the polar domain. He was supposed to be high and mighty, living a luxurious life and enjoying limitless glory. But because of his forgetfulness and stupidity, he actually wandered about in this desolate world for so many years. Because he didn't have a father, he was mocked and looked down upon. And all of this is what he owes Xiaobao, what he owes Mayan. As if she had heard his call, Xiaobao's long eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her eyes. Seeing Di Mingju sitting on the edge of the bed and holding his hand, Xiaobao looks absent-minded. He softly calls out, Daddy. Di Mingju's throat is choked with emotion, almost unable to control his emotions. Father is here. Xiaobao blinked, and his eyes gradually became clear. He realized that he wasn't dreaming. He was really seeing his father. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of grievance and sadness welled up in his heart. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and bean-sized crystal tears rolled down from under her butterfly wings. Xiaobao choked and said, Daddy, I thought you didn't want Xiaobao anymore. For a moment, Di Mingju feels so distressed that he almost can't breathe. He clumsily stretched out his hand and gently wiped away the tears on his little face. With a gentle voice that he had never used before, he said, How could Daddy not want Xiaobao? But Lil Bao is sick. He feels terrible. Father came and then left. He didn't even take a look at Xiaobao. As Xiaobao spoke, he felt more and more wronged, and tears streamed down his face. Her small body was also trembling slightly because of her sobs. Because Xiaobao isn't Daddy's biological son, Daddy despises Xiaobao? Don't you want Xiaobao anymore? No. You are my son, you are my, Di Mingju's only flesh and blood. Di Mingju cries out in his heart, but all the words are stuck in his throat. He felt his eyes getting a little wet. He had to suppress his surging emotions with great difficulty. He reaches out and picks up the boy on the bed, letting him lie in his arms. With the other hand, he gently wipes away the tears on the boy's face. In a hoarse voice, he said, "In Daddy's heart, you will always be my most important child, Daddy's most precious flesh and blood. Daddy can abandon everything in the world, but I will never abandon Xiaobao and Yangqin." His long eyelashes fluttered gently. Because those big eyes have been washed by water, they appear even more translucent and bright, like the most beautiful gems in the world. Di Mingju continues, "Daddy didn't come to see Xiaobao before, it was Daddy's fault. Xiaobao, forgive Daddy, okay?" Xiaobao grabs Di Mingju's lapel, somewhat bashfully burying his whole face in Di Mingju's arms. His muffled voice comes with some excitement, "Xiaobao doesn't blame Daddy. Nyangqin said for Xiaobao to believe in Daddy, and Xiaobao has always believed. In Xiaobao's mind, Daddy is also the best daddy in the world, Xiaobao's only daddy." Di Mingju abruptly tightens his grip, tightly hugging the little person in his arms. He can no longer hold back the moisture in his eyes, almost blurring his vision. "Xiaobao, Daddy will give the best of everything in the world to you and your Nyangqin. I hope you can forgive me for the mistakes I've made." After speaking for a while, Xiaobao feels weak all over. He softly calls out Daddy, grabs Di Mingju's lapel, closes his eyes, and falls back into a deep sleep. The strange thing is that this time, he doesn't feel the same pain as before. Even in his sleep, he feels as if he's being roasted over a fire. This time, the temperature around him is still warm, but not scalding. It's like all the pain, the heat, and the torment are blocked outside by a powerful umbrella. Xiaobao knows that this is his daddy. So powerful, so perfect, so supreme. But he always gently shelters him and his Nyangqin from the wind and rain. He also says that he is his most important child, just like his own flesh and blood. His daddy is the best daddy in the world. In his sleep, the boy's mouth gently curls up, the wrinkles on his brows unfold, clearly having a sweet dream. The tall and handsome man's movements are clumsy but careful as he holds the boy, like he's holding a treasure that has been lost and regained. Elder Chang, who has just entered the door, sees such a scene, and his whole person stares blankly. This is really too much like a real father and son. In fact, Di Mingju and Xiaobao have always been very much like biological father and son. Di Mingju, who has always been cold and aloof, speaks bluntly to both women and children. In other words, due to his experiences since young, their emperor had always been unapproachable. However, it was one thing for such an emperor to show gentleness to Miss June. Even the children that Miss June had with another man were shown to be extremely patient and doted on. In fact, he didn't even hesitate to designate him as the successor of the polar domain. Back then, Elder Chang had found it unbelievable. He could only attribute it to the indescribable fate between people. But now that he thought about it, perhaps it wasn't fate at first sight. Instead, it was the fetters of blood. Could there really be such a miraculous coincidence? Elder Chang swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice, "My lord, why did you lie to Miss June?" "The Li Fire bloodline is." Di Mingju glances at him, and fishes out the paper that Pajun left behind from his bosom, handing it to him. Elder Chang took a look at it, and his eyes widened. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up from the ground. "My lord, this, is what Pajun said true?" Di Mingju makes a shushing gesture, coldly shooting him a look. Elder Chang immediately covers his mouth, and cautiously glances at the sleeping Xiaobao. Seeing that he didn't wake up the little master, he lets out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Elder Chang's brain is also a lump of paste. Although he has already been warned by Di Mingju, he still can't suppress his excitement. He keeps pacing back and forth in the room. He mutters excitedly, "My polar domain has a true heir. Jun Shang is amazing. I'm going to be a grandfather, ha ha ha." Di Mingju looks at his silly appearance. He disdains it at first, but then unconsciously curls up the corners of his lips. In fact, even if Xiaobao isn't his biological son, he would still pass on the polar domain to him, and would also treat him like his own flesh and blood. But that kind of feeling is different. The fetters of blood are magical and wonderful. From now on, he doesn't have to worry about someone standing between him, Xiaobao and Mu Yan, and snatching them away. Di Mingju has never cared about Mu Yan's past. He has set his mind on this woman, and he will love her without hesitation, for all eternity. Loveliness is a kind of one-for-one feeling. As long as you love deeply, there will inevitably be possessiveness, jealousy, worry about personal gains and losses, restlessness. Now that he knows that Mu Yan belongs to him alone from beginning to end, and that Xiao Bao is the crystallization of their love, all the jealousy and uneasiness have vanished into thin air. How can he not be ecstatic, however, after a moment of ecstasy remembering Mu Yan's resentment towards Xiao Bao's biological father? Di Mingju's heart sinks. He told Elder Chang everything that had happened in the past few days. Elder Chang is simply dumbstruck, and only after a long while does he say, So Jun Shang, you really laid your hands on the underage Miss June? Most importantly, after you laid your hands on her, you still abandoned her? Di Mingju's face darkens. Ben Jun doesn't remember. Scumbag. Too scumbag. Elder Chang shakes his head and criticizes, it's no wonder that Miss June hates you to the bone. Saying that, he also looks Di Mingju up and down. Jun Shang, don't tell me that you also have your father's dissolute nature? Get lost. Elder Chang avoids Di Mingju's murderous gaze, and coughs lightly, but this matter can't be hidden forever, right? What if Miss June gets angrier the longer we hide it? Di Mingju frowns, then coldly says, Ben June will find an opportunity to tell Mu Yan about this matter. None of you are allowed to divulge it, especially information related to the Li Fire bloodline. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. When it comes to business, Elder Chang's attitude towards Di Mingju immediately becomes respectful. My lord, defeating armies' old woman's seal has been triggered. Does that mean that he has fallen into a desperate situation? At the mention of defeating armies, Di Mingju's expression also turns grave. Pujun's soul lamp hasn't been extinguished, which means that he's still alive. But the soul lamp is getting weaker and weaker. He lowers his head to look at Xiao Bao. Once Xiao Bao has endured the awakening of his Li Fire bloodline, Ben Jun will go to the Yanwu continent to investigate. Old Man Chang nodded, then this old man will stay on the floating island to look after Miss June and the young master. 2 days later, Xiao Bao completely endured the awakening of his Li Fire bloodline and became lively again. And his strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Originally, he was the same as Luo Yu, at the beginning of the Earth Expansion Realm, but now he had leaped to the 6th level of the Earth Expansion Realm, which made Luo Yu extremely depressed. In the entire Xiaoyao sect, except for Yun Ruhan and Chu Moli who were taken away by Yi Qingfeng, the others had reached the peak of the Earth Creation Realm. He was the only one who was still in the initial stages of the Earth Creation Realm, which was a serious hindrance to the Xiaoyao sect. That's why Luo Yu had been practicing hard these days, completely unlike before when he would always find a chance to slack off. But he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to advance a level even after practicing day and night. After sleeping for 3 days, Xiao Bao directly jumped to the 6th level of the Earth Opening Realm, making him the bottom of the Xiaoyao sect. He couldn't even compare to his little martial nephew who was 6 or 7 years old. Seeing Luo Yu hiding in the corner and planting mushrooms, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Bao walked up like a little adult and touched Luo Yu's head, comforting her coldly, 7th martial uncle, don't be sad. You're already very powerful. Oh, Luo Yu looked at Xiao Bao with tears in her eyes. Sure enough, his precious martial nephew was the most obedient and considerate. Unlike the others who only knew how to gloat from the sidelines. Who knew that Xiao Bao's next words would be, worst comes to worst, after Niangqin and the other martial uncles ascend to the Xiaoxian continent, we'll come back to visit 7th martial uncle. Ow ow ow. Luo Yu angrily grabbed Xiao Bao into her arms and pinched his tender little face with all her might. Xiao Bao, you've changed. You've been infected by your mother and have become so black-bellied. You're not cute at all. Xiao Bao escaped from Luo Yu's grasp and threw himself into Mu Yan's arms, making a face at Luo Yu. Then he raised his small, tender thumb and slowly turned it back, making a "you're too weak" gesture. This was given to him by the felling evil sect. Luo Yu had no love in life. Everyone burst into laughter. Mu Yan touched Xiao Bao's head, her eyes full of gratification. She thought of Xiao Bao who had just come out of the mountains. He was still so cold and distant, completely unlike a child of his age. But now that Xiao Bao was growing up, because he was surrounded by love and warmth, plus Di Mingju made up for his father's shortcomings, he was slowly showing his childish side. Mu Yan's heart was full of gratification and pity. Her greatest wish in this life was to make Xiao Bao happy, and then accompany him as he slowly grew up and became an indomitable spirit. Now, this wish was being realized step by step. The people around her were also becoming more and more happy and perfect. Her wish was fulfilled in this life. Luo Yu glared at Xiaobao, whose face was taut, but he was still gesturing with his thumb down. She was so angry that her teeth itched. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let's go. If you have the ability, let's fight on the training field. See if I don't beat you until you kneel down and beg martial uncle for mercy." Xiaobao's face was expressionless as he said in his childish voice, "We can compete, but 7th martial uncle can't cry when you lose." "Why would I cry?" Luo Yu was so angry that she turned into a pufferfish. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's see who will cry first." Although he said that, he still glared at Mu Yan and the others. "You are not allowed to come over to watch the battle, to prevent you from secretly helping Xiaobao." Xiaobao also nodded. 7th martial uncle also wants his face. Even if he cries, he can't let others see it. "Hey! My bad temper." Luo Yu grabbed Xiaobao's collar and carried him in her arms, heading towards the martial arts arena. Ha 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 ha, there was a roar of laughter in the courtyard. Even Mu Yan couldn't help but shake her head. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Boom, a loud noise came from the direction of the martial arts arena. Then, innumerable black gas, as thick as ink, surged into the air and filled more than half of Liberty City. What happened? What is that black gas? Mu Yan's expression changed. Without thinking, he flew towards the martial arts practice field. Others might not know what the black energy was. But she knew. That was Li Weiran. How could this be? Li Weiran should have been trapped and his ability to act was completely restricted. And the outermost restriction was personally reinforced by Di Mingju. Mu Yan didn't kill him mainly because the jade appeared in Liberty City for no reason and was picked up by the Golden Crow fire essence. And this period of time was also when Li Weiran entered and left Liberty City. That person back then might not be Li Weiran. But what followed would be related to Li Weiran. Mu Yan wanted to get information about the true owner of the jade from him, so that Xiaobao could successfully survive the next 2 Li Fire bloodline awakenings. But Li Weiran was seriously injured this time. Apart from waking up once and being knocked unconscious by Mu Yan, he didn't wake up again. Plus, Di Mingju could protect Xiaobao through the Li Fire bloodline awakening. So Mu Yan forgot about Li Weiran for a while. Who knew that this pervert still had the ability to cause trouble? Mu Yan was someone who could reach the top of the fortune list. Although his speed wasn't as fast as Ling Yuxing, he was still very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the martial arts practice field. At this time, the martial arts practice field, which was originally paved with bluestone and set up with formations, was already broken beyond recognition. Luo Yu was clutching her chest, standing up from the ground with a pale face. Not far away, Elder Cheng was also in a sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of anxiety. Seeing Mu Yan coming over, Luo Yu showed a guilty expression and said hoarsely, "I'm sorry, 6th senior sister. It's all because I was stubborn and insisted on competing with Xiaobao." "That's why Mu Yan's face darkened as she said coldly, "Is it Li Weiran?" Luo Yu nodded, he took Xiaobao and flew up the Heaven's End cliff. 6th senior sister, they must not have gone far. Let's go after them immediately. Maybe we can catch up. Mu Yan took out an elixir and stuffed it into Luo Yu's mouth. Her voice softened, but there was an undeniable determination. "This isn't your fault. I was careless. I didn't expect Li Weiran to be able to escape from the penalty prison. Since he wants to capture Xiaobao, even without the competition between you and Xiaobao, he would still be able to find an opportunity to hide in the shadows. You're injured, so it's better for you to recuperate here. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring Xiaobao back." Luo Yu's nose twitched. She wanted to say something, but she nodded in the end. Elder Cheng could not wait to catch up. "Miss June, let this old man go with you. If that bastard Li Weiran dares to harm little master, I will definitely tear him to pieces." Elder Cheng was filled with regret and shame. He had clearly been guarding by the little master's side all along, but he had actually failed to do so. Li Weiran, who was already heavily injured, directly snatched her away. He really let down the little master, and even more let down Jun Shang's entrustment. Heaven's End Cliff, inside a cave in the drunken evening forest. Little Bao pursed his lips tightly as he stared coldly and vigilantly at the white-clothed young man in front of him. The gears in his head spun quickly as he tried to figure out what his goal was and why he wanted to capture him. In the cave, the fire crackled as it burned. A plump, juicy hair was skewered on a stick over the fire and was being roasted continuously. There was a sizzling sound of oil. An enchanting fragrance permeated the entire cave. Gurgle, Little Bao suppressed the urge to swallow his saliva, but his little stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Li Weiran glanced at him and smirked. He tore off a rabbit leg and wrapped it in a large leaf before handing it to him. Xiao Bao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. However, he said stubbornly, "Why did you capture me? Why did you injure 7th Marshal Uncle and Grandpa Cheng?" Li Weiran said nonchalantly, "I captured them if I wanted to and injured them if I wanted to. Do I need someone's approval?" Xiao Bao gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, "Bastard." Li Weiran looked at his angry expression and couldn't help but laugh. "So do you want to eat the meat roasted by the bastard?" Xiao Bao struggled internally for a moment, but he still took a bite with a cold expression. Delicious, it was comparable to 5th Marshal Uncle's cooking. No wonder Huang Huang couldn't forget it. However, Daddy's cooking was still better. After finishing the delicious, fat, and tender rabbit leg, Xiao Bao's stomach bulged and he couldn't help but burp. Then, he couldn't help but glance at Li Weiran. The hand that had been corroded in order to save him had already recovered to its original state. Was it Nyang Qin who helped him heal? Grandpa Cheng told him that this person was a bastard who wanted to kill Daddy and hurt Mother. But why did this bastard have to save him time and time again? Even in the desert of the chaotic Heaven Cave abode, he was willing to sacrifice his life to save him. If that stinky toad's teeth were any closer, his hand wouldn't just be corroded, it would be bitten off. Xiao Bao's beautiful eyebrows furrowed like a little adult. He felt that he should hate this bastard Li Weiran. Now that he was captured, he should fear and hate him even more. But he didn't seem to be afraid at all. Li Weiran turned back to look at him and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Even if you keep staring at me, I won't let you go." Xiao Bao turned his head coldly, expressing his disdain. But after a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you harm my father and mother?" Li Weiran used a branch to poke at the haystack, replying as if he was bored to death, "Children won't understand adult matters." Xiao Bao was so angry that she didn't want to talk to him again. Then, he heard Li Weiran's low and somewhat hazy voice. "Because his mother killed my mother and caused me to become like this. So, I want him to lose everything as well. I want him to taste every bit of pain that I went through." Xiao Bao felt a little dizzy. It took him a while to understand that it was his father's mother who killed Li Weiran's mother, making him an orphan and suffering a lot. That was why Li Weiran, who had grown up, wanted to take revenge on his father. Xiao Bao thought about it in his own shoes. If someone killed his mother, he would be in so much pain that he would wish he was dead. She will restrain herself from tearing the person who harmed his mother into pieces. The cave quieted down. Li Weiran slowly chewed on the other rabbit leg. Seeing that the little guy's nose and eyes were cursed together and his little face was taut, Zhang Wuji's heart skipped a beat. That appearance that was 70% similar to Mu Yan, revealed a bit of cuteness and elegance at this moment. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What? Don't you think I should take revenge on your father?" Xiao Bao pursed his lips and said after a long while, "I don't know. But it's useless even if you want to take revenge. In any case, you can't beat father." Li Weiran, "This little brat's eloquence has improved," Xiao Bao continued. "Father's mother did something wrong, but father didn't do anything wrong. Mother said that every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Father is also very innocent. Of course, you can take revenge on father, but I won't stand on your side." Li Weiran almost burst out laughing. "Little fellow, do I need you to stand by my side?" Xiao Bao snorted and didn't say anything. Li Weiran lowered his eyelids slightly and said nonchalantly, "I really can't beat your father, so I can only use you as a bargaining chip. Little fellow, if I use your life to threaten your father to hand over his own, do you think he will agree?" Xiao Bao glared at him fiercely. "Shameless bastard. Li Weiran smiled and didn't bother with him anymore. He got up and found a corner to lie down and close his eyes. The cave became extremely quiet. Only the crackling sound of the burning fire could be heard. Xiaobao looked at the sleeping Li Weiran warily for a long time before he tiptoed over. Under the light of the fire, the youth's face was as pale as snow. Even his lips were colorless. He was clearly an adult, but he was lying on his side and curled up. His frail body trembled slightly. Blood had seeped through his clothes. On his spotless white robe, there were startling red marks painted on it. Xiaobao's divine sense had already grabbed the Bixia sword in the air. But now, he hesitated and didn't pull it out. Li Weiran, this big bad guy, shameless bastard. Why did he look so pitiful now? At this moment, Li Weiran's chapped lips opened and closed slightly, letting out a muffled sound. Xiaobao couldn't hear it clearly and couldn't help but move closer. Then, he heard a clear, yet sorrowful voice that belonged to a youth. Mother. I already have the ability to protect you. Why do you still want to abandon me? Let's not look for Defying, okay? Isn't it enough for us to depend on each other? Mother, I found the dark cloud spirit flower, we can both cultivate. I don't need to rely on others to protect you. Why won't you turn around to look at me? You hate my eyes, so I'll dig them out, okay? Mother, can you turn around and look at me? Xiaobao didn't really understand what Li Weiran was saying. But listening to this hoarse, broken, and almost desperate pleading voice, he felt a little sour in his heart. Li Weiran seemed really pitiful. His mother didn't like him. He didn't have a father to love him. For so many years, there was only one person. In comparison, Xiaobao was much happier. His mother had always doted on him, and now Xiaobao had a father. A family of 3 could be together forever. Xiaobao sighed softly. She looked at Li Weiran with pity in her big eyes. He took out a porcelain bottle and placed it beside Li Weiran. Then, he quietly turned around and left. He wanted to help his father get rid of the potential danger. But seeing how pitiful he was, she decided to let it go. Moreover, he had saved her before. The small figure disappeared into the cave. Li Weiran, who should have been sleeping soundly, slowly opened his eyes. He curled his lips slightly, picked up the porcelain bottle beside him, opened it, and sniffed it. Then, he couldn't help but laugh softly. But in an instant, that smile was replaced by a cold murderous aura. Li Fire bloodline. Land of the cursed god. So that was how it was. It turns out that the little guy really is Di Mingju's own flesh and blood. No wonder he has a pair of ice blue pupils that are almost exactly the same as hers and Di Mingju's. It's no wonder that Di Mingju, who previously hated her to the bone and shouted to beat and kill her, suddenly doesn't even bother to pay attention to her. It seems that Di Mingju already knows about the little guy's past. Therefore, this impostor was no longer a thorn in his side. Di Mingju, you must be ecstatic that you have regained what you lost, right? It doesn't matter, you can be a little happier, a little happier. Because only when you are truly filled with hope. When you fall from a high place, you will fall even more miserably. The pain will be even more heartbreaking, watching your beloved flesh and blood die in front of you, without a corpse left. This kind of feeling of losing something that you have gained and then being consigned to eternal damnation, you must savor it. Suddenly, a pair of childish, clear, ice-blue eyes flash in Li Weiran's mind. The hand holding the porcelain bottle tightens. He murmurs, "Little guy, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for being Di Mingju's son." His voice is calm and gentle, like a whisper. The expression on his face is as warm as usual, indifferent. But the hand holding the bottle, the veins on the back of his hand bulge, as if he wants to crush something. And this scene, even he himself did not notice. Xianxia. Seeing Mayan hurriedly searching for her in the drunken evening forest. Xiaobao screams and throws himself into her arms. Mayan hugs him tightly, inspecting him from head to toe to make sure that he is not injured. Only then does she let out a sigh of relief. Xiaobao, what is going on? Where is Li Weiran? Xiaobao recounts how he was caught by Li Weiran, how he was injured and fell unconscious, and how he ran out. Mayan's face is full of suspicion. Would Li Weiran be so careless? Impossible. that perverted caution, craftiness, and unfathomable treachery is something that Mayan has seen on the way from the gravel hill. She does not believe that the person that Li Weiran caught with great difficulty would let Xiaobao escape just because he was injured and fell unconscious. Xiaobao brings Mayan to the cave. What makes Mayan speechless is that she actually found the unconscious Li Weiran in the cave. She is not as polite as Xiaobao. She directly kicks Li Weiran's abdomen, waking him up. "Speak, what do you want?" Looking at the sleepy youth looking at her with an innocent face, Mayan really wants to grab a stone and smash his face. Li Weiran's body was extremely weak. He leaned against the wall of the cave and said weakly, "It wasn't easy for me to escape, but I still feel angry. It didn't make sense for me to be locked up in a dark dungeon for a few days and nights, without even a single person to send me food. Therefore, when I saw the little fellow, I became bold and took him away to make you worry." Mu Yan sneers thrice. "Damn pervert, do you think that I will believe your lies that come out of your mouth?" Li Weiran didn't seem to notice Mu Yan's expression as he continued, "But I regret bringing the little fellow here. The little guy is Mayan's heart. You must be very sad that he's taken away. I have deep feelings for you, how could I bear to see Mayan sad?" Thus, she simply pretended to be asleep and let him go. "For the sake of my infatuation with you, Mu Yan, you definitely won't blame me, right?" Mu Yan takes a deep breath. He repeated in his heart 3 times, "Don't bother with a lunatic." She took Xiaobao's hand and turned around to leave. She doesn't even want to say half a word to him. "Jun Mayan, aren't you going to catch me and bring me back?" Li Weiran's voice comes from behind. Mu Yan turns her head and sneers at him, "Catch you? I don't think so highly of myself. You can come and go as you please in this heavily sealed prison. What would I catch you for, to let you kidnap my son again?" Li Weiran can't help but laugh. This laugh pulls at his wounds, causing him to cough uncontrollably. "Jun Mu Yan, how can you be so interesting? I've never liked a woman as much as I like you in my life." Mu Yan looks at him coldly, not saying a word. Until Li Weiran withdraws his smile. She says faintly, "Li Weiran, do you really like me? Do you really have feelings for me between a man and a woman?" Li Weiran stares blankly, his brow subconsciously wrinkling. Mu Yan slowly says, "When I gave you the dark cloud spirit flower, I discovered that Li Weiran, you're a person who lacks emotions. You don't understand love, and you don't know how to love someone. The 7 emotions and 6 desires are just symbols in your eyes, and they can't reach your heart." Li Weiran looks at her coldly, his eyes without a trace of warmth. "Shut up." Mu Yan ignores him and continues, "You treat me and Xiaobao very specially, saving our lives time and time again. You did all of this not to deliberately get close to us and use us as chess pieces to attack Di Mingju. It's also not because you really fell in love with me at first sight and wanted to be with me. It's because of a freak combination of factors. Because of the dark cloud spirit flower, you entrusted your mother's obsession, unwillingness, and feelings to me. You want me to accompany you, so that you don't have to be alone anymore. But that's not love, it's not even possessiveness." Li Weiran's eyes are slowly dyed red. He slowly stands up from the ground, saying word by word, "I told you to shut up, did you hear me?" Mu Yan sighs softly, "Li Weiran, I don't know about the grudges between you and the polar domain and Di Mingju, and I won't interfere. If the polar domain really owes you, you can rely on your own ability to get it back. But, you have your hatred, and I have my obsession. As long as I'm still alive, I will never allow you to hurt my man and child. That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself." Li Weiran gritted his teeth and looked at Mu Yan, who was about to leave. He said hoarsely, "Jun Mu Yan, if you don't kill me today, you will regret it one day." Mu Yan smiled but didn't respond. She pulled Xiaobao and left the cave without hesitation. There was a clear and melodious voice in the distance. "No matter what, thank you for saving Xiaobao so many times. Besides, Xiaobao likes you so much. Why would I kill you and make him sad?" "Mother, I didn't." Okay, no problem." Bang, Li Weiran fell on his but on the wet and cold ground. His lips were pale and his eyes were flickering. In the end, he closed his eyes and let out a desolate and hopeless laugh like a trapped beast. It had been 3 days since he returned from the drunken evening forest. Everything returned to normal. However, little treasure felt that there was something wrong with his body. In the dead of night, he woke up in the space. He sat up abruptly and covered his nose. 2 streams of blood flowed down from the tip of his nose. Drip, a drop fell on the fat rabbit's body, causing it to open its mung bean eyes in a daze. Its short tail was also swaying left and right. However, when it saw Little Bao's appearance clearly, its entire body suddenly shuddered, and it let out a sharp cry of rage and terror. Young master, you're bleeding." This shout woke up everyone inside and outside the space. Little Phoenix, the evil warding sword, and Huang Huang cried out anxiously as they scurried around. Qi Huang frowned and pulled Xiaobao to the side. He sized him up from head to toe, and the suspicion in his eyes grew. Only the Golden Crow Fire Essence was watching the spectacle from the side. "Serves you right. You guys bullied me back then, and now you're getting your retribution." Xiaobao wiped the blood off his face and said softly, "Elder brother Qi Huang, don't worry. I'm fine, right? Maybe I've been cultivating too much recently and am a little tired." Qi Huang instinctively replied in its Sundara manner, "Who's worried about you? I just don't want to see you dirty my space." However, his brows furrowed even tighter. No matter how he looked at it, Xiaobao didn't seem to be injured at all. There were no unusual energy fluctuations either. Everything was as usual. But this was exactly what was strange. This was the 3rd time Xiaobao had a nosebleed. How could a person keep having nosebleeds for no reason? There must be something strange going on. Qi Huang said with a cold face, "Brat, did you randomly eat something and get poisoned?" Xiaobao shook his head blankly. He couldn't help but think of the rabbit meat Li Weiran gave him in the cave 3 days ago. She clenched her fists tightly for a moment before quickly releasing them. Xiaobao grabbed Qi Huang's hand tightly and stammered, "Big brother Qi Huang, can you not tell mother that I have a nosebleed again? I don't want mother to worry." Qi Huang raised his eyebrows and wanted to curse, "Why should I help you keep it a secret?" But when he met Xiaobao's big, watery eyes, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. All right, I won't say anything if you don't want to. I'm not a blabbermouth." Humph, it wasn't because he was soft-hearted towards this little bastard that he agreed to it. Xiaobao warned a few more of the little ones, and even threatened the Golden Crow Fire Essence for a while. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. But when he lay down to sleep again, his small body still curled up uneasily. 2 days later, Zhou Zishuan ordered someone to deliver specially tailored winter clothes. Most of them were Little Treasure's clothes. It looked exquisite and cute, making Mayan simply unable to put it down. However, Little Treasure was a little absent-minded. The room was warm, and her face was flushed under the sunlight. She looked healthy and energetic. However, those originally sparkling and translucent ice blue eyes seemed to have lost their luster, becoming dim and silent. "Xiaobao, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Mu Yan finally discovers that there's something wrong with him. Xiaobao forced a smile. "Mother, I'm fine. It's just that there are too many clothes. I don't need them." Before he could finish his words, he felt something warm spurt from his nose. No, not only the nose, but also the eyes, mouth, and ears. In an instant, the blood in his body seemed to be rapidly drained. His body also became cold and stiff. "Xiaobao." Mayan is overwhelmed with shock as she hugs Xiaobao, who is slowly collapsing. "Xiaobao, don't scare Nyangqin." Xiaobao struggles to open his eyes and look at Mu Yan. His little hands use all the strength in his body to grab her clothes. "Nyangqin, am I going to die?" "You won't." Mu Yan says through gritted teeth, "Don't talk nonsense. Xiaobao will live a long, happy, and healthy life. Nyangqin will absolutely not let you die." Xiaobao's eyelids tremble, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore. He completely falls into a coma. Xiaobao's eyelids trembled, and he finally couldn't help but fall into a coma. His face, which was still red just a moment ago, is now as pale as rice paper. Qi Huang's incredulous voice comes to Mu Yan's ears. "The immortal body has collapsed. How is this possible? He's not even 10 years old, and hasn't been infected by too much desolate air. How can the immortal body collapse so quickly?" Xiaoyao City, in Chu Moli's room. Everyone from the Xiaoyao school is gathered at the side. Chumoli retracts his divine sense from Xiaobao's body, and frowns slightly. Third senior brother, is Xiaobao under a curse? Mu Yan holds back her thoughts that are on the verge of collapse, and says each word with a trembling voice. Is this what Li Weiran meant when he said that if he doesn't kill him, he will regret it one day? The killing intent in Mu Yan's heart is rolling like a raging wave. If Li Weiran was in front of her right now, she would definitely not be able to stop herself from tearing him into pieces. Chumoli gently shakes his head, I can't be sure. Meeting everyone's anxious and doubtful eyes. Chumoli muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment, but still said, there are many types of curses. There are those that can entangle a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits like maggots in the bones, and there are also those that will completely dissipate after achieving their goal, not leaving behind the slightest trace. Some are specially used to achieve a certain function, and some can be used repeatedly, and their effects are not much different from ordinary talismans and formations. There are many kinds of them. And those kinds of curse that disappear instantly, once they are completely hidden, I can't detect them. And because I don't know what kind of curse it is, I can't think of a way to deal with it. You can understand the forcible removal of curse as a method of fighting poison with poison. Only by clearly knowing the characteristics and purpose of the curse can one be able to deal with the problem. Otherwise, the effect of the curse will only be superimposed, and Xiaobao will die even faster. Chumoli's words make everyone's heart sink little by little. Mu Yan's heart seems to be soaked in regret and hatred, being cut into pieces, unable to calm down. She clearly knows what kind of a sinister and vicious pervert Li Weiran is. She actually let down her guard. If something really happened to Xiaobao, Mu Yan suddenly stands up and walks out. Junior sister, where are you going? Mu Yan closed her eyes and said slowly, I will go find Li Weiran. Senior brothers, please help me look after Xiaobao. We'll go with you. That's right, 6th senior sister, let's go and force Li Weiran to tell us what curse he put on Lil Bao. At that time, 3rd senior brother will definitely be able to save Xiaobao. Chumoli knitted his brows, as if he wanted to say something. There were always some doubts in his heart, but he could not verify them. Chumoli took another look at Xiaobao on the bed, but didn't say anything in the end. However, just as Mu Yan is about to step out of the room, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the house. Mu Yan, are you looking for me? Li Weiran. Mu Yan kicks the door open. Qijua's sword was unsheathed and pressed against Li Weiran's throat. What did you do to Xiaobao? Li Weiran's face was still pale. However, the smile on his face was as bright as the spring scenery. His voice was frivolous and melodious, making people want to chop him into minced meat. Didn't 3rd young master Chu say it already? I put an instant elimination curse on the little guy. I counted with my fingers, and the time for the curse to take effect should be almost here, so I came to take a look. Mu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with a strong killing intent. The Qijue sword in her hand fiercely stabbed towards Li Weiran's chest. But before the tip of the sword could enter the flesh, it was caught by 2 slender fingers, unable to move an inch further. Li Weiran had a hint of mockery in his voice as he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, with just the few of you, you won't be my opponent. What about Di Mingju? His precious son is about to die, doesn't he want to come and take a look? What curse did you cast on Xiaobao? Luo Yu said anxiously, you damn pervert, how did my 6th senior sister and Xiaobao wrong you? Why are you so persistent, scheming against them again and again? Li Weiran's icy blue eyes were tinged with scarlet, dark and bottomless. They didn't wrong me, but who asked them to be the people Di Mingju cares about the most? I can't kill Di Mingju, so I can only let him lose everything and make him wish he was dead. As soon as he finished, Li Weiran's fingers suddenly moved. The 7 absolute sword buzzed, shaking violently. After the cloud marrow bone, this sword almost wouldn't break. However, the natal sword was severely shaken, and Mu Yan still felt that her sea of consciousness was distorted in an instant. She was in so much pain that her face instantly turned pale. The next moment, a cold hand without the slightest bit of warmth clutched his throat. Li Weiran smiled shyly and gently. Killing Di Mingju's son doesn't seem to be enough to make him feel pain. Then I'll kill him as well. Without a fiancé and a precious son, I want to see if Di Mingju can still live like a normal person. Bang, just as the cold fingers were about to squeeze Muyan's throat. Li Weiran's entire body suddenly flew backwards. Mu Yan, on the other hand, is embraced into a familiar embrace. The crackling sound of lightning filled the room. Li Weiran fell to the ground with a large hole in his abdomen, blood gushing out. Black-purple lightning jumped around his wound, burning every inch of his flesh. Even with Li Weiran's perseverance, his body was twitching violently from the pain. After struggling for a long time, he fell down, battered and exhausted. But there was no pain or fear on his face. Instead, he revealed an excited smile. Di Mingju, you're finally willing to show yourself? The person who came was Di Mingju. He rushed to save Mayan in the nick of time, only to feel a burst of palpitation and lingering fear. But just as he felt at ease, when he saw Xiaobao in critical condition, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom of an icy valley. Elder Chang rushed to Xiaobao's side, but the more he examined, the more he frowned. What was going on? Was he under a curse? But there was clearly no trace of the curse on Little Master's body. He wasn't poisoned or injured. How did Little Master become like this? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Immortal spirit body collapse. Elder Chang screamed and glared fiercely at Li Weiran. He gritted his teeth and said, "What method did you use to make Little Master's immortal physique collapse?" The smile on Li Weiran's face grew brighter. Those with the immortal physique are the lucky ones that even the gods are jealous of. As the saying goes, the heavens are jealous of heroic talents. Therefore, there are gains and losses. The more powerful the talent, the more fatal the flaw. Do you want to know what method I used to make the immortal body collapse? Li Weiran crawled up from the ground and said slowly, it's a pity that I don't want to tell you. Di Mingju grits his teeth and says, what do you want? Polar domain? If you want it that much, Ben Jun will give it to you. As long as you let Xiaobao go. Elder Chang said anxiously, my lord. Ha 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 ha, Li Weiran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Di Beixian is such a playboy. How did he give birth to someone as infatuated as you? Who in the world would believe that the Polar Domain's sovereign lord would actually abandon the Polar Domain's 10,000 years of foundation for a woman and a child? Di Mingju's heart doesn't have the slightest ripple, only unspeakable distress and anxiety. He really didn't care about power, status, or a 10,000-year foundation. If he wanted the Polar Domain, he could recreate it. As long as he was still by her side, everything would return to him. But if he lost Mu Yan and Xiaobao, he would be a walking corpse for the rest of his life, and there would be no meaning in living on. Mayan grabs Di Mingju's hand, unable to stop the tears from falling from her eyes. Unconsciously, Di Mingju backhandedly grabs her tightly, as if he's afraid that she'll disappear. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The man said in a low and husky voice, I definitely won't let anything happen to you and Xiaobao. Mu Yan chuckled. She held him with one hand, and Xiaobao's ice-cold little hand with the other. With the man's words, she seemed to be really unafraid. At worst, wasn't it just death? No matter what, the three of them would not be separated. Li Weiran looked at this warm and harmonious scene and felt that it was an eyesore. He slowly put away the smile on his face and said coldly, why can the son of that evil woman by Xingwei obtain happiness? Is the heavenly Tao really fair? If the heavenly Tao is unfair, then I will seek justice for myself. Di Mingju, you want to use the Polar Domain to exchange for your son's life? This seems like a good deal. He paused, and a malicious smile bloomed on his face again. But I don't agree. Compared to obtaining the Polar Domain and watching it collapse and decline, the Polar Domain is much more valuable. I want to see Bai Xingwei's son lose his love forever and go crazy in pain. Di Mingju's eyes are bone-chilling. With a wave of his hand, the black lightning that was jumping around Li Weiran's abdomen suddenly converged into a black sword and flew out, creating a splash of blood. Following that, the black sword turned into a long rope and suddenly tied Li Weiran up tightly. The long rope was still covered in dark purple lightning. The moment the lightning touched Li Weiran's body, it caused his flesh and blood to explode inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed youth had turned into a bloody mess. Di Mingju grits his teeth and says, you want to die? It wasn't that easy. The various tortures of the Polar Domain, this lord disdains to use them. But today, if you don't say what kind of curse you used, this lord will help you cover it up one by one. Li Weiran had already fallen to the ground, even his breathing seemed to have stopped for a moment. But he still wakes up, and opens his eyes to look at Di Mingju. The high and mighty man who used to look down on him as if he were an ant. He was obviously panicking now. No matter how hard he tried to suppress his feelings and hide his true emotions, Li Weiran could still see the deep fear and guilt in his eyes. Di Mingju is in great pain and despair, right? Because of her, her own son had fallen into such a hopeless situation. He wanted to save him, but he couldn't. He wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to. It was as if he had sunk into hell and would never be able to escape. Today, I ask you to have a good taste of the pain and torture that I once suffered. In the years to come, this kind of pain and despair will accompany you, forever and ever, unable to escape. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. At this time, Chumoli suddenly said, Tutor Mo, I have a way to make him speak. His gaze turned to Mu Yan. Junior sister's musician skill, floating like a dream, can make people fall into a dream and obtain the secrets they want to know. The corners of Chumoli's lips curled up, and he turned to look at Li Weiran with a smile that was not a smile. With his current cultivation, little junior sister is naturally unable to let him enter your dreams. However, what if you first cripple Li Weiran's cultivation and bones? Of course, Li Weiran is dead for sure. After his cultivation dissipates, he won't live for more than a day. But one day is enough for junior sister to pry out the secrets we want from his illusions. Li Weiran's expression suddenly stiffened. He could no longer maintain his previous calmness and indifference. He stared at Li Weiran, his face instantly becoming sinister. Chu. Mo. Li. How dare you? Chumoli revealed a shy and gentle smile. He said slowly, don't look at me like you want to eat me alive. I'll have nightmares at night. Mu Yan felt that this method was very feasible. She stopped Di Mingju's actions and slowly walked forward. Since I was the one who played, floating like a dream, then crippling his cultivation should be done by me. I don't care about the grudges between Li Weiran and the polar domain, but killing him today is a personal grudge between me and Li Weiran. It has nothing to do with the polar domain. Li Weiran's eyes were a little red. He stared at Mu Yan who was walking forward and gritted his teeth. Jun Mu Yan, you can't kill me. I can die in the hands of anyone, but it can't be you. Mu Yan sneered. From the moment you made a move against my son, you should have expected this day. As soon as she finished speaking, the 7 absolute swords were already stabbing towards Li Weiran's dantian. Li Weiran's pupils suddenly shrank. His face revealed a trace of vulnerability and confusion. Then, he laughed softly and slowly closed his eyes. Heavenly law, how unfair you are. Why is it that even though we have the same bloodline, Di Mingju has everything in the world, but I have nothing, even the only warmth and hope I've ever felt must be taken away? Mother, don't, a low and tender voice suddenly rings out, interrupting Mayan's movements. Mayan pauses and turns to look at the bed. She saw that Xiaobao had opened his eyes at some point, and was using all his strength to stop Mu Yan's movements. Little treasure. Mu Yan couldn't be bothered with Li Weiran anymore. She kept the 7 absolute swords and rushed to Xiaobao's side, hugging him in her arms. Xiaobao, how are you? Xiaobao shook his head, his voice weak but firm. Mother, don't kill Uncle Weiran. Why? Before Mu Yan could say anything, Elder Chang was already shouting anxiously, Little Master, this scoundrel almost killed you. Why are you still calling him uncle? Xiaobao's face was pale and his cracked lips opened and closed slightly. Mother said that Li Weiran is Daddy's younger brother, so he is Xiaobao's uncle and also Xiaobao's relative. Perhaps it was because they were family that she saved him time and time again, and even almost lost her own life. Because they were family, she clearly hated him at first, but later on, she didn't hate him at all. Elder Chang was flustered and exasperated. Little Master, you treat him as family, but he treats you as an enemy. Now that you have become like this and are in danger, it's all because of Li Weiran. It's not like that. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Xiaobao tightens his grip on Mu Yan's hand, then raises his head to look at Di Mingju. His gaze is clear and resolute, saying word by word, "Father, you have to believe Xiaobao." Uncle Wei Ran didn't harm Xiaobao, he didn't want Xiaobao to die at all. Li Wei Ran is still sitting on the ground, his body tied up with a long black rope, his entire body dripping with blood. But his face no longer has that mocking, excited, or malevolent smile from before. His pale lips are tightly pursed, and his slightly drooping eyes seem to be gathering a storm. Di Mingju's gaze darkens, and his gaze falls on Chumoli. Just what is going on? Chumoli smiles. Just now, when Elder Chang mentioned the collapse of the immortal body, I thought of a very interesting curse. This curse is called Piercing Heart Life Extending Curse. As the name implies, pierce my heart and extend your life. This is a kind of curse that is specially created to save people. When the charm is activated, the heart of the person who cast the curse will be directly pierced, causing unbearable pain. However, the person who has cast the charm will obtain a new life. Of course, it's not that all illnesses will be cured, but some fatal illnesses will be counteracted by the Piercing Heart Life Extending Curse. But that's not all. The Piercing Heart Life Extending Curse is a curse with both instantaneous and eternal attributes. Instantaneous means that when it enters a person's body, it will disappear completely. Eternity referred to piercing my heart to prolong your life. This spell would never stop, and would automatically activate once every month. Until one of the two ends his life. Because this curse is extremely self-destructive, it's almost extinct. I didn't think of it for a while. Only when Elder Chang mentioned Xiaobao's immortal body collapsing did I remember that Xiaobao's symptoms are almost exactly the same as when the Piercing Heart Life Extending Curse activates. Piercing heart extending life? Pierce my heart and extend your life? Luo Yu stares blankly, and says with some disbelief, "You're saying that Li Wei Ran pierced his own heart and extended Xiaobao's life? Is there something wrong with his brain?" Mu Yan laughs coldly. There's nothing wrong with his brain. Instead, he had already planted another type of curse on himself. If Di Mingju kills him with his own hands, the heart-piercing life-prolonging curse will be transferred to Di Mingju. From then on, it will be Di Mingju who will bear the pain of piercing the heart for Xiaobao every month. She carried the still weak Xiaobao and walked in front of Li Wei Ran. She looked down at him and said, "Li Wei Ran, am I right?" Li Wei Ran's expression was one of despair. He laid there lazily and stared at the sky without saying a word. The black ropes that bound his body were still inflicting hideous and terrifying wounds on him. Xiaobao can't help but look at Di Mingju. "Daddy, can you spare Uncle Wei Ran?" Di Mingju snorts coldly, but he still beckons with his hand, withdrawing his natal sword into his body. Mu Yan looked at Xiaobao's pitiful eyes and sighed. She took out a pill, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it on Li Wei Ran. Li Wei Ran trembled in pain. Mu Yan's face was expressionless, and her hands moved even more roughly. "Li Wei Ran, do you know what it means to bring disaster upon yourself?" Xiaobao said in a weak voice, "Uncle Wei Ran, do you know what it means to not seek disaster and not die?" Li Wei Ran, Ling Yuma and the rest, pfft. You too, seeing that he's not completely dead, want to anger him to death. Enchantress Qingqing, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress Qingqing, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Mu Yan takes out the Tian Mo Qin and plucks the strings. Art of Qi Huang activates. The wounds on Li Wei Ran's body heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, the most important thing is that Di Mingju withdraws all the black lightning on Li Wei Ran's body, so that his wounds won't split open again. The zither treatment also rejuvenates the originally weak Xiaobao. The heart-piercing life-extending curse activates the fatal illness that was originally hidden in Xiaobao's body, and uses the power of the curse to counteract it. As Xiaobao grows older, his cultivation gets higher and higher. His immortal physique gradually matures, and his talent becomes more and more frightening, but it also absorbs a lot of barren air during this period. If he doesn't think of a way to solve it, there will only be two outcomes. Either Xiaobao first steps into the immortal king realm and molds a perfect golden immortal physique, so that he won't be corroded by the barren air. Or his immortal physique collapses first, and then even the gods won't be able to save him. This time, Li Wei Ran used the heart-piercing life-extending curse on Xiaobao. Although Xiaobao was contaminated with the power of the curse, it also prevented his immortal physique from collapsing for 100 years. It can be said that it solved a big problem for Xiaobao. From this point of view, Mu Yan is sincerely grateful. It's just that she has never seen a lunatic who would use this method of harming himself and saving the son of his enemy to take revenge. Sure enough, a perverted mind is hard for ordinary people to understand. When the zither slowly dissipates, the art of Qi Huang skill ends. Li Weiran's injuries are already more or less healed. But his face is very ugly. The lunatic who always likes to wear the mask of a gentle youth on his face, for the first time, has a face as black as the bottom of a pot. Especially when Xiaobao's little face is straight as he scolds him. Uncle Wei Ran, why did you do something that even a child knows not to do? Huang is more sensible than you, and knows the severity of things. You simply make people worry too much. Huang, who is praised on the side, immediately sticks out his little chest proudly. Li Weiran is so angry that his teeth itch. He reaches out and grabs Xiaobao's neck, gritting his teeth. Little guy, who do you think you are talking to? Do you really think that I won't kill you? Xiaobao looks at him expressionlessly. Two pairs of icy blue eyes stared at each other. Uncle Wei Ran, you are too disobedient. No wonder your mother doesn't like you and your brother doesn't like you. When Li Weiran first heard that your mother didn't like you, his expression darkened for a moment. When she heard the last sentence, your brother doesn't like you either, she felt a little dizzy. What brother? Since when did he have a brother? Xiaobao's expression was one of are you an idiot? Of course your brother is my father. Otherwise, how could you be Xiaobao's uncle? Di Mingju, Li Weiran, for the first time, the two of them reached a consensus. What kind of brother was that? The little chick was squawking nonstop. Idiot, Uncle Wei Ran is too stupid. No wonder her brother didn't like her. Just like Huang, I'm smart and witty, everyone loves me. Therefore, Huang's brother and mother loved Huang the most. Li Weiran took a deep breath. Then another deep breath. He suddenly stood up. Motherfucker, he can't beat him, can't he provoke him, can't he just hide? Li Weiran, who turned and left with a cold face, didn't notice that right now, there is no longer a layer of mask on his face. There is no fake smile that can cover all emotions, no red silk that covers his icy blue eyes. Uncle Wei Ran, come visit our Xiaoyao sect when you have time. Luo Yu imitated Xiaobao's tone and shouted, otherwise, Xiaobao will miss you so much that he can't sleep. Xiaobao said angrily, seventh martial uncle, you're talking nonsense. Ha, Li Weiran almost stumbled, and he hurriedly disappeared on the spot. At the top of the Heaven's End cliff, Li Weiran had just appeared when he saw the man standing not too far away. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the man's almost perfect face, causing Li Weiran to fall into a trance for a moment. The little bit of vitality that carried the smell of smoke and fire just now dissipated in an instant, and was once again dyed with a deep, pitch-black hatred. His thin lips curled up slightly. What? Does Di Jun still have to avoid Mu Yan and Xiaobao if he wants to take my life? Di Mingju looks at him coldly, his expression mocking and contemptuous. Don't worry. Since you've saved Xiaobao time and time again, and you're my little brother, I'll spare your dog life. Who the hell is your younger brother? Li Weiran's face flushed red in an instant, the darkness in his eyes instantly burning into anger. He had to restrain himself for a while before he managed to suppress his rage. But he still couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, Di Mingju, what do you want to do? Di Mingju says faintly, Ben Jun had Star Wolf return to the polar domain to investigate what happened back then. This is the result of the investigation. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a jade slip landed in Li Weiran's hand. Li Weiran's eyes darkened and he couldn't help but sneer. His divine sense casually sunk into the jade slip to take a look. Regarding the information that Di Mingju has investigated, he doesn't believe a single word. But with just a glance, Li Weiran's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes suddenly turned crimson as he glared at Di Mingju, who was not far away. That's impossible. Di Mingju expressionlessly says, Ben Jun doesn't know if this information is true or false, and doesn't care. If you want to know what happened back then, you should investigate along this line. Perhaps we can dig out something very interesting. In addition, this monarch will give you one last warning. Don't try in vain to harm Muyan and Xiaobao again. Otherwise, I'll let you experience everything that you experienced all those years ago. Under the setting sun, the man's ice blue eyes were dyed golden red. That pair of eyes that are usually cold and aloof, but when he looks at Mayan, they are now as deep as a bottomless abyss. Li Weiran, you'd better not doubt Ben Jun's words. Li Weiran suddenly tightened his grip on the jade scroll. The next moment, the figure in front of him disappeared. He looked down at the jade slip in his hand and frowned. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and disappeared. This time, after Li Weiran disappeared, he never appeared again. Although Little Bao didn't say anything, he was still worried that the heart-piercing life-extending curse would make Uncle Weiran suffer. For some reason, he used to hate Li Weiran. But after Li Weiran saved him time and time again, he knew that Li Weiran was hard-hearted and soft at heart. Even if he did a good deed, he would use harsh words to hide his true nature. After she vaguely understood his childhood experiences, she could no longer feel any disgust towards him. If Li Weiran really wanted to use Xiaobao to scheme against Di Mingju and make Di Mingju suffer, in fact, he had 10,000 ways. But he chose a method that would make him suffer the most pain, but let Xiaobao benefit the most. Pierce my heart, and prolong your life. If you like the Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect, Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. Even if there's a transfer curse, can he guarantee that it's Di Mingju who killed him? Even if Di Mingju really killed him, can he guarantee that the transfer of the heart-piercing life-prolonging curse will be successful? What is Di Mingju's cultivation, and what is his? Even a curse isn't omnipotent. It's easier said than done to successfully cast a curse on Di Mingju. So from the beginning, he held an attitude of let's just forget about it, draw an end to my hatred. From the beginning, he never thought of hurting Xiaobao and Muyan. Xiaobao gently breathed out, threw these things to the back of his mind, and worked hard to cultivate. Father said that only the truly strong can control their own fate, and protect the people they want to protect. Xiaobao wants to protect too many people now. Mother, father, martial uncle, rabbit, Baixia, Huang, and Uncle Weiran. Therefore, he had to become stronger. City Lord, City Lord. An anxious call comes from outside the door. Xiaobao frowns, and has to stop cultivating and walk out the door. Seeing him, the servant boy who came to inform immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, little master." Xiaobao lightly said, "Mother went out to gather herbs, what business do you have with her?" The servant boy doesn't dare to be disrespectful towards a child. His expression is even more respectful than when he met Luoyu and the others. It's because this little master naturally exudes pressure and imposing manner, not at all like a 6 or 7-year-old child. Even the battle-hardened General Wei and the fiendish Lord Butcher are respectful in front of the little master. How could these servants dare to be rash? Reporting to Little Master, it's Luoyun Alliance's Alliance Master Yi. He brought patients to seek treatment again. Xiaobao stares blankly, while Ling Yuma and Luoyu walk out of the side room and shout in disbelief. Another incurable disease? The servant boy nods, his expression a little strange, reporting to 4th Miss, 7th young master has another incurable disease, and one of them was even cured by the city lord. Ling Yuma and Luoyu look at each other, and see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Ever since Mu Yan treated the people from the Luoyun Alliance, people from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects came to her in succession, hoping that Mu Yan could treat their illnesses. And these diseases were really strange, and there were all kinds of them. The only similarity was that each was more painful than the last, and all of them were incurable diseases. At that time, Mu Yan and Chu Moli had asserted that these people who were sick and then cured were not completely fine. It was very likely that the illness would continue to break out. But who knew that in just 3 months, someone would get an incurable disease for the second time? Wasn't this floating island a little too strange? Could it be that some kind of infectious disease is spreading here? Little 7, go call 3rd senior brother. Let's go to the front hall to take a look. Xiaobao, don't go. During this period of time, your cultivation has been progressing too quickly. You'd better spend some time to consolidate it, or else you won't be able to use it freely. Xiaobao nodded, turned around, and returned to the house. In the front hall of Xiaoyao City for receiving guests. Luo Yun Alliance's Alliance Master Yi Shuasong, Sacred Heaven Alliance's Alliance Master Xiang Yunzhou, Clear Sky Sect Master Qi Menghui, Spirit Gathering Cities and Families Master Enlechi, Fantasy Sea Cities Beitang Families Master Beitang Zhan, Micro Moon Pavilions Master Ge Tianpeng. These dignified 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects' highest officials were all gathered in this small Xiaoyao city. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. At this time, they are all sitting on the armchairs, quietly drinking tea. But anxiety and irritation flash through their eyes from time to time, showing that they are far from being as calm as they appear on the surface. Behind them, each of them has several disciples guarding several stretchers. There was a patient lying on each stretcher. The appearance of these patients is more miserable and terrible than the previous one. Everyone's face is twisted because of the pain, and their bodies are constantly trembling. Some of them have their mouths wide open, seeming to be letting out mournful wails. But the whole hall is quiet, without any noise. Upon closer inspection, one can see that these people have a sound-blocking talisman stuck on their chests, so that the miserable wails of these patients can't be transmitted out. After waiting for a while, that familiar figure still doesn't appear. Ge Tianpeng, who has the most irritable temper, can't hold it in. When the maidservants of Liberty City come to add tea and pastries, he suddenly slaps the table and stands up, saying in a rough voice, "Where is Jun Mayan? We've been waiting for her here for so long, how come there's not even a ghost? Does she look down on us, the heads of the families?" The questioned maidservant says in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "I've already sent someone to inform the city lord. Please wait a moment, Master Ge." Of course, if Master Ge feels that our Liberty City's hospitality is not satisfactory, you can go back now. Smelly girl, even a little lowly maidservant gives me that face. Who gave you the courage? Ge Tianpeng is simply unable to restrain his anger. He raises his hand to give the maidservant, who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, a fierce slap. However, before the big palm leaf-like palm can fall, a burning and threatening blade light whistles from outside the hall, directly striking Ge Tianpeng's hand. Ouch! Ge Tianpeng lets out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. Then, in the nick of time, he uses spiritual power to protect his hands, but this blade energy is too evil. The moment it touches his hands, it actually begins to devour the spiritual power that wraps his hands. A blazing flame surrounds his whole hand. The painful burning sensation spreads quickly. Although Ge Tianpeng's spiritual power eventually consumes it, a large part of his arm is still burned, making Ge Tianpeng's snot and tears come out in pain. Yi Shuasong and the others had been looking at Ge Tianpeng as though he was an idiot. At this moment, seeing his pitiful appearance, they could only sneer, and no one spoke up for him. Yi Shuasong and the others hurriedly stood up and saluted when they saw the group of people entering the hall. "Greetings, fellow Taoists of the Carefree sect." Seeing Ling Yumo and the others walk into the hall, Yi Shuasong's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. 3 months ago, these people were just kids who had just stepped into the mysterious life realm. In fact, even now, these people were still unbelievably young. And their cultivation had already surpassed the mysterious life realm and the mountain opening realm, directly reaching the peak of the earth opening realm. Even the top geniuses on the floating island didn't have such a rapid advancement speed. However, in the Carefree sect, there weren't just 1 or 2 such geniuses, there were 5. Even that seemingly weak young Master Chu Moli. Yi Shuasong always felt that he couldn't see through him, and sometimes even felt that he was more dangerous than the others. Ling Yumo casually sheathed the red lotus soul-stealing blade, and said with a light smile, "Junior sister went to pick herbs, and will only be back at night. Have you all been waiting for her? Enchantress charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. We can wait, we can wait." The few of them hurriedly said. "We are the ones who need City Lord Jun's help. What's the harm in waiting? City Lord Jun is kind and generous, practicing medicine to help the people. Even in such a cold winter, he still went to pick herbs just to cure the sick. We really admire him." Luo Yu was drinking tea and almost burst out laughing when she heard this. What his sixth senior sister was stepping on was the material used to make the antivirus poison. Who would cure a patient with her, picking herbs in the cold winter? For cultivators who had reached the golden immortal realm, they were no longer afraid of cold or heat. What was there to be tired about? How could he say that his sixth senior sister was kind-hearted? Had they forgotten how sixth senior sister had taken advantage of them the last few times they had asked for treatment? Who would have thought that these dignified leaders of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects, who were usually high and mighty, would actually lower their statuses when it came to bootlicking? Gu Tianpeng, the leader of the Weiyue Pavilion, was ignored by the crowd, and his face turned pale. However, he didn't dare to leave. Let's not talk about the fact that his trusted generals had fallen ill. With the speed at which everyone was getting sick, perhaps it would be his turn one day. Gu Tianpeng seemed to have a bad temper, but in fact, he cherished his life very much. In the end, he returned to his seat with an ashen face. Ling Yuma and Luo Yu looked at the patients that each family had brought. Even though they were already used to all kinds of symptoms, they still felt their scalps go numb. The symptoms of these patients were really too strange. Some of them had their intestines pierced through, but they were still alive. Some of them had huge pustules all over their bodies, making them look like toads that covered almost all of their skin. There were also people who grew a huge tumor behind their ears. The tumor was the same size as their heads. Luo Yu only watched for a while before shrinking her shoulders and running back to Chumoli's side. It's so scary and disgusting. It's hard for sixth senior sister to be able to treat such a horrible disease without batting an eyelid. I only took a few glances and my scalp was about to explode. All the hairs on my body were standing up. Ling Yuma couldn't help but grit her teeth and asked Chu Moli, third senior brother, what's going on with these people from the sects? He kept getting all kinds of strange diseases for no reason, and even after he cured them, they would relapse. Doesn't that mean the Grim Reaper is watching us all the time? Chu Moli's gaze indifferently swept over Yi Shuasong and the others. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he said indifferently, I'm not a god. I don't understand the cause and effect, so how would I know what's going on? Hee, third senior brother, you're always pretending to be a swindler. We thought you knew everything. When it comes to acting tough, I only admire third senior brother and sixth senior sister. Chu Moli glanced at them indifferently, and was just about to speak. Wei Mian excitedly walked into the hall and went straight to Luo Yu. Seventh young master, I have gathered all the materials you asked me to find for the puppet. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Luo Yu said, Uncle Wei, I've already said that you can just call me Little Seven. There are other subordinates, so don't stand on ceremony. After reminding her, Luo Yu recalled what Wei Mian had just said. She could not help but feel excited again. You really found them all? You even found the silk branch? Luo Yu suddenly became excited. Since his cultivation had been upgraded, the puppets he had made were too weak. So he had been thinking of making a batch of new puppets. However, making new puppets consumed a lot of natural treasures, and a batch was very hard to find, so he had to put it aside. As for the method of creating puppets on the spot, it was fine if it was used to show off, slap faces, and act cool. However, if it was used in a real battle against an expert, it would be worthless and unable to withstand a single blow. Let's go, Uncle Wei, take me to have a look. Humph, when I make a puppet army, my strength will definitely not be at the bottom of the Xiaoyao sect. Luo Yu directly forgot about the leaders of the Luoyun Alliance and the Sacred Heaven Alliance. He pulled Wei Mian's sleeve and was about to rush out. Wei Mian looked at him with a proud and doting expression, with a hint of respect and faith. You are General Wei? An incredulous voice sounded in the main hall, making Wei Mian and Luo Yu stop. Yi Shuasong abruptly stood up from his seat and strode over to Wei Mian, looking him up and down with a bewildered expression. After a long while, he shouted in a trembling voice, Are you really General Wei Mian, the divine general of the Imperial region? These words shocked Xiang Yunzhou, the leader of the Sacred Heaven Alliance, and the other heads and family heads. They couldn't help but come forward, each more shocked than the other. Wei Mian's expression was indifferent, and he said slowly, I'm afraid Alliance Mastery has mistaken me for someone else. I'm just a small battle general in Xiaoyao City, and I dare not be associated with the divine general of the Imperial region. Yi Shuasong stared at the elegant man in front of him, his heart in turmoil. He was silent for a long time before he said in a hoarse voice, "The battle generals of the floating island are divided into 4 levels: General, Cloud General, King General, and Divine General. However, since the establishment of the floating island, only 2 people have reached the level of Divine General. One is Divine General of the Dark Knight, Ghost Face, who followed the first emperor of the Lan family empire when the floating island was first established. The other is Divine General of the Imperial region, Wei Mian, the supporter of the Lan family empress family who disappeared 20 years ago. A Divine General is equivalent to a magnificent army. Who doesn't know of General Wei's former grace? Who doesn't admire you? Even if I, Yi Shuasong, am too old to be unable to recognize the only immortal general of the floating island." Xianxia was the youngest of the 3 alliance leaders. At this moment, he couldn't help but say excitedly, "I once witnessed General Wei's peerless elegance during the Lan Clan Empire's military exercise several tens of years ago, and I still can't forget it until now. But I heard that you were killed 20 years ago as an accomplice of the Empress's family. There were also people who saw with their own eyes that your dantian was destroyed and the tendons in your arms and legs were severed." At this point, Xianxia could not continue. At that time, Imperial tutor Yi Qingfeng had absolute control over the Lan family empire. The current emperor, Lan Yaozong, was just a puppet in Yi Qingfeng's hands, obeying everything he said. Just because Yi Qingfeng said that the empress's family intended to rebel, the Shao clan, which was related to the empress, was completely slaughtered. Even the Wei family and the Liang family, who were on good terms with the Shao clan, were not spared. And the most regrettable thing was the death of the only divine general of the floating island, Wei Mian. Yi Qingfeng's means were too vicious. In front of all the cultivators, in front of Wei Mian, he slaughtered Wei Mian's 30,000 bodyguards in batches. "Beautiful Enchantress Doctor, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Beautiful Enchantress Doctor, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad." The blood dyed the square into a sea of blood, which could never be washed clean. Wei Mian and several of his trusted subordinates had their dantian destroyed, and their tendons cut off. Everyone thought that these people could not be alive. Because Yi Qingfeng once said with a smile that he would drag them to a random place to feed the dogs. God-level generals were killed as he pleased, and 30,000 troops were slaughtered as he pleased. At that time, there were voices of opposition and protest in the Lan Empire. But Yi Qingfeng's power and deterrence were too strong. Anyone who dared to resist or question him would be killed by him. Slowly, all the different voices in the Lan family empire disappeared. Everyone also tacitly accepted Wei Mian's death. Xianxia never thought that he would meet Divine General Wei Mian again in Miss Jun's Liberty City. Wei Mian's face was expressionless, but his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He said coldly, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." After that, he pulled Luoyu to leave. "General Wei, please wait a minute." Yi Shuasong hurriedly pulled him back, his eyes frighteningly bright. "General Wei, back then, hundreds of innocent lives of the Shao and Wei families were slaughtered, and the blood of 30,000 elite soldiers dyed the Blue Emperor City. I don't know where you have been all these years, and what kind of hardships you have suffered, but all these were brought to you by Yi Qingfeng. Don't you want to take revenge?" In fact, at Ruin Yang's wedding, Yi Shuasong had accidentally seen Wei Mian. But at that time, he just felt that the man looked familiar, and he didn't think that he was the divine general of the imperial region, Wei Mian. After all, everyone knew that Wei Mian's cultivation and tendons had been destroyed. Even if he was still alive, he must be a cripple. How could he be unscathed this time if Luoyu hadn't called him Uncle Wei, and Yi Shuasong thought of Jun Mayan's powerful medical skills? He couldn't be sure that the elegant man in front of him was Wei Mian, who should have died long ago. Wei Mian frowned and looked at Yi Shuasong. "What do you mean, Alliance Master Yi?" Yi Shuasong lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. He seemed to have made up his mind and said in a deep voice, "Is Liberty City willing to cooperate with us? As long as Liberty City is willing to join us, as long as General Wei is willing to be the Marshal of the Demon-Slaying Alliance, we are willing to respect Lord Jun of Liberty City as the leader of the Demon-Slaying Alliance." "What? Alliance Master Yi, we clearly agreed that you should be the leader of the Demon-Slaying Alliance." That June Mayan is just a little girl who's still wet behind the ears. What qualifications does she have to be our leader and command us? Gu Tianping is the first to disagree. Yi Shuasong waved his hand and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, have you forgotten why we established the demon-slaying alliance? We're not fighting for power, nor are we trying to make a name for ourselves. We're trying to save the thousands of lives on the floating island. We're trying to give Yu Chengfeng, this bloodthirsty devil, the punishment he deserves." Miss June not only has the ability to practice medicine to help the people, but also has the auxiliary skill to raise 1,000 troops. She also has a peerless general like General Wei under her command, and an army of 100,000. I think she is absolutely worthy of being the leader of the demon-slaying alliance. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Except for Xiang Yunzhou, who nodded in agreement. Although the others showed unwillingness, they still restrained themselves. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied. Father, please collect. 1. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. They were unwilling to let a little girl ride on their heads. But they had witnessed the power of the 100,000 soldiers of Liberty City with their own eyes. The Over-the-Wave Palace, one of the 8 major sects, had no power to fight back in front of the army of Liberty City and Divine General Wei Mian. Apart from the Luo Yun Alliance and the Sacred Heaven Alliance, who dared to say that they could easily destroy and annex the Over-the-Wave Palace, Wei Mian was stunned for a while. Then, he frowned at Yi Shuasong and said in surprise, "You want to form an alliance to deal with Yi Chengfeng? The 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects?" Yi Shuasong nodded. Yes, the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects. Apart from the Ning family, which has always been independent and aloof, even the Life Alliance, Wen family, and Snow Treading Palace, which have always been close to the Lan family empire, have agreed to join our alliance. Wei Mian looked suspicious. The Life Alliance and the Wen family have always been Yi Chengfeng's lackeys. How could they turn to deal with their own masters? Don't tell me that Yi Chengfeng did something wrong and caused public indignation. His lips curled into a mocking smile. Back then, the Shao family was slaughtered, the queen was beheaded in public, and the little prince became a wanted criminal. You 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects knew that it was all Yi Chengfeng's trap, but you didn't even dare to say a word. 20 years ago, most of you who were present here had long since attained the lofty status that you possess today, yet not a single one of you stood out to say anything. Instead, each and every one of you was more like a coward than the last, wishing that you could draw a clear line between us. How come after only 20 years, you become so bold that you're willing to stick your heads out of your shells? Wei Mian's words were merciless. Not only did he tear the skin off everyone's face, but he also slapped them several times. He even slapped them a few times in the face. The sect leaders and family leaders all looked awful. The only difference was that some were ashamed, some were embarrassed, and some were angry. On the contrary, Gu Tianpeng, the sect leader of the Micro-Moon Pavilion who had just become the leader of the Micro-Moon Pavilion a few years ago, couldn't help but laugh gloatingly. It turns out that you bastards are no better than me. Then why did you pretend to be a big shot before? These words made the sect leaders and family heads, who were used to being high and mighty, even more embarrassed. They wanted to slap Gu Tianpeng, this bastard who did not watch his mouth, to death. In the end, it was Yi Shuasong who coughed lightly to hide the embarrassment on his face. He lowered his posture and bowed deeply to Wei Mian. "General Wei, we can all understand that you are angry. In reality, we're all regretting it now. It was our connivance and inaction that caused Yi Chengfeng to become more and more arrogant, and he's even gone mad now." Wei Mian asked, "What do you mean?" Xiang Yunzhou gritted his teeth and continued Yi Shuasong's words, "Yi Chengfeng wants to take out the heaven-reaching halberd." "What?" Wei Mian exclaimed, then said in disbelief, "Is he crazy? How could the heaven-splitting halberd be taken out?" Luo Yu could not help but ask softly, "Uncle Wei, what is the heavenly halberd?" Yi Shuasong subconsciously glanced at Luo Yu and his heart jumped. Before he recognized Wei Mian, he only felt that Luo Yu was just a young man with a familiar face. Now that she looked closely at his brows and thought about his strength as both a summoner and a puppeteer, the more she looked at him, the more shocked she became. Lan Luo Yu, surname Lan, could it be him, the correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Yi Shuasong suppressed his shock and explained to Luo Yu on behalf of Wei Mian, the king of beasts used his body as a sacrifice. When the heavenly halberd appeared, the floating island appeared. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heavenly stairway broke, and Lan Xiaozi appeared. He used his body and the divine beast he summoned as a sacrifice to forge the heavenly halberd, a sacred artifact. It was this heaven-reaching halberd that smashed a piece of land in the Xianxia continent. This piece of land then fused with the heaven-reaching halberd, finally forming a special island that floats between the three realms, floating island. Luo Yu's eyes flashed, then she lowered her eyes, feeling complicated. Ling Yuma gently patted his shoulder and smiled at him. Yi Shuasong continued, the heavenly halberd is the foundation of the floating island, and the foundation of this world's survival. Once the heavenly halberd is taken away, the entire floating island will fall apart. The living beings on the floating island will not be able to adapt to the barren aura of the Xianxia continent. If they advance, they will not be able to undergo the heavenly tribulation and are not qualified to enter the Xianxia continent. They will no longer have a place to stand, and can only become ghosts, dissipating in this world. The servants and maids in Liberty City were also the natives of the floating island. Hearing Yi Shuasong's words, they couldn't help but gasp, their faces showing panic. Xiang Yunzhou said indignantly, Yi Chengfeng has gone mad. In order to ascend and obtain great power, he doesn't care about the lives of the tens of thousands of living beings on the floating island. The people of the Sacred Heaven Alliance have always been in charge of repairing the heavenly halberd, so that it can better fuse with the floating island. In order to stop us, Yi Chengfeng tried to kill us many times. Last time, I was hit by the Golden Crow fire essence, which was Yi Chengfeng's scheme. If not for Miss June, I, Xiang Yunzhou, would have become a charred corpse. And my grandfather's emotions fluctuated because of my death, and a flaw appeared. When he repaired the heavenly halberd, he might have been tricked by Yi Chengfeng. This man is too sinister and scary. The Clear Sky sect master and the others also gnashed their teeth and said, this crazy beast, he plans to use all of us as his stepping stones. He's not human at all. No matter what, we must stop him. My Beitang family's 10,000 years of foundation cannot be destroyed just like this. Wei Mian's brows were tightly knitted together, and his expression kept changing. His gaze unconsciously shifted to Luo Yu at the side, and his hands clenched tightly once again. He was very satisfied with his current life. Every day in Liberty City was peaceful, and the people around him were safe and happy. Most importantly, the smile on his little prince's face was one that his mother had never seen before. He did not wish for such a beautiful smile to disappear one day and be replaced by hatred and pain. Besides, once he joined the fiend-slaying alliance, it meant that Liberty City and Miss June, who had nothing to do with the incident, would be dragged into the mess. What does the fate of the floating island have to do with Miss June? With the talent and strength of the unfettered Seven Sons, they might be able to ascend to the Xianxia continent in less than a year or two. There was no need for him to get involved in their grudges. But if he didn't do anything, could he really forget the blood feud between the Wei and Xiao families, the delicate figure who died on the guillotine, and the mournful wails of his 30,000 brothers before they died, the splattering blood, and the rolling heads? The 10 years of hellish torture in the gravel hill, and the humiliation Ruan Yang had suffered. The leader of the Clear Sky sect said anxiously, General Wei, what are you hesitating for? Have the years of torture really made you lose your courage and become as timid as a mouse? Yes. Even if it's not for the Wei family's blood feud, you should think about the people of the floating islands. I didn't expect that an unparalleled general would be a cowardly good-for-nothing. Shua, the red lotus soul-stealing saber was unsheathed and pointed at the speaker. Ling Yuma narrowed her eyes and said coldly, watch your mouth, you dog. Have you fools forgotten what you came to Liberty City for? Luo Yu sneered, didn't your mother teach you to keep your tail between your legs when you're asking for help in someone else's territory? If you disrespect Uncle Wei again, believe it or not, I'll kill you. You. The leaders of the families and sects had always been respected and flattered. They had never been humiliated like this before. For a moment, their eyes were spewing fire, and their chests were heaving up and down. They couldn't even speak fluently. Luo Yu waved her hand. Everyone, please take your patience with you. My sixth senior sister has been very busy recently and has no time to treat patients. Are you kidding me? I, the leader of the family, have come all the way here to visit you in person, and you're kicking us out? Preposterous. Truly preposterous. Is this how the people of Liberty City are educated? I've learned something new today. Who do you think you are? You're just an inexperienced boy, and you dare to criticize us? Where's Governor June? Tell her to talk to us. I don't believe it. How can the governor of a city be so ignorant and ill-mannered? As soon as the man finished cursing, a melodious female voice came from outside. I'm so sorry. I'm such an ignorant and ill-mannered governor. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. As the voice came closer, a young girl in snow-white clothes slowly walked in from outside the hall. Her teeth were white, her eyes were bright, and her skin was as smooth as jade. As her eyes moved, she looked like a beautiful silver moon rising in the summer night sky, making all the stars in the sky dim. For a moment, the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Some people even swallowed their saliva shamelessly, their eyes blurred. In his heart he thought, this woman is only in heaven, how many times can I see her in the world? If he could marry the city lord of Liberty City, with a beauty in his arms and 100,000 troops in his hands, wouldn't that be the best thing in life? What more could he ask for? However, just as he was in a daze, he heard the girl's mocking voice, which was neither cold nor indifferent. Since all of you look down on my Liberty City so much, then please leave immediately. Forgive me for not seeing you off. The last 4 words were sonorous and forceful, and it was like a basin of cold water had been poured over everyone's heads, causing them to shudder and sober up. At this time, the manservant and maid in the city lord's mansion had already quickly stepped forward under Mu Yan's instructions, indicating for them to leave. These sect leaders and family heads finally came back to their senses. Jun Mayan, what do you mean? Mayan sneered, it means that you are not welcome in Liberty City. Please get lost. You. Ignorant lady, do you have any idea what you are doing? We sincerely invited you to be the leader of the Fiend-Slaying Alliance. We condescended to your door and asked you to treat us. We offered you a consultation fee that was several times higher than that of ordinary doctors. Is this how you repay us? Mayan was dazed. Fiend-Slaying Alliance? Ishuasong coughed softly and hurriedly went forward to explain what had happened and their decision. Since we are going to join the Demon-Slaying Alliance, together, we are as close as brothers and sisters. How can there be a knot in our hearts? Since there was discord just now, if you want to let it go, you should at least apologize sincerely and sincerely. Haha, City Lord Jun really has the demeanor of a great master. You are beautiful and open. No wonder you can make Liberty City flourish in a short period of time and develop to such a scale. We originally intended to let this matter go, but since City Lord Jun said so, then let the younger generation kneel down and kowtow and offer tea to thank you. At our age, we are more than enough to be their grandfather. We can still accept this little courtesy. This can also be regarded as a warning to the younger generation, to let them know what to say in the future, what not to say, and who they must not offend. The atmosphere in the hall was relaxed and cheerful. The heads of the sects were all in a good mood because of Jun Mayan's initiative. The little bit of depression that he felt when he came to seek medical help had also disappeared without a trace in an instant. But there were also a few people with different expressions. Ishuasong had a strange expression, wanting to say something but hesitating. Xiang Yunzhou frowned, showing a disapproving look. Everyone, since City Lord Jun has agreed, I think it's better to let this matter go? Gu Tianpeng snorted coldly and said in a voice that was neither high nor low, it turns out that City Lord Jun, who was so arrogant in front of me at that time, is just a coward who picked on the weak. Mayan glanced at him and couldn't help curling up the corner of her mouth. Gu Tianpeng didn't know why he felt a chill on his neck. He was so scared that he shrank his head and didn't dare to speak. The heads of the sects were severely criticized by Luo Yu and Ling Yuma just now. Although Xiang Yunzhou had spoken, they obviously didn't intend to let it go easily. At this time, seeing that Mayan had no temper after being criticized by Gutianpeng, they smiled and planned to sit back in their seats, waiting for Luo Yu and Ling Yuma to kowtow and apologize. Seeing this scene, Wei Mian couldn't help but feel anxious. What status did His Highness have? How could he kneel to these things, if he really had to kowtow and apologize? Then he would rather kowtow himself. He anxiously looked at Mayan, then at Luo Yu, wanting to say something. However, he was surprised to see that the young prince and Miss Xianxia had a playful expression on their faces. They looked at those sect masters and family heads as if they were looking at idiots. There wasn't the slightest bit of anger or unwillingness on his face. Instead, there was some pity on his face. But why? He was obviously in the wrong, but he was forced to kowtow and serve tea. How could His Highness act as if nothing had happened? Soon, Wei Mian found out the reason. Dumbfounded, he looks at Mu Yan and makes a gesture. Luo Yu and Ling Yuma immediately happily sat on the armchairs at the side. Mu Yan made an inviting gesture towards the various sect heads and clan heads. Servants, serve tea. The maids of Liberty City walked forward one after another and handed the tea to the sect leaders and family leaders. Other than Yi Shuasong and Xiang Yunzhou, even Gutianpeng was given one. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? They were just about to sit down and wait for Luo Yu and Ling Yuema to come over and kowtow and admit their mistakes. Now that those two brats were sitting at the head of the table, what was the meaning of serving tea to them? Mu Yan looked at them smilingly and said casually, "Seniors, why are you still in a daze? Didn't you say that you would serve tea and kowtow to apologize so that this matter could be resolved? I wonder who the seniors are going to start with. You want me to be the leader of the demon-slaying alliance?" Mu Yan's expression was extremely strange. She couldn't help but look at Luo Yu and Ling Yuma. If she didn't remember wrongly, just a year and a half ago, there was also a demon-slaying alliance on the Cultivation continent. However, it was the Xiaoyao 7 who were treated as demons and slaughtered. But now, the tables had turned. She, Mu Yan, the biggest demoness, was actually going to become the leader of the demon-slaying alliance. This really made people sigh with emotion. The world was really wonderful. No, Mu Yan couldn't help but seriously consider Yi Shuasong's proposal. First, Xiaoqi was the former crown prince of the Lan family empire. He had a grudge against Yi Qingfeng for killing his mother. Unless Xiaoqi immediately ascended to the Cultivation continent, he would be discovered by Yi Qingfeng one day. Secondly, Wei Mian, Butcher and the others also had a blood feud with Yi Qingfeng. Back then, when Wei Mian pledged his loyalty to him, he had said frankly that the biggest reason he pledged his allegiance to him and built the free and unfettered army was to avenge his personal grudge. Thirdly, Yi Qingfeng had once controlled and harmed Little Light, and he even wanted the Avici Pagoda in the Tianguang ruins. When he found out that the Yi Liangchen in the Tianguang ruins was him, he would definitely not let it go. Fourth, Big Brother was taken away by Yi Qingfeng. Although his soul lamp was not extinguished, it didn't mean that Big Brother was safe. When Fifth Brother brought back the news, they would have to confront Yi Qingfeng if they wanted to save Big Brother. Fifth, and also the most important point. Yi Qingfeng was too strong. Even if the cultivation of the 7 of them had reached the earth-opening realm, Mu Yan didn't think that the 7 of them could be his opponent. Although Di Mingju and Luo Yunxiao were strong, they were restricted by the rules of heaven because they belonged to the Cultivation continent. Once they made a move, they would probably suffer a backlash. This was the result that Mu Yan didn't want to see. Therefore, it was a good idea to cooperate with the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 major sects on the floating island. Seeing the change in Mu Yan's expression, the people in the hall knew that she was tempted by this proposal. The patriarch of the Beitang family stroked his beard and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Since Lord Jun is able to become the lord of a city, I presume you wouldn't be like a little kid who doesn't have the slightest foresight and strategic vision, right? Since the Guard General is in Liberty City, as long as this news spreads out, Liberty City will become a thorn in Yi Qingfeng's side. Only by joining the demon-slaying alliance will you have a chance to survive from Yi Qingfeng. We can ignore the words of young Master Lan and Miss Ling just now. As long as City Lord Jun is willing to treat the patients, why not let you be the leader of the demon-slaying alliance?" Everyone in the hall nodded in agreement. What family head Beitang said is right. As elders, why should we bicker with children? Let's just treat this as a slip of the tongue. We won't pursue this matter further. The man who had just quarreled with Luo Yu sneered and glanced at Luo Yu. City Lord Jun, I think you should properly manage your subordinates in the future. Otherwise, you might say something you shouldn't say in public and offend someone you shouldn't offend. It's fine if you lose face, but if you put Liberty City in danger, I'm afraid it will be too late for you to regret it. City Lord Jun Muyan nodded slowly. His eyes swept over everyone present, and he said in a deep voice, what the patriarchs and heads said is reasonable. This matter can't be easily overlooked. The sect leaders were stunned at first. Then, they understood what Mayan was talking about. They were so angry that they trembled all over. The teacups in their hands buzzed and trembled. Are you kidding me? Jun Mayan, are you kidding me? You want me, and Lechi, to kowtow and apologize to these two brats who are still wet behind their ears? Bang, 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 several cups were smashed to the ground one after another. The people in the hall were furious. How dare you? Jun Mayan, who do you think you are? How dare you be so arrogant? Do you really think our Beitang family cares about a small Liberty City? Alliance Master Yi, Alliance Master Xiang, the people of Liberty City are so arrogant. Aren't you going to do something about it? If you really let such a person become the leader of the demon-slaying alliance, you might raise the next Ji Qingfeng. Xiang Yunzhou's face suddenly turned cold. Be careful with your words, Leader Qi. Seeing that they stopped talking, he mocked, just now, I told you to stop while you were ahead. Who asked you to be so aggressive? Yi Shuasong, however, frowns, and says to Mayan, City Lord Jun, can you let this matter go for this old one's sake? The demon-slaying alliance is an important matter that concerns thousands of creatures and the survival of the floating island. You really shouldn't get angry and delay it for such a trivial matter. Mayan glanced at him with a faint smile. I'm sorry, Alliance Master Yi. I don't think it's a trivial matter that the divine generals of our Liberty City were humiliated and my fellow apprentices were abused. Her eyes swept over everyone present, mocking and cold. You'd better figure out what you came to my Liberty City for. You want me to cure you, but you still have a condescending attitude and order the people of Liberty City around. Who do you think you are? You should have the attitude to ask for help. If you can't, then please leave. The sect leaders and family heads were almost driven mad. Jun Mayan, don't forget that Wei Mian and Yi Qingfeng are irreconcilable enemies. If Yi Qingfeng comes, your Liberty City will be finished. Do you think you will have a good end without our help? Mayan sneered. You don't need to worry about whether I will have a good end or not. Jun Mayan, you will definitely regret this. I'll be waiting for you to kneel and beg me. Let's go. Does she really think that she's the only doctor in the world who can treat illnesses? They angrily smashed their cups, waved their hands, and ordered their men to carry the patient away. Only Yi Shuasong, Xiang Yunzhou, and Gutianpeng remained in the hall. Mu Yan's strange gaze fell on Gutianpeng, as if wondering why he hadn't left yet. Gutianpeng rolled his eyes a few times. Suddenly, he picked up the teacup and knelt in front of Luo Yu and Ling Yuma. I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled and said bad things about you before. Puff, Luo Yu almost burst out laughing. Wasn't this person a little too flexible? In the beginning, he was the one who jumped and cursed the most. Now, he was the one who was shameless enough to kneel down and pour tea for her. He even cowed out a dozen times without blushing. Gutianpeng cowed out a dozen times before he got up from the ground. He looked at Mu Yan, can you help my brother heal now? Seeing Mu Yan nod, Gutianpeng immediately rushed to the stretcher at the back with great joy. He held the hand full of pustules and blood without a care, happy like a child. Mu Yan couldn't help but smile. She ordered people to carry the patients of the Micro-Moon Pavilion, the Holy Sky Alliance, and the Luo Yun Alliance in. City Lord Jun Yi Shuasong stopped her, looking hesitant. Don't you really want to consider joining the demon-slaying alliance? Yi Qingfeng will know the existence of the defending champion sooner or later. By then, it will be too dangerous for you to fight alone. Mu Yan's lips curled up slightly. Didn't I make the conditions for Liberty City to join the demon-slaying alliance very clear? It's so easy, but they are not willing to do it. What can I do? Yi Shuasong's mouth twitched. You want the leaders of several big sects and families to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to a few juniors? How can this condition be easy? Do you think that everyone is like Tianpeng, that shameless fool? Mu Yan smiled. Maybe there's another way. What is it? Mu Yan raised a finger and shook it gently. If they quit, Liberty City will join. Ishuasong showed a bitter smile. City Lord Jun, you know it's impossible. To defeat Yi Chingfeng, the demon-slaying alliance needs the strength of these families and sections. Mu Yan spread her hands. If we can't reach an agreement, there's nothing we can do. City Lord Jun, don't you think about the big picture? Mu Yan turned her head and looked at him gloomily. What's the big picture? Do you want me to sacrifice the interests of my brothers in exchange for the face and dignity of those who have nothing to do with me? Hee, Alliance Master Yi, since you care about the big picture so much. Why don't you teach them what it means to care about the big picture before they talk nonsense? Ishuasong's face froze, and he couldn't say a word. Well said. Good Tianpeng applauded vigorously, full of spirit. City Lord Jun, I used to think you were just a short-haired little girl, but now I really like you. I hate those sanctimonious sons of B***cheese who dare not to admit what they have done, unlike me, who bear the consequences of my own scolding and kowtow to me. Mu Yan beamed and said, then remember to bear the medical fee for a while. Good Tianping's laughter came to an abrupt end, and his face couldn't have looked more awful. He suddenly remembered that he wanted to get a share of the loot from Liberty City when the towering Wave Palace was destroyed. As a result, he was ruthlessly extorted. Now that they were being charged a huge fee, wouldn't the Micromoon Pavilion be emptied? F***ck. Jun Mayan, this smelly woman, she really isn't a good thing, This time, the Luo Yun Alliance, the Sacred Heaven Alliance, and the Micromoon Pavilion sent more patients than before, and their conditions were more serious. This was especially true for the members of the Luo Yun Alliance. A few of them were already terminally ill. Even with Mayan's medical skills, she almost couldn't save him. By the time everyone was cured, it was already 7 days later. During this period of time, the sects and clans that had left Liberty City in a huff searched for doctors everywhere to treat their disciples. However, the result was not satisfactory. In the end, not a single person survived. This time, the patients included the elite disciples of the various clans, as well as elders with very high cultivation bases. It was easy to imagine the blow to the major sects and families when all of them died at once. However, when Qi Menghui and others were sad and angry, the news that Good Tianping's junior brothers in the Micro-Moon Pavilion had all recovered came out. Good Tianpeng, this big mouth, couldn't wait to make other people's jokes known to everyone. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. For a moment, in the southern part of the floating island, the name of Enchantress of Medicine, Jun Mayan, is known to almost everyone. The reason why she's called Enchantress of Medicine is because this Dr. Jun has an eccentric temperament, both good and evil, and her treatment methods are incomparably strange and treacherous. Her appearance is unparalleled, and her medical skills are unimaginably high. She can even cure an incurable disease that's already one step into the King of Hell. Just like a peerless ghost that can snatch a life from the hands of the King of Hell. It's unknown who first said the name Enchantress of Medicine, but it slowly spread to everyone. And similarly, everyone knows the arrogance and ignorance of the Clear Sky sect, the Beitang family, and the others. Have you heard? Next to Jade Sea City, at the bottom of the Heaven's End cliff, there's a small city called Carefree. The city lord inside is the Enchantress of Medicine Jun Mayan. Her medical skills are extremely superb. No matter what incurable disease, she can cure it all. Can she really cure any incurable disease? Every year, there are always people who inexplicably contract strange diseases on our floating island, especially the disciples of the major sects and aristocratic families. After getting sick, there's practically only death awaiting them. Many people say that it's the curse of the beast god, that one day, our floating island will be completely exterminated. Now that someone can cure us, doesn't that mean that the curse of the beast god has already been broken? But why did I hear that the Beitang family's elder Yu still died of a strange disease? His death was extremely miserable. That's because they were stupid. They went to Carefree City to seek treatment, and even arrogantly offended City Lord June. As a result, they were driven out. In my opinion, Elder Yu was killed by themselves. Is the Enchantress of Medicine really so miraculous? Half a year ago, my husband also fell ill. Although it wasn't as fatal as Elder Yu's, he's still hovering between the line of life and death. How about I also take my husband to Carefree City to find the Enchantress of Medicine? I'll go too. I'll go too. Unbeknownst to Mayan, the name of the Enchantress of Medicine had already resounded through more than half of the floating island. It was only a matter of time before it spread to the Lan family's imperial palace. Many people who were seriously ill, or had close relatives who contracted strange diseases, were thinking of ways to rush to Carefree City. However, Mu Yan doesn't know any of this. After treating the patients from the Luo Yun Alliance, the Holy Heaven Alliance and the Micro Moon Pavilion, Mu Yan originally planned to enter the inheritance space to learn alchemy from Xiao Zhou's master. However, an unexpected visitor came. Ningyu? How did you find this place? Looking at the travel-worn girl dressed as a man in front of her, Mu Yan couldn't help but reveal an astonished expression. This person was the female cultivator she had accidentally met in the Heaven Chaos Cave mansion, Ningyu. The two of them hit it off the moment they met. In the end, because Mu Yan was suddenly involved in the trial of Wushang Palace, they were hurriedly separated. After coming out of the Heaven Chaos Cave, Mu Yan did not see Ningyu again. In the meantime, he was a little worried. However, when he recalled that Ningyu's cultivation level was far higher than his, and that she had all sorts of strange treasures on her, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. At this time, seeing that Ningyu is unscathed, Mayan can't help but feel happy. Ningyu gulped down the cup of tea handed to her by the maid and let out a long sigh of relief. Then she touched her belly and said a little embarrassedly, "I've been flying on my sword all the way. I've been flying for 3 days and 3 nights without even drinking water. My belly is flat from hunger." "Hee, Mu Yan, do you have anything to eat here? Let me eat to my heart's content first." Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby and black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby and black-bellied father. Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Of course, you've come from afar, I should entertain you." In fact, as a girl, Mu Yan felt that she and fourth sister already didn't bother with trifles. However, seeing Ningyu's sweeping manner of eating, she still couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There was a large table full of dishes, fish and meat, as well as some rare birds with abundant spiritual energy. The strong men in the Xiaoyao army ate half a table, and they were already so full that they couldn't walk. However, it only took Ningyu a quarter of an hour to empty half of the dishes on the table. Later, she felt that chopsticks were inconvenient for her to eat and drink, and simply used them directly. As she ate, she couldn't help but praise again and again. Then she vaguely complained, "Mu Yan, you don't know how abnormal the Ning family's rules are. After fasting, you can only eat original spirit fruits and immortal herbs, so that ordinary food and seasonings won't contaminate the dantian and meridians. Damn. You don't know that if you eat too much of those spirit fruits and immortal herbs, your mouth will have a faint taste. What do you think people's mouths are for? Isn't it just to enjoy delicious food? If I can't eat delicious food forever, I might as well die." Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh, but she also agreed with her words. What's the point of striving to become strong in cultivation? Isn't it just to live as you please? To be able to protect the people you want to protect, to eat what you want to eat, to go where you want to go, to fight as you want to fight. If the higher the cultivation, the more boring restrictions there are, then why don't I be immortal? You're right. Ningyu vigorously slapped the table, her eyes shining, and she couldn't wait to rush over and give Mu Yan a big hug. When she saw the grease on her hands, she shrunk back in embarrassment. But she still cheerfully said, "Bosom friend. Mu Yan, you're really my bosom friend. I've said everything that I wanted to say, everything that I haven't thought through. Come, let's drink a big white." Mu Yan smiled and picked up the bottle, clinking it with Ningyu's. The two drank it in one gulp, and then laughed loudly. Ningyu's stomach was almost full by now. She burped happily and said slowly, "That's why I don't want to go back to that old-fashioned Ning family. Women must be dignified and prudent, virtuous and virtuous. As a cultivator, one must maintain one's integrity and not associate with evil spirits, blah 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 blah, it's so annoying. In any case, before my cultivation reaches the peak of the sea-splitting tier and I can break through to the heaven-shattering tier, I definitely won't go back. Hehe, when I reach the heaven-breaking realm, I will be an elder of the Ning clan. There won't be many people in the Ning clan who can control me, but I can control others. At that time, I can do whatever I want in the Ning family. Mu Yan puts down the bottle and unhurriedly says, "Are the Ning family side branches also so strict?" Ning Yu's expression stiffened. She uses the towel on the table to slowly wipe her greasy hands. She can't help but sneak a glance at Mu Yan before she cautiously says, "Mu Yan, I lied to you about something. I hope you won't be angry." Mu Yan smiled. "For example, you're the Ning clan's main family's young lady, but you lied to me and said you're a small fry from the side branch?" Ning Yu didn't think that she would actually guess it herself, and was gobsmacked. Soon after, she couldn't help but laugh. "Hee, Mu Yan, you're so smart, as expected, I can't deceive you. Then do you know why I came to visit today? Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect, charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Because of my background?" Mu Yan stared at Ning Yu's eyes and said slowly, "Or because of my mother, Ning Yanqing?" Ning Yu was more surprised than before. You know it again?" "No, how did you know?" "Even I just found out about it." Mu Yan smiled and did not answer her question. Instead, she asked, "Why do you think I have something to do with the Ning family? Is it because of that strange bell?" Ning Yu nodded and handed the bell on her waist to Mu Yan. "This bell is called blood-patterned bell. It's worn by every member of the Ning family from birth." "Oh, no. To be exact, it's worn by our mother when she found out that she was pregnant. It's said that only by wearing the blood-patterned bell can we get the blessings and gifts from the ancestors of the Ning family. It can make our cultivation grow very fast, but there will be no inner demons or sequelae. And in times of danger, the various formations on the blood-patterned bell can save our lives. But the blood-patterned bell has a special property. That is, only the members of the Ning family can wear it. As long as others touch it, they will be hurt. It won't be a serious injury, but it will be very, very painful. If you let it go immediately, it will be fine. It will only be like being stung by a poisonous insect. But the longer you hold it, the more the pain will multiply until you pass out." Mu Yan reached out to take the blood-patterned bell, and immediately felt a slight numbness and tremor from her body to her soul. This kind of tremor did not make her feel repulsed at all. Instead, she felt indescribably intimate. It was as if someone had used a gentle hand to gently stroke his soul. Other than that, there was no other feeling. Ning Yu said, "That day, when I saw you touch the blood-patterned bell without any reaction, I guessed that you might be related to the Ning family, so I secretly went home to ask my father." Seeing Mu Yan looking at her, Ning Yu quickly explained, "Oh, my father is Ning Zhongbai. If you are really the daughter of Aunt Yanqing, then my father is your second uncle. Haha, I should be your cousin, right? In these years, the Ning family has been declining. I didn't expect that I have a cousin now." After sighing, Ning Yu continued, "I told my father what happened in the heaven mixing cave. My father was very shocked and excited. Especially when I described your appearance, he actually cried and said that you should be Aunt Yanqing's child." Mayan's hand on the table suddenly tightens, whispering, "Is my mother in the Ning family now?" Even though she already had the answer in her heart, Mu Yan still couldn't help but ask. Ning Yu shook her head. "If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have known that my father had a younger sister and that I had an aunt. I heard from my father that Ning Yanqing was a taboo in the Ning family. No one was allowed to mention her, or else the clan leader would be furious. Oh, by the way, the clan leader is called Ning Fuxing. He's my grandfather and also your maternal grandfather. I asked my father where Aunt Yanqing had gone, but he refused to tell me. However, I vaguely remember that 20 years ago, there was a demonic cultivator who barged into the Ning family. It seemed like he wanted to take someone away. Then, a huge battle broke out between the clan leader, the elders of the family, and my cousin Ning Su. After that battle, the Ning family was completely sealed off and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Mayan nods, but her brows are still tightly knitted. According to Ningyu, 20 years ago, her biological father, Jun Shiyuan, really chased her to the floating island. And there was a huge conflict with the Ning family. After that, both of them disappeared. But did they really go missing? Ning Su's cultivation has reached Xian Immortal. There must be someone in the Ning family with a higher cultivation than him. And Jun Shiyuan couldn't even beat Ning Su, let alone the whole Ning family. Could it be that the two of them didn't manage to escape at all, or were they secretly locked up by the Ning family? It seems that no matter what, she has to find a way to go to the Ning family's main family to investigate. Her mind is full of thoughts, but Mayan doesn't show it on her face. She just quietly looks at Ningyu. Ningyu says a few more wild guesses, and suddenly pats her forehead. Hey, after saying so much, I almost forgot the most important purpose of this trip. Mayan looks over. She sees Ningyu's expression become extremely serious, and she says in a low voice, "My father asked me to tell you that if you are really Aunt Yanqing's daughter, then don't go back to the Ning family, run as far as you can. If one day the Ning family comes to the door, you must not admit it even if you are beaten to death. In any case, you must not go back to the Ning family." Mayan is puzzled. Why? Don't your father and my uncle want me to return to the family? I don't know about this. Ningyu is also confused. My father's biggest hobby in life is reading books, watering flowers, and raising small animals. He is usually very good-tempered, and he doesn't have many requirements for me. He's not like a Ning family member. But this time when I mentioned you and Aunt Yanqing, he was very excited, and kept urging me to come find you. He also repeatedly urged me to advise you to stay away from the Ning family. Mayan is thoughtful. Ning Zhongbai, uncle? In fact, she still has a lot of things to ask Ningyu. For example, do they know that Ning Su has died in the Xiozhen continent, but she is afraid of exposing the fact that she killed Ning Su, so she restrains herself. After Ningyu finishes eating, she pats her bulging and round belly, and her whole body slumps on the chair, her expression indescribably satisfied. After a long time, she stretches and says, "I'm full, thank you cousin for your hospitality. My mission is complete. It's time for me to leave." Mu Yan asked, "Won't you stay in Liberty City for a few more days?" Heh, better not. In order to reach the peak of the sea-splitting realm as soon as possible, I have to constantly challenge experts and fight without stopping. I can't relax for even a moment. Although peace is good, it's not what I need right now. She paused, her eyes dark and firm. My father has always been called trash in the Ning family. Even the servants of the Ning family laugh at him behind his back. As for my mother, because of her lowly birth and ordinary cultivation, she was looked down upon by the Ning family and eventually died of depression. I don't want this situation to continue. I want my father to be able to live freely in this world and not be trapped in a small bunker and not be respected. As long as I can stand at the top of the Ning family, everything will change because of me. Mu Yan looks at the girl in front of her, and only feels that her body seems to be emitting a brilliant and dazzling light. Her originally handsome features became indescribably bright and beautiful. Mayan's eyes are gentle, and she says with a smile, "I believe that you will definitely succeed." Ningyu smiles mischievously and pats her shoulder. "When that time comes, I welcome you to return to the Ning family. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad." End of chapter 3630. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.